Chapter 1, The Two-Dimensional World is My Dream. I'll go. Didn't the weather forecast say that today is sunny and sunny? Looking at the bleak dark red sky above his head, Lin Luo felt quite depressed. This weather station was cheating again. Apart from fooling people, wouldn't you do anything serious? Damn it, it looks like it will rain heavily. Lin Luo complained while looking for a place to hide from the rain. He lives near the outskirts of the city. The location is a bit remote. There are very few cars to travel. Basically, he travels by self-reliance. At this moment, he is at least 20 minutes away from home. He can guarantee that if he ignores the layers of dark clouds in the sky at this time, 200% will be drenched. It doesn't matter if you get wet, but if the GAL game you just bought in your hand leaks accidentally and cannot read the disc, it will be a big tragedy. You know, in order to buy this latest GAL, he has eaten instant noodles for nearly half a month. In any case, he will never allow any accidents. This is as a senior otaku, anime enthusiast, and GAL expert. Must have professional qualities. Fortunately, Lin Luo had good luck. He hid in a closed small newsstand before the rain poured down. He tiptoed on the rolling door. Although the location was not large, he could barely avoid the rain. Wow! Wow! In less than 10 seconds, the bean-like torrential rain finally poured down. The heavy rain fell on the ground and splashed countless sprays, and the strong wind brought rainwater. Even in summer, Lin Luo felt very chilly and shivered under the newsstand. The t-shirt is really weak, I knew I should wear a trench coat. Lin Luo muttered, and at this moment, he suddenly noticed a strange wave in the sky, as if a stone was suddenly dropped on the calm water surface, causing ripples and circles. My day, do you have hallucinations? Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. And soon, an even stranger scene appeared. When the ripples gradually spread with the violent fluctuations, the sky split. A huge black hole appeared in front of Lin Luo. Why are there black holes? Lin Luo's eyes widened, and there was a short circuit in his head for an instant. This sudden visual impact was so shocking that he couldn't believe it. Calm down, it's impossible for a black hole to appear in this kind of place, it must be an illusion, yes, an illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, after a few seconds, Lin Luo looked up again, the sky, still the same sky, the black hole, still, it seems to have become bigger. What's going on? Alien invasion? Space war? Or the end of the world? Now, Lin Luo's thinking circuit is extremely chaotic. Your sister, this year is not 2012. When the black hole almost covered the entire sky, there was a change again. One after another light spots lit up in the black hole. Although the light spots looked small, for some reason, Lin Luo could see clearly. Round, square, star-shaped, heart-shaped, 7 horizontal rows and 7 vertical rows, a total of 7 or 79 light spots are arranged in the black hole in a strange way. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed out of the black hole again, dazzling the world. Then, when Lin Luo's eyes went dark, he completely lost consciousness. It was just in a daze, he seemed to feel that something had penetrated into his body. It seems to have gone through thousands of centuries, sinking in endless hell. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Luo jumped up from the ground abruptly. Fortunately, there were no missing arms or legs, and it seemed safe and sound. Hey! After exhaling vigorously, Lin Luo looked forward, and suddenly he was stunned. At this moment, what appeared before his eyes was not the familiar street, but a valley, green hills, green waters, stone forests, big trees, vibrant and ancient. Where is this? How could this be? The completely unfamiliar environment made him a little overwhelmed. No, be calm, don't panic, your heart is like still water. Your heart is like still water. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Luo forced himself to calm down. Although the situation in front of him was really strange, it was the house where Taishan did not change color. The essential qualities of a person. Besides, as one of the 7 otaku gods, his strength ranks 3rd in LV5, and he is known as above the world, but not full of immortals. How can the famous Raiders king in the house world be panicked by this little matter? Doesn't it make countless housemates joke, hey? While he was patting his head and thinking about it, he suddenly felt something abnormal. He found that the clothes on his body seemed to have grown, and it was very uncomfortable to put it on his body. The long-sleeved t-shirt seemed to have turned into a costume, and his hands were completely invisible. The strange sense of violation made him subconsciously feel a little uneasy. Stretching out his hand from his sleeve, Lin Luo could no longer calm down when he saw it, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Is this his own hand? It's quite small for a few times, it looks thin and tender, with a faint luster, how does it resemble an adult man's hand? Damn it! Damn it!" Lin Luo was stunned for a moment, then he quickly ran to the side of the water tank and looked down. He finally understood that it was not that his clothes had become bigger, but that his body had become smaller. He turned out to be an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Why is this? Lin Luo muttered to himself, it was incredible. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind, remembering the scene before he fainted. Is it already dead? Then the soul crosses and is born again? Thinking of this, Lin Luo's face was bright and dark, joy and sorrow, intricate and wonderful. In the end, he looked up to the sky and wept unwillingly, and his tone was full of despair and anger. No. I don't want to go back to ancient times. I don't want to cross to another world. I have a disease that will die without gal. If you go through the great god, let me go through it again. In fact, I am more yearning for the world of the second dimension. The voice was terrifying and terrifying. It's so noisy. Are you annoying? Suddenly, a sharp female voice sounded behind Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo turned back suddenly, behind him, a white shadow floated. Wow, ghost! Lin Luo closed his eyes quickly in fright. Snapped! Lin Luo slapped fiercely, and a voice came from her ear, furious, what is the name of the ghost? Grandma is a human. People? Lin Luo opened his eyes and saw a woman in front of her. She looked 27 or 18. She was wearing a white dress, peach-faced apricot face, picturesque eyebrows, flying blue silk, graceful appearance, well, she was a big beauty. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief immediately, but beautiful women have no right to be scary, so she gave her a sullen look, big sister, you can't be so uncivilized, scary people will scare people to death. The woman sighed, with an expression of helplessness, oh, how come such an otaku is here, it's really unfortunate. What happened to the otaku? Otaku also have human rights. Lin Luo was angry. As a in the house, it is really unreasonable to be so despised as a in the house. And he also uses only as his own unit of measurement, that is exclusively for Lori. Lin Luo was about to have an attack on the spot, but before he could speak, the woman suddenly slapped him on the shoulder and sighed, forget it, since it's here, there will be no way, cough cough. His face seemed to have the same expression as his aunt came, I think you are a unique genius with unique bones. The task of maintaining world peace will be handed over to you in the future. What rice? Lin Luo first felt that he had mistakenly entered the set of the sequel of Kung Fu, thinking that this woman would immediately take out a Tathagata palm, or 9-yin scripture. Well, maybe it was the legendary Mui Yuan Shen Chuan. But I looked around, and there was no such thing as a camera, and that screaming card. Sister, what do you mean? Literally, you don't understand Chinese. Lin Luo was embarrassed. What is the problem of Chinese and foreign languages? It's the difference in dimensionality. What kind of world have I traveled into? That eldest sister, what mainland is this? Lin Luo asked. Where is the mainland? The woman had a weird look. She stared at Lin Luo for a long time before finally realizing it. There was a thick smile in her eyes. She clutched her belly and laughed without a ladylike demeanor. It was called a flower branch. I trembled. Wow, ha ha ha, laugh to me, ha ha ha, actually said he Fang mainland, laugh to death. For some reason, Lin Luo felt a little embarrassed. Boy, wouldn't you be? After a while, she finally straightened her waist, holding back her smile. I said, don't you think you have already crossed? Isn't it? Lin Luo was shocked. Really? She asked back. Really not? What do you mean? Lin Luo thought for a while, and tried to say, I remember seeing a black hole and then fainted. I guess I should have died at that time. Of course, this is actually a mode of traversal. So my soul traversed into a different path. Happened to be possessed by a hapless ghost who had just died. What's more coincidental is that the hapless ghost has the same name and surname as mine, and his body is still a martial arts genius, only because of some kind of restriction imposed by the enemy. I've been in a state of despair. Next, according to the development of the cross-stream plot, I will show off my power, martial arts, or magic, and I will continue to push boss and abuse people and push boss, and finally open up, Gongbu planting the world. Isn't it this kind of development? The last sentence, Lin Luo said to the woman, because he found that at this time, the other party was basically laughing and rolling on the ground. Oh, yeah, I'm dying, I'm going to die of laughter. I didn't expect you to be such a funny person. I admire your imagination so much. The woman threw herself on the ground, stomping her hands and feet. Lin Luo was completely stunned. What is going on with your sister? It wasn't until several minutes later that she seemed tired from laughing, and finally got up from the ground and said earnestly, my child, read less fantasy novels in the future. Didn't I cross? Lin Luo asked subconsciously with a little fever in his head. Of course not. The affirmative answer was just a quick turn around. However, what you are and will encounter now, I am afraid that it is even more magical than crossing. More magical than crossing? What is that? Although this woman is very clever, she also cares about him. I can't tell you this. The woman shook her head, then pointed at Lin Luo. Speaking of which, are you satisfied with your current body? That's right. Hearing what the other party said, Lin Luo suddenly realized the abnormality of his body, and said in surprise, since you said I didn't cross, then what happened to my rejuvenation? Humph. Don't worry for now. The woman snorted twice, her voice seemed a little malicious. The reason you are here is because there are 3 things I must tell you. As she said, she stretched out 3 fingers. First, your body is fused with something, I will call it the Book of Contract, because of the Book of Contract. You have rejuvenated from a youth to a 12-year-old boy. Second, that thing allows you to sign a contract with someone, and every time you sign a contract, your body will recover for 1 year, which is 1 year old. Third, if you can't be with someone within a month if you sign the contract, your life will not be guaranteed. What? Lin Luo was taken aback and smiled to himself. Are you kidding me? What do you think? The woman looked solemn, not joking at all. It's impossible to think of this kind of thing, it should. Lin Luo's smile gradually disappeared. Although he couldn't believe it, he instinctively told him that the other party didn't seem to be lying. If you have time to doubt here, it's better to sign a contract as soon as possible. 1 month is short, but it's just over in a blink of an eye. The woman laughed, with a caring in her smile, a sigh of 2, and 7 points of luck. Internal disaster. Then who should I find to sign the contract? Lin Luo asked aloud with the mentality that he would rather be trusted and untrustworthy. After all, this is related to his own life. Women don't give face, I can't say this, but naturally you will know when you see it. Lin Luo Kuang was depressed. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said, now you can go back. As long as you follow this path and walk all the way to the end, you can go back to where you were just now. She pointed to Lin Luo's back and followed her fingers. Lin Luo saw a pebble-covered truth, which was the only exit from this valley. What surprised Lin Luo was that just before that, there was no such way. How could this be? Lin Luo was stunned, and when he came back to ask the woman again, he found that the other party had already walked far away, and only a faint white shadow could be seen. Hey, wait! Lin Luo shouted anxiously, I still have a lot of questions, such as my eldest sister's name. How should I find you if I have something in the future? Damn, I walk so fast. He hadn't finished speaking, the other party was gone, but her voice came in the next moment, my name is Gakulexi. As for looking for me, I don't have to. I want to be in the future for a long time. We won't meet anymore, maybe we will see you after you sign the contract. Then, in return for making me happy just now, I will send you an extra message. In your home, there may be guests tonight, so look forward to it. Right, ha 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 ha. The laughter faded away, and the voice was misty, dreamlike. Homecoming? Think of yourself as a little dragon girl. Lin Luo vomited viciously. Until the woman's voice completely disappeared, his heart still couldn't calm down. This kind of thing was too weird to believe at all, but he had to believe it, because now he really became a 12-year-old boy. This is indisputable. If you don't sign a contract within a month, you might really die, as the woman said. But the question is, how do I sign a contract? Who should I sign with? Finally, he gritted his teeth, shed tears, and embarked on the gravel road with extreme anxiety. Music from the back sounded, cruel angels are calling you, brave boy, hurry up and create tragedy. Chapter 2, Sister Cannon came from afar, it's not pleasant. Coming back, well, just call it that. According to the way back and forth, as long as you walk along this gravel road, you can return to the original place at the end. Lin Luo was a little unbelievable at first, but after walking for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly felt strong in front of him. With a flash of light, he closed his eyes subconsciously, and when he opened it again, he was standing near the newsstand. No heavy rain, no black holes, no valleys, only the ordinary street in front of me. Space movement? Or an illusion? Lin Luo was shocked. If it hadn't been for his body to still maintain the appearance of 12 years old, he might have regarded all that just now as a dream. What's the origin of the return? Such a heavenly thing can be done. Thinking about this, Lin Luo was immediately full of curiosity about the woman who came back, and at the same time he believed a little bit more about what she said. How could a person with such a powerful force come and fool himself so ordinary and dying? Otaku? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that she is so idle, but this probability is infinitely close to zero. Well, it seems that I have to pay attention to it. It's just that I have no experience in such a weird thing, so I can only take one step and look one step at a time. Well, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. Anyway, there is still a month. All kinds of thoughts floated in his head, unknowingly that the door of his house was already in front of him. At this time, he basically calmed down. He should always come, and it's useless to rush. Of course, there is only one thing that he can't let go of anyway, the gal he just bought is gone. Your sister, brother didn't even open the packaging. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and hated it. Pushing the door open, the house is still as deserted as it always was. Well, it's not surprising. He originally lived by himself, and his parents may only meet the previous one on Qingming Festival. As for relatives, if nothing else, maybe in the next life. I pulled out a small set of clothes from the closet and replaced the one on him. Lin Luo was very thankful that he had the habit of throwing it away before using it up. Otherwise, I was afraid that I would have to run naked, even though the clothes looked old. A little bit of dirt. Looked at the wall clock on the wall, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the woman who came back and came, there will be guests coming from home tonight, and it is probably related to his ghost contract. Lin Luo is faintly looking forward to it. At night? There should be a few hours left. Lin Luo decided to play the game for a while. Although the limited edition is no longer available, there are still a few unplayed ones in his hard drive, so it's not bad to pass the time. Maybe there will be no chance to play again in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Luo felt painful again. The sun sets in the mountains, the willow shoots on the moon, and time flies. The young girls are flying on the screen, happy together. Lin Luo is completely immersed in the beauty of the two-dimensional world, without knowing that it is 9 o'clock in the evening. The brave made a move to grab the dragon's claws, and the evil queen fell to the ground in horror, with red lips dripping, so pitiful. Then a dialogue box popped up on the screen. Congratulations on defeating the final boss Tsundere Queen, the queen has surrendered. There are 3 options to choose from: kill it, insult and tune, please choose. Lin Luo had to wonder if the production team had a heart. The players who played this gal was nothing more than lust, but in the end there was an option to kill, and the other party was also a super cute girl with the dual attributes of a tsundere and a queen. It's too wasteful and cruel, decisive pass. As for insults, it is an act of ghosts and beasts. As a soldier of love, the king of strategy has always followed the line of pure love. How can he be a ghost and beast? This is about professional ethics. Then there is only one option, tuning. Click the mouse to enter the tuning screen. But at this moment, there was a crackle. The screen went black and the power went out. Have you made a mistake? Lin Luo was desperate and indignant. He finally had a perfect ending. He was waiting to appreciate the most beautiful CG. Unexpectedly, something like this would happen to the coffee table. It was simply intolerable. Lin Luo greeted the Power Supply Bureau 1,000 times. He wanted to be a ghost animal and greet all the women in the Power Supply Bureau. I'm just fine. How come there is a power outage because of this good job? It's not that I didn't pay the electricity bill. Lin Luo walked out in the dark, very tangled, but as soon as he opened the door, he felt tight and hid subconsciously. Through the crack in the door, Lin Luo could see that in the dark living room, a figure was standing there sneakingly. Thief? I rely on, brother, this Wanyan Instant Noodle King's doghouse will be visited by thieves. You really can look down on me. Lin Luo felt a glimmer of prosperity inexplicably, but then a burst of anger grew spontaneously. How could there be a power outage in his home for no reason? There is no doubt that it was a ghost. You doomsday! Lin Luo cursed secretly. The anger started from the bottom of his heart, and the evil was guilty. He decided to teach this guy fiercely, but before that, he had to measure the combat effectiveness of both sides. Looking through the crack in the door, the other party didn't realize that he was scammed or something, so he just stood still and didn't move. Lin Luo guessed that the other party hadn't adapted to the darkness yet. It's really self-inflicted and cannot live. He whispered to himself, and he continued to observe. The opponent is about 1.6 meters tall and looks a little slender. According to visual observations, Lin Luo estimates that the opponent's weight should not exceed 50 kilograms. He seems to be wearing a hat, just to hide his eyes. Through this round of careful observation, Lin Luo suddenly came to a series of conclusions. This thief is not too old, at most not more than 16 years old, and maybe a student. He is very thin, and is obviously nutritionally unclear. Too much, leading to severe ejaculation, and obviously unable to adapt to the sudden change environment. I have been too old for a long time and have not adapted to the darkness, and have been there forever. If you just pinched my electricity, I said you're not harming others and yourself. Lin Luo was full of contempt for him, and at the same time guessed in his heart that 80% of this kid didn't have the money to play games or couldn't afford to buy a hand, so he came here to do a part-time job. That's why he seemed so unprofessional. Although Lin Luo deeply understands his approach, it doesn't mean that he will let him go, and would rather behead others instead of disturbing others to push his sisters. This is the moral standard of being an otaku. Those who do not follow this order have only 3 words: kill without mercy. And through the observations just now, Lin Luo has basically understood that he has various advantages in terms of size, strength, mental quality, and survivability. In his heart, Lin Luo opened the door lightly without making a sound, and then walked around behind the opponent by virtue of the geographical advantage. Aiming at the opportunity, Lin Luo suddenly swooped, wrapped his hands around the opponent's neck and clasped his chest, and at the same time swept his right foot, kicking the opponent's pipe. The tricks of flapping, buckling, sweeping, and kicking were almost in one go. Lin Luo dared to guarantee that under such unexpected circumstances, his own set of continuous skills would definitely bring the opponent down. He was waiting to shout, "Little thief, look! Look at your grandpa, who am I?" Suddenly I felt something wrong. Why couldn't I kick him? Why is the opponent not overthrown? Why do you feel like you are hanging on the other person? This is unreasonable. What? Suddenly, Lin Luo remembered it, and finally understood why. Because I was rejuvenated and turned into a 12-year-old kid. I'm going. Lin Luo's face paled suddenly, and he was flustered. Therefore, the strength is compared again, in size, strength, psychological quality, survivability, various disadvantages. I cry. Lin Luo wanted to cry without tears. Why would he forget this? It's too tragic. But now it's obviously too late to regret. The other party has fully reacted at this moment, and seems to have a good skill, feels that someone is hanging on him. The conditioned reflex is a shoulder fall. Boom! Lin Luo landed on his back, meat pain, heartache, all kinds of pain. How dare you attack me from behind? This is your way of fighting, but you should underestimate me. The voice was crisp and clear, with a hint of pride in his tone, but it was clearly not a man's voice. Female thief? Lin Luo was taken aback and looked up. Because the room was too dark, only a pair of shining and sharp eyes could be seen. I don't know what's going on. At this moment, the light in the room suddenly turned on, and Lin Luo suddenly saw the person in front of him. She has short brown hair tied back to her head, and she wears a black hat on her head. Her dark brown pupils are extremely sharp and look very imposing. She wears a short sleeve with a heart shape on her upper body, and a heart-shaped short sleeve on her lower body. Light blue shorts and a pair of white sneakers on his feet. The girl's dress looks a bit boyish. She is very young, only 14 or 5 years old. At this age, her figure is very tall, with a pair of slender legs almost 2/3 exposed, and the spring is boundless. Lin Lawton was surprised, but his heart was a little strange, because the girl in front of him made him feel very familiar, but he dared to swear that he had never seen her before today. Right on, skeptical to reveal. This is my home. Lin Luo said irritably. Although the appearance of a girl relieved him a lot, for a person who suddenly broke into someone else's house in the middle of the night, no one would be in a good mood. Shoulder fall. Your home. The girl looked at Lin Luo, who was lying on the ground. Her doubts in her eyes became more intense. Little brother, who are you? Lin Luo was very entangled with the name of the little brother, but he couldn't control that much now. Who said his physical disadvantage was so obvious? He gave the other side angrily. My name is Lin Luo and I am the owner of this house. So, for my owner, should you, a fellow who runs into a private house at night, report your name? Hey, is that true? Me, my name is Misaka Mikato. The girl's face was filled with confusion, and after hearing Lin Luo's words, she subconsciously reported her name. However, the name of this thunder-rolling Tokiwada's trump card LV5 super-powered super electromagnetic gun Misaka Mikato. Lin Luo's eyes widened, and he was shocked and almost vented. "Hey, do you know me?" Lin Luo was caught outside by Lei and his head was in a state of crash for an instant. Ding! At the same time, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Identity authentication is achieved, the necessary conditions are met, and the contract system is officially launched. Chapter 3, as LV6, brother said that the pressure is very high. Misaka Mikato. Saka Mikato. Mikato. Jin. This name kept reverberating in Lin Luo's mind, and the whole person was in a petrified state, so that the prompt tone of the contract system was not heard clearly. But Lin Luo soon realized that something was wrong, because just after that, a black book suddenly appeared in his mind. Just like a game interface, the book opens automatically. In the upper left corner of the first page is a full-length portrait of a character. It is Lin Luo, but it has shrunk to a large extent. Below the portrait is a row of attribute columns. Contract owner, Lin Luo. Race, human. Status, normal. Strength, 20. Physique, 20. Intelligence, 145. Spiritual power, 300. Vitality, 200. Current contractor, none. Object currently pending, Misaka Mikato. The current level of the Book of Contract is LV0, and it can be upgraded to LV1 after signing a contract. Contractor, a person who has reached an agreement with the contractor by signing a contract of heart. The contractor and the contractor share the same life chain, and both prosper and lose everything. Note, because the Book of Contract was activated by Misaka Mikato's identity confirmation, the system has assumed that it is the highest priority signer, which means that before signing with Misaka Mikato, the contract cannot be signed with other people. At the same time, if the contract is not signed with him within 1 month, the contract owner will die. Signing conditions: after Misaka Mikato has reached a heart-to-heart relationship with the owner, he will automatically enter the signing mode after mutual approval by both parties. Friendly reminder: because the current level of the Book of Contract is too low, only one function of the contract system is provided. Please upgrade the level of the Book of Contract as soon as possible. The higher the level, the more functions can be opened. This is the content of the first page. Then on the second page, there is also a portrait of a person in the upper left corner, and an attribute column below: name, Misaka Mikato. Race, human. Status, normal. Strength, 80. Physique, 70. Intelligence, 200. Spiritual power, 5000. Vitality, 600. Comprehensive strength level, A. The above is the character attribute of Mikato. In addition to this, she also has a special attribute column that belongs to the person to be signed: name, Mikato Misaka. Age, 14. Occupation, student. Ability, electric shock. Particularity: the seventh heart of the world is possessed by the kind heart. The shape of the heart of the world, moving. World heart fit, 95%, not stripped. Heart combat skills, not activated. Seal of heart, triple. Favorability, 0. Strategy description: Misaka Mikato, the LV5 superpower who studied at the prestigious aristocratic academy, the strongest electric shocker. Almighty, good grades, outgoing personality, lack of patience, strong and aggressive, boyish, but in fact she is a arrogant who gets angry when she gets angry. I like quack too, like Lota Young underwear, like to rub bawang book, like to rub free drinks, like to wear safety shorts under the skirt. Because of kicking the vending machine all the year round, he has trained the King Kong indestructible leg. The Nirvana is a 45-degree oblique angle to cut off his son and grandson kick. Pervert remember. There are more than 20,000 younger sisters, nicknamed Super Electromagnetic Cannon, known as Sister Cannon. Raiders tip: tolerate her willfulness and shortcomings, please treat her with an equal and sincere heart, and wish Junma every success. The Book of Contract? Is this the thing that is fused in my body? And Sister Pao is the target of the contract? Well, when he saw this thing, Lin Luo was really shocked. He had to admit that, as returning home said, this is indeed something more magical than his own travel. A dignified gun sister, actually passed through the world of the second dimension. As the of the house in the otaku world, it is of course impossible for Lin Luo to not know the popular elder sister. How do you say that? Well, I don't know how to do it in my life, even if I say otaku is in vain, it's not pirated, right? However, when a character in the two-dimensional world travels to the real world, there is really no sense of reality, and the feeling is too different. If it were not for his own pseudo-traveling before, he really couldn't believe it. But, in any case, is this a benefit? Lin Luo doesn't understand the special attributes of Sister Pao very well, but it can be seen that it is not easy to sign a contract with Sister Pao. This is not something I can do if you wish. It's important. It's a good impression. And this degree of favorability is really, how can I put it, it's very gameful. 0 to 29 is indifference, 30 to 59 is ordinary, 60 to 79 is good impression, 80 to 89 is trust, 90 or above is close to heart, that is to say, only when Pao sister's high feeling for Lin Luo reaches 90 above, Lin Luo can sign with her. By the way, if it is below 0, it is not a favorability score, but a hatred score. Although a little bit of Pao's favorability will turn into hatred, Lin Luo is not lost, but full of expectations. Raider Pao, how challenging, passionate, and rich in life's high-level fun. What? Anyway, all kinds of excitement. According to you, I have gone through time and space, so I came here. Sitting on the sofa, Mikoto put her arms around her chest, her beautiful dark brown eyes flashed in an incredible way, and there was a cup of hot coffee at her table, but she was not in the mood to drink it. The basic situation is like this. Lin Luo picked up the coffee, took a sip, then lowered his head to make an unpredictable look, but if you look closely, you will find that his eyes are every second. I will aim at Mikoto's face. Now that she knew that the female thief who ran into the house at night was Sister Canon, and she was also the target of her own strategy, Lin Luo would naturally no longer be hostile, and she generously asked the other party to sit down and rest, and she was even reluctant to even treasure it for a long time. The Blue Mountain coffee, should be fake, was taken out to greet others. It can be seen how correct it is to say that there is nothing to offer, and that one is to steal. Mikoto, who was sitting across from her, had already taken off her hat at the moment, and the ribbons and shoulder-length brown hair gave Lin Luo a kind of familiarity. In Lin Luo's impression, Mikoto is such a hearty, short shoulder-length hair, wearing the image of Tokiwada school uniform. It can be said that he has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He has not seen the dress like before, so he has not. At the beginning, of course, the most important reason was that he never thought that Sister Canon would appear in the real world. Three-dimensional characters have always traveled to the two-dimensional world. I didn't think it was my turn to pass through them. The acting is really... Wait, if this is a story, is it possible that Sister Canon is the protagonist? Brother, I'm just a perpetrator. The title of the book is Super Electromagnetic Gun Three-Dimensional World? Oh yeah, this is not good. According to the basic laws of Chuanliu novels, the first stop of the protagonist after crossing is definitely a low-level map. The people in this map have no other effect except to guide the protagonist. After the protagonist goes to the high-level map, he will either be led by the author or the author. Hidden. I made a torture. If that's the case, do I really want to get a lunchbox in a month, brother? Maybe I am using this lunchbox for Sister Canon to break through LV6. Thinking of this, Lin Luo suddenly became a little worried, and no longer had the time to peek at Mikoto. Here Lin Luo is in the air, thinking wildly, and the opposite Mikoto did not speak. She is in a bad mood at the moment, because just now the boy named Lin Luo told him that this is not a school city, there are no superpowers here, and it is not here. Her world, here is another parallel world of China. Mikoto is no stranger to things like time travel, she often sees in comics, but she never thought that this kind of thing would actually fall on her, which made her feel unbelievable. Of course, she could not believe what Lin Luo said, but she could not but believe in her own power, using electromagnetic decoding and hacker abilities to interpret the information on the internet. Okay, the truth is revealed. She, Misaka Mikoto, has passed through. Mikoto sat on the sofa frowning. She believed in the fact that she traveled through time and space, but she couldn't accept it. She didn't want to stay in this world because this world was completely foreign to her. She couldn't stay in this world because her parents, relatives, and friends are in another world, and there is one more thing she must do. She wants to go back, she must go back anyway. But how should I go back? Finally, Mikoto turned his attention to Lin Luo. Although this boy is young, he is very mature in speaking and doing things, and he can conclude that he comes from other worlds in just a few words. It is really incredible. Maybe he will have a way. Mikoto thought so. Brother Linear. Mikoto called softly. At this moment, Lin Luo was still immersed in the tragedy he had created. He could not accept the plot that he might become a bento man, he was not reconciled. Even if you really want a bento, at least you have to have a few in-depth exchanges with Sister Pao, but your body doesn't seem to have the ability to communicate deeply. Well, there used to be, now it's gone. Your sister. Lin Luo felt sad the more he thought about it. Brother Linear. Seeing Lin Luo didn't respond, Mikoto yelled again, but this time there was some dissatisfaction in her tone. Still no response, sorrowing. Brother Lin. Mikan yelled, and an electric arc flashed across her body with a beep. Ah! What's wrong? Sister Pao. Lin Luo was startled, looking up at Mikoto with a dazed expression. The corners of Mikoto's mouth twitched, and she was very upset about this name, but she was asking for help, so let's ignore it. Brother Lin, I hope you can do me a favor. Sister Pao, please say, as long as you go up to the knife and go down to the pan for the sake of Pao, my younger brother is obliged. Lin Luo slapped his chest, vowing to promise, in order to increase his favorability. I don't know if it is an illusion, Mikoto felt that the other party seemed to have a high degree of goodwill towards him. I want to return to the original world, do you have a way? Sister Pao, you too praised the little brother, how can I do this kind of thing? Lin Luo smiled bitterly, and said in his heart, if I have this ability, I will go directly to your world without waiting for you to come. But you can tell that I'm from another world with just a few words, isn't it amazing? Mikoto used a positive tone, staring at Lin Luo with scorching eyes. Lin Luo feels a lot of pressure in a very complicated mood. I know you come from other worlds. That's because I have seen Mo Forbidden and know that you are the female protagonist in the middle school girl. But can you say that? Lin Luo knew that if Mikoto stayed here all the time, one day she would know about it. After all, Mikoto was half an otaku, manga games are omnipotent, and Mobin is a popular anime, but at least for now he didn't want her to know. What if she read her own story and was picked up by a pick? At least you have to wait for the uncooked rice to cook mature rice. Ah, no, it's a contract. The reason why I know that you are from another world is that I know a way of observing people, and I can see the origin of the other person, but besides that, I am really an ordinary person. Lin Luo can only find a way flicker. No, you are wrong, Brother Lin. Mikoto stood up suddenly, patted the table with both hands, but Lin Luo was shocked, thinking that Sister Pao was going to push back forcibly. Lin Luo soon knew that he was wrong in YY, and was a little disappointed. He only listened to Mikoto's blushing face, and at the same time said in an extremely firm tone, Brother Lin, I know. A person with extraordinary talent like you is like in the dark night. The firefly is so outstanding, so bright, no matter how hidden it is useless. Your extraordinary conversation, your calm attitude, and the calmness of gestures have deeply betrayed you. You are LV6. Lin Luo was speechless. He suddenly discovered that even a guide from Novice Village might not be so good to be a guide in the face of such a gunner. Chapter 4, The Melancholy of Misaka Mikoto on the Day of Cohabitation. One of the two people speaks Chinese and the other speaks Japanese. Although the languages are different, they can understand each other without hindering communication. Neither of them is surprised. Lin Luo regards this as a contract. Additional features, and Mikoto regards this as a cross-benefit. But now, Lin Luo only hoped that he could not understand what Sister Pao said. He was hit. He feels so stressed. He was radiated from the outside and the inside was tender. Sister Pao, please take a good look with your wise eyes. How do I look like LV6, little brother? Lin Luo cried, LV6, I think too. That's right, why are you LV6? I'm too naive. Mikoto suddenly looked decadent, and sat down again. Even if he wanted to treat a dead horse as a living one, no matter how he did it, the dead horse would be a dead horse. Dead horse. Why do you want to go back so much? Isn't it good to stay in this world? According to the story, maybe you are the protagonist. Lin Luo threw out the lollipop, as if to trick Lolita. I have always been the protagonist. No matter where I am the only protagonist in my world. As soon as Mikoto said this, Lin Luo couldn't help but slap her thigh. She deserves to be Pao's sister, this psychological quality is high TMD. That is to say, only such a person can be the protagonist, and the others are all super products. Just like this, the probability that oneself will be able to make a lunch seems to have increased by 5 percentage points. But in that world, there is one thing I have to accomplish anyway. If I don't do it, I will never feel at ease in my life. Mikoto continued, flashing pain in his eyes. What's the matter? Lin Luo didn't even think about it, blurted out, but he understood as soon as he finished speaking. Do I need to ask? There is only one thing Mikoto has to do to stop the sister's experiments. He remembered that he had seen the dress of Sister Cannon before, but she didn't have a deep impression. In the rumored super electromagnetic gun, Mikoto learned the truth about her sister's experiment, and she kept attacking in order to prevent the experiment. There are many research institutes, and once Mikoto appeared in this costume, and on the way, she encountered one of the Anbu item headed by Makina Shenli. Since Mikoto is still dressed like this, that means she passed through the middle of the attack on the research institute, and the sister experiment is still going on. Lin Luo sighed secretly. He didn't know if Mikoto would appear here because of his own reasons, but it was undeniable, at least it was also related to him. Now, there is no Mikoto in that world, and she will not be fantasizing. Killer encounters, then who else will stop that experiment? Who else will defeat one party? Can the sisters be saved? Nearly 10,000 Misaka sisters might die like this. Lin Luo felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of this. Although the main reason why Sister Misaka was created was to lay the line for the artificial heaven, a certain hanged man would never let them die, but who knows the result? Forget it, it's just a trivial matter. Mikoto grinned broadly and stretched nonchalantly. Trivial matter? Lin Luo smiled bitterly in his heart. It is no small matter that Mikoto's kindness that puts all the evil on her body is close to that of the Virgin. Of course, Lin Luo knew that this was Mikoto's pretending to be strong. Even if she needed help, she would not ask anyone to save her. At most, it would only be silently shouting in the dead of night. Besides, even if I want to help her, I don't have that ability. Ability? And many more. By the way, maybe someone can do this kind of thing. Suddenly Lin Luo thought of someone and said involuntarily. What? Mikoto looked at him unknowingly. Through space, although I don't know if she can go through the world, she does have the ability to go through space. Lin Luo explained, but he regretted it a little after speaking. If he returned, he would really be able to do this. This kind of thing, send Mikoto back to the original world, and then she will die in a month because there is no one to sign. Sure enough, impulse is the devil, impulse is the devil. Who is that person? Mikoto asked excitedly with her eyes widening. Come home, a very mysterious woman. After thinking about it, Lin Luo answered truthfully. Then, where is she? Mikoto's body trembled a little. Do not know. How can I find her? I don't think it's possible to find her, but she told me when she left that she would come to me within a month. Lin Luo said, but in her heart, if she succeeded in capturing Sister Canon within a month, then come back and come back. Although it's unknown whether you can go there, but if you fail to capture the gun sister, then my brother and I will end here. From now on, it will really be a super electromagnetic gun in the three-dimensional world. Up. 1 month. Mikoto frowned. 1 month is a bit long for her. How many sisters will die in this month? It's just that she has no other way at the moment. I see. Mikoto stood up from the sofa fiercely, blushing, panting. I decided, in this month's time, I live here. What? Sister Pao, do you need to sleep with you? The matter of cohabiting with Sister Pao is so settled. This is of course a good thing for Lin Luo. After all, I want to attack Sister Pao. It is worthy of reference to get the month from the tower near the water. It's just how the accommodation should be resolved. Is a problem. There is only one bedroom at home, so I can't let Sister Pao sleep on the sofa, right? Doing so will undoubtedly reduce the favorability. Of course, Lin Luo has a very ideal solution, that is to sleep together with her sister. Maybe you can still have a good impression of Max in an instant. But the reason why ideal is called ideal is because of its impossibility and reality. It's cruel, and the dreams of fashion teenagers are often stifled when they are in their teeth. Finally, Lin Luo couldn't understand what Sister Pao's eyes were, and waved her hand, helplessly sending her into her bedroom, and then followed him in. Still wondering what kind of eyes Pao's sister had. Next, hold the quilt, I will go to sleep on the sofa. Curled up on the sofa, Lin Luo felt that he was very guilty. Sister Pao is an arrogant girl. She has to discharge when she encounters a bad boy. But now she is just a little kid with such an age advantage. He even pretends to be a gentleman. You say, isn't this sad? Even if you can't have sex, at least you have to feel the little V5 of Sister Pao. Resentment. There used to be an opportunity to share a bed with Sister Pao before me, but I didn't cherish it. I regretted it until I lost it. If God could give me another chance, I must. I guess I would choose the sofa. After all, Lin Luo is just a guy with a color heart and a bold color. In this way, Lin Luo spent the first night of cohabitation with Sister Pao in a complex mood of depression, hesitation, regret, and pain. Early the next morning, Lin Luo was full of energy. After she finished washing and came out of the bathroom, she happened to see Mikoto coming out of the room, but her face didn't seem very good, and there was a hint of melancholy. Lin Luo knew that Mikoto was still worried about her sisters. Oh, Sister Pao, good morning. Lin Luo greeted with a smile. Oh, good morning. Mikoto replied listlessly. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Luo's face was full of concern. Hurry up and increase your favorability. Well, how should I put it, it's okay. Mikoto scratched her cheek and said unnaturally. In fact, she didn't sleep all night last night, and her mind was full of sisters, experiments, transcendence. Sister Pao would like to have something to eat in the morning. I will prepare it for you, brother. Can you not call me Sister Pao? Why do I think you are scolding me? Mikoto said with a frown. Ah, that's it, I'm sorry to get used to it. What do you want to eat in the morning, Sister Pao? Don't scream like that anymore. Mikoto twitched, and an electric arc flashed across her bangs. No problem, Sister Cannon. Ah, forget it, the adults don't count the villains. Mikoto restrained the urge to discharge and shook her head. It doesn't matter what you eat, as long as you can fill your stomach. Okay, I'm going to prepare right away, so you can take a break first. Lin Luo is going to make a rich breakfast. His craftsmanship is actually very good, but he is too lazy. He usually eats instant noodles, but today is different. Sister Pao is here, why can't she let her eat instant noodles by herself? There is a saying. To grab a man's heart, you have to grab his stomach first. It should be okay to understand this in reverse. Grab Sister Pao's stomach first, and then grab Sister Pao's heart. Fighting in the kitchen. Okay, start eating. After half an hour, Lin Luo's breakfast is ready: fried eggs, onion scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, seaweed egg soup. The time for hens all over the world to fight has arrived. 3 dishes and 1 soup, although it is relatively simple, I haven't made it for a long time, and the craftsmanship is a bit rusty, but he is more confident in his cooking skills. I believe that after eating this meal, Sister Pao should be able to increase her favorability by at least 5 points. The food guide is now open. Why are they all eggs? Mikoto looked at the full egg banquet on the table, feeling a little bit at a loss. Well, eggs are rich in protein. Regular consumption can not only strengthen the body, but also unexpectedly have the effect of breast enhancement. Lin Luo began to tempt without showing any traces. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants that breast enhancement? I don't care about this kind of thing, really, how is this kind of thing possible? Mikoto retorted with a blushing face, but continued to speak. The smaller her voice was, and finally, she asked in a low voice with a little seriousness, Brother Lin, can this really be that? Absolutely. Lin Luo made a decisive decision. Is it true? Mikoto didn't quite believe it, but it didn't seem like she was lying. Her eyes began to scan on the table unnaturally, and then quickly picked up a poached egg, blushing and glared at Lin Luo. Something, beforehand. Disclaimer, I didn't eat because I believed in yours. I just didn't want to waste your hard work. Don't think too much about it. Ah, arrogant. With an IQ of 200, I was fooled so easily. Alas, Lin Luo sighed, and a sense of superiority in all aspects emerged spontaneously. By the way, how about your family? Why didn't I see them? Will I cause you trouble if I live here? Mikoto ate for a while, then later realized that he asked what was supposed to be very important. Problem. Don't worry, there will be no trouble. I live alone. So no one will disturb our 2-person world, Sister Pao. Live alone? What about your parents? Are you on a business trip? Business trip? Well, let's count it, they are on a business trip in heaven. Heaven. Mikoto was stunned, but soon reacted, I'm sorry, I mentioned your sadness. It's nothing, anyway, I'm used to it in my years. Lin Luo spread his hands and looked indifferent. For so many years. Mikoto looked at Lin Luo's small body and couldn't help thinking. He is only 12 years old now, but he has been independent for several years at least, and living alone at such a young age is really... Mikoto looked at Lin Luo with sympathy. I said, what's the matter with your eyes that seem to look at the sad male protagonist? Looking at Mikoto's eyes as if looking at a coffee table, Lin Luo was extremely depressed. No. This. Mikoto wanted to explain in a hurry. Lin Luo feigned angrily, you don't mean to hit me on purpose, so that you can get pleasure. Did you see it? Ha 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 ha. Mikoto laughed immediately, looking very happy. but the trace of anxiety buried deep in her eyes couldn't get rid of it. Chapter 5, Shake, 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 Envy, Jealous, Hate. Although Mikato's face looks like nothing has happened, Lin Luo knows that she can never let go of her sisters, but she is just like her, but she will never show weakness in front of others. Her joking and joking are just a disguise, disguising herself. Inner softness. Even if someone sees through her own weakness, she will only laugh, and will not beg for help from anyone. In the eyes of outsiders, she will always be the trump card of Tokiwada, a strong, confident, invincible and fearless electric shock princess super electromagnet gun. Ao Jiao Pao, maybe only when she is truly fallen, will she show her charming side in front of others. Lin Luo felt that it was necessary to speed up the strategy. There is a big difference between a realistic strategy and a game strategy. If in the game, he has countless ways to attack it under a girl. Because the game is dead, no matter how difficult it is, there are rules to be found. With the strength of the king of his strategy, even if the success rate is not 100%, at least 99.99%, infinite loop, even if there is an error in the middle, as long as the invincible SL Dafa is there is absolutely no problem. But the reality is different. Girls in reality have no rules at all. They say that wind is not wind and rain is not rain. They change their faces faster than turning a book. Even people who are familiar with each other may do it in the next moment. Become a complete stranger to you. To Lin Luo, Mikato is no stranger, and it can even be said that she knows herself better than herself, but that is after all a character in anime. Now that she appears in reality, she can't be seen in the original way. Therefore, according to Lin Luo's original idea, the official strategy does not need to be launched so quickly. At least you have to wait for a period of time to familiarize yourself with it for a good impression to reach LV3 or higher. What's more, there is no SL Dafa this time. Come to hate value, it is very bad. But seeing the deep anxiety in Mikato's eyes, he felt that he couldn't drag it anymore. In fact, Mikato's condition is very bad now. Although she hides it well, her heart is not as strong as she is on the surface. The strange environment, uneasy anxiety, uncontrollable regret, countless negative emotions are superimposed, if not do something else to distract her, and sooner or later she will collapse. But how do you go about it? Heroes save beauty is very cliché, but it is undeniable that this is the best strategy. Linghu Chong, Yangguo, Heike Yuhu, Shang Zhou as a hemp, immortal Xiao Qiang. Throughout history, countless male prostitutes at home and abroad have personally proven this point. Feasibility. At this point, I have to complain, Mikato is too unprincipled. How could she fall into this way because of the hand of the pickup girl and help her prevent her sister's experiments? How about the reservedness of the girl? Well, given that Sister Pao's resistance to heroes to save the United States is too low, then follow this method. Obviously it won't work. Let's not say that I can't go to the forbidden world, even if I can, with my own strength, heroes will probably not be able to save the United States, but the scene of a beauty saving a bear is very likely to be performed. From this point of view, I can only rely on the Lord God to disrupt my daily routine to do what He likes, to see the big from the small, and to slowly cultivate His feelings. Well, Sister Pao, do you want to do one? After breakfast, Lin Luo challenged Mikato. Boom! Mikato first rewarded Lin Luo with a poppy, "Don't call me Sister Canon." Then she looked at Lin Luo with suspicion, because she already knew it. If it is divided according to the level of the school city, Lin Luo is an incompetent. He actually asked himself to fight? I mean the game, I think you are quite boring. Anyway, I have nothing to do, just can play games. Lin Luo rubbed his forehead, somewhat depressed. Well, that's all right. Mikato did not refuse, but you don't need to go to school. Going to school? Lin Luo's mouth had a hint of disdain, pause was between pretending A and C, that's just a mortal's daily life. For a genius like me, idleness is the kingly way. Mikoto. Lin Luo is now playing a genius child. After all, it's better not to talk about rejuvenation. First, it's not easy to explain. Second, even if Pao's sister is really silly and fooled by herself, now she knows what's in front of her. The child of is actually a discounted evil adult, so it's like holding a small hand, playing games, suddenly breaking into the bathroom when taking a bath, suddenly opening the room when changing clothes. This kind of similar benefits will also have. Therefore, Lin Luo is going to carry on his age advantage to the end. Sister Pao likes to watch comics with movies. Lin Luo knows this, but what games she likes to play? Hippo did not say in this regard, and Du Niang did not give clear instructions. It is not easy to draw conclusions, but according to Sister Pao's carelessness it is estimated that his personality is a kind of passionate fighting. Although I feel that Gal can bring the two closer together, based on the current degree of favorability, Gal does not seem to be suitable. When it reaches LV4, it can be used to make a breakthrough. So the classic fighting game that Lin Luo is familiar with is undoubtedly the time for the King of Fighters to come out. The game The King of Fighters was once all the rage in China. Almost 90% of people of Lin Luo's age have had contact with them. At the earliest, they could only be played in the game hall. Standing in line for a long time, to be abused can even trigger a real-life PK, and since the internet spectrum and later, the King of Fighters' popularity has dropped a lot. But there are still many people who like to play this game. Lin Luo was once a King of Fighters fan. Although he loves Gal more now, he still has some of the classics in this classic on his computer, and occasionally revisits it when he is free. If you play alone, you only need to play on the keyboard. If you want two players to play against each other, you must connect the controller. Of course, for a game master, this hardware configuration is definitely not a problem. After connecting the controllers, Lin Luo handed one of them to Mikoto and started the game directly. Wow! Seeing the familiar opening animation, Lin Luo seemed to have returned to the junior high school era, recalling the frivolous youth who once fought for a copper plate, could not help but feel a warmth, and Mikoto exaggerated. On the screen, the domineering appearance, the domineering eyes, the domineering moves, and the domineering milkshake, all deeply shocked the young heart of Sister Pao. Canon. Mikoto, this game is called The King of Fighters. It is quite popular in our world. The younger brother has played since childhood. Hey, don't cry when you are abused. Lin Luo smiled, not smiling. With good intentions, the reason why he chose The King of Fighters, besides being a classic, also has a very sinister intention. Humph, just let me go, I'm known as a game master, you are the one who is abused if I underestimate me. Mikoto was not to be outdone. It seems that Mikoto is also very confident, so in order to increase the fun of the game, we might as well make a bet. Lin Luo suggested. Bet? What bet? I have no money. Money is something outside of the body. How could a person like me who have broken away from low-level tastes bet money? If you bet, you should punish the game. Punishment game? Yes, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. We play until 12 o'clock. Whoever wins more in 4 hours. Then whoever wins. As for the loser, he must be punished. Within 1 day's penalty time, he will win. No matter what the request is, the loser must accept it. This is the content of the bet between Mikoto and the pickup girl in the original work, when the master of StarCraft, but now Lin Luo is still ruling him in his own way. Body. Punish. Punishment game? Listen to everything, this, how can this be? Mikoto blushed suddenly, and the punishment game gave her a sense of ergonomics. Hey, Mikoto, did you think of any unhealthy aspects? Lin Luo said with a pure face, pretending to be tender. You, what are you talking about? How could I think of unhealthy aspects? Mikoto shouted with shame and anger. That means you are not confident about your own strength. Facts have proved that the radical method is very useful, especially for people like Mikoto who are extremely simple. Well, just gamble, who is afraid of who? Mikoto glared at Lin Luo in a hurry. Okay, that's it. Of course, in order to show the fairness of the game, I will still tell you some basic operating requirements of this game. Humph, even if you don't tell me, I won't lose. Lin Luo chose 97 in the King of Fighters series. After explaining some basic operations with Mikoto, the two were ready to PK. Of course, the so-called basic operations are just which key to jump and which key to hit. As for the combos and nirvana, he didn't reveal at all. It shows the sinister heart. As an otaku with a paranoid hobby of gal, Lin Luo naturally would not choose those 5 big and 3 rough male characters. But chose the hottest body Mai Shiranui, the most pure appearance Athena, and the sexiest Charmills. As for Sister Pao, I don't know if it's because of sympathy for the same disease. She chose Yuri Sakazaki, who is the most tragic in 97, and Iori, who has a cool face, and the last one made Lin Luo a big accident. It turned out to be the big fat Chen Con. This is really a very weird group. Does Sister Pao want to use her physical advantage to defeat me? Lin Luo gave Mikoto a weird look. Once the characters are selected, the official battle begins. Mai Shiranui and Yuri Sakazaki are the first to appear. It's just that Mikoto has already lost the battle before the two sides have really started the fight, with a sullen expression on her face. There is no reason, because I do not know the huge chest of Huo Wu, shaking and shaking, directly kill her in seconds. Damn it, so big. Watching Mai Shiranui shaking and shaking, Mikoto's eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chapter 6, Do not pretend to be a man, pretend to be struck by lightning. In the first game, Mikoto was completely defeated. Lin Luo took 1-3. Shiranui Huowu lost a quarter of her blood and killed her without leaving her armor. 2 huge kos almost blinded her. Super electromagnetic eye. Mikoto gritted her teeth, extremely unwilling. Come again. No problem. Lin Luo smiled. The battle started again. This time Lin Luo replaced Athena, and Mikoto all replaced, but the result was still miserable, not only 1-3, but 205. After that, the two played more than a dozen games. Although Mikoto's skills have improved after 2 rounds of abuse, Lin Luo's 3 girls are the best in girls, so sharp and domineering, all of them are 1-3. Easy over. Mikoto was called a hate. She wouldn't have lost so badly, but Lin Luo was really shameless. He would change someone every time he played, so that she could finally collect the enemy data. In a round, his tactics are completely useless, and his tactics are even more rogue. You chase him and run, if you hit him, block, if you don't fight, he will kill. This is really, too shameless, too rascal. Especially what makes Mikoto feel hated is, oh, if you want to be defeated, life is lonely as snow. Lin Luo held a joystick in his hand and looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, with a smug smile on his mouth, but his face was melancholy, empty, and lonely. The cold breath is extremely strong. This guy. Mikoto was so angry that she almost vomited blood, her eyes almost burst into flames, and she wanted to have a real PK with the other party. Lin Luo was very excited. Although she hasn't played the King of Fighters for a long time, she was once a master. The few guys who fought together in junior high school still have psychological shadows. It's not like dealing with a junior rookie like Mikan. You can torture as you want. As for whether Sister Pao will be angry, don't worry about it. The so-called affection degree comes from beating and cursing. Well, what should I do to increase the affection degree during the punishment game? This is a very serious question. Come on again, I don't believe that I can't beat you. Mikoto didn't believe in evil anymore. For that punishment game, she had to win anyway. My little brother expresses his great admiration for your perseverance. So, the battle started again. Mikoto still lost miserably. After a few rounds, she was stunned to be 205. This made Lin Luo a bit of a surprise. With the patronage ability, after such a few rounds, she can clearly feel that she has gone from elementary level. A rookie is promoted to a senior rookie, but why does he become more and more skilled? Lin Luo couldn't help but cast a suspicious look. He saw that Mikoto's eyes were staring at her hands and the screen at the same time in a form of astigmatism, and her two hands were not idle, moving back and forth on the joystick. But the action seems a bit familiar? My day! Lin Luo was taken aback. Sister Pao turned into Sister Misaka. What happened? Okay, it's synchronized. Suddenly, Mikoto's eyes returned to their original form in a blink, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What does sync mean? Lin Luo was taken aback. Before he could ask, Mikoto explained with action. On the screen, two identical characters attacked each other with exactly the same moves, but one of them was obviously going a little faster, and in this case, the slower one was obviously 205. Damn! Mikoto, you play games with superpowers, this is cheating! Lin Luo protested loudly. He finally understood what Mikoto was doing. She used her computing power to record her own actions. Every move and every gesture was clearly recorded in her mind, and then she only saw the movements of her fingers. She can know what she will do next, so at this time, as long as she does the same operation one step faster than herself, she can completely suppress herself. Originally, such a thing is impossible in reality. Let's not talk about the operation of predicting oneself. It is not something ordinary people can do just to completely record a person's gestures, even the simplest of them. At the same time paying attention to your own operation and screen, few people can do it. But Mikoto is not an ordinary person, she is a LV5 superpowered super electromagnetic gun. Compared with her use of superpowers, this calculation is even 1%, no, even 1,000th. As for the even distribution of attention on the objects in front of you, even Sister Misaka can do it, how can she not do it? Therefore, Lin Luo was completely tragic under Mikan's little cheating. There is no prior rule that you can't use superpowers to play games. If you have an opinion, you can use it. Mikoto raised her victory face, she smiled triumphantly, triumphantly. I'm going, isn't this deliberately bullying? Unexpectedly, it turns out that Sister Pao also has a black belly. Oh, life is as lonely as snow. Mikoto looked up at the ceiling, revealing a stronger loneliness. Lin Luo wanted to cry without tears, is this a shot at his own foot? Then continue. Mikoto smiled maliciously. Originally, she would not use this method. After all, games are used to make people happy. If you play with superpowers, it will undoubtedly reduce the fun of the game. But, who made Lin Luo so annoying? Still, elder sister, you have used all your superpowers, brother, I will fight you again, isn't that looking for abuse? Lin Luo looked depressed. Mikoto squinted, oh, did you admit that you lost? Well, I lost. Lin Luo was crying and looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was only 9 o'clock. With Pao sister's current peerless master level, it is estimated that he could abuse himself for hundreds of rounds. Sadism, not interested in finding uncomfortable yet. So what about the punishment game? You just draw your way out. If I frown, my brother, I am not LV5. Lin Luo gave a generous expression of death, forget it, anyway, the good feelings have also increased by 5 points. Well, what punishment game should I play? Mikoto tilted her head and started thinking, and then said after a while, forget it, I haven't thought about this for the time being, let's talk about it later. Well, it's a big mistake. In the next time, the two continued to play the game. Because there was no promotion of the punishment game, Mikoto no longer used superpowers, and Lin Luo did not pretend to be B. The two had a good time. I spent a whole day in the game. Although I didn't get the punishment game, it is worth mentioning that Mikoto's liking for herself has increased by more than a dozen points, and she has reached a good impression. Lin Luo was very excited. If she was going down at this speed, she would be able to knock Sister Pao down in just 3 days. Of course, Lin Luo knows that this is just YY. It is really very simple for a person to rise from ordinary to good feeling. As long as you get along for a while, have common hobbies, and can have fun together, the degree of goodwill will definitely be greatly improved. But this is only limited to good feelings. It is absolutely impossible without special experience to achieve trust, or even friendship. Of course, it is impossible to deny the occurrence of seeing the truth in the ordinary, but do you have that time? According to the favorability data given in the contract manual, Lin Luo divides the favorability relationship into 5 levels. From low to high, they are strangers only, acquaintance-friend relationship, lovers are not satisfied, and love for adultery. And according to Pao Ji's personality, it is impossible for Lin Luo himself to reach the level of adultery with her in daily life. Even the legendary pick-up hand doesn't necessarily have such an ability. Okay, take a step back and assume that your strategy skills are better than those of Pick UPS, but think about Sister Pao's arrogant attributes. Even if she really likes herself, it will take at least 3 or 5 years. At that time, I am afraid that my bones are cold. Alas, is it necessary to change the mode? Chapter 7, I really want to know the reaction of Sister Pao watching Superpower. It has been 3 days since Mikoto crossed over. In these 3 days, except for the necessary shopping, Lin Luo almost stayed home. After all, his current body is not very convenient. Of course, even before, he rarely went out for nothing special. It's just that Mikoto is bored by such days. She likes to play video games. That doesn't mean that she likes to stay at home all the time. Such days are no different from jail, so she strongly urges Lin Luo to take her out. In fact, this is because Lin Luo is the only person who has hoped to let her return to the original world. Otherwise, because of her temperament, Lin Luo would have to deal with it, and she would have gone out long ago. Lin Luo hesitated. He didn't want to restrict Mikoto's freedom, but Mikoto's origins are really, if she goes out like this, she will definitely cause a sensation, even if no one thinks that she will be a genuine copy from the world of the second dimension. Super electromagnetic gun, but if someone who is involved in fan creation sees it, he will definitely come to her to be photographed. At that time, Lin Luo could hardly imagine what terrifying consequences would be due to Mikoto's arrogant attributes of discharging when he gets angry. It's just that what Mikoto said is not unreasonable. It's a bit boring to live at home like this. Home life without gal is not a good home life. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Luo finally agreed to take Mikoto out for a stroll. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mikoto must dress up before going out. Dressing up, is there something wrong with my appearance now? Mikoto felt very upset, was she so shameless? Lin Luo tried to appease her, there is no problem, but if you want to go around a little easier, you'd better do as I say. Mikoto sighed and waved helplessly, well, just do whatever you say, and if this continues, I will be suffocated. The first thing is your dress. You don't need to change your clothes. You just have to add a coat outside, and you have to wear trousers. Of course, the most important thing is your face. Your hat is good, but it's not enough. It's best to wear a pair of sunglasses. In the end, the two tossed for nearly an hour. Lin Luo rummaged through the boxes and found his old clothes, and finally dressed Mikoto in a completely new look. Actually, it should be completely old. The current gun sister. She wears a short jacket on her upper body, the color is already a little yellow, and there is still a button on her chest. She wears a pair of jeans on her lower body. There is no stock of pants in Lin Luo, but it doesn't matter. The length is just right. On the head is a hat and sunglasses, so that Mikato's true face is completely invisible. As for the color of the hair, Lin Luo seemed to be able to ignore it. There are more people who dye their hair, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and the rainbows all over the street are not bad for Mikato. What do I say about this dressing? Am I a triad or a tramp? Mikato stood in front of the mirror, her expression depressed. No, I think it's very fashionable, with the sharp brother style. Lin Luo held out a thumb to Mikato. Mikan gave him a white look, and then asked curiously, speaking of which, where did your clothes come from? Oh, I used to wear it. Lin Luo replied without thinking. You used to? Mikato looked at Lin Luo, who was half a head lower than herself. Mikato 160 centimeters, 12-year-old Lin Luo 145 centimeters, with question marks all over her head. Okay, don't talk about these irrelevant things. I don't like to round up the numbers. Now the progress is very slow. It has been here for so long, and even the mobs have not been hit. It's not the first time he takes a girl to go shopping, but where should he go? How to go shopping? This is a very serious question for Lin Luo, at least he has never considered these questions before, because there were plot prompts before, and the mouse clicked on the characters to arrive automatically, which is fast and save money. Oh, that's in the game. Although Sister Pao is the eldest lady, she doesn't have the consciousness of the eldest lady. It is estimated that she will not like those high-end fashions that are full of femininity. Of course, even if she likes herself, she has no money to take her there. In general, Sister Pao is also a kid who likes to wear low young underwear, and her mental age is definitely not more than 8 years old, so the place where children under 8 like to go. Amusement park? Zoo? They all seem to be good, but before that, you have to consult her personal opinion. No matter how young children are, don't they have human rights? Sister, where do you want to go to play? Lin Luo originally wanted to take the car, but Mikato said he wanted to go. By the way, Lin Luo did not refuse. The two are walking on a street at the moment, even though Mikato is dressed. It's very eye-catching. The turnaround rate of pedestrians on the road is as high as 100%, but there is no shortage of everything in this world, that is, there is no shortage of weird people, and it has not attracted excessive attention. Whatever, I'm not familiar with this world anyway. Mikato said nonchalantly. Casual? Very good and powerful, this is definitely one of the most difficult requirements in the world today. Lin Luo simply suggested, then go to the amusement park, although the zoo is also good, but I think your physique should not be liked by animals. All right. Mikato replied casually. She didn't seem to be interested, her eyes looked around, as if she was looking for something. Lin Luo was depressed, and said to her heart, Sister Pao, what are you doing? Since you are not interested in playing, it would be better to stay at home in Ansheng to save my energy and money. This world seems to be much behind the world I am in. Mikato said suddenly after a short time. You just noticed it. I thought you knew it early in the morning. Lin Luo said in his mouth, but in his heart he thought that there is not much backwardness. Now that the technology is so advanced and the world is so deep, who knows that it is hidden secretly? How many mysterious things, maybe even intelligent robots have been made by countries, but the difference in dimensions is true. Last time I used my abilities to check the general knowledge of the world. I am not interested in other things. Mikato said as she walked. That's it, then you really don't have the consciousness of passing through the protagonist, and you don't even want to dominate the harem in this world. Ah, let's forget the harem, it's disgusting. Of course, I have also checked the information about time and space shuttles, but most of them are novels. Alas, there are so many people in this world who like delusions. Mikoto sighed with emotion when he said this. That's no way. Why do you have so many nerds in this world? There are more nerds, so there are more fantasies. But having said that, Sister Pao, you've even read novels. It's really advancing with the times, just don't know. Have you ever seen Super Power Dijin? After going out, Mikoto seemed to become sentimental, very gossip about this three-dimensional world, and occasionally she could use a lyrical language, just like an outsider in the world. She didn't know what she had eaten wrong, and she became such a young lady. For Mikoto like this, Lin Luo felt that it would be better not to talk to each other, and to be a loyal listener. Of course, he was madly complaining in his heart. Mikoto vomited every time he said something. Spiting and spitting, the two of them arrived at their destination unknowingly. Although the amusement park in front of us is not very luxurious, it is basically complete in terms of facilities. The 2 tickets for the 2 Taiju adults make Lin Luo very painful. This is his living expenses for half a month. If you can't make money here when I came back at 5 o'clock, I was really at a disadvantage. But seeing Mikoto's faint expression on his face, Lin Luo said very painfully, as long as he doesn't reduce his favorability, God blessed him when he went out this time. Chapter 8, Sister Pao's daily life is looking for excitement. If China also has a Kihabara, Lin Luo would like to take Pao Ji to see, maybe she can play role-playing, but unfortunately not. Donald Duck does, but Lin Luo's economic conditions can only be seen from a distance and cannot be played close. Of course, it would be better if there is Gyutai Paradise. Make sure that Sister Pao will linger. By the way, the favorability degree is +10, so take her a few more times. Can't say it soars directly to 100. Ah, YY is really cool. There aren't many interesting places in this amusement park, it's so boring. Mikoto said in his ear. The real world is like this, you think it's your world, there are world-destroying demon kings waiting for you to destroy, there are creation angels waiting for you to save, there are countless beauties waiting for you to attack. After a few hours, both of them were a little tired. At the moment, they were sitting on a bench to rest, and they began to gossip about each other. My world doesn't have such a plot. Mikoto gave Lin Luo an angry look. Then we can only carry out the boredom to the end. Lin Luo spread his hands, with an expression that I can't help it. Oh, it's boring. Mikoto leaned on the bench and looked up at the sky, her face full of boredom. Looking at Mikoto's appearance, Lin Luo suddenly thought. Actually speaking, Misaka Mikoto is a very bad person. Whether in the main story or in the side story, he is either provoking a bad boy to play Group P, don't think it's crooked, or playing a role-playing guest appearance as a member of the discipline committee, or a part-time terrorist. Engaging in illegal activities and occasionally acting as a justice messenger to save the world, I just don't see how much she has spent on her own students. Of course, maybe Hippo thinks that schoolwork is not important as a student, so I ignore it. Lin Luo agrees with this view. In short, at this moment Lin Luo had a huge curiosity about Mikoto's daily life, and the gossip was burning. What do you do every day in the original world? It's nothing, in fact, I'm just an ordinary middle school student. Apart from studying in class, playing around with schoolgirls, watching comics, and playing video games after class is quite common. Mikoto's answer made Lin Luo realize that she was still an ordinary middle school student after all, but her next sentence made Lin Luo completely overthrow this idea. Occasionally I feel bored, so I will teach the bad boys who don't open their eyes. To ease the mood. Lin Luhan had won. It turns out that you often find trouble with bad boys just to ease your mood. Then they are in the same city as you and they really have lost 8 lifetimes of blood mold. It's worthy of the demeanor of my sister. Lin Luzhen said. Is this a compliment? Why do I think you are scolding me? Mikoto stared at Lin Luo maliciously, and what's the matter with that, sister? You can call my sister or you can call me Mikoto, but I must not call my sister Sama. What else? Sister Pao. Do you understand? Understand. Lin Luo was so frightened that he quickly showed his hands to vote. I just praise Mikoto's sister most sincerely. Well, since you said that, then I take it as such. By the way, let's go play that. Mikan gave him a white look, and did not continue to pursue it. She seemed to feel that she had almost rested, and she pointed said the roller coaster not far away. Lin Luo was taken aback, looking at the roller coaster, his face turned pale, and he stammered, I have a fear of heights, can we not play that? Mikoto was stunned for a moment, and then she pulled out a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said earnestly, Brother Lin, it's not good for you to have this kind of disease at a young age, go and overcome it. I went, can this kind of thing be overcome? Brother Lin, as a boy, you can't shrink back in front of a girl. Mikoto said seductive words, but her eyes flashed with a powerful aura that exceeded LV5. Okay, I took it. Lin Luo said helplessly. Although he really didn't want to go, Sister Pao's eye-catching gaze was really deterrent, and as an LV0, he had to give in. Following Mikoto's footsteps into the roller coaster, the moment the car went up, his head was dizzy, Lin Luo conditioned reflexively hugged on the seat, and his body trembled slightly. No, it's not 2 meters tall now, you are shaking like this. Mikoto looked at him amusedly, seemingly very interesting. It's said that I have a fear of heights. Lin Luo gave her a white look and said weakly. It's just that his heart is also a little strange. Although it is true that he has a fear of heights, it is not so serious, which is really strange. The car was slowly rising, and Mikoto's interest seemed to be rising. She leaned on the glass and looked out, looking very excited. Lin Luo smiled slightly when she looked at her. Although she is a powerful superpower who can fight against a regular army, after all, Misaka Mikoto is just a 14-year-old girl. If it's the real world, I'm afraid that a child of this age is tired of being coquettish in the arms of his parents every day. At this moment, Lin Luo's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. Mikoto noticed his anomaly and asked strangely. What's happening? No, it's nothing. Lin Luo shook his head and said that he was okay, it's probably too high, so I feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, that's good, we'll go to play other cars after this car is in the end. Lin Luo responded with a good voice, and then closed his eyes. Strange, what's the feeling just now? Is it an illusion? At that moment, he suddenly felt a palpitating feeling in his heart, cold, trembling, unable to move, like falling into an ice cave, as if a powerful force was oppressing him. This was not the first time he felt like this. Produce. When facing Mikoto, when she is angry, Lin Luo will also feel oppressed in her heart, but it is not against her, but the kind of powerful force, as long as it is a living creature, it is irresistible in the face when the power is strong, the heart will always give in subconsciously. This has nothing to do with human will, it is pure instinct. But the difference is that Mikoto unconsciously released that kind of aura without the slightest malice, so Lin Luo would not feel afraid, but he instinctively felt malice just now, which made people fearful. This feeling cannot be expressed in words. Describe, if you insist, then describe it in an abstract, he felt murderous. Lin Luo had only come into contact with murderous things in novels and comics. In reality, he had no relationship with him, it should have been like this. It should be an illusion. Lin Luo shook his head, trying to get rid of that feeling. Getting off the roller coaster, Lin Luo's eyes were dizzy and his legs and feet were weak. He finally realized that he was a little underestimated with fear of heights. He just took a ride on the roller coaster, and he didn't expect the consequences would be so serious. You are too useless, it's just a roller coaster. Mikoto complained naturally. Lin Luo felt a little fever on his face, which was really embarrassing, and defended, "It wasn't like this before, but this time the situation seems to be extremely serious." Mikan gave him a white glance, and the consciousness was obvious, "You lie to the ghost." Lin Luo sighed depressed, now he was afraid to lower his impression score. In the next 2 hours, Mikoto became more interested and dragged Lin Luo around in the amusement park, but the things she likes to play are more exciting, such as haunted houses, haunted houses, haunted houses. What kind of danger anyway she played which kind of terror she played which kind, made Lin Luo miserable. 2 hours later, Lin Luo almost softened into a beach. If it weren't for Mikoto's support, he would have just lifted the corpse. "Sister, your game is too exciting. If you play it a few more times, I'm afraid I will die." "What? Isn't this something normal? You are too timid," Mikoto said dissatisfied. "Timid? It depends on who it is." Lin Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had never seen anyone who wanted to bombard a fake zombie in a haunted house with a super electromagnetic gun, except Misaka Mikoto. It is probably also a way to relieve her mood. Lin Luo comforted herself this way, but Mikoto's mood seemed a little better in this way. When she clicked on the Book of Contract in her mind, her favorability seemed, not increased. "Oh, your sister." Lin Luo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only did he spend more than half a month of living expenses, he also made his whole person half dead and lethargic. In the end, he didn't even increase his favorability. Isn't this cheating? It's simply a loss of banknotes and discounts. Oh, the essence of the spirit. After coming out of the amusement park, the HP and MP have already bottomed out, and he no longer wants to walk, so he directly took out a piece of Teijusama, hit it. After half an hour, Lin Luo finally returned home. He closed his eyes and lay on the sofa without changing his clothes. Now he didn't want to do anything, just wanted to sleep. However, Mikoto said a word next, which immediately made him completely drowsy. "Give some motivation, brothers, a few tickets." Chapter 9, Sister Pao, the three-dimensional world is really not for you. Do you have any enemies in this world? These words immediately made Lin Luo open his eyes. "What do you mean? This day feels very bad for me today." "Well, I think so too." Hearing what she said made Lin Luo feel like he had found the organization, and burst into tears, even though the organization was actually the original culprit. Mikoto sat down on the other side of the sofa, put her legs on the table without a ladylike manner, and continued, "In the amusement park, I have a feeling of being observed. At first I thought it was an illusion, but later this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, and I suspect that we are being targeted." Lin Luo was a little surprised. "You said we were targeted, are you sure?" Mikoto said confidently, "Of course, especially in the haunted house, the feeling is the strongest, like being restrained by someone, so I can't wait to shoot a super electromagnetic gun directly." "So that's the case, then I feel right," Lin Luo said in a low voice, touching his chin. "Okay." Seeing Mikoto staring at herself with doubts, Lin Luo slowly said, "Remember when I was on the roller coaster? I felt locked in for an instant. It was very uncomfortable, like falling into an ice cave. Originally I thought it was an illusion, but now I hear you say that. Oh, at that time, it was just pure malice." "Pure malice? Did you feel it at that time?" "It's not a big deal, it's normal." Mikoto spread her hands and said nonchalantly, "There are always people like that kind of guy who are dissatisfied with their rankings and dislike the weak ones, so they can do everything they can. I want to knock it down. I have encountered too many people like this in Academy City." Lin Luo glanced at her, feeling very speechless, because according to his feelings, Mikoto could barely count as one of these guys, and when he saw a powerful guy, he challenged the other party, and if anything was not pleasing to the eye, he would call him directly. In the past, like the first episode in the anime, it was quite arrogant to appear. But these are not the main points. You mean someone wants to defeat us? That's what it means. Mikoto nodded and said, however, the roller coaster was not directed at me, so it didn't feel very strong, but it was directed at me everywhere, which made people very uncomfortable. That's why I asked you if you have an enemy or something. That guy is afraid that he is coming to trouble you, and he can't wait. Is it an enemy? Lin Luo tried to think for a while. Probably. After all, I'm also a man of the world. I think there should be a lot of guys who are not pleasing to my eyes. Oh. Mikoto seemed to be a little interested. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. You don't know, I'm one of the 7 house gods. Lin Luo said proudly, somewhat ostentatious, strength LV5, ranked 3rd, known as the king of the raiders who are not full of immortals above the earth. It's me, like you, my position on the internet. I'm talking about reality, idiot. Mikoto was still a little moved when she heard the words LV5 and the 3rd, but after hearing it, she stomped with anger. Lin Luo was taken aback, and quickly said, in reality, there should be no, because in reality I don't know more than 5 people. Oh, 2 of them are the manager of the nearby canteen and her 6-year-old daughter. Oh, but they don't know me now, I'm sorry. The corners of Mikoto's mouth twitched a bit. What realm would it take to reach this level? You really have a thorough house. Ah, thanks for the compliment. I'm not complimenting you. Mikoto knocked on his head with pain, persuading, I said you, no matter how much you like the house, at least you have to distinguish reality from the internet. I have a very clear distinction. Lin Luo listened confidently, I always think of myself as a resident of the 2-dimensional world. The reality is the most annoying. Be a person in the real world. Mikoto was so angry that her bangs flashed. She has a reason to be angry, because Lin Luo, she was also regarded as a target to be defeated, and she seemed to be the one who took special care, although I won't be afraid, but being implicated like this for no reason will make an individual feel uncomfortable, and the guy who is the subject is still ignorant of the so-called 2-dimensional discussion. It's really... I really want to shoot. Stop it, reality or something. Lin Luo looked at Mikoto with infinite yearning in his eyes. Mikoto, the world of the 2nd dimension is the most wonderful in my eyes, that is the kingdom of God. Ah, forget it. Mikoto thought that the guy in front of him would be better able to go back to the furnace and remake it. It is estimated that he could be saved. He waved his hand helplessly, and did not intend to continue entangled in this topic. Back to the topic just now. Well, since you have no enemies in reality, who is it that wants to deal with you? I don't know that. Then have you offended anyone recently? Well, let me think about it. You said that, it seems that when you didn't come a few days ago, I killed a berserker who was close to the full level and only had a pair of underwear. Does this count? Please, can you stop mentioning the topic of the internet? Mikoto sighed, this guy probably won't be saved. Lin Luo raised his hand and replied calmly, well, then I promise absolutely not. Can you not be so calm, but now someone wants to deal with you. What are you afraid of? Didn't you have sister? In front of your sister, your powerful super electromagnetic gun, even if the Earth Lord will be very stressed, all enemies are floating clouds. Lin Luo said without caring, said in his heart. Behind the elder brother is the elder sister, there is no pressure. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't look ashamed, Mikoto thought it would be better for this kind of guy to be destroyed humanely. Don't think so naively, that guy's mental power is very powerful, maybe not under me, and that kind of naked desire even I feel a little palpitated. Lin Luo was taken aback, didn't you even see the other person, why are you so sure? Mikoto said sternly, idiot, a really good guy can feel it even if he doesn't fight, at least that person gives me a strong feeling. Looking at Mikato's face of Shinto, Lin Luo felt very puzzled. Is the girl in front of him really that super electromagnetic gun Misaka Mikato? No matter what the time, it's a careless one. No matter what, the other party will directly shoot over with a super electromagnetic cannon. Now that it is said such a thing, is it too much of peace? You can also judge the strength of your opponent based on your feelings. Is there such a fantasy? You are a scientific super electromagnetic gun. Where is the science? Mikato glanced at him slantingly, her tone of dissatisfaction somewhat. Do you look down on me? I am a LV5 superpower. Through development, my mental power has surpassed more than 50 times that of ordinary people, and I feel keen. Sex is even more difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Although this ability is largely blocked due to the coverage of the AIM force field in the Academy City, there is no such thing in this world, so as long as it is not a strong person who is much more than me, when peeping at me with mental power, I can more or less perceive the strength of the other person. It turns out that there is still such a thing. Lin Luo woke up a little bit, and sure enough, it was a very tragic thing to just watch the story without thinking about it. That means that the guy who wants to deal with us is not weaker than you, at least in terms of mental power. Mikato nodded. It's incredible. I didn't expect such a person to exist. As expected, the water in the real world is also very deep. Lin Luo frowned. If this is the case, then he has to take it seriously. Aren't you the same? Mikato's words scared Lin Luo very much, thinking that she knew about the Book of Contract. Chapter 10, Listen to Sister Pao talk about the natural reason for being born. Of course, Lin Luo soon knew that he had made a mistake in his judgment again. Just listen to Mikato's words, like the kind of malice I just said, it's called mental information according to our definition. Ordinary people can't perceive it. Only when the mental power reaches a certain level, they have extremely keen consciousness. In order to receive this kind of information, since you can perceive the hostility sent by the other party, it means that you have reached the level of surpassing ordinary people in this respect. Lin Luo seemed to understand but didn't understand, and asked, You mean, my mental power is very strong? Mikato nodded, almost, you can feel the same as me at the same distance, at least not much inferior to me. My mental power is close to LV5. Lin Luo said incredulously, which made him feel a little absurd. His mental power was only 300, or at most 300 Spartans, while Mikato's mental power reached 5,000. 300 Spartans and 5,000 super electromagnetic guns are incomparable no matter how you look at them. I can't say that. You are essentially an ordinary person, how should I put it? Mikato closed his eyes and thought for a while. You have seen it, too. In the movie, an ordinary person is in front of you. When facing a galloping car, he would often be too scared to move, and eventually be hit to death. But if he is a warrior who wanders on the brink of life and death all the year round, he will appear calm and try to escape. There are two reasons for this. The difference between the different reactions lies in whether their consciousness is strong or not. That, what? Lin Luo felt as though he was listening to the heavenly book, completely unable to understand. Ah, really stupid, do you deserve to be called a genius like this? Mikato scratched her head in depression. In short, it is the ability to receive mental information. An ordinary person and a warrior who have received formal training, even if the mental power values are the same, but there is still a big difference in the ability to receive information from the outside world. We call this part of the receiving ability consciousness. Fundamentally speaking, consciousness is a part of spiritual power. The higher the consciousness, the more external information we can feel. And spiritual power is the backbone that carries this part of information. I just said that your spiritual power is very strong. It actually refers to this consciousness. I didn't expect you to even understand this. Mikato looked at Lin Luo like an idiot. Under normal conditions, consciousness and mental power are in balance, but if this balance is broken, such as a person who has a high level of consciousness but has too much mental power, then emotions will appear when he receives more information than he can bear. Great fluctuations. On the contrary, if the consciousness is not high but the mental power is extremely high, then his feeling will be more numb. Now that you understand it. This time Lin Luo finally nodded. If he had some enlightenment, I understand that people with high consciousness and low mental power are neurotic, while people with low consciousness and high mental power are natural drows. It turns out that natural drows are formed like this. I finally understood. Mikoto felt powerless for a moment, and she said decadently, then you are a neurotic. Sister, let's not hurt others. Lin Luo felt very hurt. I just define it according to your understanding, because your current physical condition is that consciousness is much higher than mental power. Lin Luo was stunned for a while, seeming to understand a little bit, and asked, what will happen then? Mikoto sighed and explained, didn't I just say that, if an overly strong consciousness is not carried by the same strength of mental power, once you receive a huge message of thought, your mental power will collapse, and you will feel it on the roller coaster. Come on, the malice of the person who wants to deal with you has exceeded the limit that your body can bear, so you will feel unable to move. It turned out to be like this. Lin Luo thoughtfully, so are the thoughts that he has generated are also within the receiving range. Of course, there are some in reality. People who die because of excessive joy or sorrow are relationships that their mental power cannot bear. It's just that your consciousness has to be stronger. Isn't that bad? Lin Luo finally understood, as if his fear of heights, although he was originally afraid, but not very strong, but this time, because his consciousness is too strong, so he feels special deep, and because of this fear is infinitely magnified, but this way, then if I am emotionally intense in the future, will my life be in danger at any time? Are you stupid? Mikoto looked at him with contempt. How can it be so serious? Although there are people who die because of intense emotions, but those are extremely rare exceptions, and after accepting that level of malice you didn't even faint, doesn't it mean that your mental power is already very strong? This is true. Mikoto's mental power is 5,000, which is more than 50 times that of an average person, so when converted, Lin Luo's mental power has reached more than 3 times that of an average person. It's just that this kind of mental strength is obviously unable to balance with the consciousness close to LV5. If it's normal, it's okay. At best, it feels a little stronger sometimes, but now that unknown enemies are peeping at yourself, this unbalanced state has become a fatal weakness, then I have to do something. Strengthen mental power? At present, it can only do this. Lin Luo made this suggestion to Mikoto, but Mikoto is not a mental ability after all, and she has no good way to do this. Lin Luo can only find another way. At night, Lin Luo was lying on the sofa, unable to sleep. His body has undergone tremendous changes under unknown circumstances. Although I don't know how this change occurred, it is definitely related to the Book of Contract. At least before he got the thing, he was an ordinary otaku. But right now, Lin Luo felt that it was necessary to study this Book of Contracts. Before, Lin Luo always thought that the Book of Contract was only used for signing. Before signing with Mikoto, this thing was of no use, so he had never observed it carefully. But now he has another view, otherwise he can't explain why his body has undergone such a huge change. More than 3 times the mental power of ordinary people, close to the keen consciousness of the super electromagnetic gun, in any case, it is too abnormal. In his mind, the Book of Contract was lying quietly deep in his consciousness, and Lin Luo opened it with his mind. This thing doesn't even have a hint, so it makes people unable to start. Lin Luo was a little bit distressed, going through the entire contract book, except for the introduction of the attributes of himself and Mikoto, the rest were all blank, and there was nothing useful at all. Information. The unknown nature of the Book of Contract is too great. Can it really only wait until it is upgraded? Lin Luo was not reconciled. In the Book of Contract, there is no change in his attribute column. The 300-point mental power is there from the beginning, which means that when the Book of Contract merges with himself, his mental power has been strengthened. Could it be that my consciousness was also at that time? No, it's not right. Lin Luo dared to swear that he was only fused with the Book of Contract, and his consciousness was definitely not that strong. Although he couldn't explain it in words, he could clearly feel the front and back. Different. That means my own consciousness is strong because of Mikoto. Correct. My consciousness is close to LV5, why is it so? Isn't it obvious? Thinking of this, Lin Luo immediately focused on Mikoto's attribute bar. There are two differences in it. The first is that the favorability level has changed. It has reached 75, which seems to be very high, but Lin Luo knows he wants to. There is still a long way to go to reach 90. The second place is, the seal of the heart, double. Double? It seemed to be 3 last time, but now it is 2. What do you mean? To tell the truth, Lin Luo can only understand the first 4 lines and the final favorability data for Mikan's special attribute column, but he can't recognize the other 5 elements at all. Could it be that this is a seal, and now it has been unlocked? Lin Luo felt a little bit inexplicable. Suddenly he noticed that there was a red heart shining next to Mikoto's portrait. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 such heart-shaped imprints, but the other 2 were all grey. This is the seal of the heart. Lin Luo's heart moved. For some reason, there was a strong feeling in his heart that he wanted to reach out and touch, so he stretched out his mind. The first seal of the pending follower Misaka Mikoto has been lifted, and the contract owner is actively activated. The current contract owner can enter the contract slave mode. As soon as his mind touched the red heart, the cold voice of the Book of Contract resounded in his mind again. Tickets, tickets, there are wood and there are wood there. Chapter 11, I am Sister Misaka from today. In the contract slave mode, the contract owner can obtain 1% of the total strength of the current contract holder or the pending contract who has released a heavy seal. After entering the contract slave state, the contract owner will consume 5 points of vitality every minute. The vitality can be rested. When the vitality is lower than 10%, the contractor will enter a weak state. When the vitality returns to 0, the contractor will die. This is the attribute of the contract mode, simulated gun sister. But, how powerful is this? 1% Sister Pau's strength, it's certainly not much to say more, but to say less, Lin Luo really has no idea about what will happen to Sister Pau's full strength, and whether the Earth Lord can't afford to hurt that. I haven't mentioned it anywhere, even in the original book, I have never seen Sister Pao do her best. The only thing that can be compared is Sister Misaka. Sister Misaka has defective LV2 power, but they don't even reach 1% of Sister Canon. How can it be impossible if this is not enough? 0.9% is less than 1%, 0.00001% is also less than 1%, so where is this specific value? Lin Luo's head was full of paste. The only thing I can know is that after imitating Sister Canon, it will surpass the ordinary Sister Misaka, but it will definitely not be higher than the last one, perhaps close to the level of LV3. LV3 can be regarded as good strength, at least in this 3-dimensional world. Anyway, try it. Lin Luo was eager to try, but at this moment, a beeping sound pulled him out of the depths of his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw a few residual arcs flashing through the window. This is... Lin Luo was shocked and quickly stood up and walked out. Outside the house, more than a dozen men fell to the ground, twitching their legs and feet, and foaming at their mouths. They looked miserable. They looked like they had been raped by someone, and in the middle was an outstanding girl with a few flashes on her, a weak current in the wire. Mikoto. Mikoto turned her head, Her right hand lifted the bangs on her forehead, the action was classic, and her tone was calm. "Oh, you woke up, I still want to solve it without disturbing you." "What's going on?" Lin Luo asked. Mikoto said nonchalantly, "It's just a few gangsters. I found them and got rid of them by the way. Little bastards." Lin Luo looked at the dozen or so men who fell on the ground, with the same costumes, the same scorch, the same tragedy, but it's not like a little in any way. Of course, the reason for this different point of view is entirely because of the level gap between Lin Luo and Pao. "Okay, put this aside. I just spied on us during the day and sneaked in at night? Hehe, I can't wait." Lin Luo suddenly thought of something and laughed. A dozen gangsters came to his house to steal at the same time, so bloody. There is no possibility of even 1 in 10,000, so there is only one truth about the matter. "You mean that guy started acting during the day?" Mikoto blinked a pair of beautiful eyes. "That's right, that guy has been a little bit ready to move, and it's normal to send someone to spy at night. But that guy is really stupid. I don't know who the enemy is, but now I have sent so many dragons to die. Isn't it just a clue to me? Do you want to make a fool of them? Of course, wouldn't it be a waste of the other party's painstaking effort?" Although these people were electrocuted by Mikoto, they only fainted. Sister Pao's kindness is far from being able to kill people. Lin Luo walked up to one of them, gave him 2 slaps and tried to wake him up, but zzz. Obviously, Sister Cannon's electric shock is not so easy to get rid of. "Let me come, they will wake up as long as they call again." Mikoto walked over. No, let me come." Lin Luo waved her to stop her, and another shot would wake the other party up. Is it negative or positive? He is a bit unable to understand this principle, but since that's the case, he doesn't need to go out. How can his own contract mode be reached? Can't you just give it a try? With that said, Lin Luo instantly entered the state of deed. Zi. Beep. The blue and white current flickered constantly on the body, although not as spectacular as the gun sister, but also quite imposing, the whole leaking motor. Zira. Lin Luo felt that the whole body was covered by electric current, but there was no discomfort. On the contrary, there was a feeling like a fish in water, quite happy. Various strange formulas flashed in his mind: electromagnetic decoding, electricity calculation, current control, electromagnetic wave analysis. Some formulas seem to be understood by him, but most of them are completely incomprehensible. Is this the ability of the electric shocker? Lin Luo was a little excited. Can he not be excited? From an ordinary otaku to a superpowered man, that's something you can only have with, well, if possible, you can have a good conversation with Kasuga in the future. What level do you think I am? Lin Luo asked excitedly. This, probably in LV2. Mikoto looked at him in surprise. LV2? Lin Luo was a little disappointed. He thought he had such a surging power now that he had to have LV3 no matter what. Isn't LV2 just a sister Misaka? No, brother Misaka. That's because you have just awakened your abilities and you still can't control the electricity freely, so you seem to be a little bit stronger. In fact, you don't have any attack power at all in this way, and. As she said, she flicked her finger on Lin Luo's forehead, and with a beep, the current on Lin Luo's body disappeared without a trace. Oh, why is this? Lin Luo was taken aback. He felt any electricity now, but he was still in a state of compliance on the Book of Contract. Mikoto explained, I blocked the electricity in your body, because you can't control your own abilities, and my level is much higher than yours, so it is very easy to control your electricity. It is impossible to intervene in power, but that is only for people with general abilities, and as the strongest electric shock emissary standing at the top of 2.3 million people, she has absolute control over electricity. Then what should I do? Learn to control your own abilities. Well, although this is a bit perfunctory, but there is no other way besides doing this. After all, you are probably a rough stone. As Mikoto said, her eyes were still a bit unbelievable. The so-called rough stone is the active awakening ability without any ability development. Although she has heard of it, she doesn't know much. What she didn't expect was that there were rough stones in another world. Of course, Lin Luo is not a rough stone at all, he just pirated Mikoto's ability, and only 1%. But Mikoto's words made him shine. Control? Isn't the current control in the formulas that flashed in your mind just now? That's Mikoto's calculation formula using superpowers, in this case. I understand. Chapter 12, the tough guy in the villain is just for procrastinating. Although Lin Luo copied 1% of Mikoto's power, he couldn't use it at all. It's like a child suddenly has 100 million, but if you can't spend it, then there is no. Of course, Lin Luo is more fortunate that when he copied Mikoto's power, he also got a calculation formula using superpowers, but this type of calculation formula is too complicated, you don't even want to use it before the GPA reaches 4.0. This can also understand why Pao's sister and Yuriko are LV5, while most of the brain-disabled people are LV0. IQ decides everything. Is Lin Luo's IQ? It's really not that high, but it's low. It's a bit lower than Pao's sister. How it's so familiar, but the deeds mode is really powerful. After entering the deeds state, Lin Luo suddenly increased his intelligence by 2 points. Don't underestimate these 2 points of intelligence. Great people have said that success lies in a flash of inspiration. Lin Luo didn't know what was going on anyway. When he began to search for those calculation formulas in his mind, there was something more in his mind, as if it was a matter of course, and he quickly regained control of his own abilities. Zira. Spreading out his hands, a blue-white arc flashed between the fingers. Although it was much weaker than before, it felt like Lin Luo's hands and feet could be controlled freely. I can control it so soon. Mikoto's mouth is open with an O shape, and her eyes are full of shock. She has not learned any relevant knowledge, and can control her own ability within a few minutes. This is simply incredible. Probably, I don't have any specific concepts. It's like an innate ability. I tried it a little bit and I succeeded. Lin Luo didn't know how to explain it, but he guessed that it was mostly related to the Book of Contract. But this cannot explain to Mikoto. Before she reaches 90% of her favor ability with herself, as long as she reveals anything about the Book of Contract from her own mouth, then she can end without waiting for the end of the good ship. This is also okay? Mikoto was speechless for a while, but she didn't understand the original stone very well, just as it was. Seeing that Mikoto didn't continue to question, Lin Luo would naturally no longer entangle with this question. He stretched out his right hand, entwining his 5 fingers with electric light, and lightly patted the person next to him. Click! The man on the ground was awakened by electricity. He was obviously at a loss when he first woke up, but when he saw Lin Luo, the whole person suddenly became sober, with a trace of murder in his eyes. He was about to attack Lin Luo, but soon he became honest again, because he found that his body was paralyzed and unable to move. This is a matter of course. Sister Cannon's electric shock is so pleasant. If she can recover so quickly, the super electromagnetic cannon will not need to be mixed. This man is about 30 years old, looks plain, with a horrible scar across his face, and almost divides his entire face in half. If it is normal, he can definitely scare people to death, but now he is half dead and alive. The fish on the plate, the sick cat without teeth, is not worth mentioning. Let's talk about it. Why do you want to sneak into my house? Remember, I don't like to listen to lies, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Lin Luo looked at him with a smile, and several electric arcs flashed through his hands as a threat. I don't know why, he likes to listen to this voice very much now, ranking second only to the phrase Yamaida that made countless people rippling. I have nothing to say, kill if you want. The voice is weak and weak, but the attitude is extremely determined, which is admirable. Lin Luo is extremely disgusted with this type of villain. If you don't tell the truth, the story should continue. Do you want to delay the number of words? Cut, the mouth is quite hard. Lin Luo curled his lips and left. He turned and walked into the room. Then he came out again within a few minutes, except that there was one more thing in his hand, a steel pipe. Do you think I took this thing to beat you? Looking at the disdainful expression on Scar's face, Lin Luo kindly explained to him, don't worry, I'm not so vulgar. Personally, I hate it. Violence, so I have a new way of playing. As soon as Lin Luo picked up the steel pipe, he peeled off the other's pants. Ah! Before Scar Man had any reaction, Mikoto was already scared and screamed. She stammered at Lin Luo, you, what are you doing? Ah, Mikoto, I'm sorry, I almost forgot you. Lin Luo turned around and said with a silly smile, next, the kid will be transformed into a ghost. The game may be too exciting. If you don't want to watch it, the kid suggests that you go back a cup of tea, and it was shocking. You. Mikoto blushed and couldn't speak with shame. This guy is too shameless to take off other men's pants in front of a girl. Is he really only 12 years old? What is the structure in his mind? For a moment Mikoto thought of her cohabiting schoolgirl Shirai Kuriko. Of course, she swears that it is definitely not a miss. You, perverted. Mikoto Fei also fled into the house. Have you heard? My elder sister said you are a pervert. Lin Luo kindly reminded the bare-ass man on the ground, if you don't want to really become a pervert, it's best to tell what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Tell me everything. Of course, if you like to taste the scent of chrysanthemums, I don't mind giving you a little bit of effort. You devil. Scared man looked at the steel pipe in Lin Luo's hand that was as refined as half of his arm. He couldn't calm down anymore, his face instantly turned blue. Oh, thanks for the compliment. I warn you, if you dare to do something to me, you will definitely not end well. The Scar male snorted. Terrorize me? Tell you, brother is not afraid of anything except the good ship ending. Do you know who my sister is? That is a certain scientific super electromagnetic gun, even the Earth Lord will give you a bit of face when you see it. Forget it, I told you you don't know. You pervert will definitely go to hell. It's endless. Just a word, don't you say it. Lin Luo pointed the end of the steel pipe somewhere. Scar Man trembled with fright, bursting with chrysanthemum. It was something more terrifying than killing him. Feeling the coldness on his butt, he hesitated for 3 seconds before he spoke in despair. Say. I said. Chapter 13, My enemy can't be so simple. It's over if I didn't say it earlier, let me spend so much effort. Lin Luo muttered, using a steel tube to pick up the other's pants and cover his bare bottom. He looked disgusting at this thing. I ask you, what is your purpose in sneaking into me? Although Gang had left, he still felt a cold swish on his butt, and answered honestly, to kill you. I'm going, it's so straightforward. Lin Luo was a little entangled, I have hatred with you. No. I am wronged with you. Nor. Lin Luo was depressed, he scratched his head, since you and I have no grievances in the past and have no grudges recently, why did you kill me? Killing you is a purpose, but more important. Scar Man hesitated for a while, and finally said under the pressure of Lin Luo's eyes, the more important purpose is for the girl just now. Sister Canon? Lin Luo was taken aback, what does it matter to her? This, I can't say. It seems that you really want the chrysanthemum broken. Lin Luo didn't say much, walked to the side and picked up the steel pipe again. Originally thought that the other party was only aiming at himself, he didn't care too much. Sister's backing is nothing but clouds, but now the other party's target is actually Pao sister herself, then this matter might not be so simple. Wait. Wait. I said it all. The Scarlet Man said with a green face, I'm on the order of my master, let me take that girl back and get the heart of the world in her. What are you talking about? The heart of the world? Lin Luo shook all over, walked quickly to the other side, lifted his neck, tell all you know. During the day, my master accidentally found you, knowing that the girl is not a resident of this world, but a different dimensional character with the heart of the world, so he ordered me to take someone to spy. If you are very strong, don't provoke me. If you are weak, just kill you directly, and then take the girl back, but... This time the Scarlet Man didn't hesitate at all. He talked about it endlessly. He probably felt that he didn't care much anyway, but at the end his face became very depressed. After all, he just came here. Sister Canon was stunned. Heart of the world. Different dimensional characters. How is this going? After Lin Luo listened, she was completely shocked. He knew that this time things were definitely not simple, but in any case he couldn't expect it to be like this. The other party not only knew Mikato's identity, but also knew things about the heart of the world. In the heart of the world, even Lin Luo himself didn't quite understand this thing. What is the heart of the world attached to Mikato's body? How does it have anything to do with her crossing into the real world? To be honest, Lin Luo has always been thinking about the truth of this thing, but his level is too low, and the Book of Contract has no clear instructions at all, so he ignored it, and only after signing with Mikato, he may be able to have some eyebrows. But listening to the other party's tone seems to understand it well. What is the heart of the world? How do you know that she is a character in a different dimensional world? I don't know the specifics. I just heard my master mentioned that he can upgrade as long as he gets the heart of the world. Upgrade? Does the other party also have the Book of Contract? This thought caused Lin Luo to subconsciously feel a sense of crisis, but it was impossible to think about it again. If the other party really has the Book of Contract, it should be a way to sign with Mikato, and signing a contract requires goodwill. It is absolutely impossible to be in a hostile position as it is now. Of course, it can't be denied that the other party wants to direct and act by himself, and play a role as a hero to save the beauty. In fact, Lin Luo himself had moved this idea, but due to the difference in the strength of the two sides, there was really no feasibility. What else do you know? Lin Luo continued to ask. The Scar Man said with a bitter face, No, I have already said everything I know. Really? Lin Luo threatened, there are still so many people lying here, I will be able to ask one by one later, if I find you have a lie, you can go with the steel pipe. They just listened to my orders. They only knew that they came here to kill and kidnap people. They didn't know anything about the girl. Murder and kidnap? You know how to make words, Lin Luo slanders. Although Scar Man was terribly scared, he didn't seem to be lying when he spoke. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Luo to believe him in such a simple way. He woke up a few people next to him and asked a few questions. The discovery was really as Scar Man said, their purpose of coming here is only to kill and kidnap people, nothing else is clear. Unexpectedly, my luck was so good that I picked the boss first. Lin Luo touched his chin. Scar Man didn't know much, so if he wanted to understand the truth of this matter, he had to go to the mysterious master. Master? It's really nasty. Then the next question, who is your master? He is Lu Ziwen. Lu Ziwen. Lin Luo was taken aback for a moment. He felt that the name seemed a bit familiar. After thinking about it carefully, his memory suddenly became clear. Lu Ziwen, an alumnus of the same level in his high school, is a rich second generation. Lin Luo hates this. He used to be a man in the school, and with a very small white face, he is the dream lover in the eyes of countless ignorant girls. Lin Luo especially hates this. Although on the surface Lu Ziwen is a gentle and loyal and kind gentleman, he is actually a sinister and cunning guy, and he must report his intestines. Lin Luo is one of the few people who knows this inside story. When in school, the two people can be said to be incompatible with fire and water, and they have caused countless stumblings, both overtly and secretly. Although Lin Luo always thinks that he is slightly better in terms of IQ, the other's background is much stronger than him, so when dealing with him, he didn't dare to go too far, and Lu Ziwen, because of this reason, had not dared to play a hand. Until the third year of high school, when his parents both died in a car accident, Lin Luo was worried about being retaliated by Lu Ziwen, so he hurriedly moved out of the original city and came to this place. Since then, the two have never met again. I just can't think of it. Now I have pulled that guy out again, and it looks very mysterious. It seems that things have become interesting. Maybe it's time to team up with Sister Pao to make a copy. Lin Luo muttered to himself, and then looked at the scar man on the ground with cold eyes. Last question, Lu Ziwen is now in where? He quickly replied, Hadian Villa 20 miles away on the outskirts of the city west. Chapter 14, this guy definitely has fetishes. Hadian Villa, 11 o'clock in the evening. Standing in the spacious courtyard, Lu Ziwen was looking at the starry sky above his head. He is in a good mood now, as good as that day more than a month ago. A month ago, he was just an ordinary person, entangled in mundane affairs, birth, old age, sickness, and death. But now he has completely said goodbye to the past life. He is no longer ordinary, he has the power that ordinary people can't match. Book of Controlling the Beast. Lu Ziwen said softly, a gloomy light shot from the center of his eyebrows, and an aqua-blue book appeared in his empty hands. There was no title, but there was one in the upper left corner of the cover. Unusually clear symbol LV2. It's so beautiful. Lu Ziwen gently stroked the book, his eyes were obsessed. Lu Ziwen had no idea about its origin, but he knew exactly what kind of power the Book of Controlling the Beast possessed. When the mysterious man handed him the Book of Controlling the Beast, Lu Ziwen dismissed it and regarded it as a magic stick. However, after he had really contacted him, he knew that what the world did not understand was too great. The Book of Controlling the Beast, it has the ability of the creator. After that day, Lu Ziwen abandoned everything in reality. Everything from his parents, friends, and lovers abandoned them. He was almost crazy indulging in the Book of Controlling the Beast. In half a month, he raised the Book of Controlling the Beast by 2. At this level, he can feel the emergence of power every time he goes up, making him extremely intoxicated. But what disappointed him was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not continue to improve the level of the Book of Beast Control, because he still lacks one thing: the heart of the world. From the mouth of the mysterious man, he learned that the heart of the world is hidden in the bodies of certain special people. It is the hearts of those people. Only by extracting the heart of the world from those people and then refining it with the Book of Controlling the Beast can he be able to raise the level of the Book of Controlling the Beast, while also being able to travel to a higher world. This news made Lu Ziwen extremely excited. With his current strength, as long as he can find those who have the heart of the world, it will not be easy to win it. But soon he knew how difficult this matter is, because the heart of the world does not exist in this world, but in the inhabitants of another world. Lu Ziwen is almost crazy. Another world? How can you get this trademark, and your own trademark won't pass through? Lu Ziwen was desperate, but just today, the Book of Controlling Beasts suddenly reacted, and it even sensed the heart of the world. It's like a drowning person suddenly saw a lifeboat. How can he be ecstatic? Afterwards, with the guidance of the Book of Controlling the Beast, Lu Ziwen finally saw the owner of the heart of the world, a 14-5-year-old girl. This is simply a pie falling from the sky. Lu Ziwen can't wait to go forward and grab it. Come. However, he hesitated again and again, but he did not immediately take action, because the little boy next to the girl is not simple, the owner of the Book of Contract. Lu Ziwen knew that he was the same selected person as himself, although he was only a 12 or 13-year-old boy, he looked like a harmless little white mouse. But for Lu Ziwen, who has a new understanding of power, it is also the only enemy in this world. Before he is completely certain, he will not easily make a move. Following the two for a day, suppressing the urge to shoot countless times, Lu Ziwen finally ascertained where they were hiding, and in the evening he sent his confidant Poison Wolf to test. The Poison Wolf used to be the leader of the underworld, killing people and arson without evil. Lu Ziwen is still very relieved of his ability to do things. Lu Ziwen is looking forward to the Poison Wolf's success in bringing the girl back. Of course, even if it fails, it doesn't matter. In the end, he will do it himself. Whether it is the owner of the Book of Contract or the girl, he is just prey. Heart of the world, I have to get it no matter what. Lu Ziwen clutched the Book of Controlling Beasts and said in a deep voice. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. He turned his head and showed a cold smile. Is it here? Mikoto asked in a deep voice, looking at the building not far away, with a hint of excitement in her tone. It should be, there is only such a villa around here. Lin Luo panted slightly with his hands on his knees. Within half an hour, he ran from the southern suburbs to the western suburbs of the city. It was the highest speed in history, if not. Sister Pao helped make up for the devil, and he was afraid that he was about to die. You said, can the man named Lu Ziwen really bring me back to my original world? Lin Luo shook his head. I don't know about this, but since he knows that you are from other worlds, he can always get some clues from him. If it's true, that's good. To be honest, Lin Luo felt very entangled. Sister Pao eagerly wants to return to the original world. In order to get her favorability, she must help her wholeheartedly, but the problem is that if she does go back, then she will be finished. Alas, it's so difficult to sign a contract. It would be great if the favorability can be reduced by 0. No matter what, let's go check it out first, that dare to hit my mind, and we must teach him a lesson. Mikoto solemnly announced, and before Lin Luo could speak, she took his hand and ran forward. As soon as the two entered the villa, they saw a young man standing in the middle of the spacious yard, looking at them with cold eyes. I came so soon, it seems that the Poison Wolf has failed, but this is good, so I won't waste my brain. Sell. Lu Ziwen. Although it was many years later, Lin Luo still recognized the man in front of him at a glance. Do you know me? Lu Ziwen's eyes were mostly on Mikoto. After all, she was his main target. When he noticed Lin Luo's face, the other party gave him a familiar feeling and frowned. Who are you? Ah, did you forget your old friend so soon? It seems that your memory is not so good. Could it be that Alzheimer's onset was premature? Lin Luo laughed and fought haha. This fellow Lu Ziwen seems scarier than before. Many, but I have the backing of the gun sister, so what, it's all clouds. Hey, do you know him? Mikoto cast a strange look. As for Lu Ziwen, his brow furrowed deeper. After all, he was the owner of the Book of Contract. He didn't dare to be careless. Who are you? I know you even if you turn to ashes. If I say this, I am afraid it will give people a serious feeling. Then put it like this. Lu Ziwen, the toilet water tastes good, right? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ziwen's face suddenly sank. You are Lin Luo. Lu Ziwen suddenly broke out, staring at Lin Luo very bitterly. Chapter 15, Your heart is the most important existence. As a once-in-the-moment man, now the chosen people, he admits, Lu Ziwen has always had a thorn in his heart, which is a lifelong shame. It was in high school. At that time, a male classmate of his grade was barely a man in the school. Although he was not comparable to him in terms of background, he was not much worse than him in other aspects. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. This is naturally unbearable for an arrogant person like Lu Ziwen. So he planned a series of plans to sprinkle countless dirty water on the person, making the person's reputation extremely stinking, but he did not expect that the guy was a hob meat, and soon afterwards, he would be thrown on him one day. I dragged it into the toilet and drank the toilet water abruptly. At that time, Lu Ziwen was almost mad. Although he wanted to retaliate afterwards, the guy was not easy to deal with, and he was not easy to use the power of the family. After all, even if the other party's background is not as good as him, he is not just trying soft persimmon, not to mention that this matter was originally provoked by him. Of course, the most important thing is that he should not be known about drinking toilet water, otherwise he would not want to get confused. It wasn't until a year later that he suddenly learned that the other party's parents had died in a car accident. He was so happy that he immediately embarked on a series of retaliatory actions. What he didn't expect was that the other party was as cunning as a loach at the end of the funeral. The next day, I sold all the things I could sell and left the city without leaving a shadow. This incident made him depressed for a few days, and every time he thought of it, there was an urge to go crazy, and he couldn't even make love. This person is Lin Luo. But at this moment, the enemy who had made him worry about countless days and nights was right in front of him, and he turned into a child. Lu Ziwen first raised a boundless anger, but then burst into laughter again. Lin Luo, you turned out to be Lin Luo. Ha 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 ha, great, so great. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lu Ziwen to return all the shame of the past, of course, plus interest. Mikoto looked at Lu Ziwen, who was almost laughing mad, and gently pulled the corner of Lin Luo's clothes, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with him, is he brain dead?" This. Lin Luo's reaction to Lu Ziwen was also a little speechless, and he also replied in a low voice, "It is estimated that it is a second-degree illness. After all, the pressure in real life is still quite large. Lin Luo, you can only travel so freely now. I really didn't expect that the owner of the Book of Contract would be you, ha 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 ha." Lu Ziwen laughed, his face gradually showing hideousness. "I just wanted to killing you will be fine, but now I am so grateful for the failure of the poisonous wolf, I swear I absolutely want you to die, so that you will never laugh again." "You really know about the Book of Contract, what exactly is that?" Lin Luo didn't care about Lu Ziwen's intimidation, and asked rhetorically. But Lu Ziwen's face was taken aback when he heard it, and he stayed for half a second. Don't you know?" "What?" Lin Luo frowned and asked subconsciously. "You really don't know anything?" Lu Ziwen showed a surprised expression on his face. Suddenly he flipped over his palm, and the Book of Controlling the Beast appeared again in his hand. After only 2 glances, he laughed again. Lin Luo and Mikan glanced at each other and looked at each other. They didn't know what this guy was doing, but both of them knew that Lu Ziwen must know something they didn't know. "Lin Luo, I really don't know whether to say you are ignorant and fearless or stupid. You attacked me without knowing anything." Lu Ziwen raised his head and said sarcastically, "Do you think it depends on you? Can you beat me at the current level? I am LV2. LV2? Lin Luo was shocked, and at this moment the cold voice of the Book of Contract came in his mind. The system has found the Book of Controlling the Beast, and the target level is too high to be inquired. The Book of Controlling the Beast? What is Lu Ziwen's hand? Hard code. My Book of Controlling the Beast and your Book of Contract are both a kind of hard code." Before Lin Luo could react, he heard Lu Ziwen clapping his hands on the book and saying, "Lin Luo, you know why do I have a heart code in my hand?" "What do you know?" Lin Luo said in a deep voice, with some eagerness in his voice. This question has always existed in his heart. What exactly is the Book of Contract? And Lu Ziwen obviously knows. Mikoto also stared at Lu Ziwen with scorching eyes. Although she couldn't understand what the two people said, she vaguely felt that this matter also seemed to be related to her. "Don't worry, I will talk to you slowly," Lu Ziwen said with a smile. "Can he say it?" "Of course." He took a look just now. Lin Luo's current level is LV0, and he has not even signed the contract. The Book of Contract at this level is not his opponent at all, so he is not worried at all, and, after knowing the truth, isn't it more fun to give despair? This is the reason that cats like to play around with mice before they eat them. This is a holy war of the gods. The gods participating in this holy war will select their spokespersons from various parallel worlds and give them their heart codes. You and I are all chosen people. When our bodies and when the heart codes are fused together, we become the walkers of the gods, and we will have the power of God and thus exercise the power of God. Damn God! Looking at Lu Ziwen, who feels good about himself, Lin Luo wanted to complain. Of course, he would not believe that Lu Ziwen would tell him the truth so kindly. Although he didn't know what his purpose was, it wouldn't hurt to listen to it for the time being. Of course, the winner is the king and the loser is silent. Once you succeed, there will always be only one victor in the war. And there are probably only two walkers in this world. Lin Luo, you are really miserable. I will be leaving in this holy war soon. I don't know about jihad, but your second illness is really serious. Lin Luo snorted, his face full of contempt. Lu Ziwen didn't take it seriously, and continued, "Lin Luo, do you know, for us walkers, there is one more important thing besides the heart code." Lin Luo was taken aback for a moment before blurting out, "Heart of the world." The heart of the world is an indispensable item in the holy war. It is the same for you and me. Because the Book of Contract is the core of all the heart codes, and it can attract the heart of the world in terms of attributes, so those of the world, the heart exists in all of your contractors and has become their heart. You are very lucky. As long as you successfully sign a contract with them, you can get the heart of the world, but this is also a kind of misfortune, because in this way you all the contractors have become the targets of the walkers. In order to upgrade their heart codes, they will hunt them all the way, extract their hearts, and then refine them with heart. Ha 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 ha, this can be what a very interesting game. How do you feel? Lu Ziwen smiled unscrupulously. What are you talking about? Lin Luo was taken aback, withdrawing his heart? Refining the heart of the world? Is this the reason why Lu Ziwen wants to catch Mikan? You bastard! Are you serious? Lin Luo stared at Lu Ziwen fiercely, who laughed without answering, but for a moment, a fierce murderous intent flashed across his face. Book of Controlling the Beast, summon! Lu Ziwen yelled, and suddenly, Xingyu had no light, and a behemoth like a mountain pressed down towards the two of Lin Luo. That's... Lin Luo looked up and couldn't help but breathe in the air. It turned out to be a super python. Chapter 16, Sister Pao is very angry and the consequences are serious. It is impossible to describe how big this giant python is, but when it appeared, the entire starry sky was obscured and it was completely dark. Be careful! The invisible pressure suppressed Lin Luo's breath. Fortunately, Mikoto had been on guard. When the giant python appeared, he immediately grabbed Lin Luo's body and quickly retreated. Boom! After the loud noise, the python fell to the ground, and the ground trembled, almost untenable. Oh my god, what is this? Mikoto exclaimed, seeing a huge python standing upright in front of her, with a height of at least 10 meters or more, and that's not to mention its body stretched on the ground. The most terrifying thing is that its head is so big that it makes the heart tremble, and its open mouth is enough to swallow an elephant. Lin Luo was also stunned, because he found that this giant python was not actually made of flesh and blood, and its whole body was made of rocks. What kind of monster is this? Haha, tremble Lin Luo. This is the power of the Book of Controlling Beasts. Summon the alien beasts in the fantasy world. Lin Luo, are you familiar with this rock python? Let me tell you, its main body. It's a big rock snake, ha 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 ha, you should know it. Big rock snake? Pokemon. Let me go, is there any Pikachu messing around? What a joke. How could the big rock snake be so big? Haha, of course you don't know. After the book of controlling the beast is upgraded to LV2, the strength of the summoned beast can be strengthened. The power of the big rock snake has been increased by 5 times by me. Diane can strengthen the belongings, including your book of contract. But these have nothing to do with you. Big rock snake, crush them for me. Following Lu Ziwen's order, the huge and incomparable body of big rock snake once again collided with the two, with an extremely overbearing aura, and the screaming and screaming screams that rushed toward the face were enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Mikoto. Yulin Luo's current strength simply cannot compete with this super rock python that has been strengthened several times, so I can only count on Mikoto. I know Mikoto's body gushed out a blue and white electric current. In an instant, a lightning gun was produced at the bangs, and the lightning gun that broke through the air came to Diane Snake in an instant. There was a loud bang. The impact of the rock snake was blocked, and Mikoto took this opportunity to pull Lin Luo back quickly. She is not a melee-capable person. As long as the huge body of the rock snake is accidentally swept lightly, I am afraid that she will never be able to climb again. Get up, of course, the more important thing is that with Lin Luo next to her, she will also bind her hands and feet when fighting. Lin Luo now is a waste with a combat power of 5. Ha 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 ha, let's run, let me see your embarrassment more, if the game ends too fast, it will be very boring. Breaking through the electric shock gun, the big rock snake rushed out of the electric light, and it was unharmed. Lin Luo was shocked. Mikoto's electric shotgun was comparable to real lightning strikes. I never heard that the big rock snake is immune to electric shocks. How could it be unharmed? Is it possible that Sister Pao is showing mercy again? And Mikoto stayed for a while, the electric shock is invalid. Anyone with electric power? It's a very good power, but it's a pity that this big rock snake is immune to electric shocks after being strengthened by me, ha 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 ha. Lu Ziwen laughed, his face twisted. Lin Luo, I hope you don't die too fast, but I want you to watch me draw her heart from your contractor with your own eyes and experience the kind of complete despair. Pull out my heart? What are you kidding me? Before Lin Luo could speak, Mikoto was already roaring, her shoulders trembling, not because of fear, but anger. Lu Ziwen drew out her heart with a sound from the left and her heart with a sound on the right, as if she were a puppet and could be manipulated. This reminded her of the tragic experience of her own replica sisters, which made this originally bad-tempered princess of electric shock completely lose one of the few patiences, and can no longer tolerate it. I'm an LV5 super electromagnetic gun. Along with the fierce roar, Mikoto's bangs exploded countless sparks. It seemed that the inside of the body could not accommodate such a huge amount of electricity. The overflowing blue and white current hit the ground, blasting a large piece of debris. Be honest. Mikoto gave a sigh of relief, and with a fierce wave of her right hand, the lightning spear struck the big rock snake's head again, sizzling. Is this another trick? No matter how powerful your electric shock is, it is for my summoned beast. Lu Ziwen showed disdain, but then he found out that something was wrong, his face changed. This is... Mikoto's lightning gun did not end for a short period of time. The lightning gun hit the big rock snake for contact purposes, and the body's electricity continued to output, intertwined into a huge power grid to enclose the big rock snake. Indeed, this big rock snake strengthened by Lu Ziwen basically has the power to be immune to any electric shock, but this does not mean that it can be immune to other energies, such as heat. And as the strongest electric shock, the super electromagnetic gun, of course, cannot only discharge. When the lightning gun strikes, it gives up direct attack and forms an induced electric field to forcibly transform the electrical energy into heat. The bright brilliance illuminates this small piece of sky, the night seems to be turned into day, Mikato's short hair is flying, her body flickers, the whole person is bathed in the turbulent current, and the huge amount of electricity is constantly outputting and outputting. Wow! The big rock snake makes a miserable cry. Although its body is made of stones, it is not a simple stone, but a living creature. Now the heat covering its body surface is at least 10,000 degrees. This temperature is far away. Far beyond the limit it can bear, the surface of the body falls off layer by layer like magma, and when it touches the power grid, it is directly vaporized with a scream. How can this be? How can someone who hasn't even signed the contract be so strong? Lu Ziwen looked at the scene in disbelief. The girl's strength far exceeded his imagination. The other party has such strength as it is now. He can be defeated. Dare to love that he doesn't know the Tsundere Pao sister who is well known in the house world. Damn, I underestimated the enemy too. Lu Ziwen gritted his teeth with a grim expression, but he didn't intend to give up on this. He would get the hand of the heart of the world no matter what. Very powerful, really powerful. It is worthy of being the natal body possessed by the heart of the world. This powerfulness completely surpasses the power I have now. If you are just an ordinary person, I am afraid I will have to escape now. It is a pity that I was you who are possessed by the heart of the world are nothing to be afraid of. Although doing so will hurt my vitality, but as long as this girl is taken down, Lin Luo is a trash. Humph, as long as you don't sign the contract, you will always be just prey. Lu Ziwen stared viciously at the girl in the field, stretched out his hand and opened the book of controlling the beast. Chapter 17, I said, there should be a limit to chaos. Lin Luo feels very happy now, Sister Pao burst seed, the scene is called a gorgeous. Lu Ziwen wants to pretend to be forced to end, but this kid is too arrogant, even see Pao's sister as nothing, dignified. How can LV5 care about a reptile, how can you make us so popular? Looking at the big rock snake, it was estimated that it would evaporate into a pinch of carbon dioxide in a minute or two. Lin Luo knew that the battle was set, and he was hesitant to take this opportunity to yawn Lu Ziwen, but that guy's book of controlling the beast is LV2. Seems troublesome. I may not be able to do him. Still look forward to the magnificent ending of Pao. Ah! At this moment, the girl exclaimed in her ears. Turning her head and looking, she found that Mikato's body trembled, and she collapsed weakly as if she had run out of power. Mei Qin. Lin Luo's eyes were quick, and she reflexively hugged Mei Qin in his arms, and after only one glance, he was shocked. I saw Mikato's face covered with sweat, her eyebrows furrowed, and she seemed extremely painful. Why? What's going on? Is it possible that Sister Pao suffers from congenital heart disease and now has a sudden attack? Sister Pao, cheer up, how can you catch a cold at a critical time? Lin Luo was extremely anxious and incoherent in his heart. At this time, Sister Pao dropped her chain. Didn't she want her own death? With Mikato's fall, the electric light converged, and the darkness returned to the world, but fortunately the big rock snake seemed to have been maimed by Mikato. It fell to the ground like a puddle of mud and could not rise again. Ha 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 ha, it's finally done, the heart of the world is finally mine. Lu Ziwen laughed and walked forward, not looking at his half-dead summoned beast, just staring at the one in Lin Luo's arms. Young girl, greedy desire appeared in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo suddenly raised his head and said coldly, Lu Ziwen, is it your ghost? Lin Luo, you are really stupid, thinking that you can defeat me with a powerful helper, but you don't know that the possessor of the heart of the world has a fatal weakness. Ha 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 ha, your defeat lies in your ignorance. Fatal weakness. Lin Luo frowned. I said, for us walkers, all of your contractors are our prey. Although this girl is much stronger than me, but I have the heart code, but I absolutely restrain her. Method. Of course, this method must be successful before she becomes your contractor, but the wonderful thing is that you haven't signed yet, cough cough cough. Speaking of this, Lu Ziwen suddenly coughed violently while stroking his chest. With every cough, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and a few mouthfuls of blood vomited out. His face was already extremely pale, almost like a zombie. Anyone who has not signed a contract with you poses no threat to the walker at all. It is just an experience for us to upgrade, ahem. But this method also has a great side effect on the walker. If this is not the case, I am also 10,000. Never use it, cough cough. You bastard! What the did you do? Lin Luo was furious, gently put Mikoto down, and rushed forward with clenched fists. Humph, you will never know. Lu Ziwen sneered with a calm face, now I can ask you to die. Lin Luo was startled, and suddenly he felt a suffocating breath forcing him, and instinctively flashed back. Zira! Hey! There was a fiery tingling in his arm. Lin Luo took a breath, looked down, and found that an inch-long hole had been added to the shoulder of his right arm for some time, and blood was flowing. How is this going? Lin Luo was shocked, he didn't see the source of any attack just now. Lin Luo, I said you are dead. Lu Ziwen sneered, eyes full of contempt, without the help of that girl, you are an ant to me. You summoned another alien beast again. Lin Luo said in a deep voice, while watching the surrounding environment vigilantly. The breath of suffocation was still there, but there was no fifth creature in the field. Is it a ghost? Or an invisible monster? My book of controlling the beast is LV2, do you think you can only summon one? Sure enough, there is another strange beast here, where is it? Lin Luo's eyes began to scan around. And Lu Ziwen always laughed without saying a word. He liked the feeling of being in control. The danger sign rose again. Lin Luo did not go away this time, but directly kicked to the breath. In the contract state, his physical fitness did not increase much, but his flexibility was increased several times. And each attack comes with a certain level of power, which can be used not only for attacks, but also for perception. Boom! Lin Luo kicked his feet in the air, but there was a slight impact, and a Ru'er Yuohe figure flashed by itself. Lin Luo squinted his eyes, and he finally saw it. The figure seemed to be a leopard. The snow-white skin was covered with countless black spots. The reason why it seemed to be because its body was transparent. Won't notice. Leopard that will be invisible? Lin Luo frowned, with a painful expression on his face. Although he could see the appearance of this strange beast through the attack just now, he paid a lot of money. There was a wound about 20 centimeters in blood on his thigh. Flow like a column. Did you see it? Humph, it's not easy, I thought you wouldn't find it until you die, that ghost leopard. Lu Ziwen said aloud, he was lying half on the ground at the moment, the color on his face looked like a dead person seems to be unable to move even if he even moves. It hurts 1,000 enemies and hurts himself 800, which seems quite tragic. Ghost leopard? I'll take care of your grandma's egg. Just now Pokemon entered chaotically, now it is monsters chaotically entered. Isn't the dimensional restriction no longer there? Of course, Lin Luo would not know the ghost leopard, but it was the pulling wind pet in World of Warcraft. The ghost leopard's fighting ability is not outstanding, but the appearance is extremely cool, because it is transparent. Lin Luo feels a headache, the ghost leopard is like an assassin, it can sneak. Sure enough, the next second after Lin Luo discovered it, the ghost leopard entered a sneaking state again, completely lost, a terrible feeling. Lin Luo could feel that this ghost leopard didn't seem to have been strengthened by Lu Ziwen, but even so, his scum with only 5 combat power could not fight it, so, what should I do? Lu Ziwen has been abolished, should he take the opportunity to kill him? Anyway, he is a summoner, as long as he hangs up, the ghost leopard will probably have to go back to his hometown. This thought began to linger in Lin Luo's mind, lingering. It is indeed a very good way of fighting. It is impossible to count on Mikoto in her current state, and the ghost leopard is not the one that she can defeat now. Then the only hope is Lu Ziwen himself, kill him. Maybe Mikoto will recover. Lin Luo has made up his mind, thinking about how to successfully execute this tactic. Chapter 18, Alas, at this critical moment, is Xian possessed? Zira. There was another scar on his body, bloody. The attacks of the ghost leopard caused Lin Luo a headache. If he attacks frequently, with his current agility, he can at least reluctantly parry him, and then slowly look for opportunities. However, the ghost leopard is a real assassin, and it is impossible to defend against ghosts, and only strikes every time, and never stays when one strikes away. Because of excessive blood loss, Lin Luo's consciousness was a little loose, and he couldn't concentrate anymore. My day! If this continues, I am afraid I will lose too much blood and die before the battle is over. Your sister, is there any benefit? No matter what, just put it hard, if you don't do anything, you will hang up, and the brother's idea is not clear. The ancestor of the three nothings is on the top, the great god of Kasuga is on top, the god of cuteness is on top. Please be sure to protect the disciples from success, and kill them with one blow. Lin Luo took a deep breath and ignored the pesky cat no longer. His toes were a little bit on the ground. With the advance of the electric current, his body accelerated violently, rushing towards Lu Ziwen like a cannonball. The distance between the two was only 4 or 5 meters. When Lin Luo rushed to the other side, it took less than a second, and the flashing right hand slammed Lu Ziwen's neck fiercely. The power of LV2 is not very strong, and basically has no attack power. At least the Misaka sisters cannot form combat power by their own ability, but Lin Luo is different. He can instantly increase explosive power through vitality stimulation, even LV2. Enough to kill with one blow. The finger almost touched Lu Ziwen's skin, but at this moment, Lin Luo suddenly noticed a sneer flashing in the other's eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Not good. Lin Luo's warning signs suddenly emerged, but it was too late, and a huge force bounced back from Lu Ziwen's body. Puff! Lin Luo spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball. At the same time, the ghost leopard that had been lurking in the dark also appeared, and the blood basin bit his neck, unable to hide. Dying! 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 From the corner of his eyes, you can see that the sharp teeth of the ghost leopard are less than 30 centimeters from his neck, and the cold and aura is rushing over his face. Lin Luo feels death is in front of him. At this moment, his heart is full of unwillingness. Your sister, I haven't had any in-depth exchanges with Sister Pao, and I haven't opened up the whole world, so I'm not willing. Seed, blow to me. Gene lock, open it for me. Seed did not break out, and the gene lock did not turn on. The ghost leopard's sharp teeth pierced Lin Luo's body with a click. Fortunately, the ghost leopard's attack seemed to have lost a certain level of accuracy due to the bioelectricity in the body. He didn't bite his neck, but instead bit on his shoulder. What? There was a painful sound in his mouth. Just listening to the sound, Lin Luo knew that his shoulder blade had been bitten to pieces, and red blood poured out from the wound, staining half of his face scarlet. Isn't dead yet? That's okay, you can appreciate your despair with your own eyes. Lu Ziwen stood up from the ground, his body was also very weak, swaying, almost unable to stand still, but his eyes showed an expression of excitement, and he walked towards Mikoto step by step. Lin Luo's throat moved, but there was no sound. The ghost leopard disappeared again after the first blow. It is estimated that Lu Ziwen's current state cannot allow it to continue to exist. That was the last blow, but it was this one. But Lin Luo completely lost the ability to fight again. He was lying on the ground and couldn't move, he could only watch. Soon, Lu Ziwen walked to Mikoto's side and said a silent sentence. Suddenly, the book of controlling the beast hovered above Mikoto, and a gloomy light shone down, wrapping Mikoto's whole person in it, and then on Mikoto's chest. It reveals a white thing that is crystal clear as snow. That is Mikato's heart, and at the same time the heart of the world attached to her body, the heart of kindness. Attracted by the book of controlling the beast, the heart of the world gradually began to break away from Mikato's body and ascended towards the book of controlling the beast, and to this, Mikato, who had fallen into a coma, did not react at all. Haha, the heart of the world. The heart of the world, it turns out that the heart of the world looks like this, and I finally got it. A stronger power to go to a higher world, haha. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ziwen laughed wildly, his whole body trembling. That was irresistible excitement. Heart of the world? That is the heart of the world. No way. I can't let him take it away anyway. Must stop him. Lin Luo looked at the heart of the world in Mikan, his eyes widened. The heart of the world was flawless and white, like snow, exuding its unique beauty. When looking at it, Lin Luo felt a wave, the feeling that the bloodline wants to connect. The book of contract in the depths of consciousness also trembles slightly, they are attracting each other. To stop. Definitely stop it. Lin Luo bit his lip tightly, his lower lip was bitten to flesh and blood, he had to do this, otherwise the consciousness that was about to collapse and the endless tiredness would make him faint immediately. Once the heart of the world is taken away by Lu Ziwen, not only will Mikan die, he will also die. Of course, even without these two levels of relationship, he couldn't turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. But how to do? How can I save her? Seeing that the heart of the world had almost completely separated from Mikato's body, Lin Luo went mad, and at the same time his heart was full of regret. Too arrogant, too arrogant. It is arrogant to think that you can sit back and relax with Mikato by her side. Knowing nothing, facing Lu Ziwen, he has no room for resistance at all. As he said, he is too stupid. If you are careful at the beginning and figure out the details of the other party first, then things won't reach such a field. Damn it! This body, move me! Book of Contract! Book of Contract, please give me some reaction! Lin Luo shouted in his heart, and at this moment, the familiar voice of the Book of Contract came again, ding! In view of the dying life of the contract owner, the Book of Contract automatically activates the hidden function, and the contract owner obtains the skill Sacred Healing, which can be passed. It consumes part of the life force to repair the body. This treatment can be used by anyone. Note, the hidden function can only be activated once. The Book of Contract senses that the heart of the world is about to break away from its host, automatically activates the protection measures, and the owner acquires the skill Space Jump. Consumes 100 points of life force to jump without positioning, the maximum distance is 100 kilometers, and the maximum number of people to carry is 2. It is restricted to use once within each level. Holy Healing? Space Jump? Lin Luo was surprised and delighted. Although he didn't know what was going on, the cold and harsh voice of the contract at this moment was undoubtedly the sound of nature to him. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Luo used a sacred healing technique on himself. The current contractor is seriously injured and needs to consume 32 points of life force. Are you sure to use it? Determine. A warm feeling filled the whole body, as if enveloped by the holy light. Lin Luo's injuries healed instantly, and at the same time he felt a loss of vitality, slightly dizzy. After the use of the sacred healing technique, the owner consumes 32 vitality points and the current remaining vitality is 140 points. 140 vitality, enough to use a space jump. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Lu Ziwen. The heart of the world, it's mine. It's mine. Lu Ziwen muttered to himself with excitement, standing beside Mikato. His attention was all on the snow-white heart of the world. Completely unaware of what was happening around him. Everything, and at this moment, the heart of the world has completely separated from Mikato's body, 30 centimeters, no, only 25 centimeters away. The book of controlling the beast can absorb the heart of the world. Lu Ziwen At this moment, Lu Ziwen suddenly heard a voice full of anger, and turned his head instinctively. His pupils shrank and a fist was close in front of him. Boom! The fist hit Lu Ziwen's face fiercely. Although there was no power attached, this angry punch still knocked him out. Without Lu Ziwen's spiritual support, the absorption process of the Book of Beast Control was immediately interrupted, turning into a gloomy light and returning to Lu Ziwen's body. The heart of the world also retracted into Mikato's body at the same time. Ah! Lin Luo, you bastard! Why stop me? Ah, damn! Lu Ziwen stumbled to his feet, like a mad dog, and rushed towards Lin Luo with a growl. Lin Luo glanced coldly, his eyes full of killing intent, but he knew that it was not the time to fight. This kind of people would even ignore his own life when he became crazy, God knows what else he could do. Holding Mikato's body in both hands, Lin Luo directly started the space jump. The two disappeared instantly in place. Lu Ziwen stayed for a while, then roared angrily, "Ah, Lin Luo! You bastard! I want to kill you! I must kill you! The heart of the world, return my heart of the world!" Puff! Lu Ziwen lost his gains and lost his emotions completely. The injuries inside his body broke out again, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then fell straight down. The heart of the world, just so little that the heart of the world is mine, why? Chapter 19, Death also kills the risk of NTR. Full moon, dark night, under the bright moonlight. It's the endless sea. I'm grass, why is it in this kind of place? Help! Lin Luo yelled in panic. What is the location of the horse to jump? Lin Luo had already prepared for the worst, such as appearing in a ravine or sewer. Even if he appeared directly in the People's Square, he was already mentally prepared. But what he didn't expect was that the jumping point was actually above a piece of sea, 100 meters above the sea. For the first time trying this kind of free-fall motion that challenged the limits of the human body, Lin Luo almost collapsed, falling into the water at this height. As long as it wasn't Superman, he would be dead. I'm crying. Don't bring anyone who plays like this. Lin Luo was really going to cry. I thought it was a way of life, but I didn't expect to dig his own grave. I knew it would be better to fight Lu Ziwen to the end. Maybe there is still a chance. Birdman, Birdman. Are there any wings? If Mikato is still conscious at this time, Lin Luo can count on her to be a hydrofoil or something, but the current gun sister only sleeps with Loli, not to mention the hydrofoil. Thank God if she can spit out a blister. It is better to expect a miracle. Ah! Sister Pao, we are really going to stay and fly together this time, and then become two fish in the sea wandering to the end of the world. Not reconciled. Sister Pao, and my harems who have never met before. You guys, Seeing that he was about to have the closest contact with the passionate sea, Lin Luo was so horrified that he vomited halfway. When a wave hits, he was immediately spitting blood out of the mouth. He could no longer maintain his consciousness, and his hands were loose. The girl in her arms is about to take off and fly. Mikato. Lin Luo reflexively clenched his arms and hugged the girl tightly in his arms before fainting. Almost at the same time, with a bang, the two had fallen into the sea. It was already the next morning when Lin Luo woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a sandy beach. He subconsciously jumped up from the ground, but he just stood up and his legs fell soft. He fell down again, extremely weak. Now it's the situation? I'm not dead yet. Lin Luo felt a splitting headache, rubbed his head, and felt extremely grateful when he recalled everything that happened before. Although the wave stunned him, it was fortunate that the wave had buffered part of his falling power, otherwise I'm afraid it would have become a pile of soft objects at this moment. Lucky. Lin Luo sighed. In fact, he was really lucky. The space jump point this time was a few hundred meters above sea level. Although it was a life of 9 deaths, it was not lifeless. But what if it is a few hundred meters above the ground? Or directly on the crater? That would really be dead and no life. It seems that in the future, before you have the ability to fly in the air, it is better not to do this kind of thing, it is too stimulating. Lin Luo muttered, but it didn't take long for him to suddenly feel that something was missing. Take a closer look. He was surprised that there was no Mikoto on this huge beach. Mikoto. Lin Luo gave a chuckle in his heart, and immediately panicked, and he didn't care about his weak body and forcibly got up. Isn't Mikoto washed ashore? Did she sink into the sea? Lin Luo didn't dare to think about it anymore, and was flustered. At this time, he even forgot to use the Book of Contract to check Mikoto's status and attributes, and started searching along the coast. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo's inner fear was infinitely magnified. Just when he was about to despair, his eyes lit up. He found a small figure beside a tree trunk not far in front, short brown hair and petite body. Mikoto! Lin Luo cheered in surprise and rushed over. Mikoto's petite body was half hung weakly on the tree trunk. Her originally delicate and beautiful face was not only pale, but also covered with sand, mud, and stone, which made people feel pity when she saw it. Lin Luo cautiously hugged her in his arms, wiped the dirt off her face with his hand, and gently called, "Mikoto, Mikoto." The latter closed his eyes tightly without any reaction. Because Mikoto fainted long before she fell into the sea, she didn't lose consciousness because of drowning, so she didn't need to do artificial respiration. Lin Luo thought for a while, picked her up, walked to a relatively clean place on the shore and put her down, and then began to remove the wet clothes from her. Although Mikoto is a powerful superpower, her physical fitness is only more than twice that of ordinary people. In this state, if she is still wearing wet clothes, it will be great if she accidentally gets sick. Trouble. In the end, under Lin Luo's shaking hands and feet, Mikoto was stripped so that only a pair of underwear and a low-length sling were left. It was a little lowly indeed. Lin Luo, who is the second element house, has a lot of YY for Master Pao all the time, but now he doesn't have any evil thoughts, and only hopes that Mikoto can wake up as soon as possible. Of course, in the face of Sister Pao's almost naked body, as a normal man, it is inevitable that there will be a fire in my heart. I rely on. The heart is like stopping water. The heart is like stopping water. Lin Luo closed his eyes and muttered a few heart-cleaning curse, trying his best to suppress the growth of evil fire, and found a few branches to insert on the ground for Mikoto to dry clothes. As for himself, he doesn't worry too much. Anyway, there is God's healing technique. It doesn't matter even if you are sick. It's a big deal to waste a few points of life force. Even the horrible injuries that are on the verge of death require only 32 points of life force. Not to be afraid. By the way, sacred healing can also be used on others, so. Thinking of this, Lin Luo suddenly felt his eyes light up, and immediately wanted to use the healing technique on Mikoto, but the Book of Contract came from a cold reminder: the contractor's vitality is less than a quarter, and he cannot use the sacred healing technique. Lack of vitality. Lin Luo just remembered that after using the space jump, his vitality was only 40 points, and he soaked in the sea for another night without eating or drinking. Now his vitality is seriously insufficient. It's troublesome now. Lin Luo frowned. At present, his only reliance is vitality. Entering the deed mode requires as well as sacred healing techniques. If the vitality is insufficient, it is a great danger. It seems that you have to find something to eat to replenish vitality, but Lin Luo was a little hesitant. He was searching for Mikoto just now. He has discovered that this place seems to be a desert island. If any beast comes here while he is looking for food, then Mikoto is in his current state. Forget the dog, it's a big deal, but in case an octopus comes. The 18 Forbidden Tentacle Monster Series. Brother, I was directly caught by NTR. I can't leave her here alone, but I can't take her with her physical strength. My grass! That Lu Ziwen, I don't know what method he used to turn the V5 cannon into a sleeping loli, I am his sister. Faced with such a dilemma, Lin Luo couldn't help but scold his mother, and his anger towards Lu Ziwen reached an unprecedented high point. Of course he did not know that Lu Ziwen's anger towards him also reached the highest point in history. Lin Luo, my mother, not only caused Lao Tzu to lose 10 years of life, but also didn't get the heart of the world. Lin Luo, Lao Tzu swear. You must be broken to pieces. Standing in the courtyard of the Hadian villa, Lu Ziwen looked up to the sky angrily and roared. At this moment, his cheeks were sunken, his face was dark, his beard was shaggy, and his whole person seemed to be 10 years old. Chapter 20, Name this thing a miracle. Anyway, in this situation, let Sister Pao wake up first before talking. Lin Luo sighed, and had no time to greet Lu Ziwen and his family's women. He leaned down and gently patted Mikan's face to try she wakes up. Mikato, wake up! Sister Canon, wake up! My sister, Heezy, Heezy, I am already hungry and thirsty. My uncle is Yuriko Link, one party is passable, ha 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 ha. Your place, mythical beast is here, the girl will be broken by me, the friendship is broken by the spear. My sister. Misaka can't bear it anymore, Misaka 10,086 drools. Mikato, Sister Pao, Sister, Tsundere Pao, Billy. The little brother calls you sincerely, anyhow, you will respond mercifully to me. There is no reason. Lin Luo frowned as she looked at Mikato, who had no signs of waking up, and said so ridiculously that she didn't even wake up yet. It really doesn't give a lot of face, I don't know the truth about Sister Pao. What's the matter, is it a mental attack? If you can see it. Speaking of this, Lin Luo suddenly lit up and slapped himself hard, I'm so stupid. Really? Lin Luo wondered if he was mentally disabled, and even forgot to use the Book of Contract to check Mikato's attributes. Name, Misaka Mikato. Race, human. Status, weakness, collapse. Strength, 1. Physique, 1. Intelligence, 1. Attack power, 1. Spiritual power, 1. Vitality, 600. Looking at the current attribute column of Sister Pao, Lin Luo felt extremely painful. What's the matter with this dying state? Mandatory suspension of a little HP? The world is collapsing, human beings are collapsing, will the state even collapse for the gods? Obviously dying, is the vitality of the horse or full value? Well, there are too many slots, Lin Luo doesn't know where to go. But, the vitality is still full, it shouldn't die, right? This made Lin Luo let out a sigh of relief, but at this moment, the owner of the petite body beside him suddenly let out a painful cry, and his whole body trembled violently. This is... Lin Luo immediately raised his heart again, and hugged the girl tightly in his arms, Mikato. There was a sharp sound from the girl's throat, and her peaceful sleeping face turned out to be very hideous now, her face was full of anger, pain, regret and other negative expressions. What the is going on? Lin Luo was shocked, and then he found a faint white halo rising from the left side of Mikato's chest. Warning! The current world heart host Misaka Mikato's mental power is abnormal, causing the collapse of the good heart, and the host's fit with the world heart is seriously reduced, currently 80, 79, 78. Before Lin Luo came back to his senses, a reminder of the Book of Contract came in his mind, and then a series of warnings. Warning! When the host Misaka Mikato's fit with the heart of the world drops below 50, the heart of the world will leave the host, and the host Misaka Mikato will die. Warning! Host Misaka Mikato's fit with the heart of the world has fallen below 70, and the Book of Contract has entered a state of emergency repair. Repair cannot. Repair cannot. This series of warnings caused Lin Luo to completely lose his square inch. The fit dropped. The heart of the world is breaking away? Mikoto will die? What happened to this TMD? Mikoto! Cheer up, you bastard! Damn, what's going on? Lin Luo hissed. Warning! Host Misaka Mikoto's fit with the heart of the world fell below 60, 59, 58, 57, 56. Only 6 points left. Powerless? Lin Luo felt desperate. However, Lin Luo was slightly surprised that when the fit dropped to 55, it didn't drop rapidly, but hovered between the three values of 56, 55 and 54. It seemed that Mikoto's spirit was also struggling, but the situation is still not optimistic. Do something. Must do something. But, what should I do? Lin Luo felt deeply his powerlessness. The Book of Contract perceives that the current host spirit of the heart of the world is in a state of urgent struggle. The current state cannot be repaired. The second plan will be implemented. The contract owner has two choices. There is a way. Hearing the voice of the Book of Contract, Lin Luo immediately refreshed and listened carefully. The first option is to enter the spiritual world of Mikoto Misaka, the host of the heart of the world, from the contractor, and sign the contract with the heart to restore everything to normal. The system calculates the success rate of this plan is 5%. If it fails, be kind. The heart will collapse completely, and the contractor will die in 25 days. Only 5%? Lin Luo was taken aback, and then heard the second choice. The second option is that the deed will personally extract the good heart from the current world heart host. And find a second host that fits more than 80 with the good heart within 1 month, and act as the good heart and the second host. After the agreement, the contract owner can sign a contract with him instantly. The system calculates that the success rate of this plan is 95%. This. Lin Luo's body trembled fiercely. There are two choices. One has a very low success rate and the other is almost impossible to fail. Everyone will know how to go first, but is it necessary to give up Mikoto? If you choose the second one, Mikoto will undoubtedly die. But if you choose the first one, 90% of you will die. At present, the spiritual power of the host of the heart of the world is on the verge of its limit. The system calculates that the good heart will completely collapse after 30 seconds. Please make a choice as soon as possible. The system recommends the second choice. Ah! Is there only 30 seconds left? It seems that there is really no way. Indeed, a 5% success rate is almost the same as failure. Which choice seems to be clear? There is no saint in this world, no one would choose to die for the lives of others, and some would just trample on the lives of others to get themselves alive. This is normal, after all, people are selfish, even if they like it, even if whether you are in love, yourself is always the most important thing. How can someone be so stupid and give his life for others? The current remaining time has 20 seconds left. Haha. It can't be that stupid, this is not a fairy tale, how could there be such a person in reality? Well, if there is such a stupid person, then I must take a look. The current remaining time is 10 seconds. If there is, it can only be said to be a miracle, it can only be a miracle. The current remaining time is 5 seconds. But if there is a miracle, the current remaining time is 1 second. This miracle can only be created by myself. At the last second, Lin Luo made his choice without hesitation. Then, he felt his head dizzy, his consciousness seemed to be absorbed by a huge vortex, and when he regained consciousness again, he suddenly found that he was already in a pitch-black environment. There is no light, no hope, there are only boundless darkness and despair. This is Mikoto's spiritual world. Lin Luo was stunned. He was shocked. He couldn't think that Mikoto's spiritual world would be so dark. What was she going through? It turns out, Everything was caused by my sister. Misaka was made. Misaka was killed, all because of my sister. At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came from her ear, and her tone was full of resentment. Lin Luo fiercely looked towards the voice, a naked girl floating in the darkness, short brown hair, beautiful face, slender figure. It was Mikoto. No, it's not right. Soon, Lin Luo discovered that this girl who resembled Mikoto was not Mikoto. To be precise, it was a sister Misaka. Military production clone of Misaka Mikoto. Why is Sister Misaka here? Before Lin Luo could react, there was a shocking scene in front of him. I saw that Sister Misaka's original smooth skin suddenly cracked, a large amount of blood poured out from the cracked skin, and the whole person was stained. Adults. So, it was my sister who killed Misaka. The girl's voice was full of endless resentment and hatred. Then, her two hands grabbed into the darkness, and a figure was pulled out. That was the real Mikoto. Yes, it was all caused by my sister. Because of my sister, Misaka will be brutally killed. Sister Sama, do you know how painful Misaka people are? My sister, why do you treat Misaka like this? My sister, it would be nice if you didn't have you. Almost at the same time, 1, 2, 3. Dozens of Misaka's sisters appeared in an instant around Mikoto. They were also bloodied and scarred, pulling Mikoto's body crying and wailing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Mikoto didn't dare to resist. She curled up and let her sisters pull her, almost desperately exclaiming. This is... Lin Luo felt that her hands and feet were chilling, and now Mikoto was completely lost in the evil she had created. She was already unable to extricate herself, and she was being destroyed by her own imagination. Lin Luo could see that on Mikoto's left chest, the pure white heart of the world was gradually being blackened, and the sin created by her. Is this the nature of collapse? Is this the reason for the reduced fit? Lin Luo finally understood, and his heart was extremely depressed. The cry of Misaka's sisters and Mikoto's desperate struggle made him unable to bear it anymore. This idiot! Lin Luo rushed forward, squeezing the Misaka sisters away, then grabbed Mikoto's shoulders and squeezed tightly. Misaka Mikoto, you idiot, give me a clearer mind. Linear. Brother Lin, why are you here? Mikoto heard this voice suddenly, raised her head subconsciously, and suddenly surprised when she saw the person in front of her. This is clearly mine. Yeah, this is your spiritual world, right? I know, so I came in. How is this possible? How can you enter my spiritual world? Nothing is impossible. About why I appeared here, why you suddenly lost in your own spiritual world, these are not important. Now I only want to know one thing. At this point, Lin Luo suddenly shouted. He asked, do you really think so? Do you really think so? What? Mikoto obviously couldn't understand Lin Luo's words. They. Lin Luo pointed at the sisters next to him. Do you really think they blame you? Hate you? Do you really think you are inexcusable? When, of course. I killed them. I killed more than 10,000 lives. People like me, how can they be forgiven? Have you seen it with your own eyes? See them hate you in their eyes? Have you heard them with your own ears? Hear their grieving words with your own ears? These are just your imagination, right? Imagine something. Mikoto struggled. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, even if they didn't hear it with their own ears, how could they not feel hatred because they are suffering so much? Yes, they are indeed suffering tremendously, but... Lin Luojia said in a heavy tone, when people live, they naturally experience joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. You see their sorrow and feel their anger, but why don't you see it? How about their joy and joy? 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 How could there be such a thing? They are being killed, they are being killed every day, and there are different ways of death, living so painful. Even in such a painful life, there are joyful things that can happen, standing alive in the sun dazzlingly, feeling everything in life, from scratch. Isn't this something to be happy about? It's different, it's different. The life created to kill, how can you be happy to live like that? So, they must be full of resentment towards me, the culprit. I said, this is just your imagination. If the imagination can become a reality, then I imagine that all people in this world are my slaves, and all wealth belongs to me. Isn't it possible that such an imagination will it become a reality? This is totally different. There is no difference, it's all the same, you are bound by your own imagination, so, wake up. No, that's it, they must be resenting me. After saying that, Mikoto struggled violently and snarled at Lin Luo, what do you know? You don't know anything. Everything about me, about them, everything about it is basically. Why do you assert that our lives will be full of joy? You don't know anything at all. Of course I know everything, my sisters, you, and the experiment, I know everything, so don't bear these sins on yourself anymore. Why do you know these things? Mikoto raised her head suddenly and looked at Lin Luo incredulously. Because this is your spiritual world, our spirits are fused together at the moment you come in, so I can know everything about you. Lin Luo couldn't tell her the truth, so he could only say that. Is that so? I don't know if Mikoto really accepted this reason, her tone is full of sadness. Since you know all of this, you should also know how unforgivable I am, because of my innocence. That's why so many sisters died. Lin Luo shook his head, we have a saying in China that good intentions do bad things, not evil. Your starting point is good, it is to help others, although you are indeed responsible for the current series of tragedies, but it is not you. It's wrong, it's only the researchers who are wrong. If you really feel that you are guilty, then use your power to rescue the sisters who are still alive and pull them up from hell. This is what you should do. Well, instead of just waiting for death here. Now I don't have the qualifications to help them at all. Although still struggling, I can clearly feel the shake in her heart. Qualifications and other things don't need anyone to give, just do it if you want. Do it if you want, but sisters are living in pain, and even then they are still working hard to live, even if they will die in the next second, you can feel it. The first sister you met, isn't she so vivid and dazzling? Lin Luo said loudly, and after hearing these words, Mikoto's grey eyes suddenly flashed brightly. Why are the sisters working like that? It can't be for experimentation, they are to live. So you have the responsibility to help them, let them live a normal life. If you die here, then who will you help them? That kind of you will be resented by them, right? But I don't say anything, but if you want to do it, do it. If you feel guilty in your heart, you will spare your life to protect them. If you feel that a person's power is not enough, you will seek help from your companions. You can say anything about helping me. Right? Protect? Help? Really okay? Of course it's okay. Lin Luo made a firm decision. But, no matter how hard I try, with my strength. Mikoto's tone was filled with deep despair, but it was not hopeless. Then try again, don't be sullen in a place like this, don't deceive yourself and others, do it again. Mikoto's eyes widened, because of this sentence. You can't do what you say yourself. Lin Luo looked at her with a smile, and stretched out his hand, this time you are not alone, we will come back together. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, she looked at Lin Luo in shock, and at the hand that Lin Luo stretched over, hesitating. Lin Luo did not urge, but looked at her quietly. After a while, as if she had exhausted all her strength to make up her mind, Mikoto stretched out her hand and held it tightly, with the brightest smile on her face. Well, come over again. Chapter 21, Sister Pow's Little V5, It Feels Good. Well, come over again. After saying this, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. First, the heart of the world in Mikato's body, the black mist gradually dissipated, and once again returned to the original crystal-like snow-like appearance, and then this space, although not large, light up, but no longer be shrouded in darkness, full of vitality and hope. Finally, there are dozens of Misaka sisters next to her, well, naked Misaka sisters, they disappear into this spiritual world with expressionless faces. This is the real Misaka sister, and the expressionless face is. Where is the cute point? Mikato watched her sisters leave with a knowing smile on her face. She was no longer confused. She already knew how to do it. Even if she was hated by her sisters, she liked it and wanted to do it. There is only one thing, of course, the premise is to be able to return to the original world, but it must be possible. Well, it must be possible. Mikato firmly believed. Thank you, Brother Linear. Well, you don't need to be thankful. Lin Luo shrugged, and then said, Mikato, if you can, I hope you can give me your heart. You, what did you say? Mikato thought she had heard it wrong. Didn't you hear clearly? Then do it again. Lin Luo took a step forward, putting his hands on Mikato's shoulders, with a solemn expression on his face, and said very seriously, Mikato, please give me your heart. Of course, in contrast, I will also give my heart to you. From now on, no matter what happens, even if the sky is broken and the earth is broken, the sea and the stone are broken, I hope you can be my strong backing. Mikato, are you willing? Just now, Lin Luo heard the notification sound from the Book of Contract, and Pow's favorability for herself finally reached 90. Well, this is a memorable moment, so the next step is to sign. The signing ceremony is actually very simple, as long as the other party approves, and then touch the heart of the world on Sister Pow, the Book of Contract will automatically complete the contract of heart. Although after reaching 90, Lin Luo doesn't matter if Lin Luo speaks out the Book of Contract, but, suddenly he proposes a stuff like a pretty girl ergonomic game. What if a gangster is scared? Sister, it's actually a loli, and she has just received a huge mental shock. As a loving person, how can she do such a loveless thing? And elementary school teachers have said, you must speak implicitly, your sentences must be fluent, and your intentions must be clear. So Lin Luo used a fluent tone to express his clear meaning implicitly. Of course, this was only for him. Mikato was silly after hearing these words, staring, blushing, her searing index rose indefinitely, and soon there was hot steam above her head, and she was at a loss. You are talking nonsense. What? This kind of thing, how can this kind of thing be said casually, and? Mikato couldn't go on, struggling violently. Proposing? Is this a marriage proposal? It must be, this must be a marriage proposal. It's definitely a marriage proposal. However, this is too sudden. How to do? Do you want to promise him? Cannot be done. I'm only 14 years old, not yet of legal age, and this guy is too precocious and bold. Then refuse. Mikato, who suddenly realized that she didn't have much resistance deep in her heart, flushed with shame by the thought, and wailed in pain. Mikato, what's the matter with you? You are sick again. Lin Luo was taken aback, thinking that Sister Pow had suffered a mental attack again, so he leaned forward and asked with concern. In his opinion, Mikato's answer is the big deal, accepting and rejecting, and she is just a little bit arrogant to die. How could she have thought that she would think so far, getting married? Although it's not that I haven't had sex, it's still a little bit early in all aspects. Anyway, I still have a hidden harem. Well, the heart of the world, I hope it can exceed 3 digits. Don't lean up suddenly, get me away. Mikoto suddenly saw that the other party's face was less than 10 centimeters away from her, and a hot breath rushed over her face, causing people to sway, and suddenly her face warmed up again. Lin Luo pushed away fiercely. Ah, arrogant. Although Mikoto uses a lot of strength, this is the spiritual world. As long as Mikoto does not resist her subconsciously, he cannot cause harm, so Lin Luo only takes a small step back and smiles at the expression on her face at the moment. Mikoto, you are arrogant. Tsao Jiao, you're tall. Mikoto was so embarrassed that I am not at Tsundere. Suddenly saying such inexplicable things, is your brain not normal? It's normal. Lin Luo felt a little innocent, and what I just said is sincere. Sincere. Sincerely. These 4 words made Mikoto shy again, blushing. Even if it is true, I am very embarrassed. After all, it is too early to talk about this. It's getting late, there won't be this shop after passing this village. Lin Luo stomped and said. If you don't sign a contract in the spiritual world, then there will be no chance again. But, this is really sudden. Mikoto, your adaptability is still not enough. As an LV5, you can't be so timid, and if you don't agree, we probably cannot do without this spiritual world. Mikoto was taken aback. What's going on? Well, this is a long story. In any case, you should agree to it as soon as possible, or the body may rot after we go out. How so? And I think after you promise, I might really have a way to get you back to your world. So, under Lin Luo's coaxing, Mikoto finally agreed with a twist. Of course, the process was a little bit arrogant, but the object was a arrogant cannon. In fact, Lin Luo is not a lie. When fighting against Lu Ziwen, he heard the other party say go to a higher world, and the other hosts of the heart of the world are also in another world. Maybe waiting for the contract. This is really possible after the book is upgraded. Well, the name is Ding Gui Journey of Pickup Girls from Other Worlds. Of course, it's too early to say this, the most important thing is to sign a contract with Pao. Then, Mikoto, close your eyes first. Also close your eyes? Mikoto's face blushed, as if thinking of some unhealthy aspects. She hesitated for 2 seconds and closed her eyes altogether, but the slightly trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was extremely unstable. This is my first kiss. Hey, why isn't it a kiss appointment? Lin Luo said that he was very entangled. The ritual of signing the heart contract does not need to be completed by kissing like those in comics or novels. It can be automatically launched as long as it touches the heart of the world. Although Lin Luo personally still yearns for a kiss, but this way seems to be good now. To get in touch with the heart of the world, you must contact Pao Ji's little V5. How do you say that? Well, chest attack. Boom. When the palm of the hand was pressed on Miss Pao's small V5, there was a huge sound. It was Pao's sister's heartbeat. You. Mikoto's face burned with boiling water again, stammer and almost speechless, and subconsciously pushed away the salty pig's hand on her body. However, before she could move, a shocked voice came in her mind, and then she couldn't move anymore. Lin Luo, host of the Book of Contract, Mikoto Misaka, host of the Heart of the World, all conditions are met, and the contract of heart is officially signed. What ni? Mikoto's body shocked. Chapter 22, think of it as a fantasy game. The two of them seemed to be in the center of a gorgeous hall, white and spotless, with warm waves rising from the bottom of their hearts. After the initial surprise, there was a reassuring warmth that made people close their eyes. Involuntarily relax. During this process, pieces of information flowed into Lin Luo's mind: the holy war of the gods, the conflict of dimensions, the heart, the walker, the heart of the world as the core. It was the same as what Lu Ziwen said, but Although he closed his eyes, Lin Luo could vaguely see that a white heart-shaped mark flew from Mikato's body, and then the Book of Contract in his body quickly greeted him. The two merged together, a burst of white light after flashing, the original black Book of Contract became white, with a heart-shaped mark in the upper left corner of the cover, and LV1 in the upper right corner. The contract of the heart is signed, and the Book of Contract is upgraded to LV1. The current state of the contract owner has been changed, the basic attributes have been improved, the skills and mind dialogue have been obtained, the talented brain development has been obtained, the seal of the heart has been unlocked, and the contract has changed from a mode to a contract mode. The current state of the contractor has changed, the good heart fit reaches 100%, the heart seal is unlocked, and the basic attributes are improved. The current relationship between the contractor and the contractor has changed to life and death, sharing spiritual power and life chain. These dense prompts didn't stop until a long time later. Lin Luo focused his attention on his attribute bar: contractor, Lin Luo race, human occupation, walker, LV1. Status, normal. Strength, 45. Physique, 45. Intelligence, 170, talent bonus. Spiritual power, 600. Vitality, 400. Current contractor, Misaka Mikato. Available skills for the current contractor. Sacred healing, it consumes part of the life force to repair the body. This treatment can be used by anyone. Spiritual dialogue, you can communicate with all the current followers, the maximum distance is 100 meters, and it cannot be upgraded. Convergence mode, in the convergent state, gain 5% of the current followers' power, and consume 10 points of life force of the converge every minute. The current level of the Book of Contract is LV1, and it can be upgraded to LV2 after signing 2 contracts. Note, the contract owner has successfully signed the contract with the highest priority pending sign within 1 month, and the negative state death restriction is lifted. The next time the contract of the heart is signed, there will be no order restriction. At present, some functions of the contract book have been opened. If you want to use more functions, please continue to level up. For now, Lin Luo is still very satisfied with this state. The strength and physique have basically reached about 1.5 times that of normal adults, because the relationship between talent and intelligence is also obvious, so that you can do it when using superpowers. To a more precise calculation. What excites Lin Luo most is the doubling of mental power and vitality, these two are the most important. Enough mental strength is not only related to the power of superpowers, but also allows one's keen consciousness to be exerted to the limit, and vitality, not to mention, is the foundation of everything. In addition, regarding the two skills, the mind dialogue seems to be rather tasteless. After all, the distance limit is too large, but in some cases it will play an unexpected role, and it is barely a good auxiliary skill. The same, the upgraded version of Qi Kong, 5% of the Gun Sisters' combat power, at least LV3, although it consumes a little more life force, but the power is not the same. Lin Luo's heart is secretly refreshed. Next is the other side. Contractor, Misaka Mikato, First Order. Race, Human. Occupation, Superpower. Ability, Electromagnetic Control. Status, Normal. Strength, 100. Physique, 95. Intelligence, 200. Spiritual power, 5000. Vitality, 800. Heart of the World, the seventh heart of kindness. Heart of the World, moving. World Heart Fit, 100%, indestructible. Heart combat skills, not activated. Heart seal, 1 layer. Favorability, 90. Comprehensive strength level, A. The original 2 attribute columns of Sister Canon have now been merged into one. Although overall there is not much improvement, there is definitely ample room for upgrades in the future, and the power is directly broken. I want to come to the nirvana to cut off the children at a 45-degree angle. The power should also be stronger, well. Although I haven't tasted it so far. The last thing is to live and die together. This relationship is rather ambiguous. It does not mean that one of them will die and the other will die, but the connection of the two life chains. Of course, if one of them really dies, then the other will not die, but it is inevitable that the overall stats will decrease. What's going on? Before Lin Luo could fully recall the pleasure of upgrading, Mikato's fuss came from her ears. What's the matter? Lin Luo asked back. This contract, the contractor, what are these? Mikato looked like hell. Well, don't make such a fuss, you just received the information. It seems that we are involved in the holy war of the gods, there is nothing to be surprised. Lin Luo spread his hands and looked calm. In terms of receptivity, even the LV5 super electromagnetic gun cannot be compared with the creature like the otaku, especially Lin Luo, the of the house. This is not something that is not surprising. Mikato roared excitedly, this is the war of the gods. How can we as mortals participate in that kind of thing? Wait, then again, this is there really in the world? As a scientific super electromagnetic gun, Mikato felt unbelievable. This is really thought-provoking. Lin Luo also feels the same about Mikato's doubts. Although he is not an atheist, he is somewhat incomprehensible about the existence of such creatures as gods. What is God? Are the gods in the real legend? Or just some people with unusually powerful powers? The content of the Book of Contract is not detailed, but a little information is input into their minds. The War of the Gods is launched, and they choose their own spokespersons in various parallel worlds, and give them a heart code called Walking on the Ground. Or, these walkers will replace the gods in this war. The heart of the world also has an extremely important position in this war. As props, they will be attached to some people's bodies. In the end, the person who gathers all the hearts of the world is the only victor in this war. Generally speaking, this message is almost exactly the same as what Lu Ziwen said, but Lin Luo felt a huge sense of disobedience. First of all, if this is a war of the gods, why did they choose them to attract mortals to fight? This is too brain-dead. Can it be that the IQs of those gods are all negative? Second, what are the so-called heart codes in the heart of the world? How many heart codes and hearts of the world are there? The Book of Contract did not disclose this point at all. It is strange that since such an important holy war, why there is no such information. Third, what is the purpose of this war? Any war always has a purpose, but the Book of Contract does not explicitly mention this. Fourth, how did gods choose their spokesperson? On what conditions does the heart of the world choose its host? At present, both himself and the owner of the Book of Controlling Beasts are people in the real world, while the alien beasts summoned by Mikato and Lu Ziwen are residents of the fantasy world. What is the connection between them? There are many, many more questions like this. In short, everything is a big mystery. As far as a war is concerned, the information revealed so far is too little and too little. In Lin Luo's view, there are too many places to complain. However, there is no need to explain this to Mikato. The simple dualistic theory of the two-dimensional world is obviously not suitable for thinking about such complicated problems. Although Pao's IQ is relatively high, her IQ is used for super the ability, the emotional intelligence is really, not to mention it. As for this kind of super complex mental work, it's just, hey, it seems that I am not suitable for this kind of work. Forget it, it's a big deal to sign a girl with a high IQ who can reason. Well, don't care about this kind of thing. Seeing Mikato seemed to want to say something, Lin Luo said with a smile, you can just treat it as a fantasy game, and it's not very good. If your level can be raised, would it be easier for you to save your sisters? This is indeed the case. Mikato was taken aback for a moment, but had to agree with Lin Luo's statement. because she had already felt the benefits this contract had brought to her, and her physical strength was at least 1/3 stronger than before. Although this growth is negligible for a LV5 superpower, I can feel that another more mysterious door has been opened to me. It is a field I have never touched before. Maybe the legendary LV6 is no longer a fantasy. Chapter 23, Tribute to Our Great Leader. Afterwards, transmitted by the Book of Contract, the two returned to the real space in a feeling of dreams and not dreams. Although he stayed in Mikato's spiritual world for a long time, it was not even a second for the real space. Opening his eyes, Lin Luo suddenly felt a hot sight. Lowering his head along the line of sight, drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and it turned into waterfall sweat in an instant. The keen awareness of being infinitely close to LV5 made him realize how dangerous he is now. Lin Luo. Can explain release one down? Mikato's voice trembled, and every word seemed to pop out of the machine. Her pretty face flushed red and faintly appeared a few traces of water vapor, but these can't conceal the shame on her face. Her body is as stiff as a stone. His eyes are fixed on Lin Luo's face, only the beeping electric arc is beating lively on the brown hair. If a wicked person passed by at this time, then he would definitely draw a scene like this. On a sunny morning, on the beach by the sea, a beautiful young girl was lying sideways in the arms of a young man. Staring at each other affectionately, the young man's palms pressed against the girl's chest and gently stroked. The girl's cherry lips were lightly open and she wanted to refuse to welcome. The sky thunder shook the ground, the cracking fire ignited the dry wood. The adulterer and the adulteress hit it off. Well, the latter sentence can be ignored. If there is such a lewd person, Lin Luo will definitely interrupt his hands and blind his eyes. Is there a way to see the essence through the phenomenon? The innocent warrior of love can't afford to hurt the heart. The real situation is this. Lin Luo knelt on the ground and hugged Mikato on her legs, with one hand around her smooth and flat belly, and the other hand pressing the still growing little V5, her eyes twitching in confusion. The girl lying in his arms only wore a low young pink sling on the upper body, and a pair of white on the lower body. The cute little croak on it was too bright and bright. Mikato's knuckles turned white, her face burning, her eyes sharp, sparkling, murderous. With the instinct of a senior gal expert who has been in the house for many years and has countless experience in pushing girls, Lin Luo knows that he has finally touched a thunder accidentally, and the calm and murderous eyes of Pao sister are like the legendary queen of a good ship. Gui and Yi, the 5-level red alarm sounded on the bio-alert bell. He immediately retracted his hand pressing on Mikato's small V5. Mikato, well, you have to understand that sometimes what we see may not be true, and what we hear may not be false. People must have the eyesight to see the essence through the phenomenon. If you lose yourself by being confused by the appearance, and then incarnate into a ghost, it is absolutely undesirable. All the cups and utensils are derived from this. The so-called good ship ending can only be in the finale. Only occasionally do it when I'm talking about it. Of course, for the reader's sake, I personally suggest that the harem ending is better. Well, do you understand what I'm talking about? I understand. I understand very well. Mikato gritted her teeth, a burst of blue and white electric sparks burst out of her body, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Under the raging sea, the undercurrent was raging. My sister, please have a modest and prudent heart. Be humble, give me death once. Mikato snarled fiercely. She was so shy and angry that she shot a hand like an electricity, grabbed one of Lin Luo's arm with a thunderous tone, and threw it out fiercely. Gorgeous volley 360 through the shoulder fall. Boom! Lin Luo burst into tears. What a similar experience, it seems to have happened before. You little thief, accept the justice of the super electromagnetic gun. Mikato was still angry, holding two blue and white electric in her hands, leaping forward to Lin Luo who fell on the ground, preparing to commit violence punishment. Sister Pao calmed down. Ah, I saw the little V5. Under the little pink sling, 2 blushes were looming. Damn, go to you. Don't use abilities indiscriminately, it's dangerous. Dare to resist. Ah, our generation can only break out in silence. Asshole. Where are you touching? My sister is forgiving, she's going to die. Tell you many times, don't call me like that again. 10 minutes later, the messenger of justice Mikoto Misaka finally defeated the degenerate young adulterer, kicking off his son and grandson at a 45-degree oblique angle to put an end to the war of indignation between humans and gods. Of course, the price of victory is also extremely high. Terrible. After this battle, Lin Luo understood that although he successfully attacked Sister Pao, there was still a long way to go before she was knocked down. At least there was no chance before Sister Pao's small V5 grew into a large V5. But it's nothing. As the king of the warrior of love, how can he pursue such a low level? Lin Luo raised his hands high and shouted in the tone of looking at the world, reverse push, reverse push. The highest realm we pursue is only the legendary reverse push. What are you thinking about, bastard? Hurry up and think about how to leave this deserted island. Mikoto screamed with a blush on the side. It's useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. As the so-called good luck, we will definitely not die on the deserted island with our character, so feel at ease. Lin Luoman said indifferently, now the two of them are on an uninhabited island, with no shop in front of the village. If they were in the past, Lin Luo might still be afraid, but now everything is floating clouds. Of course, the only thing that makes people feel how to leave this uninhabited island seems to be a problem. But Lin Luo didn't care about it. At most, he lived a life of drifting about Lanlan Island with Sister Pao. Mikoto was very dissatisfied with Lin Luo's indifferent attitude, staring, you guys should at least figure out a way, don't look at it. Well, how? Listening to Mikoto's words, Lin Luo really thought about it for a while. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up, picked up a branch from the ground, and walked to the beach. After a while, 3 large and crooked characters appeared on the ground. SOS. How about it, do you think this method works? Lin Luo pointed at a certain group of eyes on the ground. Mikoto was frantic, do you think there is any use for just such a distress signal? That's right, it really doesn't seem to work, but... Lin Luo suddenly stretched out his hand to the sea and waved with passion, I am not interested in ordinary people. If there are superpowers in this world, people from another world, future people, cosmic people, please enter my crystal palace. Mikoto was speechless, she was silent for a while, and finally she touched her forehead as if she couldn't bear it, complaining and lamenting, I am really a fool who counts on you. Chapter 24, The Most Unprovoked Person in 2011. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Luo and Mikoto stayed on this island for 7 days. After a few days, not only Mikoto, who was already very anxious, but also Lin Luo, who was not so worried at first, was a little entangled. The island life was not as good as he had imagined. If nothing else, there are many problems in eating and drinking. I don't know if this island has been visited by the owner of river crabs. Not only are the animals on the island very pitiful, but there are no fishes, shrimps, and crabs even on the coast. The shadow of the last 2 people can only rely on the wild fruits on the island to fill their hunger, and the birds are almost fading from their mouths. In the past few days, I have not seen any nearby ships patronizing, and the desire to take a downwind boat has frequently failed. Although the two have also thought about building a raft to leave, the question is who knows where the island is, in case. Thousands of miles away, even a super electromagnetic gun can't do a read crossing the river. Of course, Lin Luo was not without gain after staying on this island for 7 days. First of all, he was aware of his own strength. As Lin Luo expected before, in the same state, he really reached the level of LV3 in the ability, coupled with the talent bonus, the calculation ability has also been greatly improved, as far as the current situation is concerned, the maximum amount of electricity that Lin Luo can release under his full strength can reach 100,000 volts, and there is obviously no doubt about the peak of LV3. But this does not mean that Lin Luo will definitely be able to win against people of the same level. After all, having a strong power does not mean that he has a strong power. Only when he can learn to control this force can he be considered a real strong. It's like Mikoto, even if she doesn't use her full strength, as long as she uses a power slightly higher than LV2, she can defeat Lin Luo unharmed, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. Therefore, in order to be able to master this power more proficiently, Lin Luo will practice against Mikoto when he is free. In this regard, Mikoto is indeed a very qualified teacher. After all, as a LV5 superpower, the control has reached the level of pure fire. Within a week, Lin Luo had made great progress in the control of his abilities. Although he could not be said to be perfect, he was at least able to use it skillfully, instead of just blindly outputting as before. Then came the realization of the Book of Contract, which Lin Luo had seen in Lu Ziwen. After signing the contract of heart with Mikoto, the Book of Contract can be realized, and the palm of the Book of Contract after realizing is similar to a notebook. The effect after realization is obvious, allowing the owner to produce a protective film on the surface of the body, like a defensive shield in magic, and the strength of the defensive shield is closely related to the owner's own strength. Let's put it this way, if Lin Luo realizes the Book of Contract without entering the state of agreement, then the maximum defensive power of this defensive shield is about 1.5 times that of ordinary people, but if it becomes manifest after entering the state of agreement, Lin Luo can ignore all attacks below the LV3 strong ability, but this is not absolute. For example, Mikoto's electric shotgun with LV3 power is enough to break Lin Luo's defensive shield. Moreover, the shortcomings after realization also exist. Once the defensive shield is attacked, the life force of the contract owner will be consumed to a certain extent, and if the defensive shield is broken, the realization of the Book of Contract will be lifted, and the chief mate the degree reduces the vitality of the leaseholder, and can no longer be realized until the vitality is filled. Perhaps this is an alternative balance. There is another point that makes Lin Luo more concerned, and what Mikoto has always expected is to return to her original world. Originally, he thought that after the Book of Contract was upgraded, there would be some hints in this respect. After all, his other contractors were in another world. If he could not go to their world, then where did he start to sign the contract of heart? So Lin Luo is still looking forward to this, and now it seems, it really is impossible. Not to mention the method of traveling to other worlds, even the information of those who are waiting to sign the contract. The Book of Contract did not reveal anything. Sure enough, the harem cannot be built in a day, and the road to picking up girls is still far away. Lin Luo, look at it, there is a boat. Mikoto screamed in surprise, and Lin Luo looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see a cruise ship on the sea level approaching here. I'll go. After waiting for so long, I finally waited for the boat ride. But now. Hey! Lin Luo was also happy, and was finally able to leave this ghost place, but he suddenly felt something wrong in the middle of the sentence. What's the matter? Mikoto looked puzzled. Lin Luo touched his chin and frowned. This is an uninhabited island, right? Yeah, is there any problem? Several question marks flashed in Mikoto's head, but she still didn't understand what Lin Luo meant. Mikoto, do you think a cruise ship would suddenly come to an uninhabited island if nothing happened? And it was such a coincidence, just in time for us to be trapped here. You mean, that was specifically for us? In any case, Sister Pao is also a high-ranking figure. Although most of her IQ is used for superpowers, Jing Lin Luo woke up at this point. If it's right, then the 8 achievements is like this. Lin Luo sneered. In this world, people who specifically target themselves can be guessed with their toes, except for Lu Ziwen. It's just right, that bastard, I must give him a severe lesson this time. Mikato's eyes rolled. And she immediately guessed who the other party would be, and she immediately rallied her hands. For the last time she was defeated inexplicably, super electromagnetic cannon, but it has always been brooding. Seeing Mikato gritted his teeth, Lin Luo sighed in his heart. He didn't understand what happened to Mikato the last time he was injured, but now he can guess it more or less. It is nothing more than using the heart code to infinitely enlarge Mikato. Demon of the heart, and then let her be swallowed by her own demon. This ability is also explained in the Book of its own contract, but it is a way to hurt both sides. While magnifying the heart demon of others, oneself will also be swallowed by the heart demon. If Lu Ziwen is not a summoner, his mental power is not better than Mikan. How much worse, it is estimated that the Gun Sister has not fallen, he himself has died. This is really tragic to say. The dignified LV5 superpower didn't even use half of his full strength, so he was forced to hang himself with a mental attack by Lu Ziwen. If it weren't for a fight to the death, maybe it would be. It's really dead. Of course, Lu Ziwen is even more tragic. No matter how secondary he is, he provokes a person who should not provoke the most. In 2011, Tokiwada's Ace LV5 superpowered super electromagnetic gun Misaka Mikato. The most powerful electric shock princess, the most arrogant girl, the most popular cute king of 2011. Lu Ziwen, although we don't believe in God, let's just mourn you for a second with the heart of an otaku, amen. Lin Luo stretched out his hand and drew a cross on his chest. Chapter 25, No one is perfect. Hierarchical suppression is not desirable. In fact, if I really want to talk about it, Lin Luo would have to thank Lu Ziwen. If it weren't for his sudden kick, it would be very difficult for him to attack the Gun Sister within a month. Then, as a thank you, let him die. Hurry up. Mikato, let's find a place to hide first. Why? Sneak attack. Lin Luo said frankly, last time we went to train people upright, we ended up being beaten like a bereaved dog. Well, although it's not that miserable, it's really the front line of life and death. So summing up the experience, I think we should be surprised, attack the unprepared ones, and just kill them. No. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, Mikato categorically rejected it. Sneak attack, I am a dignified super electromagnetic gun, how can I do such a despicable thing? Listening to Mikato's disdainful tone, Lin Luo became depressed, and attacked. Have you not attacked other research institutes before? How can it be compared? Mikato blushed and said, the institutes I attacked are doing inhumane experiments. It doesn't matter how you deal with that kind of guy. But now it's a duel. Duel, don't you understand duel? How can you not follow duel etiquette so much? Lin Luo was speechless. It wasn't that he couldn't argue, but he felt embarrassed. But when I think of Mikato's style of behavior, I think it's extremely normal. Although at first glance Mikato's behavior are very rude, her temper is terrible, she is always arrogant, competitive and arrogant, she doesn't have any patience, and she seems to be full of shortcomings. However, just under the packaging full of shortcomings, there is a set of principles she has set that must not be violated. Don't aim at hurting others, don't decorate yourself as a vanity, don't take pride in oppressing others, and don't take care of yourself alone. And contented. No matter when and where she acted in full compliance with this principle, even when facing those researchers, or the party who killed more than 10,000 sisters, Mikato never thought of killing the other party, even intending to use her self-sacrifice in exchange for the happiness of everyone. Just like what a lily girl said, as long as Mikato is willing, she can solve anything with a coin, but she still hopes that there will not be any disputes, no matter what desperate situation she falls into. Although Lin Luo felt that Mikato's thoughts were too naive, too fanciful, and too unrealistic. But, isn't this what makes her cute? Powerful but gentle, arrogant but not arrogant, rude but courteous. If Mikato is proud of her own strength and oppresses and kills others wantonly, and looks at the world indifferently and ruthlessly with her own safety first, then Misaka Mikoto is no longer Misaka Mikoto, and the super electromagnetic gun is no longer a super electromagnetic gun. Okay, everything you said is right. Thinking of this, Lin Luo didn't insist anymore. After all, with Mikoto's current state, Lu Ziwen's method of using the heart demon could no longer be effective. Regarding the strength gap, Mikoto's with an overwhelming advantage. Lu Ziwen has no chance of winning from any aspect, and it does not seem to be that important whether a sneak attack or not. But we still have to hide. Mikoto's eyes widened, and Lin Luo had to continue, even if we observe the etiquette, or something, the other party may not be like us. If he attacks suddenly, it will be very troublesome, God knows if he has any killers. Well, this is also true. Okay, let's hide first. It seems that Sister Pao is a bit naive, but she also knows the truth that the heart of harm is indispensable, and the heart of defensiveness is indispensable. Alas, in fact, the heart of harm is possible, especially for Lu Ziwen's second grade. When the cruise ship docked, a man jumped from the bow, handsome, slightly pale, with a trace of hostility between his brows, and his murderous eyes scanning the island. It was Lu Ziwen. Hey! Are you hiding? Lu Ziwen snorted coldly, with a sharp sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a dim light flashed, and the aqua-blue book of beast control was quietly suspended in front of him. My eyes fell on the book of controlling the beast, and I saw that a halo appeared in that page, just like the coordinates of the guide in an online game. The halo was slowly moving forward. Want to escape? Humph, on this island you are already hard to fly, Lin Luo. Lu Ziwen clenched his fists, his knuckles snapped, and his eyes showed extremely strong hatred and resentment. In the battle 7 days ago, he could be said to have capsized in a gutter. With a huge advantage in all aspects, Lin Luo was even ran away with his contractor. This is something that makes people crazy thinking about it. Especially since I paid such a painful price. Lu Ziwen doesn't know how many heart codes and world hearts are involved in this holy war, but he knows that the Book of Contract is the core of all heart codes, and only the Book of Contract can be upgraded without obtaining the heart of the world through coercive means. But this does not mean that the owner of the Book of Contract has an advantage in this holy war. On the contrary, the owner of the Book of Contract will become the Tang monk meat in the eyes of all walkers, and everyone wants it. Moreover, the non-core heart code also has an ability that the Book of Contract does not have. The heart is demon. This is a built-in skill of the heart code specifically for the host of the heart of the world. Of course, it will only appear after the heart code is upgraded to LV2. Everyone has more or less spiritual loopholes in their hearts, even the host of the heart of the world is no exception, and Heart Devil can enlarge these spiritual loopholes without limitation, and then swallow itself. However, the limitation of this skill is quite large. First, Heart Devil can only be used on the host of heart of the world, and it must be in a non-contracted state. If the contract has been signed, Heart Devil will not be able to get up any effect. Second, while using the heart demon to return to the host of the heart of the world, the walker himself will also suffer the same degree of backlash. Although the heart protects the body will not kill, but it also has to pay a great price, and Lu Ziwen the price of one time is 10 years of life. Third, the heart tome can only be used once for each level above LV2, and it cannot be used twice for the same person. In other words, before reaching LV3, Lu Ziwen was no longer able to deal with the host of the heart of the world with Devil's Heart. At the same time, he also paid the price of 10 years of life loss, which is not unreasonable. Of course, these costs can be ignored compared to the heart of the world. He knew that when the host of the world heart was immersed in his own inner demon, it was impossible to sign a contract with Lin Luo. At this time, most of the contractor had been swallowed by the inner demon and died, so when he sensed himself will choose to escape. Although it is wise, but run, keep running, Lin Luo. No matter how you struggle, your destiny is already doomed. When he raised his head, Lu Ziwen's face was already extremely hideous. For Lin Luo, he has a huge advantage, that is, level suppression. As long as the two heart codes have been in contact once, the high-level heart codes can be coordinated with the lower-level heart codes. Lu Ziwen's Book of Beast Control is now LV2, which means that as long as Lin Luo's Book of Contract does not reach LV2, then no matter where he is in the world, Lu Ziwen can find him out with great accuracy. Chapter 26, Lu Tongshu, please accept this good person card. There is hierarchical suppression in the heart code, which Lin Luo doesn't know at all. After all, his Book of Contract is only LV1, which is far from enough to suppress others, but he knows another message, a warning. I saw a cruise ship coming to this island from afar. Although Lin Luo guessed that 80% of it would be Lu Ziwen, he didn't dare to be 100% sure, so he and Mikoto were just a few tens of meters away from the beach. When the ship approached the coast less than 500 meters, the Book of Contract suddenly issued a warning, reminding him of the approach of the Book of Controlling the Beast. This surprised Lin Luo. It was a surprise that the Book of Contract had such a function. In this way, when meeting other walkers in the future, there is no need to worry about being attacked, but I don't know other hearts. Does the code have this function? When thinking like this in their hearts, Lin Luo and Mikoto had already walked towards the island. Of course, this could not be an escape, it was just to shift the battlefield. Lu Ziwen is a good person. Lin Luo has always thought so in the past few days. Looking at others, he not only provided himself with precious information about this holy war, but also fully fulfilled his duties as a guide. He even worked hard to sleep and eat without worrying about life and death. Helping himself to pick up sister and gave his hero a chance to save the United States. Without him, how could he have been able to attack Sister Cannon in such a short time? Lu Tongzi is obviously a good person. And now Lin Luo is even more so sure. He and Pao sister were trapped on this isolated island for 7 days and 7 nights. Still the great selfless Lu Tongshu. A luxury cruise ship drove thousands of miles away to rescue. This intention is really not enough for outsiders. In the face of such a good person, how can I fail him? In order to avoid accidentally damaging the equipment, boat, when welcoming the other party, I definitely have to change it. Then, to celebrate the wind and the dust. Lu Ziwen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Luo sat on a boulder, looked at the young man walking across from him, opened his mouth and said, his tone was provocative. Lin Luo. Lu Ziwen was visibly taken aback. Just now he discovered that the Book of Contract did not continue to move forward, but stopped. When he rushed over, he found that Lin Luo was here, which was beyond his expectation. You didn't even run away, it's bold enough. Well, you are a good person, knowing that I was trapped on this island and came to pick me up specially, I naturally want that, what to welcome me. Welcome to each other. Lu Ziwen's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously said. Yes, yes, that's the one who greets you, Lu Tongzi, your literary talent is so good, I admire it. What are you thinking about? Lu Ziwen said with a sullen face and frowned. Lin Luo's attitude made him a little uncomfortable. He looked around and didn't see the girl. As for the heart of the world, the Book of Controlling the Beast is also without any reaction. He was not sure for a moment whether Lin Luo was bluffing or was really confident. If it was the old Lu Ziwen who would have cared so much, the goddess, the third, and his second. I had already summoned a strange beast to bite Lin Luo to pieces, but since I had eaten the opponent's sorrow the last time, there was inevitably a shadow in my heart, and I didn't dare to act rashly until I figured out the opponent's reality, lest he did not get into trouble again. Don't be so excited, in fact, I just have a few questions to ask you. Lin Luo spread his hands, with a look of harmless humans and animals. Lu Ziwen, as a LV2 walker, you must know the inside story better than me. More. So what, do you think I will tell you? Lu Ziwen smiled coldly, eyes full of sarcasm. Stop dreaming, and for a person who is about to die, what's the point of knowing this? It's not meaningless, at least be a ghost. Okay, since you want to know so much, then hand over the heart of the world, and then I will answer what you ask. Okay, no problem. What are you talking about? Lu Ziwen was shocked and looked at Lin Luo incredulously, his expression as if he was hell. As long as you answer my question, I will give you the heart of the world. How about it? This transaction is very good, are you interested? Lin Luo asked seductively. Do you think I would believe you? Lu Ziwen sneered, dismissing Lin Luo's words. Well, I also know that you won't believe it so easily, but... With that, Lin Luo pressed his hands on his forehead, and a faint halo flashed, and soon a crystal clear and snowy heart appeared on the center of his eyebrows. Shape mark. The heart of the world. Lu Ziwen yelled out uncontrollably, and the thing he had always dreamed of was right in front of his eyes. He couldn't wait to rush forward to take it away, but reason made him force this impulse. Suppressed, because he couldn't understand what Lin Luo was thinking at all. Regardless of the gloss, the shape, or the sacred breath, Lu Ziwen can be 100% sure that the thing on Lin Luo's forehead is the heart of the world. Since the heart of the world appeared in his hand, it means that the girl is dead, and Lin Luo used the heart code to absorb the heart of the world. In this way, he only needs to kill Lin Luo and then take the world, just grab the heart. And Lin Luo's current strength is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. But since he could think of this, Lin Luo would never have missed it. Knowing this, he dared to show up in front of him in such an upright manner. Why? Lu Ziwen felt incomprehensible, and at the same time felt uneasy, unknown. It is the most terrifying. What on earth do you want to do? Lu Ziwen asked in a trembling voice. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his eyes looking at the heart of the world were still full of greedy desires. Lin Luo smiled faintly, and put his hands back again. The heart of the world immediately concealed into his eyebrows, the brilliance was reduced, and Lu Ziwen's eyes suddenly showed disappointment. I just want to ask you a question. Problem? Lu Ziwen frowned. What problem in this world is more important than the heart of the world? What problem? You said before that you can go to a higher world after you get the heart of the world. After that, Lin Luo paused, and then suddenly raised his voice. So, do you know how to go to other worlds? It turned out to be this problem. Of course I. At this point, Lu Ziwen's eyes suddenly flashed a fierce murderous intent. Suddenly there was a feeling of falling into an ice cave. Lin Luo was shocked and instantly entered into a state of congruence. He leaped off the boulder with a scream, almost at the same time, where he was sitting before. There was an extra inch-long claw mark at that position. Lu Ziwen, don't you want the heart of the world? Lin Luo shouted loudly, and at the same time carefully paid attention to the surrounding environment. There was nothing but Lu Ziwen's assassin-killer ghost leopard who could make the attack just now. Lin Luo, don't bluff anymore, I have seen your tricks. Lu Ziwen sneered, I just want to get away to travel through the world from my mouth. It's a pity, you won't have this opportunity. As for the world, my heart, after I kill you, I will naturally take it away. You know. Humph. What should I do? Do you think I will tell you? Of course, it is not impossible. I will burn paper for you when I go to another world. With that said, Lu Ziwen flipped his palm, and 2 green lights shot out. The 2 green lights bloomed in mid-air. In an instant they turned into 2 ghost leopards, and then instantly entered a sneaking state, disappearing without a trace. It's really unfortunate. Lin Luo sighed. Yeah, you are indeed very unfortunate. The contractor dies, the heart of the world cannot keep it, and you are about to die soon. Ha 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 ha, Lin Luo, your life is really a coffee table. Lu Ziwen laughed wildly. No, I'm talking about you, Lu Tongzi. Lin Luo said with regret, and then he looked at Lu Ziwen, behind. Lu Ziwen turned around fiercely, and saw a tea-haired girl standing there quietly not far away. Chapter 27, Someone's secondary illness is really getting worse. Crossing the plane and being able to go to other worlds, this is what Mikoto has been looking forward to and what Lin Luo himself hopes for. Mikoto needs to go back to save her sisters, while Lin Luo has to find other contractors. However, this kind of ability did not appear after the Book of Contract was upgraded, and Gu Lin Luo knew that he had this kind of power in this world, or there are only two people who know this information, Hualaxi and Lu Ziwen. According to the information provided by the Book of Contract, in this holy battle, the role of return is similar to the introduction of people, responsible for finding the spokesperson for the gods on earth, and they, intervenes in this war, but will not directly participate. Coming back, Xi said that he would reappear after Lin Luo successfully signed the contract, but now that many days have passed, the woman is still nowhere to be seen. Lin Luo doesn't know whether the woman had a menopausal attack or an endocrine disorder. I forgot about this, or it was purely flickering, and the expectations were really low. Then, it seemed that it would be faster to leave the distance and get closer, and to get the news directly from Lu Ziwen's mouth. But with Lu Ziwen's second-degree level, it seems impractical to get such important information from his mouth. After all, there is only one world heart in this world, and there is only one person who can walk through the plains. How could this kind of matter concerning one's own personal interests be casually revealed? Although they are in second grade, they are not mentally disabled. Lin Luo knew that with Lu Ziwen's character and the degree of coveting the heart of the world, if he came directly to the hard one, he would not be able to tell it honestly. It is estimated that a fish will die and the jade will be burned. Therefore, Lin Luo thought of a strategy before that, facing Lu Ziwen alone, using the heart of the world as a bait to lure him into telling the truth. It is not difficult to achieve this. After signing the contract of heart, the heart of the world in Mikoto's body has been carved on the Book of Contract. Using the Book of Contract, Lin Luo can completely map the heart of the world. In the heart of the world presented in Lin Luo's eyebrows is actually just a phantom. Of course, in order to avoid accidents, Lin Luo didn't dare to let Mikoto get too far away. After all, fighting against Lu Ziwen with his own strength was definitely not his opponent. What he didn't expect was that Lu Ziwen was really insidious. He suddenly got into trouble halfway through it. Fortunately, Lin Luo was always on guard. Although it was too late to realize the Book of Contract, he instantly entered into a state of conformity. It is enough to fight against the ghost leopard that has not been strengthened. At the same time, he immediately warned Mikoto that the mental powers of the two were connected. Although they could not have a spiritual dialogue from 100 meters away, as long as they were not too far away, if one of them called for help in their hearts, the other would still be able to sense it. Lu Ziwen was shocked the moment he saw Mikoto. He instinctively stepped back a few steps, with a trace of fear in his eyes, pointing to the girl in front of him. You are not dead yet. Hey! I'm alive and well. Mikoto snorted coldly, and a few blue-white arcs flashed across her bangs, crackling. Why? You should have been swallowed by the heart demon, it is impossible to be alive. Yet, why? Lin Luo pretended to sigh deeply, only to see a white light flashing between his brows, and then a white book appeared in his hand. It was the Book of Contract. Realize. Lu Ziwen subconsciously passed over when he heard Lin Luo's words. His complexion changed drastically, and only the formal walkers could realize the heart code, which means that the heart code must be upgraded to LV1, and Lin Luo can realize the heart code, then. You have signed the contract. Lu Ziwen glanced over the two of them, feeling extremely unwilling. Isn't it obvious? It's thanks to your help. Lin Luo smiled faintly. Lu Ziwen, you have seen the situation now. With your strength, it is definitely not our opponent. If you take it away, if you tell us the way to other worlds, I might be able to let you go. Humph, are you talking in a dream? Then there's no way. Lin Luo sighed, and said to Mikoto in his heart, I can only get rid of the fight. Wouldn't it be good to do this at the beginning? Mikoto complained in her heart, which made Lin Luo feel dull. Who knew that Lu Ziwen was so uncooperative in the second session of the second meeting? This time it was a waste of work. Of course, the complaint is the complaint, but Mikoto did not hesitate in the action, shaking her hand and throwing out an electric shock gun. With a squeak, the blue and white electric current instantly penetrated into Lu Ziwen's body. Hey! However, to the surprise of the two of them, Lu Ziwen was not overthrown by the electric shock spear, but disappeared. How is this going? Mikoto's little face is full of doubts. Is this guy beaten to dust by herself? But I didn't use my full strength, the blow just now could only stun people at most. Lin Luo, I have to admit that you are the enemy I hit. Suddenly, Lu Ziwen's calm voice rang. The two looked at the sound and saw that Lu Ziwen had appeared 100 meters away, and Mikoto was stunned. Space moves. Lin Luo also looked surprised, but it wasn't because of this. This ability to move instantaneously was probably a skill of the Book of Controlling Beasts, just like his own space jump. After all, as a summoner, Lu Ziwen has no combat power in addition to his mental power reaching 4,000 plus. Without a little self-protection skills, it is impossible to think about it. It just made him unable to figure out that the second bee who had a decayed look just now became so calm all of a sudden. Isn't this too unacceptable? Although you have signed the contract surprised me, but I still have enough strength to deal with you. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days. So someone is already arrogant enough to beat Sister Canon? Or did the small universe suddenly break out and become a super scion? Lin Luo looked at Lu Ziwen like an idiot. Indeed, if it were before signing the contract, Lu Ziwen could completely suppress Sister Pao with the LV2 Beast Controlling Book, but that was not a comparison of real strength, but a shameless bug skill. But now, Sister Pao's indestructible state can ignore that skill. What else does Lu Ziwen use to deal with Sister Pao? Is there a ghostly leopard? Or a big rock snake with brain damage? Those two alien beasts are okay against ordinary people, but compared with super electromagnetic guns, they are nothing more than scum with a combat power of 5. Lin Luo, it's better not to underestimate me, I'm an LV2 anyway. Seeing the contempt in Lin Luo's eyes, Lu Ziwen grinned and pointed to the void. The Book of Beast Controlling gleamed brightly, and with a bang, the sky above his head was completely cracked. Although I failed last time, it was not without gain, at least I broke through my own demons. The broken sky is like a black hole, getting bigger and bigger, and there is a dull and depressing atmosphere. Although the Book of Controlling Beasts has not reached LV3, my realm has already arrived. Now the number of alien beasts I can control, as long as my mental power is enough. I can summon unlimited. Boom! The space was completely split. 1, 2, 3. 8 big rock snakes came out of the black hole. Come and experience what is called Flurry of Demons. Lin Luo. It is not enough to cover the sky and the sun. 8 big rock snakes swooped down towards Lin Luo and Mikoto with an aura of infinite horror. Chapter 28, Resolutely Resist Plugins, Customer Service GM has nothing to do with it. Each of the 8 big rock snakes in the air was bigger and more powerful than the last time. They were terrifying, just like the 8 dragons. It could be seen that these 8 big rock snakes were strengthened by Lu Ziwen, and they were even more powerful. When the two watched, they couldn't help but breathe in air. Lin Luo knew that Lu Ziwen had absolutely no such strength 7 days ago. If he could summon 8 big rock snakes in one go, it would be impossible for him to escape with Mikoto. Only 7 days can be so strong. I have to say that Lu Ziwen's progress is quite rapid, or as he said, he himself has reached the realm of LV3. No wonder he is so calm, it turned out to be dependent on something. Lin Luo frowned, shocked in his heart, but he didn't have much fear about it. After all, he still had a lot of confidence in the strength of Pao's sister. "Is this guy raising a snake?" Mikoto uttered a rare spit. A large flash of lightning appeared in the bangs, and the lightning spear had already fired out amidst the blast of electricity. The speed of lightning is so fast, not to mention that the big rock snake cannot move freely in mid-air. Even on the ground, they are absolutely impossible to avoid. The huge electric light cannons screamed like thousands of birds, and they hit one of the big rock snakes in an instant. Zira zira. The electric light burst, and the scattered electric current did not shoot everywhere, but immediately formed a power grid, which immediately enveloped all the 8 big rock snakes in the sky. However, such an attack did not cause damage to the big rock snake. The 8 big rock snakes were struggling vigorously on the power grid. Mikoto was not surprised at all about this. The big rock snake summoned by Lu Ziwen last time was immune to electric shocks, but now these few stronger, naturally will not be injured by electric shocks, so she did not expect to be able to kill in seconds, but intends to be the same as last time electric grilled longworms. The 8 big rock snakes were trapped by the power grid, and all were frozen in midair. The reason why big rock snakes are immune to electric shocks is not because their bodies cannot conduct electricity, but because Lu Ziwen has strengthened them to increase their anti-electricity ability. Generally speaking, as long as they are biological, there is no non-conductive. This is like an iron block. An electric shock cannot break the iron block, but the electric current can pass through the electric shock. The big rock snake is similar to this physique, so the use of electric current can still limit their actions, but it cannot be controlled like an iron block. That's it. After setting the big rock snake in the air, Mikoto immediately changed the attack method, turning the inside of the power grid into an ultra-high temperature zone and smoldering. However, what unexpectedly happened by Mikoto and Lin Luo was that after half a minute of baking at such a high temperature, the big rock snakes in the power grid did not utter a sorrow. They were unscathed. Did Lu Ziwen even strengthen this aspect? The two could not help but stare at each other. Sure enough, Lu Ziwen's excited voice came at this time. Haha, it's useless. After I strengthened these 8 big rock snakes, they are 10 times stronger than before, and I also added a special amount to their body surface. Layers of heat-resistant substances, even if it is tens of thousands of degrees, don't even think about harming them. Seeing that his method can take effect, Lu Ziwen laughed frantically, his face incredibly hideous. Lin Luo, there is nothing you can do, let me die. When he gave an order, the 8 big rock snakes suddenly struggled violently, and finally they turned the electricity around their bodies and repelled them, breaking through the shackles of the power grid. No, I can't restrict them anymore, go back. Mikoto was shocked and shouted immediately. At this moment, even if Mikoto didn't say anything, Lin Luo knew what to do. Each of the 8 longworms was thicker than water, and was more than 20 meters long. If they were pressed down together, they would definitely be crushed into flesh. Cake. Without any hesitation, the two ran away quickly. Although neither of them are speed-type capable people, their physical fitness is much better than ordinary people. Coupled with the stimulation of electric current, they can at least run with all their strength. Can be 3 or 4 times faster than ordinary people. Boom! Just as the two of them ran hundreds of meters away, there was a loud noise like the sky behind them, and the earth trembled. My day, this guy is really prepared. Lin Luo couldn't help but was scared into a cold sweat. If he took a step slower, the consequences would be unimaginable. Electric shocks are useless, and high temperatures are useless. This is really troublesome. Mikoto frowned. Ha 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 ha, Lin Luo, now you know how good I am. No matter how hard you try, you can't be my opponents. You are just my prey and my stepping stone to a higher world. In the distance, Lu Ziwen shouted loudly, as if he had seen the goddess of victory beckoning to him. Also a stepping stone? This second grader really regards himself as a son of the plane. Lin Luo couldn't help but vomit. He kept turning back and raised it to Lu Ziwen, yelling, "Fuck you! Unrealistic fantasies are mine, the cannon on my right, my sister will crush you. Mikoto, I must abuse him severely for a while, MD, I really consider myself invincible." After speaking, Lin Luo immediately said to Mikoto in his heart. Yet, Mikoto nodded heavily, even she couldn't understand the other party's arrogant posture. She is really such a bully for a super electromagnetic gun. Lin Luo, you who eats soft rice can only rely on women to save their lives. Lu Ziwen sank his face and snorted coldly, "Big rock snake, crush them for me. I eat soft rice and I am proud." Lin Luo was about to come up with such a sentence, but as soon as he turned around, he saw that the two big long bugs had been chasing closer and closer, and the tiger's body suddenly shook. "Come here. The big snake is catching up." Damn it, it's useless. These longworms are really disgusting. They are both electricity-proof and heat-proof. They don't turn on like this. Ah, yes. I was cursing here, and suddenly my eyes lit up. Iron sand, use iron sand. Abuse it. Since the magic attack doesn't work, then let's use physical attacks. I don't believe that this big longworm can be used to defend against both demons. Yes, it makes sense. Listening to Lin Luo's words, Mikoto also suddenly woke up, and immediately stopped. In an instant, a black wave rose from the ground and stood in front of the two like a copper wall and iron wall. It was Mikoto. The strongest defensive wall of iron sand. As soon as the wall of iron sand was formed, a big rock snake rushed up. Boom! The huge body hit the wall of iron sand and made a deafening sound, but the wall of iron sand that was 10 centimeters thick did not move at all. In terms of defensive power and controllability, the wall of iron sand that Mikoto created is definitely the world's best, but it can't even be penetrated by a cannonball. It's safe. The two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, a larger black shadow rose from the ground, and it was iron sand sinking deep into the ground. At this moment, Mikoto collected all the iron sand within a radius of several hundred meters, and used magnetic force to control the iron sand to gather quickly. In less than 10 seconds, all the iron sand was gathered in the air. It was pitch black and heavy, 30 to 40 meters long, forming a whip of iron sand like a black dragon. But Lu Ziwen, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded, and a sudden sense of anxiety rose in his heart, and said, "Then, what is it?" Chapter 29, The Blackened Gun Sister is really unstoppable. The whip of iron sand like a black dragon circulates and dances in the sky, rustling, rustling. It's not the first time to see it, but it's totally different to watch it at such a close distance and watch it on the screen. Even Lin Luo was shocked. The two big rock snakes seemed to be dissatisfied with the black dragon in the air, and rushed up with a roar, which was very provocative. "Big garbage, don't be arrogant in front of me." As an LV5, she was beaten by a few big longworms and fled in embarrassment. Mikoto's heart has always accumulated a lot of anger, and at this moment, the two big rock snakes are so ignoring her, which has completely ignited her anger. With a scream, the whip of iron sand was swung down heavily. Sizzle! Sizzle! The huge whip of iron sand slammed straight towards the two big rock snakes, and when it fell, it made a harsh and piercing wind howl, as if even the air was torn apart. At the same time, the two big rock snakes were not to be outdone, roaring and roaring again and again, exuding a sharp and domineering aura. In the next moment, the two parties are in contact. There was no overwhelming aura, no earth-shaking collision, and no loud noise that swallowed the sky and the earth. As soon as it touched, the sharp iron sand whip directly chopped off the head of a big rock snake, and even the wailing sound was too late. The huge head has been separated from the body forever. Immediately after that, the whip of iron sand continued to be cut off from the waist of another big rock snake, slacking. The body that was more than 20 meters long was instantly broken into 2 pieces cut in the waist. With one beheaded and one half cut, the 2 big rock snakes are like paper, and they can't stop the whip of iron sand at all. How is it possible? How could it be like this? Lu Ziwen in the distance saw this scene with trepidation. These 8 big rock snakes were strengthened 10 times by himself. Whether it was defense or attack, how could it be so unbearable? He couldn't believe it at all. Some people are happy and some are worried. Some people are sad and others are happy. It is Lu Ziwen who is sad, and Lin Luo and Pao are the ones who are happy. The two of them saw that the big rock snake was instantly dropped, especially Mikoto. The electric shock was ineffective, and the electric heating was also ineffective. She had already developed a strong consciousness of the big rock snake in her heart, but she did not expect it at all. When the whip is out, this very strong longworm can be instantaneously. Actually, this is also normal. Mikoto's whip of iron sand is made of iron sand. Under her control, the whip of iron sand can be a whip or a sword. When the whip of iron sand falls on the body of the big rock snake, in order to increase damage, the heavy whip will become a sharp blade, but it is not an ordinary blade, but a sword of iron sand. Moreover, the iron sand at the blade of the sword of iron sand vibrates at high speed every tick, which is almost equivalent to a high particle vibration sword, whose power cannot be described by cutting iron like mud. Although the big rock snake can resist electricity and heat, its body is still made of rock after all. Does it dare to be harder than steel? Facing the sword of iron sand is not as weak as tofu. Neither of them were stupid people, and immediately thought of the reason after a slight turn of their minds, and their hearts were greatly excited. Mikoto, hit the iron while it's hot, and hit the dog while it's sick. Let's kill that girl as soon as possible. Lin Luo said enthusiastically. Okay, look at me. Mikoto had a feeling of raised eyebrows, with a confident smile on her face, and with a wave of her hand, the whip of iron sand suddenly split in the sky, and it turned into 6 huge swords of iron sand in an instant. The blade of every iron sand sword is aimed at a big rock snake. This time, it's my turn. Lu Ziwen's face changed suddenly when he saw that. He immediately called the Book of Controlling the Beast, intending to retrieve the remaining 6 big rock snakes. After all, these big rock snakes were summoned by his spiritual power and belonged to the same life as him. Chain, if only 1 or 2 died, it might not be a big problem, but if all 8 died, it would definitely hurt his vitality. However, Lu Ziwen's speed was still a step slower. As soon as he called the Book of Controlling the Beast, the 6 iron sand swords in the air had already been pierced, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Thorn! 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 Without any suspense, the 6 iron sand swords pierced into the head of the big rock snake without hindrance, and the huge body fell to the ground, all killed. More than 3/4 of the vitality was lost from the body, with the mouth open, and blood spurted out. At the same time, the 8 dead rock snakes also turned into a piece of Mars and completely disappeared in this world. A few minutes later, Lin Luo and Mikan came to Lu Ziwen. At this moment, Lu Ziwen no longer had his previous posture. His face was so pale that he didn't look like a living person, and his eyes were dead and lifeless. The injuries he suffered were more serious than the last time. Originally, Lin Luo wanted to abuse him, but seeing him like this, I don't know why there was a feeling of sadness in his heart, and he couldn't bring up any interest. Lu Ziwen, you surrender. Lin Luo, you bastard. Lu Ziwen raised his head, his eyes full of spite. I want to kill you. I must kill you. You're done, do you think you still have the ability to kill me? Lin Lamo said, and Mikoto next to Lu Ziwen showed a trace of sympathy. Lu Ziwen was silent, just staring at Lin Luo with vicious eyes. Lin Luo sighed and didn't care. Lu Ziwen, tell us how you know how to cross the plane, and then I will help you destroy the book of controlling the beast. How about you go back and be an ordinary person? Although Lin Luo had been thinking about killing Lu Ziwen all the time before, but now he suddenly didn't want to do that. It was not hypocrisy, nor pretending to be innocent, nor pedantic, but out of a kind of helplessness. Lin Luo knew that from the day they became the walkers, their own destiny could no longer be in their own hands. They were either killed or murdered, until the last one was left. Now it was Lu Ziwen who was defeated, and he could kill effortlessly. If you lose him, maybe one day in the future, it will be you who will lose, and then you will lie on the ground like a dead dog and be slaughtered. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Lu Ziwen was taken aback, then as if thinking of something, he raised his neck and laughed wildly, like crazy. You are wrong, Lin Luo, you are so wrong. What do you mean? Lin Luo frowned. Lu Ziwen was staring at him with undisguised hunger in his eyes. I don't know at all, I don't know how to cross the plane at all. What did you say? This time it was not Lin Luo, but Mikoto. She stepped out of the collar holding Lu Ziwen and said excitedly, how could you not know? You didn't always want to get the heart of the world go to other worlds. How could you not know? Hehe, you can go to other worlds when you get the heart of the world, but there is no such method recorded in the heart. Lu Ziwen sneered, the vitality in his eyes was a little bit less, but he didn't seem to care at all. You are also really sad. Although you have defeated me, you can't move on, ha 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 ha, it's so funny, I really want to admire your desperate faces all the time. But... Having said this, Lu Ziwen suddenly spoke, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Mikoto, be careful. Lin Luo suddenly realized that it was not good, and pulled Mikoto over, then quickly backed away. Hey, what's the matter? Mikoto was taken aback, and was about to say something, only to see a dazzling light bursting from Lu Ziwen's body. Lin Luo, you underestimated my determination. From the day I became a walker, I have put my life and death out of my mind. If I were to die, I would never die alone. The corner of Lu Ziwen's mouth cracked, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The Book of Beast Controlling hovered around him. With a fierce explosion, Lu Ziwen pressed his hands on the Book of Beast Controlling. Come out! My strongest spirit beast, by Rui. Chapter 30, A Certain Scientific Super-Electromagnetic Gun. Come out, by Rui. As soon as the voice fell, behind Lu Ziwen, a seal similar to a gossip array appeared out of thin air, and the seal suddenly magnified, and a huge white monster burst out of the seal in the roar, and rose into the sky. The blood-red eyes were full of violent murderous aura, the head resembled a wolf and a dog, the body more than 10 meters long hovered in mid-air like a white dragon, the body was locked with a pitch-black chain, and the whole body exuded a trembling breath of death, although the size is not as big as the big rock snake, but its aura is 10 times stronger than the big rock snake. This is... Rao Yilin Luo was also dumbfounded when he saw this monster with his calmness, with an incredible expression on his face. This is, by Rui. The reason for the shock is not because of fear, but because Lin Luo knew this monster. For an anime expert, it is impossible for him not to know this monster by Rui. The strongest spirit beast used by the heroine Tomiya Kagura in Spirit of Food. It's Pokemon again, it's World of Warcraft, and now it even has food spirits. This guy actually has 3 worlds to be his own harem. Lin Luo was broken and his heart suddenly became extremely unbalanced, even though the opponent is a human beast type. It seems that you also know, Lin Luo. You must be surprised in your heart, haha. Originally, I could only summon some plural-shaped spirit beasts with my ability, but after breaking through my inner demon, it was even white. Rui, a single type spirit beast can also be summoned. This is my last trump card, Lin Luo, let's go together. Following Lu Ziwen's order, Bai Rui let out a wild roar, and the huge body rushed over, biting Lin Luo and Mikoto with a big mouth. The two retreated quickly, and at the same time a black wave rose from the ground again, and the whip of iron sand slashed on Bai Rui's body like a sickle. Bai Rui wailed, and his body was severely chopped off. Worthy of being known as the strongest spirit beast, the iron sand whip, which can easily cut the big rock snake 10 times stronger, could not cut off Bai Rui, but left a huge mouth on it. Wow! Bai Rui was severely injured, not only did not fear, but also aroused its cruelty, and the huge roar almost shattered the eardrums of the two of them. Seeing it was about to rush again, Mikoto didn't dare to care about it. Under her control, the tip of the iron sand whip suddenly turned into dozens of sharp swords and directly greeted it, the collision of black and white. Puff! The whip of iron sand passed through Bai Rui's stomach and directly pierced it to the heart. With a whine, Bai Rui's huge body fell down like a jade pillar on the golden mountain. However, what is surprising is that Bai Rui did not die because of this. Its injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 10 seconds, the wounds all over his body had healed and became strong again. How could it? Mikoto was shocked. Is it an undead creature? Bai Rui is indeed an undead creature, but it shouldn't have such a terrifying resilience. Lin Luo frowned. As the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox, Bai Rui's strength lies in its immortal attributes, but even so, there is not such a powerful self-healing ability. Thinking of this, Lin Luo looked at Lu Ziwen. The other's face was much better than before, but Lin Luo could see that this was nothing more than a glimpse. Lu Ziwen's vitality was already running out, and most of the vitality. It seems that Guy really intends to take us to the funeral together. What do you mean? Mikoto was taken aback. Lu Ziwen completely connects his vitality with Bai Rui. Once Bai Rui is severely injured, he will use his vitality to heal it. Lu Ziwen, he is burning his vitality in exchange for the final combat power. This. Mikoto's face changed slightly, and she could even give her life for strength. This is a bit unbelievable for her. If her life is gone, what is the use of strength? Then what shall we do now? You can only kill Lu Ziwen first. Lin Luo said coldly. He had already given him a chance. Since he didn't know how to cherish it, he would send him to death as he wished. Kill him. Mikoto's voice trembled slightly, and there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Her character was originally kind, and she was a 14-year-old girl. There was no pressure to ask her to fight monsters, but killing, obviously she was down. Can't handle it. I'm coming. Of course Lin Luo knew this, so he did not expect Mikoto to kill Lu Ziwen. In fact, in his subconscious he did not want Mikoto to become an executioner with his hands. This kind of thing is enough by himself. Up! You help me hold Bai Rui. After saying that, before Mikoto could react, Lin Luo entered the same state, with a little toe, and rushed out quickly. Lin Luo. Mikoto subconsciously wanted to stop him, but by this time Lin Luo had already run tens of meters away, and Bai Rui on the other side had completely recovered, and attacked without fear of death. Although Mikoto didn't want to kill people, she also knew that there was no better way than this at this time. It would be useless to face an unkillable monster, no matter how strong she was. She saw Bai Rui facing Lin Luo rushing, Mikan's silver teeth bit, and the whip of iron sand danced wildly in the air, slamming Bai Rui into flight. After entering the same state, Lin Luo will have the strength of the pinnacle of LV3 strong ability. If such a strength is against the prosperous Lu Ziwen, there will be no hope of winning, but now Lu Ziwen is checkmate, and Bai Rui has been defeated by Mikan. Contained, Lin Luo has full certainty to kill him, and kill him at the fastest speed. After the previous battle, Mikato's power has been exhausted 7 or 888. Although Lu Ziwen's vitality should not be much left, it is added by his LV2 Book of Beast Control. The power that bursts out of burning lives may not have the possibility of grinding them to death. Lin Luo rushed forward at the fastest speed. He was a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Looking at this enemy who might die at any time, Lin Luo was expressionless and stunned. All the power is condensed in the right hand, punch it. But Lu Ziwen didn't seem to have seen it, and he didn't avoid it. Boom! A fist with a voltage of 100,000 volts hit Lu Ziwen's heart. The latter's body trembled, and his skin instantly turned black. There was a painful look on his face, but there was a smile in his eyes, and his lips moved slightly. Lin Luo, you lose. The voice was weak and inaudible. If it were not in the same state, Lin Luo's physical fitness had been greatly improved in all aspects. He could hardly hear it, but these words. Are you kidding, you lost? Hey! Lu Ziwen just smiled, then his expression stiffened on his face and died. How is this going? Lin Luo felt a little weird. Lu Ziwen's words made him very concerned, and just now, he clearly saw it with his own punch, but he did not resist. It was like confessing his fate, this. Lin Luo, run away. At this moment, Mikato's desperate cry suddenly came. Lin Luo turned around reflexively, and saw a blood bowl biting at him with a big mouth, Bai Rui. The terrifying blood bowl mouth was less than half a meter away from him, and death rushed to his face. Lin Luo was so scared that his body almost lost the ability to move. However, after all, he has the consciousness of being infinitely close to LV5 superpowers, and he calmed down almost instantly. LV3's power was fully activated, and his feet suddenly seemed to be equipped with a rocket, and Zero flashed to the side. Click! The sound of crushing bones. Lin Luo. Mikato ran forward quickly, her eyes full of concern. Fortunately, thanks to you, I'm fine. Lin Luo shook his head, indicating that he was okay, but his face was so painful that cold sweat came out. At the moment when Qian Junyi fired, he used the biological current in his body to forcibly stimulate his body to increase his speed to the limit, and escaped from Bai Rui's mouth dangerously. At that moment, he almost passed the death god. Although it was said that he had recovered his life, the excessively strong electrical stimulation also caused his body to be greatly traumatized. Some internal organs were in a state of paralysis. And this kind of self-injury type of injury cannot be treated with sacred treatment. Therefore, Lin Luo could only grit his teeth and endure it. Listening to Lin Luo's explanation, Mikato was also relieved for a while, and then the two looked at the other side. Bai Rui's blood basin opened and closed, eating Lu Ziwen's body. Lin Lamo sighed. He finally understood what was going on. Lu Ziwen deliberately let himself hit, and immediately before he died, he forcibly unlocked Bai Rui's seal, and Bai Rui was the first one after the seal was unlocked. What he eats is his own master. Lu Ziwen intends to use himself as bait to die with himself. Moreover, his calculations are more than that. After the seal was unlocked, Bai Rui was now nine-tailed. After swallowing the master's soul, its power became stronger and stronger, and a pair of blood-red eyes looked at the two of them. Lin Luo, without Lu Ziwen's vitality support, can that monster be killed? Mikato's voice was a little cold, with a bit of killing intent already. Lin Luo nodded and shook his head. This, although it may not be able to kill it, but without the vitality and soul supply of the owner, its injury cannot be healed. So, then. As she said, Mikato took out a coin from her pocket and flicked it in the air. A violent electric current appeared all over her body, like 10,000 birds humming. In an instant, her delicate body was already affected by the dazzling electric current. Package. Wow! The nine-tailed Bai Rui is synonymous with destruction and killing. Its only consciousness is killing and swallowing. With a flick of its tail, the whole body rushed towards the two with earth-shaking power. At the same time, Mikato's power has been stored to its maximum. She straightened her right arm, clasped her two fingers, and faced Bairui, who was flying towards her. The coin fell from the sky, just between her two fingers. Drink! With a soft drink, Mikato's thumb popped out, and the current of more than hundreds of millions of volts was concentrated in her right hand at this moment, and then the coin burst out, and an orange-red beam was drawn through the air, with a screaming sound towards the charge. The flying Bairui is going. It is a super electromagnetic gun. Chapter 31, Boy, Girl, and a Dog. At this moment, the strength of the nine-tailed Bairui is absolutely destructive. Although it has only one tail and is not in a complete body state, even so, the aura it releases is enough to make people frightened. Ordinary people can never give birth to any resistance. However, it is not facing ordinary people now. Misaka Mikato, at the apex of 2.3 million capable people, the third LV5 super-powered super electromagnetic gun. The dimensions in which the two exist are completely different. She can be strong or weak. She has kindness to others in her heart so that she never uses all her strength when fighting against others, but when she is determined to protect something, her power can break through the sky. And at this moment, there are people behind her who need her to guard. The super electromagnetic gun fired at 3 times the speed of sound, and the orange-red beam seemed to be transformed into a world-killing silver dragon, and it shot out with a sharp and domineering sound of breaking through the air, boom. Almost at the moment it was fired, the super electromagnetic gun had officially contacted Bairui. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, a violent shock wave scattered from the center of the explosion, flying sand and rocks, strong winds, the entire island was trembling. Although Bairui is a world-destroying demon beast, both its body and the power it possesses are quite powerful, but when it comes to explosive power, it is absolutely incomparable with the super electromagnetic gun. If it doesn't fight the electromagnetic gun head-on, relying on its powerful demon power to fight for a long time, with Misaka Mikato's current state, there is still a chance of winning. But a beast is a beast, and it is brain-dead after all. Even a world-destroying beast is just a body of flesh and blood. How could it be possible to receive the super electromagnetic gun from the front, just supporting it for a few seconds? The light of the super electromagnetic gun has poured into its body, and then pierced out. Oh! Bairui let out a miserable cry, blood pouring crazily from the wound, shaking for a few times before falling down with a crash. Fight, beat it. Mikato blinked and said not confidently. After all, the monster in front of her is a believer of Brother Chun. It can be resurrected in its place with such a fierce attack, who knows this time? Will it stand up again? Although it can still feel the vitality in it, without the support of Lu Ziwen, it will be disabled even if it is immortal. Hey! Listening to Lin Luo's words, Mikato suddenly felt relieved, but as soon as she relaxed, her body felt weak, and she staggered backwards. Mikato! Lin Luo had quick eyes and hands, and took the girl up in one hand, with a worried expression on his face. Are you okay? Although it was not the first time to be held, but the previous few times were unconsciously, this time although the PK was off, Mikato's consciousness was very clear, and the skin touched her face immediately with a bang. The boiling water turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter Lin Luo hugged, and the greater the loss caused by the entanglement of her limbs. Give me a sense of measure. Mikato's mouth twitched and sternly warned, but her tone was weak when she spoke. It is more appropriate to say that it is a warning rather than a soft pleading. Lin Luo felt it a lot. Now that the danger has passed, he is no longer nervous, and he has changed back to his usual faceless and skinless look. He laughed and said, "Well, Mikato, isn't it all right if you lie down quietly? Anyway, it's not the first time. Once, stop being arrogant again." Who is arrogant? Mikato glared at him fiercely, but after saying that she didn't struggle anymore, lying in Lin Luo's arms as if resigned, her body stiff as a log. Your body is so stiff, is it hurt? Lin Luo felt the strangeness of the girl in her arms, and asked diligently, where is it uncomfortable? The girl's eyes began to wander around, and she said nonsense, no, there is nothing uncomfortable, it's just a little bit of collapse. Prostration? Why do I feel a little bit different? Don't bear it anymore. Forcing patience is not good for future development. Lin Luo said that she was very worried. The development of Pao's sister is related to the happiness of the two of them throughout their lives. Who of us and who, internal injuries and external injuries, can be cured of my younger brother's disease? Where are you? It's really wordy, it's all right, it's just. It's dead. Mikoto said embarrassedly. No power? Lin Luo was taken aback, but she understood in an instant, there was no electricity. Well, that was the literal meaning. Sister Pao has PK with various monsters, and the output is very large in the battle. Although the HP has not been reduced much, but the MP has almost been cleared. Then, make up for the magic? Well, make up for each other. Ah! The girl suddenly exclaimed, patted the salted pig's knuckles on her chest, and shouted, asshole, what are you doing? Lin Luo suffered a pain, and immediately took his hand back. Oh, Mikoto, don't move, am I trying to return the blue to you? After speaking, he stretched out again. Back to your sister Lan, this is not Dragon Quest. Mikoto was ashamed and embarrassed. Hey, Mikoto, have you played that game? Don't change the subject, and don't reach out anymore. No, I am treating you. Our life chains are connected. As long as I touch your heart of the world, I can transmit the life force to you, and then you can be resurrected in a full state. What a full state of resurrection! I am not dead, I think you clearly want to take the opportunity to cheer. The girl's heart was like a mirror, and she saw through someone's conspiracy at a glance. You are a naked slander, how can the little brother be such a pure and lewd man, how can you be so sordid, your thoughts are too dirty. Lin Luo was upright, his face was inviolable. Hey! Mikoto sneered, her eyes full of contempt, our mind-to-heart dialogue is still connected. You have already expressed your thoughts in your heart just now. This sentence finally revealed someone's sinister face. Lin Luo burst into tears. Under the pressure of Sister Pao, Lin Luo's plan to replenish demons finally did not succeed, but he was not discouraged either. He will be long in the future, and there will always be a day of successful replenishment. Then what? I will talk about it in the future. After that, the two of them sat on the ground and rested for a while, and their spirits gradually recovered. Even Lin Luo's injuries caused by self-harm almost recovered. After all, there is a book of contract in his body, and he is fusing with it. After that, all aspects of the body have undergone qualitative changes, and they have had the ability to heal themselves that ordinary people can't imagine. On the other hand, Bai Rui no longer had his previous prestige. In addition to a huge blood hole pierced by a super electromagnetic gun, there were countless wounds caused by the impact of the explosion, connected to a layer of skin. If this kind of injury is changed to some other creatures, I am afraid that it would have died long ago, but Bai Rui is different. It is an undead beast. Although the consciousness has reached the edge of dissipating, the breath of life is not extinguished, with crimson eyes. Closed and closed, a painful groan in his mouth, very humane. Lin Luo, I think it's so pitiful. Seeing Bai Rui's appearance, Mikoto's sympathy flooded in an instant. Lin Luo glanced at her speechlessly, saying that you didn't hurt it like this. Of course, he could not say this. In fact, he also gave birth to a hidden heart in his heart. This is not because of how kind he is, but as a warrior of love, his fraternity loves every second element. Lovely girl, this naturally also includes Tagong Kagura. Out of the feeling of loving the house and Wu, there is no hatred for this Bai Rui. Let me see if I can heal his injury first. Although Bai Rui almost swallowed him in one gulp just now, it was just because of the different positions. It is impossible to say that hatred is at all. If possible, Lin Luo wants to send it back to the world of Shilling, let it return. Go to Takuang Kagura's side. The reason for this thought is that besides the hidden heart in his heart, he also has a vague guess, maybe. However, the next development was completely beyond his expectation. When he put his hand on Bai Rui's body, the cold voice of the Book of Contract suddenly rang. The spirit beast Bai Rui is seriously injured and is on the verge of death. He is currently in a state of no owner. Is the contract owner confirmed to accept it? To subdue Bai Rui? Lin Luo was completely stunned. What was going on? He was not a summoner, and he didn't have the book of controlling the beast, so he was able to subdue Bai Rui. Isn't this too ridiculous? Lin Luo. Mikoto saw the change in his expression and thought something had happened to him. No, nothing. Lin Luo shook his head and signaled that he was okay. To be honest, he hesitated a little. He absolutely believed in the power of the Book of Contract. Since the Book of Contract believed that Bai Rui could be subdued, it must be possible, but, is it really good to subdue Bai Rui? It is true that Bai Rui is very powerful, although it is far from Mikoto's, but if there is such a spirit beast by his side, his strength will definitely be greatly improved, which is very tempting. But the problem is that Bai Rui will devour the master's soul. If his mental power is not enough to suppress it, he will most likely be eaten back by it at that time. Moreover, Bai Rui now is not an ordinary Bai Rui. Nine-tailed state, that's okay. It's not a joke. Lin Luo feels a little unsure. Lin Luo told Mikoto about this, and she was obviously shocked too, with an incredible expression on her face. Finally, the two discussed for a while and finally decided to subdue Bai Rui. Firstly, Bai Rui's current appearance is really miserable, and it is easy to make women, especially small lori like Mikoto, feel pity. Secondly, Lin Luo also thinks this is an extremely rare opportunity, if you let it go unfortunately. As for how to suppress it, although Lin Luo thought that he might not be able to do it, don't forget that he and Mikoto's spiritual power are connected. Even Lu Ziwen can use Bai Rui. There is no reason why the power of Mikoto and Mikoto can't subdue it. You must know that Mikan's spirit is much higher than Lu Ziwen. Thinking of this, Lin Luo didn't hesitate anymore, and directly clicked OK. Suddenly, a circular seal suddenly appeared on top of Bai Rui, a faint white light shed, and Bai Rui's huge body was absorbed in an instant. Before you can take Bai Rui, you need to heal his injuries. Are you sure? Now that it has been decided, there is nothing to hesitate. Lin Luo has already prepared his mind and clicked OK. Bai Rui's injuries have been cured, and the leaseholder has consumed 120 vitality. 120 points. Hearing this number, Lin Luo was very painful, 4 times his own. In the sea of consciousness, as soon as Bai Rui recovered from his injury, it began to struggle fiercely. Lin Luo suddenly felt a splitting headache, a feeling of being burst, and screamed in pain. However, this situation did not last long. Soon a more powerful mental force poured in, as if a party of iron jailed Bai Rui to suppress it was Mikoto. Wow! Bai Rui roared angrily. As the strongest spirit beast, it would not be surrendered so easily and struggle violently. However, Lin Luo just got the upper hand. How could Lin Luo let it succeed so easily, combined with Mikoto's mental power, and began to suppress it frantically? This is an alternative battle. After a full half an hour, Bai Rui struggled with anger at the beginning and then unwilling to growl. His resistance finally gradually weakened. Finally, when the Book of Contract came to remind him to successfully conquer Bai Rui, his consciousness Bai Rui in the sea has become very docile. At this point, both of them were relieved, and then they withdrew their consciousness. At the same time, a piece of information about Bai Rui flooded into Lin Luo's mind. As if it was an innate ability, Lin Luo instantly memorized the method of using Bai Rui. Snack liberation. Pressing the index fingers of both hands, a seal appeared behind him, and with a bang, Bai Rui's huge body rose into the sky. Wow! Mikoto was taken aback by the sudden change, and cried out in surprise. She looked at Bai Rui's huge body. Although she was no longer an enemy, her eyes were somewhat wary. Yes, after all, Bai Rui's image is relatively terrifying, but... Lin Luo smiled slightly. Snack changes. With an order, Bai Rui's huge body shrank suddenly, and in a blink of an eye it became the size of a white mink. He hopped around on Lin Luo's shoulders, and a smart little head looked around, looking quite similar. Lovely. Wow, it's so cute. Mikoto was stunned for an instant, and then 2 stars appeared in her big eyes, and the speed of the change was also staggering. Perhaps because of the connection of the life chain, Bai Rui also looked very kind to Mikoto, only to see it jump on Mikoto's shoulder with a swish, and lick her cheek affectionately. Mikoto was licked squeaky, she reached out and teased it. Lin Luo was speechless and couldn't help but roll his eyes madly. These 2 guys, who had been fighting for a while, but now they are so close to each other like this, they are really heartless. Chapter 32, Sister Yu is here again. Hello, Sister Yu, goodbye Sister Yu. Mikan and Bai Rui were still playing around. Lin Luo didn't bother with these 2 guys either, but walked to the place where Lu Ziwen died, checked it carefully, but was shocked. Strange, where's the Book of Controlling the Beast? In the battle between the walkers, if one of the walkers is killed, the heart code in his body will be separated from his body, and the victorious party will have the opportunity to get the masterless heart code, although it cannot be like the original owner. He has all the power of the heart code, but can absorb it and make his heart code stronger. Let's put it this way, Lin Luo's current Book of Contract is LV1. If he absorbs Lu Ziwen's LV2's Book of Controlling the Beast, then the level of experience he needs may be greatly reduced, or those who only need to sign another contract may be promoted. At LV2, he will also get 1 or 2 skills from the Book of Controlling Beasts, such as teleportation, teleportation, teleportation. He really wants this skill. However, what puzzled him was that there was no trace of the Book of Controlling the Beast in the field. The Book of Contract was realized to expand the search range, but he still couldn't find it, as if the Book of Controlling the Beast had just disappeared out of thin air. Have you already absorbed the Book of Controlling the Beast? That's why I was able to subdue Bai Rui. This thought flashed through Lin Luo's mind, but he quickly rejected it. If this is the case, then the Book of Contract will definitely give a reminder instead of being so silent. It's a pity that that person just died like this. Mikoto walked over with Bai Rui and said regretfully, with sympathy in her eyes. At this moment, Bai Rui is hung on the girl's neck like a scarf. He looks lazily with his head drooping. The long tail is sweeping back and forth on the girl's small V5. Lin Luo's mouth twitched, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Your sister, brother, didn't even scan it like that, this luscious dog. Yes, it is indeed a pity, the Book of Controlling the Beast. Lin Luo echoed in a low voice. Although I feel regretful, since I can't find it, I can't help it. I can't force this kind of thing. Then we want to go to my world, do we have to wait for news from that woman? At present it seems that there is only such a way, but that woman is too unscrupulous to speak of. If this kind of bad working attitude is definitely not mixed at a certain point, she cursed her aunt 4 times in a month, every time it continued. 1 week. Lin Luo said viciously. Mikoto you. Boy, it's bad behavior to speak ill of others behind your back. Lin Luo had only finished speaking, and a cold voice floated from behind, suddenly shocked in his heart. Turning around, I saw a top-grade imperial sister standing not far away, with the posture of Anna, waving in the wind, full of enchantment. It's not who is coming back. Lin Luo sweats wildly. You kid, I think you are impatient with your life, so you dare to say bad things about me behind your back, so courageous. Returning to come over while talking, smiling, just what do you think of the smile? All feel a bit cold. Oh, eldest sister, you must have heard it wrong. How dare you say bad things about you, my little brother? Your existence is like the star of the day, the archangel who created the saint, let the world admire it, and let the common people worship it. Lin Luo's heart trembled, and immediately changed his face and flattered wildly. Although she has never seen this woman officially make a move, I don't know her strength, but as one of the leaders of this holy war, Lin Luo has no doubt that this woman's strength is absolutely terrifying. Even if it is not a god, it is probably a second god. How can he dare to offend such a person? And he also asks others. Okay, disgusting, not disgusting. Coming back waved his hand in disgust, apparently indifferent to Lin Luo's flattery. You should know my identity if you want to come, then you don't need to be circumspect, you should do you want to go to other worlds. Yes, we want to go back to my original world. Before Lin Luo could speak, Mikoto screamed, her eyes full of hope, sister, do you have any way? The method, don't you already have it? Returning to her, he gave her a slanted look and said calmly. Yes. Lin Luo and Mikoto looked at each other. When did they have? You have signed the contract before, now it's a relationship of life and death. When returning home, Lin Luo nodded naturally when he heard these words, but Mikoto blushed, and his head started to show off. Water vapor comes out. That's not enough. The relationship between life and death is not as simple as it seems. It not only connects your life chain, but more importantly, connects your two worlds. Although this connection is not important to others, but for you, your two worlds are already connected. Unicom? Do you want to move afterwards? Lin Luo wanted to complain, but the matter was very important. He could only force patience and asked, you mean, I have been able to go to Mikoto's world? Of course. Then how do we go? Of course it is to use the Book of Contract. That thing is not just for you to pick up girls. Returning Xi gave him a sullen look, and Lin Luo blushed because of his calmness, and said aggrievedly, sister, can I trouble you to finish speaking at once, it is very painful for you to do this. Young man, you are too impatient. Returning Lexi expressed her calmness, and she said slowly, as long as you take out the Book of Contract, hold it high above your head, loudly just say come out, my avenue of stars. Lin Luo felt a chill, this is too bloody, and it's also avenue of stars, what is the name of the bird? Well, can I just read? Before this sentence was finished, Lin Luo immediately felt a scorching gaze that almost melted him beside, Mikoto stared at herself very mightily. Sister Pao, if you look at me like this, my younger brother is under a lot of pressure. Lin Luo sighed and held the Book of Contract aloft, nothing, for the sake of Sister Pao, it would be embarrassing. Come out, my avenue of stars. Suddenly, straight and brilliant rays of light spurted from the Book of Contract, straight to the sky, and gradually expanded, forming an avenue paved like stars, and at the end of the road was a modern city like a steel jungle. School City. Mikoto was surprised and delighted. Lin Luo was also dumbfounded. His sisters, this Book of Contract is really awkward. It's amazing to be able to do such an unbelievable thing, well, it's also embarrassing. When I found that I came back and looked at him face to face with a smile, Lin Luo couldn't wait to find a gap to get in. What made him even more annoying was that at this time, I came back and said suddenly, oh, I remember it, it seems just meditate in your heart. Too bad. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and retaliated. This is naked revenge. Lin Luo swears that if there is a chance in the future, she must be forced to put this woman on the shelves, 100 times, 100 times. Regarding the grudge in Lin Luo's eyes, he didn't care at all when he came back, and said with a little triumph, "Well, now as long as you step on this avenue of stars, it will break into the dimension and automatically send you to that world." "Thank you." Mikoto thanked him sincerely, and then said to Lin Luo, "Then let's go now." She was already a little impatient. "Wait a minute." Lin Luo was not so anxious. He calmed down a bit and looked back. "I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth about this holy war." "Oh, what do you want to ask?" "I promise to know everything and say nothing." This time he came back very generous. "Well, yes." Lin Luo just said 2 words, and suddenly when he returned, his face changed and he exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot, this avenue of stars can only be opened once in each world, and it only lasts for 1 minute at a time. Well, now 40 seconds have passed, what should I do?" After speaking, she blinked her eyes innocently. Lin Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. This woman did it on purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Lin Luo didn't dare to delay any more, quickly pulled Mikoto on, and stepped onto the avenue of stars. "Then, I wish you a pleasant journey." Returning Lakesy suddenly turned into a kind mother who gave her off her son and was full of reluctance while waving to see off. "Happy you are, you stinky woman. One day I will. It's easy for my power to destroy the avenue of stars." Returning Lakesy said softly, and immediately blocked Lin Luo's 100 times back. "Ah, beautiful Yuja, I am right. Your admiration is as endless as the surging river, and as the yellow river is flooding and uncontrollable." Before the flattering was finished, with a beep, the avenue of stars broke into the dimension. "Humph, stinky kid." Returning Lakesy snorted softly. "This person is really interesting." At this moment, a man suddenly appeared behind him. As if not surprised at all, he returned and said lightly, "Well, it's like this. Although it's better than expected, it's just too tender at this level. Anyway, your chess piece is just like this. Abandoned. You said it's a chess piece. What are you doing with the useless waste?" The man smiled, stretched out his hand, and a water blue book appeared in his hand, the Book of Controlling the Beast. Returning, Xi gave a faint look, and didn't know whether it was a sarcasm or a hungry smile. "I didn't expect you to actually make this thing, so you don't worry about the consequences. If I'm afraid of this, I won't try it in the first place." The man said indifferently, but he quickly changed his words. "But this heart is really something that can't be made by humans. It took me so much. The Book of Controlling the Beast produced for a long time can't even reach 1/10 the strength of the original, alas." The tone was full of loneliness. A fake thing is a fake thing after all. Without the blessing of the original power, you can't make a heart code even if you have the ability to pass through the sky. Gui Lakesy said with disdain. If Lin Luo was here, he would be surprised. Lu Ziwen's Book of Controlling the Beast turned out to be a fake. That's right. The man sighed in shock, and suddenly a flame came out from the palm of his hand, and instantly burned the Book of Controlling the Beast, and then he looked back and said, "Let's talk about it. Get it right." "Humph, what is there to discuss between you and me?" Returning to sneered, "You put your paws on my sight, and if I don't do it to you, it's already considered good, or say, you think I'm so bullied." His eyes drenched, and when he returned, the whole person seemed to be transformed into a sharp sword out of its sheath, full of murderous aura. At the same time, the entire space has undergone tremendous changes. First of all, the clouds on that day suddenly shattered like real objects, and the smoke disappeared in an instant. Then the whole island began to tremble, the earth began to collapse, and the sea began to churn. Just a look, the sky is falling apart and the earth is breaking and the water is flowing backwards. Within tens of miles, if there is anything that hasn't changed, it's only the man in front of him. He shook his head. No, you're misunderstood. To be honest, among so many people, you are my best. One of the people who don't want to provoke, I am not here to oppose you, but to discuss alliances with you. Alliance. As if he had heard the funniest joke, he came back and laughed. Your head is not funny, right? It seems that you really don't know. The man didn't care, his mouth closed, but he didn't say a word, but when he returned home, his face changed, his smile receded, and he said solemnly, "You, is it true? I have no need to lie to you, and with your strength, I should be able to find it." Hey, it's an old traitor. To each other. On the Avenue of Stars. Oh, I was actually teased by that woman, and the fame of this king I was ruined. Lin Luo sighed and sighed. Okay, she also helped us a lot anyway, don't mind a little thing anymore. Mikoto tried to comfort. Small things? You are wrong, Mikoto. I am the king of dignified strategy, but I was played around by a little girl, and finally threatened by her. How can this be a small thing? This is a shameful shame. Do you understand a shameful shame? Lin Luo thumped his hand, expressing his anger. No, I have to prepare a few plans in advance so that I can retaliate against her in the future. Mikoto was speechless and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. But enthusiastically admired the surrounding scenery. At this time, the two seemed to be in the vast universe, and countless stars flashed by them, spectacular. Mikoto couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really amazing. I never thought that one day I would even be able to walk through the universe. I never dreamed of this kind of thing even in my dreams. Brother's strength is not what you can imagine." Hearing these words, Lin Luo immediately said without embarrassment. "Cut." Mikoto said with disdain. After watching for a while, Mikoto suddenly thought of her sisters, and sighed silently in her heart. It would be nice if her sisters could live so freely as well. Lin Luo, do you think we can really do it? Save the sisters? Of course there is no problem. Lin Luo was confident. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The two of us are transversal people. If this is a novel, then we are the people with the protagonist template. All the dragon sleeves in front of us will dissipate like clouds. This is the source of my confidence. Mikoto was silent. She was not Lin Luo, she was not so shameless, and she was not so optimistic. As long as she thought that her enemy was the entire Academy City, her heart was full of anxiety and heavy. Lin Luo glanced at her and comforted, "Okay, don't think about it anymore, anyway, we just need to do our best, and, do you feel it?" "What?" "Through the heart of the otaku, I have heard the voices of my sisters." Really? Mikoto was dubious. What are they talking about? Lin Luo smiled calmly, suddenly raised his hand, pointed at the Academy City at the end, and said loudly, "The distant sister is calling you, brave girl, go and create Lily." The heavy atmosphere disappeared, and Mikoto was very embarrassed. "Lily, please be more serious." "Well, relax the atmosphere, if it's too serious, it's not funny. You have never been serious. This is your illusion, I have always been serious." "Where is it serious?" "Seriously expand the strategy." Mikoto suddenly wanted to kill someone. Volume 2 Two-Dimensional Journey. Chapter 33, Little Loli Doomed to Tragedy. Boom. The body fell heavily to the ground. "How long have you not felt this kind of pain?" It seems to happen frequently these days." While thinking about this, Lin Luo felt very depressed. Just now, at the moment when the Avenue of Stars took them into this world, I don't know if it was an accident or it was like this. A whirlpool suddenly swept them in. Tragedy, this kind of thing happened at the last minute, I'm so unlucky. Hey, where is this? Where's Pao? Lin Luo touched and sat up from the ground, and looked up. There seemed to be a slightly larger laboratory in front of him, full of electronic instruments, but Mikoto was not by his side. With a tight heart, he quickly checked the Book of Contract in his consciousness. Fortunately, Mikoto was in a normal state. Since the display is normal, Sister Pao should be fine. Lin Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Through the induction between the contractor and the contractor, he knew that Mikoto was in this world. No, it should be said that it was in this city, but the distance was over 100 meters, no spiritual dialogue can be carried out. Who are you? You seem to be a person with spatial ability. At this moment, a girl's voice came into Lin Luo's ears. Looking back instinctively, Lin Luo was a little dazed by what he saw. There were 4 people in front of him, a man with glasses, a man with a bald head, and 2 girls. 4P? Lin Luo was taken aback. The word came to mind for the first time, but soon he knew that his judgment was wrong, because the air didn't have the kind of ambiguity that made people think about it. Instead, it was filled with an atmosphere of opposition. Who are you? Suddenly beyond this place, you should be a person with the ability to move in space. I am super interested in you. The speaker was a lovely girl of 12 or 13 years old with a face that did not match her age. Mature expression. She wore a sleeveless hoodie on the upper body, short orange hair under the hat, and a pair of shorts on the lower body, revealing 2 snow-white thighs. Well, it seemed quite seductive. Wait a moment, let me first think about the plot now, although it doesn't seem to have any impression. Lin Luo waved, and while talking, looked at the 2 men next to him, the bald man and the man with glasses. No impression at all, just ignore it. Then there is the girl who has been silent on the other side. This is a black-haired girl wearing a school uniform with a vicious look in her eyes, staring at herself with a guarded face, and holding a pistol in her hand. Hey, don't point fingers at the muzzle. It's dangerous. What kind of plot is this? These 2 girls have a little impression, but they are not very familiar. Is it weird? Lin Luo was a little confused. His eyes wandered carefully on the 2 girls, and suddenly he slapped his head, and he remembered. This is the S Processing Company. One of the research institutes that acted on Sister Misaka's experiment is also the only research institute that was not destroyed by the original Mikoto. According to the original plot, Mikoto is now destroying the other of the only 2 research institutes, the Pharmaceutical Club. Of course, he is no stranger to the 2 girls in front of him. That's it, that's it. There is indeed this plot. When Mikoto destroyed the laboratory for the last time, so many days have passed that day. So speaking of it, when Sister Pao traveled through the past, here's the story. Time stopped, or the time on the 2 sides were not equal. Lin Luo said without caring about the weird and guarded gazes of the few people. What are you talking about? I don't understand it, said the girl in the hoodie. I think it's weird if you can understand it. Jianqi loves classmates the most. Lin Luo stared at him with a smile, but there was some evil in his eyes. Do you know me? Jianqi likes to stare at Lin Luo, his eyes become more alert. Of course I know, members of NB item. You. There was finally a slight change in Jianqi's favorite calm face. She stepped back abruptly, trying to open a safe distance. Although the other party's origin is unknown, she knows that she will definitely not be a companion. The greater possibility is, an intruder. And if the opponent is really a person with spatial mobility, then the ability to teleport in is undoubtedly LV4 or higher. Facing such a person, she can't be careful. Have you confirmed the sense of hostility so soon? However, that's right, it was originally an enemy. Lin Luo smiled. He knows what Silk Flag's favorite ability is. The LV4 nitrogen armor compresses nitrogen gas within a distance of 4 to 5 centimeters on his skin to make it dense and defensive. This ability barely says it can be considered invulnerable and powerful, but Lin Luo instantly entered into a state of homogeneity, with more than 100,000 volts condensed in his right hand, and with a beep, the electric shock spear shot towards the Silk Flag favorite. The latter was hit by the electric shock spear before he could hide. However, the girl did not suffer any harm, because a layer of hazy aura attached to the surface of her body, completely blocking the flow of electricity nitrogen armor. Sure enough, is the power of LV3 still unable to compete with LV4? Lin Luo was somewhat disappointed. Ultra-electric shock ability. Although she didn't suffer any damage, the expression she loves was quite shocked. She thought that the opponent was a space-capable person, so she never took the initiative to attack. After all, the space-capable person is too weird. For those with a level of ability, the odds of winning against those with space ability are definitely much greater, especially for those with melee ability like her. It is definitely a nemesis. But she never expected that the opponent would use electric shock. Plural ability? How can that be? If LV6 is a legend, then a person with plural abilities is a fantasy. It is impossible to exist at all. Even if you take a step back, even if there is a person with plural abilities in the school city, it is impossible for their NB to have no news, so the Silk Flag favorite immediately ruled out this possibility. As for why the other party appeared here abruptly, this is a good explanation. The biggest possibility is that someone with LV4 space ability will transfer him. Those with LV3 electric shock ability. This series of thoughts stayed in Jian-Qi favorite mind for no more than a second, and she also immediately judged Lin Luo's strength through the electric shock just now. Without any hesitation, her petite body was facing Lin Luo like a chariot. Crash away! Among the LV4 great abilities, the Silk Flag loves absolute defensive power, and only those with spatial ability can restrain her, and there are only 2 people with such abilities in the entire school city, so to speak, the Silk Flag is the most. Love is almost invincible in LV4. Therefore, facing a person with LV3 electric shock ability, little Lori has no pressure. Such a weak guy, Jian-Qi loves to believe that even if she can kill him in an instant with bare hands. It's just that Jin-Qi favorite doesn't know that Lin Luo also has no pressure to face her. Indeed, in terms of the strength of the capable person, Lin Luo is far inferior to Jian-Qi favorite, and here is such a narrow room. With his ability, if he and Wan-Qi favorite in close combat, he will undoubtedly lose. But the point is that Lin Luo's current strongest combat power is not superpowers, but Bai Rui. Snack liberation. Facing the Silk Flag favorite that came straight, Lin Luo did not retreat. His index fingers touched his hands, and a strong light flashed behind him. A small part of Bai Rui's body came out of the seal, and his head hit the ceiling directly. There was a bang, and the whole room shook. This is still under his control. After all, Bai Rui's body is too big, this room can't accommodate it at all, otherwise the whole body will come out, and the people in this room will be in disaster. However, even so, Bai Rui's terrifying appearance still gave the 4 people in the room a huge sense of oppression. Super horrible. Jian-Qi favorite face changed drastically, Bai Rui's breath almost suffocated her, the impact suddenly stopped, the instinct of life was crying for her to escape, and she herself responded with this instinct, but it's too late. As soon as he stepped back, Bai Rui's blood basin had already been bitten down. Click! The nitrogen armor that Silk Flag is proud of is like tofu dregs, completely shattered. After Bai Rui has undergone the 9-tail transformation, its power has grown significantly. Although it is far less than Mikoto, it has an absolute overwhelming advantage compared to the LV4 capable person, and he has survived for thousands of years. The world-destroying monster beast, Bai Rui swallowed countless spirit bodies, and the murderous and hostile aura it radiated was absolutely beyond ordinary people's ability to resist. This kind of situation is doomed to the tragedy that the Silk Flag loves most. Chapter 34, Is the Coming War on Top? This click sounded like a death knell in the mind of Silk Banner's favorite. She closed her eyes subconsciously and waited for death to come, but what surprised her was that the pain in her imagination did not come down, opened it. The eyes, the horrible mouth of the blood basin, were still in front of her eyes, but they stopped a dozen centimeters away from her face. You'd better not move. Although Ziobai won't hurt you for the time being, it also depends on your attitude. I hope you don't force me to destroy the flowers. The tone of the warning is not harsh, but the threat inside is obvious. Jiankai loves nothing to say. She glanced at the beast in front of her, and she was shocked and frightened. As a member of Enby, the big winds and waves she experienced were not too few, but it was like this. It was the first time that the monster had encountered it in her life, but she was stared at by those scarlet eyes, and she felt cold all over her body, and the breath of death came on her face, almost making her unable to breathe, and there was no resistance in her heart. Heart. The girl sighed secretly, removed the nitrogen armor wrapped around her body, and put her hands behind her head to signal that she had surrendered. In fact, when she became a member of Enby, her life was already dancing with the of death. If you kill someone today, maybe you will be killed tomorrow. It's not surprising to die anytime or in anyone's hands. She's already after completing this awareness. If you can live, you will naturally not choose to die. Well, your choice is correct, but lowly has to be. Lin Luo smiled slightly to express his comfort. To be honest, he still has a good impression of this lowly. Although he is in the dark, he does not lose his kindness. He cherishes his partner extremely. In order to save his partner, he even sacrifices himself to delay the opponent, and there is also a big cuteness in her personality. If it weren't for the different stances, Lin Luo wouldn't want to be an enemy of her. After finishing speaking, ignoring the protesting eyes of Lori, Lin Luo turned and looked at the other three besieging people present. Just now when Bai Ruishi appeared, the sudden and strong visual impact had already shocked everyone. The black-haired girl next to him was so frightened that she sucked in air conditioning, and backed back again and again until she retreated to the corner of the wall, with the pistol subconsciously. He aimed at Bai Rui, but after all she was relatively calm, and did not panic shot. As for the two men who were ignored by Lin Luo, they were quite useless. The moment they saw Bai Rui, they fainted without a hum, and some kind of yellow liquid flowed out of their inner thighs. Do you dare to waste a little more? Lin Luo looked at the two pools of human-shaped flesh with contempt. These two guys were even bolder than the two little girls, and they were ashamed of the majority of male compatriots. Clothes, right? Lin Luo did not pay attention to the two waste wood on the ground anymore, and set his gaze on the black-haired girl in the corner. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Shushu asked in an unfriendly way. Although Lin Luo's expression was very kind, she would not show the same kindness. She had this kind of personality in the first place, even if she was right. People are friendly and will not show others with a smile. Secondly, Lin Luo's huge white monster really makes her unfriendly. Although the Academy City is full of capable people, there are not a few with inhuman powers, but where is there a terrible creature like Bai Rui? The nerves are not so big that they can be ignored. Well, don't be so neurotic. I know what you want to do, and my purpose is the same as you, so I won't be against you. Lin Luo knew that the girl in front of her was originally a military production clone experiment. One of the participants, but she had left the experiment a long time ago, and she also tried every means to prevent the absolute ability person experiment. This time I will appear here because I want to stop the experiment in another way, so Lin Luo is still very kind to her, although she still didn't succeed in the end. Just like me, who are you? Buletinshu was startled, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. She came to stop the experiment, and she came with a mortal will, because this experiment means that few people know better than her. She also knows who is behind the experiment, so it is difficult for her to imagine other than herself. Besides, who else would risk their lives to do this kind of thing? Of course, except for the girl who is as naive as a fool. Yes, my purpose is also to destroy this perverted experiment. No, to be precise, it should be to let more sisters live. After all, this is Mikato's real wish. As for who I am, his name is Lin Luo. You think of me as the closest person to Mikato. Mikato? Misaka Mikoto. So that's the case, are you from her side? Shu suddenly felt a little surprised. As the LV5 super electromagnetic gun, it is of course impossible to say that there is no companion, but it is only important companions. Dragging in this kind of thing is not something that a hot-blooded idiot girl would do. Because in her opinion, what Misaka Mikoto did was useless at all. Misaka Mikoto? Isn't that Tokiwada's super electromagnetic gun? The LV5 ranked third. The voices of the two of them did not deliberately lowered their voices, so the silk flag favorite next to them naturally listened to them without fail. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they exclaimed. This time all their items are exhausted, and the task they accept is to launch an offensive and defensive battle with the invaders of the mystery. Originally there was a LV5 superpower like Mi Shen Li. This kind of thing should not be too simple, it is all with the mentality of play comes from her, but she never expected that the invader would be a super electromagnetic gun. The duel between two LV5 superpowers is simply a war on the top of the Academy City. A&D. What happened to that experiment? Jiankai's favorite is very confused, but also feels a huge anxiety. I thought it was possible to ask me for help, but it was super crisis. The Silk Flag's favorites are all a little desperate. They are also LV5 superpowers, but the super electromagnetic gun ranks above the atomic collapse. Although there are 3 on his side, the atomic collapse can only be used in the form of low output. The battle situation may not be so optimistic, whether you can win is a question, let alone rescue yourself. Lin Luo's expression suddenly changed when he heard the words of Jianqi favorite. He thought of a problem that he had been neglecting just now. When Mikoto first came, she said that she was fighting a certain bomb girl suddenly. She was affected by a burst of explosion, and then traveled to her own world, and now she is back to this world again. So, suppose the time in this world stops at the moment Mikoto travels, then after she comes back, the time here restarts, will she return to the origin? Probably it will. There is no basis for this answer, but Lin Luo's intuition tells him it is correct. Mikoto's wish is to prevent the experiment and save her sisters, and she believes that destroying the research institute is the only way at present, but there are still 2 research institutes left, one is in charge of herself, and the other is subconsciously entrusted to myself, so at the moment I entered this world, I unconsciously transported myself, otherwise, why did I come to the S processing company by such a coincidence instead of any other place? Of course, Mikoto herself certainly does not possess this power, but she has the heart of the world in her body. Regarding the heart of the world, Lin Luo knows it less than the heart code. If you understand it literally, the heart of the world, the will of the world? This kind of speculation may be a little unrealistic, but he could not rule out this possibility. After all, the heart of the world is too mysterious, and Lin Luo believes that the power it possesses is definitely not much worse than the code of mind. And if the facts are as I guessed, it means that Mikoto is about to collide head-on with the atomic collapse. Chapter 35, Even when you are desperate, all you see is hope. Super electromagnetic gun vs atomic collapse. If this is an anime, it is definitely worth seeing. Lin Luo will be very excited, but now he only has to worry. Before Mikoto came to this world, she fought against Lu Ziwen's summoned beast. After that, she spent a lot of mental energy to suppress Bai Rui. Although she recovered halfway, she will never have more than 3 powers. 1 part. And the atomic collapse is in its heyday, and there is also the super support of Takako Raigo, although in the original plot, Mikoto also wins in this state, but no one can guarantee that after passing through, the plot will still be able toward the original trajectory. There is a legendary butterfly, it will change everything. Lin Luo has a headache. If possible, he hopes to rush to Mikoto's side to help her, but he also knows that there is absolutely no possibility of participating in the LV5 peak duel with his own strength. With Bai Rui's super powerful combat power, Lin Luo asked himself that he could deal with anyone with abilities below LV4, even those with strange spatial abilities like Qijin Dangzi or Beijing Hezi, but also have the capital to protect themselves, but if the opponent it's LV5. Although the difference between LV4 and LV5 is only one level, there is an insurmountable gap between the two. Lin Luo believes that any LV5 superpower in Academy City has the ability to kill himself in a second. If he is really with Mikoto at the same time, not only can it not help her, it may also drag her back. And here he also has something to deal with. Then, believe in the power of Mikoto. Since you are her companion, then you should tell her and let her stop doing this kind of thing again. With her power, it is impossible to stop this experiment. Bulletin Shu said indifferently, and there was still one in his eyes. Fu Juren's expression was thousands of miles away, but it softened a lot. Lin Luo smiled indifferently when he heard it, and did not comment. Bushu, tell me about you, what are you going to do? That little loli can't stop you anymore. If you want to act, then hurry up. Jianqi favorite stared at him fiercely, expressing her protest against the three words little loli, but she didn't dare to do anything else because of Bai Rui's scarlet eyes. Staring at her, she believes that as long as she has a little trick, her sharp teeth like a blade will bite at her. It's useless. Bushu lowered his head in annoyance, with regret in his eyes. I originally wanted to use the collected human emotion data to input these into the minds of my sisters, although this kind of program may not be enough for them to produce real, there will be some reactions, such as nostalgia for life and fear of death. This may trigger miracles and get them out of this endless cycle of death. But after all, miracles are impossible. My system is simply. Because the system cannot pass the Misaka network, Lin Luo said. You, how do you know? Bulletin Shu raised his head fiercely, looking at Lin Luo incredulously. Lin Luo replied, it is impossible to pass because it has not been approved by the highest authority of Misaka network. The system you are loading is not recognized by the upper individual 20001. Upper individual 20001, what is that? Fu Shu looked puzzled. Because of the premature withdrawal, she didn't know the existence of the upper individual, and this was the reason for her failure. Lin Luo continued to explain, the upper individual 20001, also known as the final work, is the hub of the Misaka network. She is responsible for the entire Misaka network. It can be said to be the same as the core. Well, in simple terms, think of her as the Misaka network. The king is fine. It turns out that there is still a final work, no wonder. Bulletin Shu suddenly realized, and then there was a hint of surprise in her eyes, then we only need to find the final work and pass her approval, and my plan will be successful. Possibility. That's right in theory, but the current location of the final work. Lin Luo shook his head. Although he knew from the comics that the final work was still in the nutrition tank at the moment, he didn't know the exact location. Don't you know? Bulletin Shu looked a little disappointed. She originally thought that Lin Luo knew so much and would definitely know the position of the upper individual. It's not that I don't know it at all. There are still a little clues, but I can't be 100% sure, and you may need your help at that time. Then we will act as soon as possible. Bulletin Shu said urgently, with a hint of excitement on his indifferent face. It's not the time yet. Compared to this incident, Mikoto's side is more reassuring. She is not in a good state now. Lin Luo frowned. Just now, the contract manual suddenly heard a reminder that Mikoto was in a weak state. This is not good news. Facing the collapse of the atom, it really fell into a bitter battle. Shu Shu was taken aback, and sighed, she's destroying another research institute right now, it's a messy child. Indeed, it's really messy. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, that silly girl always thinks of solving problems alone, but she doesn't know that her personal strength is limited after all, and she is facing the collapse of the atom in her current state. After arranging it with a quasi-LV5 Takaiju, it's really cloth. Now I have to go to Mikoto's first. Will you leave with me or I stay here? Before Lin Luo finished speaking, Shushu had already spoken, with a firm tone. This institute is currently doing data transfer work, and I was invited by them to come and help. With this identity, may be able to get some other useful information. That's it. Lin Luo thought for a while, but also thought that this proposal was not bad. Although he didn't think there was any information worth digging in this research institute, he couldn't veto it. The water in the Academy City is very deep, and the inside story of my sister's experiment is even bigger. Many things cannot be seen from novels and screens. If Shushu can find some useful information, it will be in every respect. It is very advantageous, and there shouldn't be any danger as a cloth bundle. Okay, just do as you said. By the way, give me your phone number. I'll contact you when I finish the work. Without any hesitation, Shu said a number without expression. Lin Luo nodded, indicating that he had written it down, and then walked to the Silk Flag's favorite. Then Miss Loli, let me take me a trip to the pharmacy club. Of course you have the right to refuse, but you don't if I want to be treated as a snack by my pet. Jianqi likes to look at the hideous Bai Rui, then at Lin Luo, and finally nodded very unwillingly. In a spacious room, a tall girl with long brown hair stood on the ground like ruins. She was wearing a pale pink dress. She looked very tasteful, with straight limbs and a smile on her face. There is a graceful demeanor on her body, giving people the temperament of a noble-born eldest lady. However, what she is doing at the moment is completely inconsistent with the identity of a eldest lady. She stretched out her hand and waved forward, and the space immediately produced a subtle wave. Several white light beams shot from her hand with lightning, white wherever the light beam passes, whether it is iron or a wall, everything is shattered and vanished in an instant. It's really unpleasant to jump around like a spider. The girl squinted her eyes slightly, her mouth showed a thought-provoking smile. However, I won't let you run away. She is the 4th-ranked atomic destroyer among only 7 LV5 superpowers in the Academy City. She is also the leader of the NB item, and she exists like a monster Maginot Zhenli. Behind her there are 2 young girls, one is a natural silly loli with black shoulder-length short hair, and the other is a high school girl with blonde hair and blue eyes with a doll face. LV4 ability tracking Taki Kuriho and the bomb girl Flanda are both codders of NB item. At this moment, the 3 are working together to deal with the mysterious invader who invaded this research institute. Of course, it is a joint force. In fact, the only person who is really attacking is Makina Shenli. Although Takako Lihao is a LV4 capable person, she does not have any attack ability and can only be used as a support, while Flanda just now lost in the war and is currently in a state of impotence. Boom! 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 Electron rays continued to shoot out, penetrating the opposite wall and shooting farther away. The room was full of explosions. Suddenly, Mai Yeshenli felt something, his expression changed slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Break my atom! Distorted. Realizing that his opponent is extraordinary, Mai Ye was stunned for a moment, as if he had encountered something extremely interesting, and the corners of his mouth grinned slightly. He, that's it, that's how it is. Flanda, take the tacky pot to meet the silk flag, I'll be enough here. Mai Yeshenli commanded the 2 girls behind him without looking back. As the leader of item, she has the absolute right to speak. The 2 girls hesitated after hearing it and then retreated. Oh, it's really uncomfortable to win the victory with a quantitative advantage, the 3rd superpower. After the 2 left, Mai Yeshenli suddenly lowered his head and sighed, only halfway through her. He raised his head again, his nails creaked, his face was full of hideousness. Tokai Bandai's super electromagnetic gun. After the fierce attack, there is a brief calm. Stop attacking? Are you planning to let me go? Or are you watching my movements? Mikoto leaned against a wall, panting, her face was sweaty, and she looked very tired. Not only that, even the clothes on her body are still in tatters at the moment, and her whole person looks extremely weak. There is a person with the ability to determine my position. I can't hide if I want to hide. However, the power to confront them head-on. Mikoto was holding a coin in her hand, but her fingers were visibly trembling. Her power it was almost exhausted, even if it wanted to fire a super electromagnetic gun, it was impossible. Damn it, is it really going to die here? Mikoto bit her silver teeth bitterly, and her heart was full of unwillingness. If she hadn't consumed too much power before entering this world, she would never have fallen into such a hard fight. With herself now the remaining power can only fire a few weak electric shocks. This kind of attack may not even be defeated by a strong LV3 player, let alone an enemy with the same level of LV5 power. Mikoto closed her eyes a little desperately. At this moment, Lin Luo and her sisters who looked exactly like herself suddenly appeared in her mind. No. I can't give up here. If it was him, I would not give up. They have already made up their minds. Even if they save their lives, they must protect those children. How can they despair because of this little difficulty? Compared with those children, I am not afraid of this bit of pain at all. Thinking of this, Mei Qin opened her eyes suddenly, and at this moment, she suddenly noticed something on the ground, and her eyes lit up. No, maybe, there is still a chance to win. Chapter 36, Zhengtai and Lola's in-depth exchanges. Lin Luo originally thought that it would be a little troublesome to leave the processing agency. After all, he was not coming from the right way. Such a face suddenly appeared here. If he was seen, he would definitely be questioned. But what he didn't expect was that the journey was unimpeded. Although there were some people on the road who cast strange glances at him, he immediately hid away after seeing the silk flag's favorite. The same as avoiding the plague god. At first, Lin Luo felt a little weird, but after a little thought, he realized that processing society is doing an inhumane experiment like the absolute ability, and most of the people in it are not visible. The two-dimensional theory is used to explain the darkness. People in the item, as an NB, is a dark mercenary organization in the Academy City, and it has a reputation for people with superpowers. How do you say that? The mouse and the snake are family. Of course, the former is a mouse and the latter is a snake. When a mouse sees a snake, it must roll far away. Regardless of what Jiankai loves, this little loli is very cute and looks harmless to humans and animals, but she is a real person in the dark. As the second combat power of item, Lin Luo dare to swear that she will kill the number of people will never be less than 2 digits, or even 3 digits. However, it is such a professional level killer who is honestly leading herself at this moment. Don't mention how well behaved little Lori is. There is no other reason, because little Lori has a white scarf on her smooth and tender neck, to keep warm. Comfortable, but also dangerous. After leaving the processing agency, Lin Luo looked around and pointed to an unmanned van at the entrance of the street. Xiang Juankai likes to ask, "Is that your car?" After receiving a positive answer from little Lolita, she asked, "Will you drive?" Jianqi favorite blinked, somewhat despised, "That's what the lower organization does." "Where are they?" "The two who were dizzy by you just now are." "Oh, it was those two waste woods." Lin Luo suddenly realized. "But little Lolita, you are biased by what you said. It's not my business that they fainted. Really, they are obviously people in the dark, and they don't even have the ability to endure this point. I won't explain it." After getting in the car, Lin Luo frowned. There is no genuine driver, so according to the general routine, this car must be driven by a hostage, but the problem is that the little Lolita next to him is obviously not this piece of material, so this glorious and yet the great task can only be entrusted to myself. Task, it is troublesome. Can't this thing be taken away? Jianqi likes to sit in the passenger cabin and points to the white scarf on his neck. As a LV4 person with great ability, she is also a cadre of Anbu. Her psychological quality is very strong. Even if she becomes a hostage, there is no panic expression on her face, but there is a sword hanging from anyone's neck. Her heart is always a little hairy, and she feels very uncomfortable. This won't work, I will have to concentrate on driving, but I don't have the time to take care of you. If you don't have Ziobai to suppress you, a melee-capable person like you, I don't know when you will be in seconds. Lin Luo refused decisively, and continued to explore the car for a while, frowning even tighter. Sister, the structure of this car looks a bit complicated. What is your ability? You can super summon this kind of monster. This question lingered in her mind from the beginning. I haven't heard of any kind of ability that can summon monsters. Could it be that the other party is capable of summoning monsters? That kind of summoner in a B-rated movie? Impossible? The Silk Flag loves to veto it, but since there are even superpowers in this world, it doesn't seem strange to have the summoning ability. Isn't the essence of superpowers to step into the realm of gods with non-god bodies? It's no good for you to know too much. Lin Luo gave her a blank look, joking, how could his abilities speak nonsense, when he was a brain disabled? Hey! Little Lori took a sip. The long-term dark life has made her mind very delicate, although she has been with Lin Luo for less than 10 minutes, but she also feels it. The other party seems he didn't intend to hurt himself, so he was more courageous, not as frightened as before. Don't worry, as long as you be a good child honestly, Xiao Bai won't hurt you, and it's cute, isn't it? But it's so uncomfortable. Little Lori curled her lips, making a pitiful look. It's shameful to sell cute. Lin Luo glared at her and said seriously, don't think that you are a cute loli, I will open up to you, you must know that as a captive, you have received the treatment now very superior, at least I don't have a ghost mode to deal with you. I'm not loli, you are a super lady. Jianqi loves to protest loudly and express her dissatisfaction. How can she tolerate the word loli being added to herself, at least as a girl, who thinks she is already an adult? What are you talking about? Zhengtai. Lin Luo almost bumped his head on the steering wheel, you said I am a Zhengtai. Of course, I think you are not too young anymore, you have grown so much, so super small and serious. The oral girl who likes to add super characters to her words, this time used 2 in a row to increase the intensity of the attack. Super, by the way. It also added a look of contempt. Since you can't attack the opponent with force, it seems that it is a good way to retaliate if you can attack it in other ways. Silk Banner loves that. Lin Luo was indeed hit. In other words, every level of the Book of Contract can grow 1 year old, but why is he only 1 centimeter taller now, who is now 13 years old? If you follow this schedule in the future, when will you grow stronger? When can I push my sister? Seeing the superior expression on Jianqi's favorite face, Lin Luo was even more depressed. Sister Pao relied on her age advantage and the protagonist's template was taller than herself, but why is this little Lolita in front of him, obviously a dragon and even older than herself small, but he is half a head taller than himself, is there any reason for TMD? Are the people in District 11 short? Forget it. You have to look forward and cannot compare your own shortcomings with the strengths of others. Lin Luo didn't want to continue speaking on this tangled topic, his face was stern, you have changed the topic a long time ago, so let's talk about it now, in which direction is the Pharmaceutical Association? Turn right and go straight for 10 kilometers away. Jianqi favorite said after hesitating a little. Don't lie to me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Believe it or not, hey. Jianqi prefers to turn her head and stop talking. Of course, she will not betray her companions, but listening to what the other party said in the processing agency before, the super electromagnetic gun seems to be in an unfavorable situation. Although I don't know how he knew it, but if that's the case, then lead this guy over, and with me's power, it seems like a good plan. Well, just assume that what you said is true. Lin Luo carefully checked the expression of little Lolita. It didn't seem like she was lying. She was thinking about starting the car. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Serious question. By the way, I want to ask you a question. What? Which is the clutch? Can I get off? What do you mean? Chapter 37, The Two Captives I Missed, although it's a pity. The distance between the pharmaceutical club and the processing company is not too far. Generally speaking, it takes less than 10 minutes to get there by car, but when Lin Luo parked the car at the door of the pharmaceutical club, it was 20 minutes later. The main reason is that a series of thrilling events happened on the way, which made people climax one after another. As soon as the car stopped, little Lolita immediately opened the door and jumped down. The next second she was already holding her belly and vomiting loudly. Alas, this loli is delicate and tender. Lin Luo sighed, then opened the door and got out of the car, but as soon as his hand was placed on the car door, the latter fell to the ground with a click. Lin Luo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What quality? Also a high-tech city. When I walked down, Jiankai's favorite was almost vomiting, but a small face was still in shock, as pale as if it had been wiped with flour, and the two legs couldn't help but tremble. Looking up at Lin Luo, little Loli's eyes flashed infinite anger. She even forgot her status as a captive at the moment, and immediately rushed to Hedong Lion roar, "You super idiot, super stupid, would you drive?" Lin Luo's eyes widened and he was confident, "Nonsense, if I can't drive, how come you came here? Did you call driving? You were super suicidal. Do you know how many times you crashed along the way? Super 26 times. And it took more than half of the time. You are super incompetent. Hey, 26 times? Are there so many?" Lin Luo was very embarrassed when he was said to be red-faced, but after thinking about it, this is the first time I drove, and it is already a great achievement to be able to arrive safely. As for the collision several times, it was really trivial, and he waved his hand indifferently, "Well, once cooked twice, it will definitely be much better next time. Is there another time?" Little Lolita was almost mad. She said bitterly, "You give me a super death once." Before she finished speaking, the face of Jianqi favorite suddenly changed. She felt a huge sense of oppression enveloped her, cold and terrifying, as if she was in a sea of blood, almost suffocating her. "Can't say it. Don't forget your current identity, it's dangerous." Lin Luo patted her shoulder tolerantly, then turned around and walked towards the pharmaceutical club without looking back. Lin Luo's order to Bai Rui was that once he sensed that the Silk Flag's favorite had a killing intent or had an offensive consciousness, he would immediately suppress it. Just now, when the Silk Flag's favorite was speaking, a little bit of killing intent was revealed in his heart. Bai Rui's vigilance was triggered, and the world-killing monster's momentum was released to one person with all its strength. Perhaps LV5 superpowers could be immune, but others would definitely not. The Silk Banner favorite was suppressed without any suspense. The moment Lin Luo turned around, Bai Rui also reduced her breath. Jianqi favorite suddenly felt relieved, but when she thought of the monster still hanging around her neck, she couldn't be optimistic. Looking at Lin Luo's back, Xiao Lolita's face changed again and again. Maybe it was a mistake to bring him by herself. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jianqi favorite gritted his teeth or followed Lin Luo up. After being invaded by Mikoto, the pharmaceutical club was in a state of stagnation. The door was not hidden, and no one was seen. Once inside, there were traces of the battle everywhere. Lin Luo walked forward following these traces, and soon, he came to a very spacious room. Very fierce battles obviously took place in this room. There were explosions, electric shocks and broken residues everywhere. Walls, ceilings, stone pillars and equipment in the room, there is no complete thing, and it is no different from the ruins. Regarding this, neither Lin Luo nor Jianqi favorite felt surprised. It is normal for the battle between the two LV5s to cause such a degree of damage. No, or it should be said, it is just such a degree of damage. Obviously. Whether it is a super electromagnetic gun or an atomic collapse, there are obvious holding hands in the battle. Otherwise, if they fight with all their strength at their level, the entire research institute will be in ruins. I'm not here. Looking at the empty battlefield, Lin Luo frowned. Although he rushed over at the fastest speed, he still seemed to be a step slower. Even Tokaijo and Flanda were gone. Otherwise, if you can catch the two of them, you might be able to threaten Makina Shenli to let her retreat. Although the woman doesn't cherish her companion very much, the importance of Takipot is obviously above this task, but now, can you only expect to develop like the original plot? Lin Luo muttered to himself. At this moment, a pleasant ringtone rang after itself. Looking back, I saw that Jiankai's favorite had taken out the cell phone in his pocket with conditioned reflex, and his eyes lit up. Why? Didn't expect it. Whose phone number? Flanda, my companion. Jianqi likes to answer truthfully, and it's useless to conceal such things. That guy. In Lin Luo's impression, it was a blonde high school girl who liked to pretend to be cute and had a cunning personality. She was good at using doll bombs and was the first to fight Mikoto in this battle. Mikoto was in a hard fight. But it was also because of her that Mikoto defeated the atomic collapse, but the girl ended up very miserably. After betraying the item, she was cut to death by Mai Yeshenli. Of course, these are all in the original. In the plot. Come on. Franda, what's the matter with Super? Jianqi likes to answer the phone, and a girl's voice came from inside. Yo, Jianqi, where are you in the end? Mai Ye said he wants to fight alone. Hitaki K has arrived at the S processing company. Cut, have you swapped positions? Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he heard it by the side. If I knew it, I would stay in the S processing agency and take the two chicks directly. How could it be as troublesome as now? Jianqi favorite stared at Lin Luo, as if asking how to answer. Lin Luo shook her hand to indicate that she was casual, even if it was useless to trick the two of them now, she had other plans. I'm in the pharmaceutical club. Hey! Aren't you in charge of the S processing company? Why did you go to the pharmaceutical club? It's okay, I'm just a little worried. Just come and have a look. Anyway, the intruder is in the pharmaceutical club, then the S processing company will be no problem. The Silk Flag likes to explain, Flanda and Takako Rico and super electromagnetic gun after fighting, they don't have much combat effectiveness in their current state. Even if they tell them their current situation, it will only increase casualties. I hope me can defeat the super electromagnetic gun. Well, then we will wait for you at the S processing agency. Flanda didn't seem to suspect anything. Then the two said a few more words, and Jianqi favorite hung up the phone, and then raised his head to face Lin Luo. Give me the phone. Lin Luo stretched out his hand, took her phone in Jianqi's most suspicious gaze, and then clicked on it randomly, found one of the numbers, and called it. I'm very busy right now, so I'll tell you if you have anything. There was a very feminine voice on the phone. Unlike Mikoto, it sounded like a very cultivated eldest lady. Just from the other's tone, the eldest lady's mood didn't seem to be very good. Then, let your mood worsen. Lin Luo thought somewhat viciously. Chapter 38, Kill with Mouth and Successfully Win a Negative Reputation. Yeah, is it Aunt Me? This is my elder brother. If you hear, please say yes. I didn't hear, well, if I didn't hear it, I'll say it again. Jiankai's favorite was embarrassed in an instant, and the end of the phone seemed to be stunned for a second, and then there was a murderous voice. Who are you? Why is the phone in your hand? Are you talking about the little Lolita of the Silk Flag? Well, she is now a member of this lord and is currently undergoing training. By the way, today's first lesson is to learn how to warm the bed. Who wants to warm your bed? Super abnormal. Before the phone could respond, Jiankai's favorite was first angry. She yelled at the phone, Majino, I'm sorry, I'm captured, this guy is companion of super electromagnetic gun. Captive? You trash, what did you eat? Mai Yeshenli's angry roar made Jianqi favorite Shame lower his head. So, the third companion, what is your purpose for calling me? Do you want to use that trash to blackmail me? Ha 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 ha. There was a mocking sneer on the phone. You really make people uncomfortable. Lin Luo pouted, and it turned out that Mai Yeshenli, a mad woman, didn't cherish her companion. Mutual each other. The atomic collapse did not mean to suppress the killing intent at all, and the voice was chilling. Lin Luo ignored her killing intent and slapped haha, actually, it doesn't matter if I call you. I just want to confirm how my family Mikoto is now. I hope you can tell the truth. That stinky girl, ha 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 ha. You are a step too late, that guy's words have become a pile of meat. What is the third place? It is obviously a stinky little pea-boy, the super electromagnetic gun is not worthy of its name. Ha 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 ha. As if to vent, Mai Yeshenli devalued Mikoto. Lin Luo sighed, of course he would not believe what Mi Shenli said. Just kidding, based on the state of his relationship with Mikoto, if Mikoto really died, he would definitely have a major reaction. Therefore, Mai Yeshenli's words did not make him flustered, but instead caused a big rock in his heart to fall. Majino Shenli is defeated. She said this only to beat herself, and of course it had something to do with her own arrogance. At this moment, the nervous mood eased, Lin Luo tried to adjust the syllables, and slowly said, please, Aunt Mi, please adjust your tone appropriately when you lie, your irritated voice it is full of the irritability of women who have premature menopause. If you have irregular menstruation, I can teach you a few ways. Remember not to eat too fishy food, and eat more eggs and ginger. Home introduces that eggs can also increase breasts, although you are already big breasts. Oh, you need to exercise more, you know, life is exercise. There was a full 10 seconds of silence on the phone, and then the eruption after the silence. Mai Yeshenli shouted, get out of here. You bastard! I want to kill you. I must kill you. Wow! Lin Luo was taken aback, the high and sharp voice almost pierced his eardrums, and quickly took the phone away from his ears. What a female tyrant! Has this guy always looked like this? The next sentence is a question to the favorite of the silk flag. Jianqi favorite felt a little speechless, and she looked at Lin Luo with a look of you didn't make her sturdy. If this is the case, it can only mean that her mental quality is not strong enough. Alas, it's an LV5, why is the mental quality so weak? The countless cups in the world are derived from this. Lin Luo shook his head, looking very it was a pity that although this sentence did not ring, it was enough for Mai Ye on the other end of the phone to hear, so a sharper and more aggressive scream came. No matter what you said just now, no matter which woman hears it, she will be bashful. Jianqi loves to say this sentence very much, but she is a little afraid. The guy in front of him may not kill her, but he definitely has the ability to make himself angry, so it's better to be less provoked. After a full minute, the scolding on the phone finally stopped, and Lin Luo took it to his ear again and said, now, Sister Mai Ye, you have enough scolding, and I also got the news I wanted. Now, I think we'll just go by. Now that Mikoto has defeated the atomic collapse, there is no need to continue talking with the other party. As for the phone harassment tactics, there is no need. Report me your name. Mai Yeshenli's voice is very calm, unlike his previous appearance. Why? Do you like me and want to enter the palace? Lin Luo was taken aback, almost thinking that he had inadvertently attacked Ms. Mai. I'm going to kill you. The voice is very soft, the tone is very strong, the attitude is very persistent, the mentality is very good. Well, Lin Luo heard it out, and he succeeded in pulling Mi Shenli's hatred value, which is probably the kind of negative infinity. That, you don't need the name. If you like it, you can call my elder brother, Aunachan, Aunasama, I don't mind. By the way, you are welcome to warm up your bed anytime. After finishing speaking, Lin Luo decisively cut off the phone without waiting for Mai Yeshen Li to become angry again. Suddenly there was a slight vibration on the ground. Lin Luo blinked his eyes. He estimated that it was Sister Mai who was stunned. Very good, let's continue to be stunned. Lin Luo, where are you? At this moment, a familiar voice rang in his mind. Mikoto. The mind call connection is successful. Lin Luo was overjoyed and immediately reported his position. Soon, he saw Mikoto's figure in one of the passages in the room, her clothes shattered, her face haggard, and she looked very weak. Lin Luo hurriedly ran to support her, and asked with concern, "How is it? Where is it hurt?" "Fortunately, it's just a little prostration." Mikoto smiled bitterly, "Thanks to the blasting trap left by the bomb girl, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." "Just come back." Lin Luo comforted, and at the same time immediately activated the sacred healing technique. Although Mikoto's injury was not serious, her mental wastage was great. This time the treatment cost more than 50 points of vitality. And this kind of consumption only repaired Mikoto's trauma and relieved her fatigue. If you want to restore her combat effectiveness, Lin Luo's current vitality is far from enough. Ever since he treated Bai Rui's injuries, Lin Luo has already known that this sacred healing technique can not only heal trauma, but also can do it in terms of mental trauma and recovery of combat ability, but the vitality required is that a lot of. And different people, the vitality needed for treatment is also different, such as Bai He, which is 4 times more than himself, and that is because the Book of Contract has a bonus effect, otherwise it will need more. And Mikoto, who is much stronger than Bai Rui, not to mention, the Book of Contract just gave a hint that if you want her to instantly regain combat power, at least 800 vitality points. Well, it's equivalent to 2 lives. Chapter 39, Not the most perverted, only more perverted. It's amazing, is this the sacred healing technique? Mikoto waved her arm vigorously, her eyes were full of surprise. Although she knew Lin Luo's ability, the first time she used it on her body, it really gave her an incredible feeling. The favorite eyeballs of the silk flag next to him are almost staring out. How is this going? The injury of the super electromagnetic gun was healed in an instant. And also become so energetic. Is there a mistake? Electric shock ability, summon monsters, and this kind of magical healing technique. How many abilities does this guy have? Perhaps, his previous spatial ability was also his own? Jianqi favorite feels like a dream. Looking at the boy in front of him, he only feels extremely mysterious. Even the super electromagnetic gun is not so concerned about it. After all, LV5 is by his side, but it is a plural type ability. Ah, I was seen by you. Lin Luo felt the scorching gaze behind him, turned his head and showed a meaningful smile. You know too much. Silken Key Heart squatted in love, thinking that Lin Luo was going to kill people, so she instinctively took a step back, but the subsequent development made her feel a bit of a turnaround. Lin Luoman said indifferently, well, it's actually nothing. The big deal, I'll just tell you. In fact, my ability is the heart of the second element. I am the 8th superpower hidden in the college city. The title is Creating Fantasy. Whether it is a fantasy like a horse, I can create it. Come out. The 8th superpower. Create fantasy. Dimensional heart. The silk flag loves the first 2 big ones, and his head is full of question marks. When did Suiwen City have an 8th as LV5? As Anbi, I don't even know. Create fantasy? Too arrogant. What is the heart of the second dimension? What the is that? Seeing Jianqi's favorite expression on Lide, Lin Luo was very satisfied, and grabbed Bai Rui from her neck and hugged him in his arms. Who is she? At this time, Maiken noticed Juankai's favorite existence, somewhat surprised in her eyes. Oh, it's just a little lowly, who was in the gang with Atomic Collapse, is now my captive. Lin Luo felt that this issue must be dealt with seriously. Well, thanks to her, I was able to find you so quickly, I really should thank her. Atomic Collapse, I didn't expect to pull her out. Mikoto frowned. As a LV5 superpower, Atomic Collapse is not much weaker than herself, and in essence, the strength of the two is the same. The Research Institute is also very generous here, unexpectedly looking for such a helper. But after thinking about it again, it can be understood. After all, the entire Academy City is behind the scenes of this experiment. It is not surprising that people with superpowers can be used, or it should be said that it is strange that there is no direct party to pass through. It is because of the Academy. Does the city do not want to lose itself as a superpower, or does it mean that it is an experimental object that cannot be easily intervened by one party? After all, Mikoto has not fully grasped the essence of this experiment, and it can even be said that all she knows is only half of her claws. And Lin Luo didn't want to tell her more about this. The water in Academy City is too deep and dark, and it is better for Mikoto to not know some things. Anyway, they are just forms of mercenaries, so don't mind a lot. Lin Luo comforted. Although he has some worries about Item, at least he won't have any contact with them in the experiment of his sister, so he doesn't need to be particularly concerned. Of course, the premise is that the legendary butterfly can be honest. I hope so. As Mikoto said, she walked over. Bai Rui, who was lying in Lin Luo's arms, immediately raised her head when she saw her. He first looked at Lin Luo's face, and then at Mikoto. Finally, he jumped onto Mikoto's shoulder with a swish, wagging his tail, to please her. Lin Luo's mouth twitched and his eyelids jumped wildly, this slutty dog. Seeing Maiken and Xiaobai seem to have fun, Lin Luo didn't bother to care about them anymore, turned around and said to the still dazing Silk Flag favorite, "That's it, Miss Lori, you can go now." "Ah? What did you say?" Wan Qi favorite seemed to have not heard him clearly, her face was astonished. "Have your head shorted? I said you can go back." Lin Luo gave her a white look. Are you going to let me go?" She felt a little weird. "Nonsense, don't you want me to support you, or do you want to warm my bed that way?" Who is going to warm the bed for you, bastard, so shameless?" Jianqi said fiercely. "Then let's bye-bye." Lin Luo waved his hand before leaving with Mikoto. "Wait a minute, my cell phone!" Suddenly Jiaokai favorite shouted. "Mobile phone!" Lin Luo was taken aback, took out the small and cute women's mobile phone from his pocket, thought about it for a moment, and said to the little lowly, "I have temporarily requisitioned this mobile phone." "What?" The Silk Flag favorite is stunned. "Expropriation? Why? You should feel lucky, knowing that you are my captive and redeemed you with just a mobile phone. How cheap is this? Hey, is that right?" Jiankai likes to tilt his head in a daze. It seems that this is the case. When he was captured by the other party, he was free at the price of a mobile phone. It is indeed that he took advantage of it. But why is he so unbalanced in his heart? Lin Luo didn't pay attention to this, and raised his foot to leave, but he stopped after a few steps, and then asked, "Oh, by the way, how much is there in your phone?" 500 yuan. Jianqi favorite answer subconsciously. 500 yuan? How much is converted into RMB? Cut, it's a cumbersome calculation problem, but it shouldn't be a lot. That's just a little bit. Hey, go back and remember to charge for the phone bill. Lin Luo shook his head regretfully, and said confidently. Looking at Lin Luo's back, Jianqi likes to squeeze her small fist and gritted her teeth. She can't wait to twist Lin Luo's head off and kick it into outer space. Since you have decided to let her go, why bother to blackmail her a mobile phone? On the way back, Mikoto began to complain. She was very dissatisfied with what Lin Luo did just now, and at the same time she felt very embarrassed. These are two different things. I didn't think about what to do with her at the beginning. Besides, I really lack this thing now. It's the information age. How can I do without a mobile phone? Lin Luo defended himself. Don't you feel ashamed? Blackmail a little girl? No, I'm robbing the rich and helping the poor. Mikoto felt very weak and sighed, if you really feel that you need it, I can buy it for you, it would be too shameful to do that. How can it be done? If you want you to give me a mobile phone, then I am not going to eat soft rice. Lin Luo said with a macho expression on his face. Although this guy is a bit rascal, he is actually very manly. Mikoto smiled knowingly, thinking like this in her heart, but Lin Luo immediately said again, but if you can give me some cash, I will accept it. Well, take back the forward. By the way, Mikoto, how much money do you have? What are you asking about? Mikoto said with a dull expression. Consult, we have a relationship between life and death. Of course, your money is my money, so in view of your financial level, I can decide my future consumption level. Lin Luo said seriously. No money. Mikoto felt ashamed. Lin Luo said this was an insult to the word life and death. How is it possible that you have no money? You are LV5. As far as I know, LV5 has benefits in the Academy City. Let's just say that one party is allowed. There is an astronomical number in his passbook. Since you are the third, you should it won't be much less than him. Mikoto suddenly didn't want to speak. Lin Luo still said life and death without knowing it. Hey, if this is the case, I might as well take an ability test. As long as I use the same, my strength is also considered the pinnacle of LV3, although it is not as good as the benefits of LV5, but there should be a lot, in this way I can be considered self-reliant. What kind of self-reliance is this? Mikoto wanted to vomit, and then rewarded him with a super electromagnetic gun by the way, but she is seriously short of electricity now. Forget it, ignore it. No, this doesn't seem to work. If I participate in the aptitude test, then my information will inevitably be known to others. For a low-key person like me, it is really against the principle. It is better to take the rich and help the poor. Mikoto. In this way, one unscrupulously talking to himself, one unable to complain and choose to ignore, in this weird atmosphere, the two soon arrived at the school of Tokiwada. Then we will break up here for the time being, you go back and have a good sleep. Lin Luo said. How about you? I still have something to do, so just leave it alone. What's the matter? Mikoto looked at Lin Luo as if to see him through. By the way, it should be difficult for you to go back to the dormitory like this, do you want to summon your sunspot mount? Lin Luo looked at him from side to side, and began to change the subject. What my sunspot mount, what are you thinking about in your head? Mikoto said with shame, he's a guy. Sister. Just said this, a female voice full of passion, love, swaying, obsessive and greasy, even if it is a collection of thousands of two-dimensional languages, the female voice sounded in the ears of the two. He's a. Hearing this voice, Mikoto felt a headache and called out subconsciously. Then, right above Mikoto, a petite girl appeared out of thin air, completely ignoring Lin Luo's existence, plunged into Mikoto's arms, hung on her like a koala, her small face was extremely intoxicated. The friction rubbed Mikoto's chest. If you don't see your sister for a day, Sunspot, I'm like 3 autumns, lonely, empty and cold. Sister, oh. Sister. Hey, Hizi, why are you here? Mikoto's mouth twitched, and she firmly grasped Hizi's arm to pull the koala down. Hizi, as long as your sister calls, even if you are in the deepest part of hell, you will immediately come to your sister's side. Just now, Hizi, I heard your sister's loving call. Sure enough, my sister loves Hizi. Yes, Hizi and Sister Sama are a destined pair. Hizi, you give me a clearer mind. Mikoto was embarrassed and unstoppable. Lin Luo was stunned. Although he knew that Beijing Hizi was a superb lily girl, he was completely thundered when he looked at this cute girl with brown and red double ponytails. Writing sunspots is pronounced abnormal. Sure enough, there is no best, only better. Cough. Lin Luo deliberately coughed twice and signaled his existence. This is classmate Hizi, it is the same as the legend. Hey! Hizi noticed Lin Luo next to him. She turned her head and looked at him up and down. The hostility in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Who are you? Why are you with my sister? This question is very profound. Only after in-depth research can the truth be discovered. Hizi was stunned, and his eyes kept sweeping back and forth between Lin Luo and Mikoto. Suddenly, her expression changed. After the battle with the collapse of the atom, Mikoto's clothes were broken, and she was already half hidden. In this state, in Hizi's view. After 3 seconds, Hizi's brain was repaired, and he hit the ground with his head. How could this be? Impossible! Impossible! My sister is carrying Hizi, and he is carrying Hizi and playing field battles with other men. Ah, Hizi, Hizi, you give me just a little bit. What kind of field warfare? Your thoughts are too. You get me up soon. Mikoto was ashamed and angry. Fortunately, there was no one at night, otherwise her face would be ashamed. My elder sister, you must not abandon Hizi. You. Like an abandoned woman, Hizi burst into tears and snots, crying so dimly. Mikoto was completely out of ideas. I said, it doesn't seem to be good. Lin Luo, who was ridden from the outside and the inside, finally recovered, and warned the two, it's not too early now, if your dormitory knows. Ah, the dormitory. When they heard these words, their expressions changed, and Hizi took this opportunity to say to Mikoto, my sister, let's go back to the dormitory, otherwise the dormitory will be caught up. Well, that's the case, Lin Luo. Mikoto was interrupted by Hizi just halfway through her speech. My sister, don't worry about this kind of guy with unknown origins. Mikoto, go back first, and I will see you tomorrow. Lin Luo said with a smile. Don't come again. Without waiting for Mikoto's reply, Kuriko slammed out again, staring at Lin Luo with murderous eyes, and then disappeared with Mikoto with a swish, seeming to be moving directly in space. Gone back. Tisk, this superb lily girl. Lin Luo felt quite speechless, but that's okay, after all, her next action is really not suitable for Mikoto to participate, and it's a good opportunity to have sunspots pestering her. Turning around, before walking a few meters away, I heard the noise of a girl and the faint electric shock of a beeping, as well as an adult woman's cursing, as if something was broken in the academy. The sound of screaming ended with a terrible scream. That seemed to be Hizi's scream? Lin Luo couldn't help being absorbed, and immediately stopped for brain replenishment. Well, it's probably Hizi who perverted and found that Mikoto was overpowering, so he wanted to take the opportunity to do something to her, very ergonomic things like that. It just seems that there was too much noise and was caught by the dormitory. Alas, I hope I don't get punished too badly. Chapter 40, Create Fantasy. Make this name a reality. Damn. That bastard. That bitch. I want to kick his eggs. I want to tear his mouth. I must kill him. Somewhere in the 7th school district, a young girl is destroying the buildings around her in a very violent way. Wherever the white light passes by, as long as there is something blocking it, no matter what kind of material it is all in one place. Become to pieces in an instant. Regardless of her figure or face, she is an impeccable beautiful girl, revealing an elegant temperament all over her body, but now this temperament has been destroyed by her herself, her mouth full of vulgarity and viciousness. The look in the eyes, the ferocious expression. My Yeshen Li, at this moment her mood can only be described as terrible and angry. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Not far behind Mi Shen Li, 3 young girls were standing against the wall. After Takaijo's treatment, his expressionless eyes were hanging, and he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree oblique angle. The silk flag is the favorite, standing with his hands down, his eyes half open and half closed, staring slightly, calmly. Flanda, trembling, shivering, twisting, and frightened. After leaving the academy, Lin Luo did not immediately go to find the cloth bundle, but fell into deep thought. Although he has decided to help Mikoto save his sisters, what should he do? To tell the truth, Lin Luo didn't know anything in his heart. I don't want her to be in despair, she doesn't want to blame herself in pain, and she doesn't want her to scream in the dead of night, help me. But this belief is not enough. Whether it's the party who participated in this experiment, or the council behind the experiment, or even the upside-down man Alistair who intends to use his sisters to build artificial angels, these are far beyond the current self-confrontation. Enemies, if you want to defeat them, you must have overwhelming power. However, the LV1 contract book is a bit ugly, let alone one side, Mi Shen Li, the top-level power of the Academy City, even if it is the next-level combat power of the Silk Flag's favorite Flanda, without Bai Rui's help, he would not be able to fight them. What's more, Alistair is 100 times stronger than these people. Damn it, what should I do? Lin Luo feels a terrible headache. If it is only to prevent the experiment, or to use someone's power, but such an approach is only to make the sisters become consumables for the hanging man in the future. They must be completely rescued, nothing hurt. Although a little arrogant, although a little too fanciful. But this is her own will, and Mikoto's wish. Hey! Lin Luo stopped, closed his eyes, and let out a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, there was no confusion or hesitation in it, but there was only an extremely firm determination. Go ahead. Bet everything on yourself. The 8th LV5 superpower of Academy City created a fantasy and made this name a reality, created a real fantasy that no one can break. He took the phone out of his pocket and pulled out a few numbers. It was her mobile phone number reported by the cloth bundle. Soon, the call was connected, but there was no voice from the other side. Both. Lin Luo was taken aback. Did he remember it wrong? Lin Luo. It was Shush's voice, but the tone seemed a little nervous. Lin Luo frowned. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? No, nothing, I'm fine here. At this point, Shush suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, by the way, Lin Luo, I just got something, I think it should be of great help to us. What? This? I can't explain it on the phone, where are you now? Well, maybe it's still near Tokiwada. Lin Luo looked around, he is really not familiar with the environment here, and he can't report the specific location. What about you, are you still in the S processing company? No, I have left the S processing company. If possible, I hope you can come to my personal laboratory. Then Shusher reported the address of the laboratory. Although the address that Bushu said is very specific, it is completely in the cloud for Lin Luo, a traveler, and nothing else. If it weren't for Mikoto to lead the way, he wouldn't even know where Tokiwada is. Finally, Bushu I can only helplessly guide the way through the phone. Half an hour later, Lin Luo came to Bushu's personal laboratory. What do you want me to see? Lin Luo said straightforwardly without saying any nonsense when he came in. It's this. The cloth bundle didn't mean anything, and took out a white chip from his pocket. Do you know what this is? Isn't this an ordinary chip? Lin Luo puzzled, because no matter how you look at the chip on the cloth bundle, there is nothing special about it. Indeed, this is an ordinary chip, but you shouldn't underestimate it. The content inside will definitely surprise you. Looking at Lin Luo's inexplicable expression, the cloth bundle gave a rare smile. It records the emotional data of the upper individual. The emotional data of the upper individual. Lin Luo was startled. Fuxu explained, I was a little curious when I heard you talk about the existence of higher-level individuals before, so I used my authority to investigate carefully. Although the other party's defense measures are very good, it is also thanks to Misaka Mikoto. A series of attacks on this research institute, a trace of defense loopholes appeared during the transfer of this institute, and finally allowed me to find some information about higher-level individuals. Is the final work in the S-Processing Society? Lin Luo asked subconsciously after listening to Bush's words. That's not true. Bulletin Shu shook his head. I didn't get the specific location of the final work, but some data about her. Did you know? The emotional system of the final work is much better than the ordinary sister Misaka. She has very strong self-awareness, if this self-awareness can also be possessed by other sisters. Ordinary Misaka sisters may also have their own feelings. Lin Luo immediately answered, but he frowned soon, but the source of such feelings is just a bunch of data, right? Of course, this kind of emotional generation is only theoretical. Real feelings are not a bunch of data, but must be experienced through their own experience, but we don't need them to have their own feelings now, as long as it is enough to make them realize that they are not experimental animals, and make them resist this experiment. Is there a conflict? Lin Luo thought about it slightly, and felt that she understood the idea of cloth bundles. The reason why the sisters participated in this experiment was only because the emotions given to them by the institute made them think that they were just experimental animals without any survival value. So they don't cherish their lives. Misaka's body is fake, and the heart is borrowed. Misaka's unit price is only 180,000 yen, and there are still 9,968 pieces in stock. The entire experiment should not be interrupted for Misaka. Lin Luo remembered what Misaka 10,032 had said to Aunt Kamiju in the original book, this is what they think of as self-worth. As long as they can change their thoughts and make them realize that they are also precious and unique, then their true feelings can naturally be obtained in future life. Of course, these things need to be considered later. The question now is how to input this consciousness into their brains? The final work. Only through her Commander Tower of Misaka Network. Chapter 41, Only Meng Loli can create the future. On the quiet and dark street, two figures are running fast, crossing the zebra crossing, ignoring the convenience store that is still lit, entering the small road near the department store, and then heading into the alley, passing by an unknown student dormitory, keep running forward, running, running. Finally, in front of a row of huge buildings, it finally stopped. Here, is the research institute you said? It's really big enough. Looking up at the row of buildings in front of him, Lin Luo felt a very depressed feeling in his heart, and his breathing seemed to change. It's a bit difficult. It was not because there was something terrifying in this building, and there was no irresistible force suppressing him, it was just a pure psychological pressure, but because the building in front of him was the place where everything started. The mass production plan of the super electromagnetic gun, the evolution experiment of the absolute ability, everything starts from here. Here is the birthplace of 20,000 Misaka sisters. Yes, everything starts here. Shu Shu stood beside him and said faintly, her face still has that kind of indifferent expression, what are you going to do? I don't think that woman will be obedient. Cooperate with us. Well, let's talk about it at that time. Lin Luo exhaled heavily, as if to squeeze out the depressed feeling, and then said later, speaking of which, should we just go in like this? Don't worry at all. My ID is semi-permanent, although it has been a long time since I have been here. With that, Bulletin Shu had already walked over first, Lin Luo didn't hear the following words clearly, but Lin Luo could understand her self-confidence. Whether it is in the mass production plan of the super electromagnetic gun or in the experiment of the absolute ability person, the status of the cloth is quite high, because she is responsible for the research and development of the learning device used to brainwash the sisters. It is precisely because of this that Lin Luo has great expectations for what she said, that through the emotional data of the final work, the sisters will have self-awareness. After all, she is an expert in this field, and her words are authoritative. Came LV6 prophesied the Emperor's self. Well, it's hard to say, there is really no way to make the sisters self-aware except for a close hand-to-hand fight with one party. As for the passage of one party, Lin Luo was still a little bit embarrassed. If he was passing on the upper party now, he would definitely be finished in seconds. Although he has decided to bet on everything he has, blindly killing him would be a brain injury. If the experiment can be stopped through this gentle method, it is still feasible at this stage. As long as the sisters resist the experiment, the hanged man will probably have an excuse to stop the council's experiment. After all, he hopes his sisters will pave the way for his artificial heaven, although Lin Luo also needs to stop it, but what kind of things the ability to do? For now, it's not the time to confront the hanged man. Walking forward, Lin Luo found that this research institute was really huge. Although it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, it looked like it was not much different from daytime under bright lights. There were 3 side by side in front of you, just like renting out a huge warehouse-like building. Inside the building are a large number of metal platforms on which countless cylindrical capsules are tightly arranged, piled up to the height of the ceiling, resembling a bookshelf filled with books in a library. According to Bushu, these are the training facilities for the sisters. The 20,000 sisters used in the experiment were all cultivated here. Next to this, there is a 2-story square reinforced concrete building, which is much smaller than the 3 cultivation facilities, but what surprised Lin Luo is that it is the core of the entire research institution. The experiment is still in progress. It is impossible for a research institute of this size to have no patrol personnel. As soon as they see the 2 approaching, someone will come up for interrogation or drive away. I have to say that the cloth bundles are really quite the same. It is authoritative, but after he reported his name, the expression of the patrol personnel immediately changed, and he was even respectful to Lin Luo. Of course, this is not surprising. There are elites in the Academy City, and the most indispensable here is the genius, and even in this environment, the cloth is still called a genius girl, and even Tianjing Yayi personally invited her. Participating in the experiment, it can be seen that she is excellent. Compared with some self-righteous brick and call animals, it is completely 2 different dimensions of existence. The 2 stopped in front of the small research institute, scanned through the visual network model at the door, and the identity was confirmed correctly, and the door opened automatically. It's really high-tech. Lin Luo followed the cloth bundles as he walked in with broken thoughts in his mouth. As soon as he entered, Lin Luo felt a huge sense of disharmony. The appearance inside was not so much a research institute, but rather a computing room. The machines arranged on the surrounding walls are just some old-age garbage experimental machines, no matter how they look. Well, in general terms, they are second-hand computers. It is really impossible to imagine that they can evolve with absolutely capable people such a high level. The experiment is related. Several researchers in white robes are doing their work attentively, and they were unaware of their arrival. If they weren't doing this murder experiment, Lin Luo might have a slight admiration for them, but now he only had nausea and a sneer in his heart. It's not necessarily Tang Seng who rides a white horse, and it's not necessarily an angel or a demon who wears a white robe. His eyes swept over the people around him, and finally Lin Luo fixed his eyes on one of the women. She was about 25 or 16 years old, without any makeup on her face, and the clothes she was wearing had faded and wrinkled, only the white robe draped on her body was still as white and bright as new. The woman leaned back on a chair, holding a few pieces of information paper in her hand, and constantly drew marks on it with a red pen, without knowing what she was doing. Feng Chuan Plati Codon Grandiflorum. An outstanding researcher who focuses on genetics in the Academy City, and is responsible for managing the experimental participants of absolute ability evolution. In this experiment, she is mainly responsible for the physical adjustment of the sisters, and her status is second only to the Patio Yai who is in charge of the entire experiment. She is Lin Luo's goal this time. To let the sisters have self-awareness, they must first enter the emotional data of the last work for the sisters. This step must be approved by the last work. As far as Lin Luo knows, he wants to find the last work. From Chuan Fang Kikyo is undoubtedly the fastest way to start here. Hey? Bunch! Why did you come here? Fang Chuan Kikyo saw the two when he raised his head by accident. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes, and he stood up from his seat. As soon as her words were spoken, several other researchers were alarmed. They raised their heads and took a look here, but soon they all lowered their heads to do their own thing. After all, they didn't know the cloth, but they were in Lin Linear Luo asked them to look at them a few more times. Slightly something. Shu Shu replied indifferently, then turned his attention to the information in the other's hands. Very important information, I'm still working so late. It's nothing, it's just some necessary research. Fang Chuan Kikyo smiled, and then threw the information on the table, squinting, speaking of which, I have never liked you who came to this place, but for some reason will come here at this time, and. Is this boy your junior? Hearing the other person mentioning himself, Lin Luo quickly said, My name is Lin Luo, I am Miss Busha's assistant, please advise me more. Oh, Busha's assistant, seems to be a genius boy too. A few people said politely, and after a while, Busha said, Beiju, I will just say the purpose of coming here. I hope to see the final work. The last work. Fang Chuan Kikyo looked at the cloth bundle in surprise. When did you know the existence of the last work? It's today, at S Processing Company. Shusha didn't hide it, and said directly, when I helped those guys transfer information, I accidentally got the information about the last work. It surprised me. I wanted to study it. I wanted to come. She should be here, what, can't she? No, it's not impossible. Anyway, the existence of the final work is not a secret. Yoshikawa Kikyo said after hesitating for a while, well, if it's you, it should be fine. You want to see you alone. She still wants me to accompany you. Let's go together. Okay, come with me. Hearing Fu Shu said that, Yoshikawa Kikyo breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally knew about the continuous attacks on the research institute that participated in the experiment during this period. She originally mentioned it at the end. At the time of writing, she thought she was connected with this matter, but now it seems that she has been worrying too much. If she really intends to do anything with her hands and feet, she must carry her on her back, it is probably only for research. Under the guidance of Feng Chuan Plati Codon, the two walked out of this laboratory and entered the cultivation facility of the sisters in the middle. Then they continued to walk through several rooms, and finally opened a closed metal door. When seeing the situation inside the door, Lin Luo's pupils shrank, subconsciously revealing a hint of surprise. In the center of the room, in a glass cylindrical incubator, a petite girl of about 10 years old is floating naked with her eyes closed, and a dozen test tubes are interspersed on her body. The last one. Chapter 42, On the Way Forward, We All Need Courage. This is the last work of the high-ranking individual of Misaka Network. Seeing the petite girl in the incubator, the cloth bundle seemed quite surprised, because the image of the other party was so different from what I had imagined. Although we have obtained part of the information of the upper individual, it is only information, and there is no specific description, but since it is a higher individual, how can it be a little upper-level aura? But the last work in front of me, is basically a little girl who needs to be held in the palm of my hand. You should know that too, as a participant in this experiment. Seeing the surprise in Fuchsia's eyes, Yoshikawa Kikyo explained, although the sisters are all LV2 supernaturalists, there are 20,000 of them. But there are only 20 staff members here. If they rebel, we can't cope with it, so we must have a safety device. It's the last one. The sisters form a huge will through their brainwave connection Misaka network. Misaka network can manipulate each Misaka, but the final work is the opposite of the sisters. We only need to input a special electrical signal into her mind. We can manipulate the Misaka network in turn. Once there is an emergency, we can send a stop signal to the sisters in time so that they can never betray us. Speaking of this, Yoshikawa Kikyo looked up at the reaction of the two and found that there was nothing unusual. He sighed and continued, so, in the end, the signal that the commander tower of the sisters cannot be free, and even, in order to facilitate control, we have to deliberately leave her body in an unfinished state. In fact, the ideal is a plant state without consciousness, but if that is the case, there is no way to connect to the Misaka network. It's really like your style. Shu said indifferently. Although she is also a participant in the absolute ability evolution experiment, she does not think that her sisters are dolls with no emotions, so she feels instinctively about Feng Chuan Kikyo's words. A kind of disgust, but she didn't want to express this feeling in front of the other person. But according to the information I got, the self-awareness of the final work was very strong. In addition to being unable to express her feelings perfectly, there is almost no difference from ordinary humans. Of course it is. After all, we have to control 20,000 sisters. If you are the same as ordinary sisters, obviously you can't do it. So we also put some emotions in when we made adjustments to her. Put in? Don't be kidding. Feng Chuan Kikyo was suddenly interrupted when he said halfway, and turned his head to see Lin Luo sneered like a mockery, isn't the sisters for you consumables that you can throw away when you run out? Don't you think it's ridiculous that the mere puppets use the word engagement? Feng Chuan Kikyo was taken aback, but did not retort, but smiled self-deprecatingly, indeed, we really don't have the qualifications to say this to those who do this kind of thing. Lin Luo looked at her lightly. Feng Chuan Kikyo, an innocent but unkind woman, to be honest, Lin Luo didn't have a good opinion of her, but it's hard to talk about disgust, at least among the many researchers. She is not the kind of person who has distorted human nature, is just observing the instructions above, saying that it sounds good is a wage earner, and that it sounds bad is a tool. Lin Luo sighed and didn't intend to say anything more. Anyway, the last work has been found, so there is no need to install it again. Bang! The backhand overlapped the iron door behind him. Feng Chuan Kikyo looked at him in surprise. Sorry, I lied to you just now. Actually, I am not an assistant, and we are not here to do research. Lin Luo paused and said, actually, I came to stop this experiment. What are you talking about? Stop the experiment? Feng Chuan Kikyo showed a ghostly expression and looked at Lin Luo incredulously. Not only her, but even Fu Shu was shocked. Although Lin Luo had long known that there would be some unexpected behaviors, but, this is too straightforward, right? Lin Luo categorically said, yes, stop this twisted experiment. After I understood, Feng Chuan Kikyo exclaimed excitedly, do you know what you are talking about? How can this experiment be stopped? Do you know the importance of this experiment? Why can't it be stopped? Not a question, but a positive tone, Lin Luo sneered, the importance of this experiment? Ha! How important is it? Does it bear the future of this world, or is it related to the destiny of mankind? This, although it is not what you said, this is an evolutionary experiment for the absolute ability person. Once the experiment is successful, it will produce an unprecedented LV6 absolute ability person. Feng Chuan persuaded loudly, but there was a strange feeling in his tone. It seemed as if she was persuading herself. Absolutely capable. Lin Luo was full of disdain, that kind of thing has a dime to do with me? Compared with the lives of my sisters and Mikoto's wishes, it can't even compare to a single hair. You. Fang Chuan-kikyo opened her mouth wide. She felt that the boy in front of her was a little unreasonable, and looked at the cloth bundle. Do you think so too? Cloth bundle. My starting point and his may be different, but the things to be done are the same, and I don't think it is the right choice to use my sisters to do this experiment. At the beginning, we were already distorted. This is Shush's answer. You guys, are you sure you are joking? Yoshikawa Kikyo felt a little unbelievable. Do you think my appearance is kidding me? Impossible, it is impossible. Fang Chuan-kikyo desperately shook his head. Don't you know who is behind this experiment? It is impossible for the two of you to prevent this experiment. Impossible. These three words are just for you. Lin Luo relentlessly attacked. Why do you judge that it is impossible for something that you haven't done yet? No one ever said when Newton didn't discover the gravitation. He might have discovered that when Edison invented the electric light. No one said that he could invent it. If he didn't try it, who would dare to assert that I could not stop this experiment? If it's different, you're completely wrong. You don't understand how powerful the upper echelon is, so that's why you say such overthinking words. The power of the upper level? Hey, who is the upper level? Lin Luo still just sneered. Council? I didn't pay attention to the group of scum that would only hide behind and give orders. It was still in the building without windows. The hanging man in the building? Hey! Lin Luo did not go on, because he knew that the hanged man would definitely hear what he said now, and half of this sentence was also for the other person. The subtext is, hanged man, I know you, I miss you. You should have noticed me too, but you don't need to be alert to me, I'm just here to stop the experiment. Lin Luo believes that the almost demon-like IQ of the man who hangs upside down can definitely hear what he is saying. Fang Chuan-kikyo was completely stunned. She really couldn't understand how the young man's nerves were built in front of her, and she even regarded the council as dregs. Among the people she knows, it is estimated that only one pass has this courage. However, one side pass does have that ability, but does Lin Luo have it? Although she didn't know what kind of power the young man in front of her had, she dared to conclude that he definitely did not have the power that one party passed. No, it should be said that he could never compare with one party's pass. So what kind of mentality did he say about this? Talking about it? Arrogant? Confidence? Or brave? Lin Luo is not arrogant, the council is indeed scumbags in his eyes, of course it is just the council itself. He is also not overly confident, at least he will not be confident enough to think that he can pass PK with one party. As for bravery, this is possible. At this moment, looking at the young man in front of him, Fang Chuan-kikyo suddenly felt like she needed her to look up. Whether it was arrogant, brave, and confident, at least, to be able to say this, it takes a great deal of courage. And this kind of courage does not possess. What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't do it, it's just because you lack the courage to do it. This sentence made Fang Chuan-kikyo's heart moved, but soon she was not only shocked, but completely shocked. Because Lin Luo said next, isn't that the case? You obviously want to be a teacher but you backed down on that road. Isn't it because you lack the courage to move forward? Fang Chuan-kikyo's eyes widened sharply. At this moment, her whole body was trembling. Chapter 43, Unexpected Deviation, Time is running out. Fang Chuan-kikyo knew that she was a naive and unkind person, which she knew better than anyone else. The Absolute Ability Evolution Experiment, at the cost of the lives of 20,000 sisters, allowed one party to pass through to LV6, which is very attractive to the upper class of the Academy City. The existence of sisters is very cheap, 180,000 yuan each, they can be produced automatically at the touch of a button, and it only takes 2 weeks to train them, which is cheap. For the entire Academy City, this is not even a mere dime, but the absolute ability of LV6 is a legend. In exchange for the advent of a legend at such a cheap price, it is very cost-effective in anyone's eyes. However, it is only based on the interests of certain people. If you consider it from the perspective of human nature, no. Regardless of how you think about it, an experiment that uses the lives of 20,000 people as a price, if you just want a normal person, will feel that this approach has been distorted. As clones, no matter how cheap the sisters are, no matter how convenient their birth is, no matter whether they have their own feelings, no matter whether they have the consciousness of being a human being, just from the moment they are born, they are already there. It's human. No one can refute this. An experiment that uses 20,000 human lives as a price. As long as it is not the kind of madman who is desperate for research, as long as it is a person with a little kindness in his heart, anyone will feel that this is no longer an experiment, but a total distortion. The killing of humanity. Fang Chuan-Kikyo is not the kind of person who can abandon everything for research. Unlike most other researchers, she also has a naive side. She can't tell the sisters whose genes are the same, but she tries hard to remember. In addition to the number of each sister's face, I also tried to give each sister a human name. However, this is just naive, not kind. If you are a truly kind person, you should stand up and resist this experiment. Fang Chuan-Kikyo knows this very well. He does not have the courage to be kind, and he lacks the strength to shoulder heavy tasks. It's like the dream when I was young. What I want to be a teacher is not a stale profession like a teacher or a professor, but a gentle teacher who can listen to students' troubles, not asking for anything in return, and running for every student, but in the end after all, I didn't do this, just as the boy in front of me said, because I didn't have the courage to take that step. She doesn't know how Lin Luo learned about her secret, but it's not important. She was shocked by the other party's words. The courage revealed in those words is extremely dazzling, although this dazzling he burned out himself, and there was no scum left in an instant, but at this moment she yearned for this dazzling. What I have always wanted to have, but I don't have the courage to take that step. Yoshikawa Kikyo hates being like this, but he can't make any changes, if he can. Fang Chuan-Kikyo closed her eyes tiredly, her heart was extremely confused, while hoping to be a truly kind person, while fearing the consequences of doing this kind of thing, she didn't know which way to choose. But no matter how she chooses, she knows that she has no power to stop these two people, and even has a faint expectation in her subconscious mind. Humans do not live by calculation. If risks and opportunities are always measured on a scale, how is it different from a machine? Looking at Fang Chuan-Kikyo, who had fallen into confusion, Lin Luo continued, naturally, this kind of inconvenience, a life of risk and suffering, can make people a lot easier, but this is only a few decades of life, so instead of living like a machine like this, it is better to choose a more exciting life, take steps to endure the suffering, and move forward. It means taking more risks, but what's that? Such a life is at least much more meaningful than a machine, right? The things that are worth acquiring are on the other side of that risk. Things worth getting. Fang Chuan-Kikyo opened his eyes, recalling the boy's words, as if some mist had been lifted in his heart. At this time, the cloth bundle, who had not spoken, stood in front of her. Since the beginning of this experiment, our bodies have been full of sins. Although it may be too late to try to make up for it, what if without changing, how should we face ourselves in the future? Give our sisters the shackles of death and destiny, and give them a brand new future. The sins we have created will be borne by ourselves. As he said, Shusha stretched out his hand to Fang Chuan-Kikyo. Ha ha ha! Really, your eloquence is so good, you can go to be a speaker. Fang Chuan-Kikyo suddenly laughed loudly, with a hint of sarcasm on the corners of his mouth. However, I am not that kind of person. It's impossible to take risks to save others, but I can't do it anyway. It seems that I have to destroy myself. Snapped. He shook his front hand heavily, and Yoshikawa Kikyo firmly said, "Then, count me, and bet on the only kindness in my life." Speaking of which, what are you going to do? Do you really want to enter the emotional data of the final work into the minds of all Misaka sisters? How? Can't it? The self-awareness of the final work is much higher than that of the ordinary sister Misaka, and there may even be some feelings that we don't even know about. If the ordinary sister Misaka can also have it, through communication with the outside world, it may let they have real feelings and then resist the experiment. I think this method is very feasible. In theory, your approach is indeed feasible, but have you ever considered that these emotional data from the last work of a higher individual can really be input into the brains of all sisters? What do you mean? In the incubator of the last work, the petite girl is still suspended in the nutrient solution, her eyes closed. Only the chest is slightly undulating. Beside the incubator, Lin Luo, Bushu, and Feng Chuan Plati Codon Grandiflarum were all standing there, but their faces were a little frown. Initially, Lin Luo hoped to use the emotional data obtained by the cloth bundle to make the sisters self-aware, but now this method seems to have a slight deviation. Yoshikawa Kikyo explained, although the last work is from the same system as the ordinary sisters, it is absolutely different in essence. We use the last work as a safety device, well, that's what it means, so the personality we entered for the final game is the opposite of that of ordinary sisters. If the emotional data of the final game is entered into the brains of ordinary sisters, the two personalities conflict with each other. What do you think will happen? This. Lin Luo was completely stunned. Although he didn't know anything about the so-called emotional data, Feng Chuan Campanulaceae was very straightforward. What would happen if the two personalities were forcibly squeezed into one body? Dual personality? Wrong. It's the breakdown of the personality of the sisters. Turning her head and looking at the cloth bundle, she found that the other party was also shocked. After all, what she got was only part of the data for the final work, and it was normal to not realize this. So, this method won't work. That's not what I said. Feng Chuan shook his head. After all, the emotional data of the sisters was manually entered by us. Of course, they can be deleted. If you want to use the method you mentioned, you must first delete their original data and let them it become a blank sheet, just this way. Sisters Misaka are no longer Sisters Misaka. Lin Luo's face changed slightly. This is not allowed in any case. What I have to do is to save my sisters and let them live a normal life, not to change their personality, but if we follow Feng Chuan Kikyo's practice, what is the difference between this and killing them? This is impossible. Lin Luo said solemnly. So your method won't work for now. Is there no other way to make them self-aware? This is there. Lin Luo's eyes lit up when he heard these words, and Feng Chuan continued, actually, I have always thought about how my sisters can have their own emotions. Of course, I didn't do this. In order to prevent the experiment, you know, I was only relatively naive. Later, I thought of a point, since the communication between people can produce emotion, then if someone can enter the Misaka network and give them subtle teaching, and not through brainwashing, can they also have their own consciousness? Indeed, this method is really feasible, but... Shu Shu frowned and said Shen Ling, it just takes a long time, and it can't be done overnight. Feng Chuan glanced at Lin Luo, then said, moreover, it is not easy to enter the Misaka network. The Misaka network is connected under the premise of the same brainwave wavelength. If people with different wavelengths force it enter, the mind will burn in an instant. This is the biggest problem. Lin Luo said nothing. He glanced at the last work in the incubator. After a while, he asked Feng Chuan Kikyo, when is the next experiment? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, experiment number 10030. Chapter 44, Sister Misaka is everywhere. Less than 24 hours, time is tight. In such a short period of time, let alone subtly training the sisters, there is no time to find a way to enter the Misaka network. Is it possible to postpone the experiment a bit? Lin Luo asked. He didn't hold on to the casual idea of saving just a few if he could save a few. None of his sisters could die, at least the lives of those who were still alive could not end here. This was an inevitable condition. Fang Chuan was silent for a while, then slowly replied, if you use the body adjustments for the younger sisters as an excuse, you can delay a little time, but it can only be a week at most. If the above doubts come down for too long, the pressure on my side will also be huge. A week. Lin Luo touched his chin. This time is not very rich, but in the current period, he can't force too much, it can be delayed a little. Although it is a little difficult to find a way to enter the Misaka network within a week, and even to successfully train the sisters, no matter what point of view, this approach is always much easier than PK with one party. Lin Luo sighed secretly. In the final analysis, the incident will be so troublesome because of his lack of strength. If he can reach level max in an instant, how can he be so long-winded, slap one side directly, kick the pseudo-mother, let the frozen throne release, and conquer the world? Sister Canon on the left, Sister Misaka on the right, gratifying, gratifying, gratifying. Forget it, do it later. By the way, if the younger sister's body adjustments are used as an excuse, wouldn't other researchers have doubts? You don't need to worry about this. After all, I am the person in charge of this experiment, and this point of authority is still there. Fang Chuan said confidently. Hey? Are you the person in charge? Lin Luo was taken aback, isn't it Tianjing Yaoyi? Who said Tianjing Yaoyi was the person in charge of this experiment? Fang Chuan was also stunned, looking at Lin Luo for unknown reasons. In the experiment, it was decided to use my sisters as substitutes before transferring to our team. It was only for him to help with the management. I was the first person in charge of the experiment. Ah! Lin Luo opened his mouth slightly, turned his head to look at the cloth bundle, who also nodded, Fang Chuan is right. Lin Luo felt a little stupid. He didn't expect that he would make such a low-level mistake. It seems that he was not serious when reading books before. However, it's normal to think about it again. The reason why I went to read Mo forbidden novels was just because Pao Ji used too much soy sauce in the animation, which caused resentment. The starting point was to see Pao Ji's majestic and majestic. As for Tianjing Yaoyi, how can such passers-by pay more attention to it? Fortunately, I just regard Tianjing Yaoyi as the person in charge of the experiment. If you accidentally regard Tianjing as the father of Misaka, then you will really become a big silly bee. By the way, I heard you talk about Tianjing Yaoyi. Fang Chuan suddenly remembered something and was refreshed. His professional field is writing personality information in learning devices. In short, he knows the personality of his sisters best. People, if you have his help, maybe the method you mentioned is not infeasible. Patio Yavi. Lin Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, whether it was the birth of the sisters or their personality endowment, it was from Tianjing Yaoyi. No one knew the state of the sisters better than him. But he wanted his help. It's almost impossible. Of course, Lin Luo did not expect Tianjing Yaoyi's help. Like the kind of scumbag who has been scummed to the end, the language is superfluous. Before, he thought he was the chief of this experiment, afraid that it would affect his whole body. But now, well, directly and brutally suppress it with the cruelest force. Where does Tianjing Yavita live? It's 10:30 in the evening. Lin Luo ran on the dark and silent street, gritted his teeth somewhat. The information he got from Fang Chuan Kikyo made him very depressed. Tianjing Yaoyi Neu didn't even have a fixed residence. Dignified that a researcher doesn't even have a fixed residence. Isn't this a tragic reminder? What a lot of trouble it has to cause people. The 7th School District? The 7th School District is so big, how can I find it? Because Tianjing Yaoyi's mass production plan for superpowers was a private organization, he was burdened with almost astronomical debts after the experiment failed, so he usually parked his car in a park or ruin, and slept in the car. Although Fangchuan Plati Kodon provides Lin Luo with a few places that Tianjing Yaoyi often visits, but he found it a few times and it was empty, which almost consumed most of his patience. MD, a middle-aged uncle, is not a cute girl. Trademark is hiding. Hey! After a while, Lin Luo came to a relatively desolate place unknowingly, and somewhere in the lane, a yellow sports car was parked there. Park the car in this place in the middle of the night. Lin Luo moved in his heart, walked forward, and suddenly laughed. The license plate number was exactly the same as Fang Chuan Kikyo said, it was Tianjing Yaoyi's car. Cut, isn't this product available? To Lin Luo's disappointment, there is no Patio Yaoyi in the car. Turning on the same mode uses the ability to open the door, and the temperature on the seat cushion makes it impossible to feel that she has just left. Look like. After that, it turned off again, took out the phone and dialed Fang Chuan's phone. Tianjing Yaoyi's car was found, but his people are not there, as if they have been away for a long time. Speaking of it, the same mode is really easy to use. Although it has a certain time limit, it can be turned on and turned off instantly, allowing Lin Luo to have a certain combat power at any time, and if the opening time is very short, hardly consumes a little life force. Where are you now? Well. Hearing these words, Lin Luo looked up and looked around. It should be the site of a research institute. The walls and gates have been sealed. Hey, how do you feel? A little familiar? Well, the place you mentioned. By the way, that was the research institute that carried out the mass production plan of super electromagnetic guns. Strange, why did he get there? Oh, it turned out to be here. Lin Luo suddenly woke up. In the original book, Tianjing brought the last work here, and then activated the virus. No wonder he would feel familiar, but he and Fang Chuan have the same doubts. What are scumbags doing here at this time? Is it a stir? Do you think he will be in the institute? I don't know this. Except for work problems, I haven't paid much attention to his personal life. Having said this, the voice suddenly cut off. Lin Luo was taken aback, and found that the phone had automatically hung up, dialed the number again, and an extremely gentle voice came from inside, "Your phone has been owed and stopped." The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched, wishing to drop the phone on the spot. Is there such a gross? You can't even finish a sentence, you hanged upside down. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Luo finally did not commit violence on the spot. After all, this phone belongs to little Lori, so it's not embarrassing to break it, and he is still waiting for little Lori to charge himself for the phone. But then again, obviously, the phone bill of 500 yuan is gone after only 2 calls. This yen is really useless. After putting the phone back in his pocket, Lin Luo walked to the gate of the research institute and instantly entered into a state of agreement, unlocking the lock with a click. When I walked in, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I saw a few shallow footprints on the ground. Did the guy from Tianjing really enter this research institute? Lin Luo frowned, and he was already 7 to 8 affirmations in his heart. At this time, he didn't dare to turn off the coincidence mode casually. That scumbag is very cunning, and firing cold shots is his special skill. In case he accidentally follows his way, it will become a brain dead like a side pass, it will not be worth it. The iron gate of the research institute was tightly closed, but now this state obviously can no longer perform its original function. With a squeak, the iron gate opened in response to the blue and white electric current passing through it. Open the door, it's dark inside. Lin Luo walked in the dark. His physical fitness at this time was far beyond the level of ordinary people. Even without a little light, he could roughly see the environment in front of him. Almost 5 minutes later, with the help of extraordinary hearing, Lin Luo heard a noise from a room not far away, and walked forward cautiously. He didn't dare to be careless, carefully paying attention to the surrounding environment, After all, the electric shock ability of LV3 was not enough to make him ignore the bullet. Soon, he came to the door of the room. Fortunately, the door did not close, revealing a shallow gap just enough to see the situation inside. In the room, under the dim light, a man in a white robe bent over as if he was doing something. Patio Yai. Based on the impression in his memory, Lin Luo immediately concluded that this man was Tianjing Yai. Is this guy doing something like a horse? Lin Luo was a little curious. While thinking about it, he suddenly saw an experimental platform beside Tianjing Yai slowly standing up. For a moment, Lin Luo's eyes opened wide. I saw that on the experimental platform, a sister Misaka was lying on it unconsciously with her eyes closed. She was tied with a few protective belts, and her body was tightly bound to the test bench, so that it would not fall down when the test bench was erected. Of course, it was not this that surprised Lin Luo, but because of this. Sister Misaka is clearly different from ordinary sisters. Visually, her height is about 1.65 meters, which is a bit taller than Mikoto. Her face is peaceful and serene, giving the feeling of an elegant lady, and the most striking thing is her knee-length brown hair. Long-haired eldest sister Misaka. Is this a magical attribute? For an instant, Lin Luo was stunned. Chapter 45, Dig deeper into the existence of Sister Misaka. Lin Luo didn't know which Misaka's sister was, but he dared to conclude that it was definitely not an ordinary individual. Is it an extra special entity? He denied this idea as soon as he started. The Fanfic entity was not made by Tianjing Yai, and has nothing to do with him at all, so what happened to this entity? Thinking of this, Lin Luo suddenly remembered a saying about Sister Misaka that had been circulated on the internet before, and couldn't help but move in his heart. Could it be that? In the room, Patio Yai had erected the entire experimental platform. Just when he was about to untie the protective belt on the experimental platform, he suddenly felt his body numb, and the whole person fell down like an electric shock, his head heavy. He slammed into the armrest of the experiment platform, so painful that he was about to scream on the spot, but the scream was swallowed as soon as he reached his throat, because a hand had been pinched on his neck. Don't look back, don't try to resist, and don't make any noise that makes me miss. Zira. A slightly low voice sounded behind him, and Tianjing Yai was so scared that he had no idea what happened. He only knew that he seemed to be attacked by someone, but he did not dare to make any resistance, even if it made a sound, because the hand that passed around his neck from behind was flashing a blue and white arc. As a superpower researcher, he knows exactly what it means. My instantaneous output power can reach up to 100,000 volts. Although this is not a big deal in the entire Academy City, it is enough to cause a fatal threat to ordinary people, so, do you understand what I want to say? Tianjing Yai's face was sweaty, and his eyes were full of fear. He could clearly feel the cold and merciless killing intent in the other party's words. This killing intent shattered the last trace of his luck and swallowed it with a grunt. Drooling, he nodded heavily. Very good, so now the question starts. The voice paused. First of all, the first question, this girl is a military production clone of Mikoto Misaka, the LV5 super-powered super-electromagnetic gun of Academy City, right? Yes, yes. Out of fear of death, Tianjing Yai answered truthfully, his voice hoarse. Numbering. Number 00000. It really is number 0. Although he had guessed some, Lin Luo was surprised when he was really sure. Misaka 00000 is another special individual other than the last one cultivated by Tianjing Yai, and it is most likely the original prototype of all Misaka sisters, but it is not connected to the Misaka network and has not been used in experiments. The specific situation no one knows except Tianjing Yai. This is the information that Lin Luo knew about Zero in the real world before. Of course, there is another version. Some people pointed out that Fanfic individual is Zero, but not many people support this. But now it seems that the Zero and Fan Y individuals are really different existences. After a little surprised, Lin Luo calmed down quickly and continued to ask, the 00000 is the original form of the sisters, when did you make it? And why is she placed here? No, 00000 is the original body. The prototype samples of all the sisters were made by me alone 2 years ago. As for now, they are in a frozen state. The so-called freezing state does not mean freezing it, but shutting down most of its body functions, breathing, heartbeat, and pulse. All functions are almost at zero, but it can just keep her alive, which is equivalent to the standby of the computer. The body energy consumed is also approaching zero, and theoretically it can be semi-permanent. Of course, the premise is that there are enough life-saving devices. Is the first body different from ordinary sisters? Why did you freeze her here? This. Tianjing Yai hesitated for a while, but after the arc on Lin Luo's hand flashed, he immediately replied, the first body is very different from ordinary sisters, and ordinary individuals can only reach the strength of LV3, and it's still a very good individual, but the first body can reach LV4, and it is very close to LV5, but there are some unexpected conditions later. What? Close to LV5? Lin Luo suddenly changed color, shocked in his heart. Close to LV5, doesn't it mean that it is almost the same as Mikoto? Tianjing Yai's mass production plan is almost equal to success, but why will he fail later? Wait. He just said the unexpected situation? What the is going on? Tell me all this in detail. Listening to Tianjing Yai talking about the incident, Lin Luo was completely shocked. After Tianjing Yai got Mikoto's DNA, he began to plan the mass production experiment of the super electromagnetic gun. After a period of consideration, 2 years ago he finally started to act officially, but the experiment of human cloning is against humanity after all. If it is known to other people and is blamed by society, he may be destroyed by humanity, so he can only silently secretly. People conduct experiments. The experiment was very successful at the beginning. Whether it was the cultivation of the body or the empowerment of personality, the first body had reached the peak of LV4 when it was first manufactured. Although it did not reach the expected LV5, it was nothing more than that. It's just a kick. There is an example of a super electromagnetic gun itself, and it has risen from LV1 to LV5 in a few years. This is very surprising to everyone, and the first version of the super electromagnetic gun, a copy of the super electromagnetic gun, has the same genes. The starting point is high. It is not difficult in theory to become LV5. You can cross that hurdle in at most 1 or 2 years. Patio Yai is very confident in this, and also very much looking forward to it. But what he didn't expect was that 2 fatal problems appeared in the experiment later. First, although the first body has a strength close to LV5, she does not have the capital to use that strength because her body is too weak. The physical age of the first body is set at 16. This is the most perfect state obtained by Hushan Yai from various considerations, but this is only her physical age, and her own growth has lasted for even a month. No, although this method of giving birth allowed her to have a perfect body in an instant, there were huge defects inside, which were almost irreparable. This is like a house. Although it looks gorgeous on the outside, its foundation is not strong, and it will collapse if the wind blows. Although the number 1 body has a power close to LV5, she is completely unusable. If that power is used, her own body will collapse first because it can't bear the load. This is a huge mistake made by Tianjing Yai. Of course, it is not impossible to make up. It will take a certain amount of time to add the technology he has mastered and the technology mastered by Suiwen City, but if you want to complete the first body of the body repairing is not impossible, but another mistake in the experiment made him have to give up this plan, and that mistake was: the first body has changed during the experiment, she has her own consciousness. Tianjing Yaoyi's mass production plan for super electromagnetic guns is to create combat puppets that will completely obey orders and will not rebel. To put it bluntly, they are props and weapons. But the first body has her own consciousness and has her own feelings, so will she still blindly follow her orders? Obviously, that is impossible. No matter from which aspect, apart from physical defects, the number one issue at that time was no different from normal human beings. As a human being, no one would be willing to be a prop for others. And this was unacceptable for Tianjing Yaoyi, and because of this, he had to freeze the initial body. But he didn't want to give up this experiment because of this. After all, this experiment had been soaked in all his efforts, and there was no way to look back. Therefore, he contacted some upper-class people in the Academy City, and after receiving their funding, he started the second experiment, the mass production plan of the super electromagnetic gun 20,000 Sisters. This time, in order not to make the mistake before, Tianjing Yaoyi created a balance in the experiment. LV5 is no longer possible, so let's go to LV4. With more than 20,000 LV4 capable people, this kind of combat power can almost conquer a country. However, the tragedy came once again. Because of the balance system he injected, although the younger sisters' bodies are much tougher than the first body, at the same time, their strength has also dropped a lot, not to mention LV4, even LV3 is very scarce. Those with an average combat power of only LV2 cannot form useful combat power without the help of weapons and special items. Moreover, although their bodies are a little stronger than the first ones, they are still much weaker than ordinary people. Therefore, the second experiment was still a failure. And what happened after that was what Lin Luo knew, and the experiment of the absolute ability was unfolding. After listening to the ins and outs of the whole thing, even Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh. Tianjing Yaoyi is ambitious and deliberately implementing the super electromagnetic gun mass production plan to become a master, but he didn't expect that the bamboo basket would be completely empty. There is not the most tragedy, only more tragedy, and the fate of the dragon sleeve no longer needs to be explained. But what makes Lin Luo puzzled is that since the absolute ability experiment has already begun and Tianjing Yaoyi has a chance to stand up, then why would he come here to retrieve the original body again? Is it unreasonable? Lin Luo asked this question, and the other party's answer almost shocked his jaw. It's impossible to succeed in the experiment of an absolute capable person. I must think of a way out for myself. At this moment, Lin Luo almost thought that someone's soul passed through after death and possessed Tianjing Yaoyi's body. Chapter 46, Is LV5 born in my hands? Tianjing Yaoyi is so awesome. It is predicted that the experiment of the absolute ability person will fail. Is it also the prophet? Well, this sentence is purely a complaint. As for Tianjing Yaoyi's answer, Lin Luo thinks it should belong to his empirical talk. Well, he said this, it is so difficult to make an LV5, let alone the legendary LV6. Although the tree diagram designer calculated you can be promoted to LV6 after you kill 20,000 Misaka sisters. But it is only a computer calculation. Since it is a calculation, it is always difficult to guarantee that there will be some errors. I also calculated it when I planned to mass produce the super electromagnetic gun. Very perfect. Although Tianjing compares himself with the tree designer, it is despised, but Lin Luo somewhat agrees with him. The tree designer is a supercomputer, but LV6 is the realm of the gods. If you can, it was so simple that it was calculated, and it was called his sister's realm of the gods. Call the field good. Can one party kill 20,000 Misaka sisters to be promoted to LV6? He has always had great doubts about this. After all, one party is already the strongest superpower in Academy City. Even if he can be upgraded, he must at least gain experience from people of similar level. As for Sister Misaka, it can't pose a threat to him at all. Where did the upgrade experience come from? A 99 level Hero King Sword Saint, you may be able to kill 20,099 level demon masters to level 100, but if your sister kills a first level goblin, let alone kill 20,000, even if you kill your hair. After the server is off, it is estimated that the experience value is still intact. Well, this metaphor seems rude to Misaka sisters. Well, let's replace the goblins with white rabbits. Besides, since your tree diagram designer is so awesome, have you calculated that you will be side by a certain food nun and a dragon king in seconds? Isn't it counted? Didn't count it. Didn't count. In fact, Lin Luo is a little bit skeptical. Could this absolute ability evolution experiment be a play manipulated by the Hanged Man at all? The purpose is to give birth to the Misaka sisters, so that his plan of artificial heaven can be realized. Although it feels a bit unreliable, and it's not unreliable, after all, the upside-down pseudo-mother is so dark that no one dares to cute him. Lin Luo guessed for a while, and then asked, then what is your escape route? Are you planning to get the first body out to LV5, and then give it to one party to upgrade? Although there is no such thing in the original book, there is still the same sentence, there is a legendary butterfly. It's impossible. Tianjing Yaoi's voice is somewhat resentful. It is almost impossible to copy an LV5. The original body used all my efforts and it was only close to LV5. And it's mostly luck. Now, if I want to make a new body, I can't do it anyway. There is a lot of resentment in this tone, too. The biggest achievement of Tianjing Yaoi in this life is probably to copy an LV4, but in the end he still made a wedding dress for others, and it is inevitable that his heart is imbalanced. After that, Lin Luo also learned what Tianjing Yaoi's so-called retreat was, and he planned to collude with the hostile forces in Academy City. This is not difficult to understand. After all, if the absolute ability evolver experiment fails, then the debt on Tianjing Yaoi alone will be enough to make him a slave for several lifetimes. In addition, I am afraid that he will have to endure the wrath of the Council, and more, even the super electromagnetic gun as a prototype is expected to cause trouble for him. No matter from which way, once things get to that point, he Tianjing Yaoi will no longer have a foothold in the Academy City. Then, you can only flee outside, and the forces that are hostile to the Academy City are the best choice. However, those people are not brain dead, and it is impossible to accept the surrender of a researcher of a hostile force for no reason. For this reason, Tianjing Yaoi must pay enough to win the trust of the other party. Regarding the technology related to superpowers, this is still not revealed. After all, I am still in the Academy City. Otherwise, once the upper level knows it, it will be useless even if the Emperor is covered. His frozen number 1 body. Give the original body to the other party to express your sincerity. A mere LV4 copy is not enough to make the school city go to war, but it is extremely precious to the hostile forces outside. It has to be said that Tianjing Yaoi's wishful thinking is very good, and his career is very well done, but it is a pity that as a tragedy, tragedies will always recur on him. The story of the matter has been roughly understood, and Lin Luo finally knows why the number 1 body has never appeared in the original plot. It turns out that it has been sold by Tianjing a long time ago. Lin Luo secretly rejoiced, but fortunately he found Tianjing Yaoi in time, otherwise if the first body was sold outside, it would be a real cup. Although the sisters may not have had a good life in Academy City, they are at most a dead word, but once they fall into the hands of the hostile forces in Academy City, those guys will definitely start their studies in order to study superpowers. Study the body as a white mouse, and it won't even let her die easily. After that, I asked a few more questions about the number 1 body, and found that there was no more news to take away. Lin Luo directly summoned Bai Rui and asked him to drag the aside and dispose of it casually. Tianjing Yaoi was silly on the spot the moment he saw Bai Rui, his legs trembled. And the bottom of his pants became wet. When Bai Rui was dragged out, he didn't react at all. Then Lin Luo heard it. The sound of broken bones and chewing came from outside. Bai Rui's disposal method is very simple, just eat one word. If it were other people, Lin Luo might still have some psychological burdens, so that he would not die so miserably, but the scum of Tianjing Yai is really not enough to redeem him, and it can be regarded as solving a future for the sisters. The hidden danger. Unfortunately, he can only die once, but it is a bit resentful. As for the question about the self-consciousness of the sisters that I originally wanted to torture, this stuff can't even solve the self-consciousness of the first body, so there is no need to talk about other things, and the questions are for nothing. Shaking his head, Lin Luo no longer paid attention to the tooth-seeking sound outside, untied the protective belts on the experimental platform, and hugged the number 1 body in his arms. As soon as he started, Lin Luo frowned. On the surface, he still couldn't tell, but this direct contact made him even a layman know how fragile Chu Hao's body is. The whole body is so weak that there is no one. The bones were as soft as noodles. If she didn't hold her tightly, Lin Luo wondered if she would just slip from her arms like this. This body is worse than imagined. Lin Luo could feel that the physical condition of the first body was very bad. It was because of the life-saving device that kept her alive. But now that she has escaped from the life-sustaining device, her life energy immediately drops rapidly. In this state, it is not strange to die at any time. If it's someone else, you might feel desperate because of it, but Lin Luo is different. Although it is unavoidable that he is uneasy, he has no panic. He possesses the sacred healing technique. Even if he can't completely cure the first body, he wants to remove her from the death line. Pulling back is not difficult. Holding the number 1 body in his arms, Lin Luo immediately launched the sacred healing technique. The current subject's vitality is close to a negative value and is in a state of dying. If you want to heal completely, you need to consume 1500 vitality of the Lord. Sure enough, it is impossible to heal completely. For this, Lin Luo had long expected that Mikoto, as LV5, just needed her own 800 points of vitality to restore her combat effectiveness. Although the first body is weak, it is also the pinnacle of LV4, even if the vitality required is Mikoto. Half of her is fine, but she is in a state of dying, even 1500 points are not too much. Of course, Lin Luo didn't need to heal her completely, as long as she was able to bring her life back for the time being. Holy healing, differentiation healing. Genes, spirits, brains, muscles, internal organs, blood, bones, nerves. There are countless different systems in the human body. Divine healing can heal all of these systems. At the same time, it can also be treated in batches. The current target gene has a major defect, and repair requires 200 vitality points. Is it repaired? The subject's brain is currently in a state of paralysis, and repair requires 50 vitality points. Is it repaired? The current subject's mental state is extremely weak, and repair requires 50 vitality points. Is it repaired? The subject's muscles are currently in a state of withering, and repairing requires 50 vitality points. Is it repaired? The bones of the current subject are extremely loose and fragile. Repairing requires 50 points of vitality. Is it repaired? The current object. After this series of prompts, Lin Luo became more and more frightened as he listened to it. Almost nothing on the body of the first body was normal, and all of them reached a state of necrosis of more than 80%. To describe it in one word, it would be plagued by all kinds of diseases. Lin Luo calculated carefully, his current vitality is a little more than 300. In order not to enter a weak state and have a certain self-protection ability, he must maintain his vitality above 50 points, which means he can only use 250 point vitality to heal the first body. Only a few items can be repaired at most, so how do I choose? After hesitating, Lin Luo finally chose to repair his brain and genes. This does not mean that the other parts are not important, but the other parts can bring the first body back to Fangchuan's research institute and let her slowly recover in the incubator. The brain and genes are the key to the key. If the brain becomes necrotic in the middle of treatment before treatment, then the initial body is over. Secondly, genes determine everything about the physical body. Whether the first body can become like a normal person depends on the pros and cons of her genes. If the genes can be repaired to a complete state, then other aspects of cultivation should also be accelerated a lot. Gene repair, consume 200 vitality points sure. A faint light flooded into the body of the number 1 body. Lin Luo could feel the earth-shaking changes taking place in the body of the number 1 body, and all the defective genes were quickly becoming complete. Brain repair, consume 50 vitality points sure. Just when Lin Luo just clicked to confirm. Ding! The system supervised that this object was a clone of Mikoto Misaka, the current contractor of the contractor, and suggested that the contractor enter the convergent state to connect with the brain waves of this object, and the brain capacity of the current object will be restored to the same level as Mikoto Misaka. Are you sure? What? For an instant, Lin Luo was stunned. Chapter 47, this. The same brain as Mikoto? Doesn't that mean another LV5? No, it's not right. In terms of superpowers, having the same brain does not mean having the same strength. Although the source of superpowers is the reality of the self, even with the same power, if the calculation model and experience are different, the strength that can be exerted it is also different. Moreover, even if the physique of the first body is completely restored, it is impossible to compare with Mikoto. As far as the actual situation is concerned, even if she has the power of LV5, she may not be able to fully control it, but it is undeniable that once the first body has the same brain as Mikoto, she is undoubtedly half an LV5. Lin Luo was overjoyed and created an LV5 with his own hands. I have to say it was an unexpected surprise. What surprised him even more was that his brain waves were able to connect with the number 1 body. The number 1 body and the other Misaka sisters are both copies of Mikoto. Since I can connect with the number 1 body's brain waves, I can also connect to the brain waves with other sisters and enter the Misaka network. Although this situation makes Lin Luo it's very surprising, but it's not difficult to understand when you think about it carefully. Myself and Mikoto are in a relationship of life and death. The spiritual power is connected to each other, and even spiritual dialogue is possible. In a sense, this is also a small network. As a copy of Mikoto, sisters Misaka, in addition to the difference in self-emotion and ability, other places can be said to be exactly the same, and it's no surprise that I can connect with them. Of course, Lin Luo doesn't think that you can enter the Misaka network just by entering the same state. I am afraid that a lander is needed. Well, Feng Chuan should have a way in this regard. One of the biggest problems was solved inadvertently, which made Lin Luo feel a lot easier at once, so there is nothing to hesitate about the next thing. Okay. Brainwave connection is successful, repair begins, the remaining life force of the current contractor is 65 points. All of a sudden, his vitality dropped to double digits, and Lin Luo immediately felt dizzy. Fortunately, this feeling was not very strong, and it returned to normal after a while. With the completion of the healing technique, he could clearly see that the paralyzed brain of the first body became abnormally active. Yet, the girl's eyes opened slowly, and a slight moan was heard in her mouth. Soon she saw Lin Luo in front of her, blinked her eyes, and flashed a trace of surprise and alert. Seeing her wake up, Lin Luo smiled softly and said softly, "Don't worry, it's all right now, I won't hurt you." Maybe it was because I felt the kindness in Lin Luo's words, maybe it was because the same brainwaves made her feel close. The guard in the girl's eyes gradually faded, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but her body was too weak. Even if the spirit is awake, there is not enough strength to speak. You are still very weak now. Get a good night's sleep. If you have anything to say, wait for you. The girl obviously also knew her current physical condition. She glanced at Lin Luo, a smile appeared in her eyes, and then she leaned on Lin Luo's shoulder and closed her eyes. Within a few seconds, Lin Luo realized that she was asleep, and simply hugged the first body. Although the first body was the body of a 16-year-old girl, she was a bit bigger than Lin Luo in body shape, but with his current physique that is 1.5 times that of a normal adult is really effortless, not to mention that the current body of the first body is extremely weak, and it is almost impossible to feel important in his hands. After that, Lin Luo walked to the experimental platform and kicked to the ground. The blue and white current shot out. With a click, the entire experimental platform sank. Tianjing Yai was designed to be very concealed. The body is hidden under the ground of the laboratory, and even the lift switches are buried under the floor. If he hadn't said it in person, he would have never imagined such a mechanism. After walking out of this room, Lin Luo took Bai Rui back, and then left the research institute. As soon as he reached the laneway, a blue sports car stopped not far in front. The door opened, and he took a closer look. It is Fang Chuan. Why are you here? Lin Luo stepped forward and asked aloud. Just now I heard that your phone was suddenly disconnected. I was worried about what happened, so I just came over to see. Hey, what are you holding? Fang Chuan suddenly saw the first body in Lin Luo's arms and couldn't help but for a while. Surprised. The first body, the original form of Misaka sisters. Lin Luo got into the car and explained briefly. The original shape. I didn't expect it to still exist. Although I have heard it before, I always thought it would die after the mass production plan of Tianjing failed. After hearing Lin Luo's oblique description, Fang Chuan Kikyo sighed. And from Lin Luo's mouth, she also learned of Tianjing Yai's series of activities, and did not care much about his death. After all, she was just a naive person, not a kind person. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the institute. On the way here, Fang Chuan had already dismissed all the researchers for the convenience of his work, so now the entire research institute has only 3 of them except for his sisters. The next step is the adjustment of the number 1 body. This matter does not require Lin Luo to do it, and he does not understand at all, so Fang Chuan and Buletin Shu are responsible. In fact, after he repaired the genes of the first body, the body of the first body basically has no defects. It only needs a period of quiet recuperation for a period of time to recover. Of course, Lin Luo did not say anything about this. Fang Chuan mentioned that there is no such thing as repairing genes. It is estimated that even Academy City does not have this kind of technology. More is worse than less. The first body had Fang Chuan and cloth bundles, so I don't need to care about it for the time being. The most important thing now is the restoration of vitality, so Lin Luo and Fang Chuan asked for some food. There is no good food in the institute. They are all fast food, hamburgers, sandwiches and so on. Lin Luo didn't ask too much for this, as long as he can fill his stomach. The loss of vitality not only made him feel weak in spirit, but he was also extremely hungry. Here is the room where the last work is placed. There is a larger incubator next to Lori's incubator. Inside is a naked girl, about 16 or 17 years old, with a beautiful face and a perfect figure. A long flowing hair rippling in the water with the bodies floating. Lin Luo was eating while watching them adjust their bodies for the first time. Fang Chuan Kikyo and Bushu are both researchers who do human experiments. There is no such kind of psychological existence that a girl's nakedness cannot be seen by a man. Let's talk about it. In their eyes, Lin Luo's current age is just a kid, far from being a man. Therefore, a certain boy with an adult evil soul just looked at the naked body of the number 1 body in the incubator with such openness. 86, 60, 87, well, although it's still not a giant, your sacred beast, breast, there is AC and anyway. This is only a 16-year-old body. It seems that the body of Pao sister after adulthood is okay. Look forward to, not bad, not bad. Before, because of the eagerness to save people, Lin Luo didn't pay much attention to the body of the first body, but at this time, when he was free, he couldn't move his eyes. While looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, he relished the food in his hands, at the same time yelling about the future life. In less than half an hour, it was almost completed over there. Then just wait. Fang Chuan and Bushu looked at each other, and they felt a sense of relief. When they turned their heads, they were about to see Lin Luo, and his face suddenly appeared. Surprised, because they discovered that Lin Luo was still eating. I said, you have been eating for half an hour, won't you hold on? Fang Chuan was extremely surprised. Oh, isn't it? It's been so long, I didn't pay attention to this. Lin Luo answered calmly, he did not pay attention to the time, because his attention was all on the first body, just start the body of the naked body eats, he only thinks that the food in his hand is really rare and delicious in the world, the beautiful and delicious, the ancients sincerely don't deceive me. I gave you food for 20 people. Fang Chuan was ashamed. Just now because the physical condition of the first body was too bad, she didn't think too much, and pushed all the food for the day in the institute. He chooses himself, but at this time, looking at the car in front of Lin Luo, there is only one bottom left. What kind of stomach is this? Well, don't care about this little thing. Since the first volume is no problem, let me enter the Misaka network now. Lin Luo stood up and waved his hand indifferently, although he ate a lot, but the vitality hasn't recovered much, it seems that this should be recovered slowly, and he can't make a fat man with one bite. Okay. Fang Chuan sighed, and ignored Lin Luo's body structure. He took a chip from the experimental platform next to him and handed it to his hand. This is the connection chip of Misaka network, as long as I hear is an instruction for the final work. You can access the Misaka network anytime and anywhere with it. Are you ready? Fang Chuan had heard Lin Luo mentioned before that his brain waves were consistent with his sister's. Although she didn't know the reason, it would be much easier to log into Misaka network, as long as a connection channel was established. Yes, there are ready-made ones. No problem. As he said, Lin Luo immediately started the agreement mode. There seemed to be a burst of electric current flashing in his mind. For a moment, Lin Luo felt that he had entered a very strange state, as if there were many consciousnesses surrounding him, and the right speed entered the depths of his consciousness. Misaka Mikoto, clone, sisters, absolutely powerful plan, experiment, death, tearing death, strangling death, suffocating death, shooting death, blasting death, crushing death, 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 death. Before Lin Luo could recover from that wonderful state, countless scenes of death rushed to his face, all kinds of death and pain, bright red blood and broken dirty meat. This is an endless of death. Puff. Less than 10 seconds after entering the Misaka network, Lin Luo was already overwhelmed by this breath of death, his throat was sweet, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then he lost all consciousness. It was almost the same time. In a room in Tokiwada Academy. Snapped. The light in the room was turned on, and Beijing Kuriko was surprised by Mikoto's voice and looked at her in shock. Sister Sama. Hey, Heezy? Where is this? Mikoto asked blankly, looking at her schoolgirl with a pale face. My sister, this is the dormitory, what's wrong with you? Heezy moved to Mikoto's bed in a space, and asked worriedly. Student, dormitory? Ah, yes, I am in the dormitory, I have already returned, great. Mikoto wiped the sweat from her head, and her body trembled slightly. My sister, what's wrong with you? Have you had a nightmare? Heezy moved his head forward and asked with concern. Well, be it, I had a terrible nightmare. Mikoto smiled to herself and said. Not a nightmare. That is definitely not a nightmare. Mikoto put her hands behind her back, her nails turned white. She saw it. Although she didn't know what was going on, she did see it, the miserable deaths of her sisters. Tens of thousands of sisters died. Reappear in her dream. But she didn't want Hisa to know about this. Hisa looked at her deeply for a while without knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and rushed forward while Mikoto was not paying attention. She was affectionate. "My sister, since I have a nightmare," then put into Hisa's arms, and let Hisa's warm chest comfort your wounded heart. "Ah! Sister-sama." While talking, Kuriko went to untie the Mikoto's back. Discovering Sunspot's misbehavior, Mikoto pushed her away, shy and angry. "Idiot, what are you doing? Who wants your care?" Soothing. "Ah, elder sister, I have already felt your humble mind with Hisa, I can't help it anymore." She rushed forward again. "Pervert, don't come here." Beeb. Mikoto drew away quickly, and at the same time he dropped Hisa to the ground, but the indomitable classmate Hisa quickly got up, and then pounced again, so Mikoto gave another electric shock. Beeb. 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 Ah, ah, oh, oh. Pervert. Don't make that kind of noise. Ah, Sister Sama's favorite whip. Oh, please make up for the Sunspot voice by yourself. Chapter 48, Predictable Smile and Double Ponytail. When I opened my eyes, I saw a white ceiling and a white room. Where is it? After a brief confusion in his mind, Lin Luo gradually came to his senses. Yes, he passed out, at the moment he entered the Misaka network. Sitting up from the bed stroking his forehead, Lin Luo showed a painful expression on his face. 10 seconds into the Misaka network, he got the memories and experiences of all his sisters, and he also knew. Without really intervening in the center of the sisters, he would never understand how miserable their lives were. For them, the experiment was killed. It is the only daily life in life, where countless deaths are piled up is what they have. Apart from that, there is no other color in life. 10,029 deaths, each time is a different way of death, despair and pain fill the entire Misaka network. This is not formed by the feelings of sisters, but the instinct remaining in the memory after death. This instinct can be condensed a huge darkness formed by being together. Although the sisters didn't feel this, Lin Luo felt it the moment he entered the Misaka network. In just 10 seconds, the darkness made him see everything and empathize. 10,029 deaths, in a sense, his spirit has been killed 10,029 times at that moment. No one can bear tens of thousands of deaths, at least in Lin Luo's view. No one in this world can bear the pain of this kind of death except for Sister Misaka, who has no self-awareness. It was a miracle to just fainted instead of dying on the spot. Lin Luo didn't know how the sisters would face this pain when they had their own feelings, accept or reject. No matter what it is, it should be a heart-wrenching mood. Forget it, it's useless to think about these things now. With a sigh, Lin Luo just looked at the room. It seemed to be a ward, so he was in the hospital now? After moving his hands and feet, Lin Luo didn't feel any discomfort, and his vitality had returned to its full value. Except for the memory of tens of thousands of deaths still remaining in his head, it could be said that everything was normal. I got off the bed and looked at the hanging seeds on the wall. It was 10:30 the next day. It seemed that I hadn't fainted for too long. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only one night. If he accidentally fainted for 7 or 8 days and wasted the time Fang Chuan had finally won, it would be a great tragedy. While thinking about this, the door of the ward was opened, and a doctor dressed in a big white gua came in. Lin Luo looked up, saw the person in front of him. He couldn't help but blurted out subconsciously, "Heaven chasing the soul." Yes, the person who came in was a doctor who had a frog face and believed that not to give up any patients. It was said that he could break the boundary between life and death. In this world, if you just talk about medical skills, almost no one can compare with him. And as brilliant as his medical skills, his medical ethics is enough to make anyone admire. Unexpectedly, my brother, when I was hospitalized for the first time, I would meet the legendary soul chaser. Is this the protagonist's treatment? Lin Luo secretly complained. Underworld chasing soul looked at him calmly. Since I can get out of bed, it seems that there is no problem. Well, I think so too. Then doctor, can I be discharged from the hospital? Let's do a full body examination first. Hey, didn't you say that there is no problem? Why do you still need a full body examination? This is your duty as a doctor. Underworld chasing soul in an unquestionable tone. Okay, check it out. Lin Luo sighed and lay back obediently on the bed. If it were other doctors, he might not be so cooperative, but since he is chasing the soul, he still respects his duties as a doctor. It's better. Maybe I will still rely on him in the future. After 10 minutes, the inspection was completed and everything was normal. There was no suspense about this result. The state displayed by the Book of Contract was far more accurate than the machine. Okay, it seems that there is really no problem. You can change your clothes and be ready to leave the hospital. Soul Chaser put away the instrument, then pointed to Lin Luo's medical coat, and said lightly. Clothes. In the cabinet next to the hospital bed, Fang Chuan brought it in the morning. You left it there before you wake up. Oh. Lin Luo replied and opened the bedside cupboard. As expected, there was a set of casual clothes inside, which seemed to fit his body shape. Hey, I didn't expect that Fang Chuan's woman was quite careful. If it's okay, I'll leave, and there are patients waiting for me. As he said, before Lin Luo could answer, Soul Chaser left the ward without looking back. A few minutes later, Lin Luo left the ward wearing brand new clothes and walked down the aisle of the hospital, watching the staff and patients coming and going, listening to their sad or happy voices. He felt a little bit emotional in his heart. What at that time, sisters can also release their feelings from the heart like these people? Although the truth may be difficult and far away, it will succeed in the end. Looking at the people who were healed and weeping with joy, Lin Luo's face also showed a smile. In the original world he created a miracle, then in the world, miracles are not unattainable. Lin Luo didn't know that before he knew it, a huge change had taken place in his heart. Although he had decided to gamble on everything he had before to rescue his sisters, most of the reasons were for Mikoto. But now, after entering the Misaka network and seeing everything about his sisters, this wish that was originally Mikoto has completely turned into his own wish. It's not a responsibility, it's not a brave act, it's just a kind of heart. Doctor, can you really help me? Passing by the ward with the door closed, the voice of a young girl came out from inside. Lin Luo was taken aback. He felt that the voice seemed a bit familiar. He turned his head and looked subconsciously. Through the glass of the door, he saw from the back of a young girl, the black and beautiful ponytails are scattered on her shoulders, exuding an intoxicating charm. Of course, who do you think you are talking to? I am a doctor. Then came the voice of the soul chasing the soul. He swore like a king, and following his words, a black cloth blocked the glass on the door. The inside and outside seemed to be separated into two worlds. There was a trace of disappointment in Lin Luo's eyes. For some reason, the figure made him subconsciously concerned. He shook his head and expelled this feeling. Now he is already overwhelmed just by the Misaka sisters. If he goes to provoke him again for some other things, it is really not a wise move. Sighing, Lin Luo walked quickly to the outside, but there were still a few faint voices from the ward. But my identity? I don't care what your identity is, as long as you are my patient now, that's enough, and then my duty is to fight with my patient and bring her back from the battlefield unharmed. I see, thank you, doctor. Then tell me your name first. Well, my name is... Chapter 49, Does anyone think of the next? In the swimming pool of the Tokiwada dormitory, two girls are cleaning the bottom of the pool with a mop, each looking depressed. Oh, no, it should be one of them looking depressed and irritable, while the other has a happy spring face rippling. Really, why should I do this kind of thing? The girl with shoulder-length brown short hair dragged the ground impatiently, her mouth broken. Well, although I did a bit overdo it, it's because of this. Punish me, cleaning this disgustingly big swimming pool. No matter how much it is said, it is impossible to finish it. Gradually, the girl seemed to be out of anger, clenching her fists and shouting to the sky, as if she was about to vent her grievances. I probably know that such venting is useless. The girl sighed heavily, and changed from the burst mode to the negative mode again. I started doing it in the morning, and it's already noon now, but I didn't even finish the scan. Here, what's going on? Is this swimming pool also a growth model? In contrast, the brown girl with two ponytails on the other side lowered her head and did her job silently. Of course, it was just superficial. If you calm down and listen carefully, you will be able to hear it. The girl's mouth was making a sinister laugh that could not be overstated. He he he, live alive, he 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 he. This is really lucky, spending time with my sister who was soaked in sweat, and if such an opportunity is missed, even God will not forgive me. Sugh. The girl who was so excited by her inner delusion, her cheeks were flushed with peach blossoms, her eyes showed the look that shouldn't be a beautiful girl anyway, and a gleam of water flowed down the corners of her mouth. Although the two girls are beautiful and cute, it is obvious that they are totally incompatible with ordinary girls. One is impatient and full of boyish temperament, while the other is a lily girl with a perverted hobby. Such two people, in the entire Tokiwada, no, it should be said that in the entire Academy City, except for Misaka Mikoto and Shirai Kuriko, there is no second pair. Last night, because of a certain abnormal lily female animal sex, Sundara Kannon had to use force to suppress it to protect her virginity, but because of too much disturbance, she was caught by the dormitory. 5 steps, the king is angry, and corpses a million. And the wardens with LV6 coercion became angry, and the result was naturally self-evident, and the cups and tableware were all on the coffee table. At dawn the next day, the two were dragged out by LV6's housekeeper and cleaned the swimming pool as punishment. Although it was not the first time, it had to be said to be a tragedy for Misaka Mikoto. Of course, it's probably a comedy for someone who is white or black. My sister, would you like to drink some of my special juice in the hot summer to cool you off? Beijing Kuriko took out a bottle of drink from her package and eagerly invited Mikoto, with a pure smile on her face. No. Mikoto refused without even looking at it. Hiza shuddered, obviously suffering a big shock, and said with a strong smile, why is this? Mikan gave her a white look and calmly replied, you guy, you must have added something inexplicable to the juice like last time. Do you think I will play this naive trick for the second time? Beijing Kuriko smiled without saying a word, but waterfall sweat appeared on his face. Sure enough. Seeing her expression, Mikoto knew that she had guessed correctly, and the corners of her mouth twitched, looking at her with a terrible look. Oh! With a helpless sigh, Mikoto retracted her gaze and continued to clean the swimming pool. After a while, she whispered to herself, I don't know what happened to Lin Luo. That guy didn't have a place to live here, last night. Isn't it the street sleeper? Sister. As soon as the words fell, a deep voice rang in her ear, and Mikoto turned her head reflexively, only to find that Hiza's face was facing her, less than 10 centimeters away. Wow, what are you doing so suddenly? Mikoto was startled, and instinctively backed away. My sister. Hiza was reluctant and pressed every step of the way. Lin Luo you said was the guy from last night, right? What? Did I say anything just now? Ha ha. I have heard what Sister Sama said just now, Hiza. Listen, did you hear? Really, what's so good about that kind of guy with unknown origins, so that your sister is so concerned, like that kind of wild monkey, just leave him alone. Heisa said jealously. Guan, I care. What are you talking about? How could I care? Mikoto turned her face away from him, hesitated and couldn't say anything. My elder sister really doesn't lie at all. I can hear the worries in your words clearly. Don't hear that kind of thing so clearly. It seems that sister admitted it. The jealousy in Heisa's eyes rose geometrically. Really, sister, you are really unloving to associate with that kind of wild monkey before you get my permission. Why do you want your permission? Are you my mother? Mikoto shouted with shame and anger at once, her mouth twitching. Beijing Kuriko replied confidently, as your sister's side room, it is natural to check for your sister in this regard. Before Kuriko's approval, all men who are close to your sister are sinful creatures. Well, of course, there is probably no one in this world who can be worthy of your sister. What do you mean? Am I the lone star of Tianxia? Well, how come, isn't there a sunspot for me? Seeing Shirai Kuriko's intoxicated face, Mikoto rubbed her forehead weakly, you guy is really. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between that wild monkey and your sister? I have never heard you mention it before. After being intoxicated for a while, Kuriko finally asked her most concern. Well, this. Actually, it doesn't matter much, it's just a normal friend, ha, ha ha, ah, by the way, let's clean it up, otherwise we won't be able to finish it before dark. Haha, let's talk about him. Sir, it's a bad behavior to change the subject. Kuriko was obviously unmoved, staring at Mikoto, or, is there something elusive about sister? What? There is nothing unspeakable, your thinking is too dirty. Mikoto retorted with a blushing face. My sister is arrogant again. Although this is the cute point of my sister, but it is always so unfrank, I am also very troubled by sunspot. Audience, you are so tall. With a beep, an electric arc flashed across Mikoto's flowing sea. Don't be kidding, that guy and I are really just ordinary friends, but he helped me a little bit before, so, that's why I am more friendly to him. Is it really just like this? Of course, otherwise you think so. But, didn't that wild monkey say to see you last night? Well, that's just what he said casually. Besides, this is Tokiwada, the girls' school, how could that guy come over? Well, that's what I said. Yo, Mikoto, so you are here. The two were talking, suddenly a voice came from behind them. Turning their heads abruptly, both of them changed their expressions, and saw a teenager in casual clothes sitting there by the swimming pool, looking at them with a smile on his face. Lin Luo. Wild Monkey. Chapter 50, an unprecedented LV9 enemy appears. Well, the wild monkeys shouldn't be talking about themselves, ignoring them. Lin Luo glanced over a certain pair of ponytails, and smiled at Mikoto with a surprised look. What should I say about this look, are you so surprised? Why did you guy come here? Mikoto threw away the mop and rushed to Lin Luo at lightning speed, raising his collar and asking in a deep voice. Obviously, I came to see you, I am a man who can do what I say. Who wants you to see or something? Mikoto's face flushed suddenly, and her hands let go, but she quickly changed her face. Wait, I didn't mean this, this is Tokiwada. Tokiwada, girls' school. How did you get in? Of course it came in through the gate. Lin Luo said solemnly and shamelessly, well, although Tokiwada is a noble school, the defense is really weak. Beep. Electric sparks flashed over Mikoto's flowing sea. You guy, you broke into the girls' school without anyone's consent. What are you going to do? A dangerous light appeared in Mikoto's eyes. Is this angry or jealous? Lin Luo didn't understand. After all, Sister Pao was not frank, but it didn't matter, this level of arrogance was still within his controllable range. Of course I'm here to give you a gift. Lin Luo calmly took a bag from behind, then took out a small green accessory from it, and handed it to Mikoto. The next moment, the Tsundere cannon, which was still on the edge of the hair, immediately turned into a little sheep, exaggeratedly called it stood up, wow, quack. As she said, she brought the quota jewelry over in a flash, and held it in her hand like a treasure, revealing a pair of star eyes. Well, don't be so excited, there's still more here. Lin Luo continued to dig into the bag, 2 quack ties, 3 quack ties, quack tie illustration book, quack seal. A lot of gyutai. Are you Prince Gyutai? Suddenly, Mikoto's eyes were straight. Before Lin Luo took out all of them, she had already snatched the 100 treasure bag. After being filled with all kinds of quack, the whole person was immersed in great happiness. Lin Luo's eyes twitched. Prince Gyutai? Frog Prince? Tisk. Tuko is very sharp. As a man, he came to the girls' school without permission. I can't assume that I haven't seen this. At this time, the Beijing Heisa next to him finally came to a sense of relief, staring at Lin Luo with a fierce look. This guy actually started from the hobbies of his sister, he really has a powerful enemy, a big crisis in his marriage. In the eyes of Beijing Heisa, everyone who is close to his sister, whether of the same or the opposite sex, has a warning line. This cordon is divided into 10 levels. The first 5 levels can be ignored, and the 6th level is the kind of good friends, such as Chuchun and Lazy, well, you can also ignore it. After that is the 7th level. If you reach this level, it means that your sister has already developed a certain favor with that person. Of course, it is limited to the favor. With your own ability, you can make it to the 6th as long as you secretly stop it. Level. Going up to the 8th level, this level is more dangerous. It means that the older sister has developed a great affection for that person, and it has almost risen to the level of liking, but she has not noticed it herself. Then there is the 9th level. This level is undoubtedly unacceptable, because once you reach this level, it means that your sister has really liked the person, and even found out about her own feelings, but the mouth will not recognition. Finally, there is the 10th level. My sister and the person fell in love with each other and formally fell in love. This level basically symbolizes his defeat. Of course, in addition to the legendary LV11, the older sister was overthrown. At that time, apart from the legendary NTR technique, there was no way to regain the heart of the sister, completely desperate. Fortunately, so far, no enemies above level 7 have appeared. As for level 10 and above, it is a legendary fantasy, so Kuriko has always been relieved, but the appearance of Lin Luo last night made her feel unusually uneasy. She knows that a powerful enemy has appeared. And now, the lily warning bell in the body has rang loudly, like a huge wave. The unprecedented LV9 powerful enemy is standing in front of him. As a member of the discipline committee, I will never allow such behavior. I want to arrest you. He Zi pointed at Lin Luo sternly and shouted out his own declaration. Such a powerful enemy must be ruled out anyway. Obliterate, obliterate, completely obliterate. Arrest me? Why, I didn't break the law. Lin Luo said cautiously. He could clearly see the envy, jealousy, and hatred in Beijing Kuriko's eyes. This lily girl is definitely trying to fake her own business, and with her LV4 spatial mobility. At the moment, I don't have the ability to fight against those with great spatial ability. In case this superb lily girl is jealous and hates, she moves something out of her body, or moves something into her body. It's too evil, don't help it. Hey! Shirai Kuriko coldly snorted, and said unselfishly, breaking into the girls' school without authorization, this kind of evil has violated Article 175 of the Urban Public Security Law, Article 22, Article 3, the crime of public indecency. As a member of discipline, I have the obligation and right to arrest you and force education to lead you back to the right path. Hey! The crime of blatant indecency is not the definition. Are you sure you remembered it correctly? Lin Luo was ashamed. This little girl can really talk about her own dignified pick. When did she commit that kind of crime? Hey, as a member of the discipline committee, don't I even know the public security law of the school city? Shirai Kuriko looked disdainful. Of course, more envy, jealousy, a wild monkey like you of unknown origin? It's not a good thing to know at a glance. There must be an ulterior secret to approaching your sister. In order to protect the virginity of your sister, heir, I must arrest you on behalf of the moon to protect the public security of the Academy City. I know you are a member of the discipline committee, but you don't need to keep talking about it, and you accidentally said your true purpose. Lin Luo was quite speechless. Even the moon came out. You thought you were a beautiful girl soldier. Too many slots. Humph, it's useless to say more. Accept the punishment of justice. Heza Beijing looked solemn and raised the mop without hesitation. Of course, she didn't use the mop to hit her, and she was also a LV4 space mobility person. How could she use such a low-level approach? The mop disappeared out of thin air under her ability, and then appeared in front of Lin Luo, the top heavy and the lower light. The mop rod miraculously hit his crotch. This lily girl is real. Lin Luo's face changed drastically, and he couldn't ignore such an attack. He immediately activated the convergent mode, and used electric current to stimulate his body to speed up. In an instant, he stepped back a few meters, avoiding a blow that might make a eunuch. Hey, the strength is good, but how about this? Beijing Heza said that he had disappeared from the place where he was. The next moment he had appeared behind Lin Luo. His right foot was fiercely kicked towards Lin Luo's crotch. Again. The two played well here, but Misaka Mikoto, who was the cause of the incident, did not notice at all, because at this moment she was completely immersed in the world of Gyutai, reluctant to think about it. Chapter 51, Bad Resentment, White or Black or Something. Lin Luo became depressed the more he fought. The spatial movement was really disgusting. The figure of Beijing Heza was coming and going around, hitting the west for a while, and he would be completely confused. If it weren't for the consciousness close to LV5, I'm afraid it has already been cut at this moment. If possible, Lin Luo really wants to release Bai Rui and give this lily girl a good bite. Well, just take a small bite and scare her to pee her pants. Of course, you can only think about this in your heart. Let's not say that this is not a battle of life and death. It is only an inharmonious creature like Bai Rui. If it is released, it will inevitably cause too much movement, attracting countless crowds of onlookers. It's fine to scare Heza, but if someone accidentally scares some pure loli, that's a big sin. However, this abnormality of Heza is really hard to deal with. Hey, wait! Why do I want to fight this superb lily girl? Isn't there a very good way to suppress her? I am so silly. Suddenly, Lin Luo had an idea and thought of a way. Brave girl, if you have something to say, let's do it slowly. Lin Luo flashed sideways to one of Beijing Heza's grapples, jumped aside quickly, and shouted. Humph, I have nothing to say about wild monkeys like you. If you are acquainted, just leave me obediently with my sister. The subtext is that you want to monopolize Sister Pao. Oh, lily girl, there is always a wealth of delusions in her heart, so be more sober, that day will never come. Heza moved and flashed to Lin Luo's side for a moment, kicking him with his left foot, and the right hand was another grappling technique, and he smiled badly, otherwise, he. In fact, this statement is not scary at all. He. What does that mean? Is it a perverted version of sex? If you don't deserve a bit of murderous aura, you can only treat it as cute. Lin Luo murmured maliciously in his heart, and a few blue and white electric currents flashed across his body. The whole figure slipped out like a loach, and smiled unpredictably. Do you really think so? Bai Ziyajing classmate. Hey! Heza was taken aback for a moment. His offensive action was obviously slower. Lin Luo stopped giving her a chance, and continued, I remember that someone named White or Black seemed to say that, saying that someone called a dormitory is an old maiden that no one wants. You say, if I tell this to someone who is called a house or a prison, what will happen to people who are called White or Black? Hey, what's wrong with you? Heezy, are you feeling sick? Heezy seemed to see the world ahead, his face was full of fear, and he stammered at Lin Luo, you, why do you know this? Of course, although my combat ability is a bit low, I am the 8th LV5 Prophet Emperor of Academy City. As long as I want to know, there is nothing I can hide from me. Push forward. 300 years later, no one at home or abroad can surpass me. Lin Luo once again carried out the unnecessarily name, pretending to be B-shaped. LV5. Of course Heezy wouldn't believe it, but, the other party knew that he had said bad things about the dormitory. This is very serious. If you let the dormitory know, it would be crazy to think about it. Oh, my recent memory is a bit bad. When I'm in a bad mood, I will think of many things, but if I'm in a good mood, I will forget many things. Lin Luo looked at Beijing Heezy, suddenly his face changed. Annoyed, by the way, classmate Heezy, what I just said is White or Black, do you know who it is? I suddenly can't remember it. Hearing this, Heezy didn't understand, and immediately a spatial movement flashed behind Lin Luo. Of course, this time it wasn't an attack, but he beat Lin Luo's back. Well, Lin Luo, may I ask how you feel now? Is it better? Hey, the power of the dormitory is great. Just a name scared this perverted lily girl into a person. It is worthy of the legendary LV6. It would be great if he could have such coercion at any time. Thinking like this in my heart, he said, well, it's okay, it seems that I am in a better mood. Heezy suddenly looked flattering, then what you said just now. Hey, did I say anything just now? Lin Luo sighed with regret, you see, once people are happy, their memory will become worse. Don't you say this is a sad reminder? Classmate Heezy, you think so too, right? Click. This is crazy. Heezy felt something broken in her body and gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to take a big tube and stuff it into Lin Luo's place, but, she had a handle in the opponent's hand, so she couldn't hurt her. Sorry. Yes, I'm like that too, I don't remember many things when I'm happy. Then we are really the same as the heroes. If I can be more happy, I will probably forget it completely. Then how can you be more happy? Heezy asked immediately. Is this? Lin Luo deliberately pondered for a while, and looked back at Lily's expression, and found that she had become extremely anxious, as if her aunt had arrived early, so she slowly said, actually, yesterday, I and Mikoto made an appointment to go out together for a walk today. If this wish can be fulfilled, I think my mood will be very good. But she has work to be busy now. This is really... I feel suddenly in my mood. It's getting very bad. Heezy's mouth twitched, his eyelids jumped wildly, and he smiled forcefully. Lin Luo classmate, this request seems a bit excessive, right? Oh, that's right, if you let classmate Heezy work alone, I think it's a bit too much. Lin Luo sighed, then let's just let it go. If it's a big deal, it will make my mood worse. Hey, I just remembered a little bit, the one called Black or White. Alright, I got it. Heezy suddenly received a heavy blow and knelt down in the OZT posture like a stone statue. The bottomless resentment seemed to materialize and enveloped her with a tragedy on his face. My sister. I will leave it to you, for now. Student Heezy, you are so great, I will always remember you. Well, I think I will never remember the incident just now. Lin Luo said with a smile on his face and said kindly. Kuriko. When I walked to Mikoto's side, she found that she was still immersed in the happiness of being surrounded by croaking. Lin Luo couldn't help but embarrassed, How sister, as a croaking too controlled, to what extent do you think? Reaching out and patted Mikato's shoulder, the first time, no response. The second time. Still no response. Third time. It wasn't until Lin Luo took over half of the croak in her hand that Mikato came back to her senses and looked surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lin Luo was speechless. Okay, let's not complain for now. Mikato, let's go for a walk. I want to talk to you about something. Hey? Get out, go out for a walk. As if thinking of some unexpected places, Mikato's face suddenly began to heat up. Well, will it be too soon? On a date? It must be a date. But I am not mentally prepared yet. Mikato's heart was beating wildly, while her heart was tangled, but she also had a little expectation. Well, it's not fast, as long as you have a heart for this kind of thing. Yes, is it? But I still have to clean the swimming pool. Lin Luo smiled and said, Oh, you can rest assured about this. I have already told Hisa just now, and she said she will be responsible for everything. Hey? How is this possible? Mikato looked unbelief, with the kind of perverted mentality that Hisa had towards herself. How could she let herself go out with a boy? If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Lin Luo pointed to the Beijing Hisa who was still in OZT. Mikato looked over suspiciously. Hisa seemed to feel intimidated. He stood up with a whistle and smiled. Sister, please don't worry. Hisa is here. But is this really good? There is still so much work. Rapped on Hisa, sharing the worries for my sister is what Hisa should do. Then, that's all right, I'll trouble you, Hisa. Well, my sister is going well all the way. Hisa waved her right hand affectionately, as for her left hand, she hid behind her back, her joints creaked. Then let's bye-bye, classmate Hisa. Lin Luo also waved to her, with a sincere smile. Of course, Lin Luo is the same. Go. Go. Good. The last 4 words were extremely heavy, as if they were a threat. Lin Luo didn't care, the clouds were calm and gentle, and he didn't take away a sunspot. After the two left, Hisa could no longer keep the smile on his face. He snapped his legs on the ground and thumped his head. Hisa, you idiot! Hisa, you idiot! You idiot! This idiot! An endless resentment emanating from the swimming pool. Chapter 52, Carry everything up, this is me. What are you talking about? The experiment has stopped. Mikato's eyes widened and looked at Lin Luo incredulously, seemingly unable to believe what he had just said. Yes, the experiment is over. The sisters don't need to be killed anymore. They can live a normal life. Lin Luo looked at Mikato with a smile, her eyes full of confidence, as if she was telling her that this was beyond doubt. Just before, shortly after the two left Tokiwada, Lin Luo mentioned the experiment to Mikato. This was a lingering nightmare for Mikato. The sisters did not escape from the endless of death. Before coming out, she couldn't wake up from this nightmare anyway. No matter how optimistic and heartless she was on the surface, the despair and guilt that almost made people shattered always loomed deep in her heart, and she never lost a single cent. Mikato has always believed that the reason why her sisters have the current misery is entirely due to her childhood ignorance. She gave her DNA and carried all the sins on her own body, no matter what she was involved in. Desperate didn't ask anyone for help, thinking that only oneself to solve all this by oneself is the atonement for himself and his sisters. So since learning about this experiment, she has never revealed it to anyone, not even her closest roommate and schoolgirl Shirai Kuriko. She knew that if this matter was told to Hisa, Hisa would definitely stand behind her as her strongest comrade in arms, but she could not do it because her kindness did not allow more people to be involved in her. Among the sins. This is what Mikato has always insisted on, silly and innocently persistent, at the same time it makes people feel heartache. However, all this changed on that day. Traveling through time and space into another parallel world, being selected by the War of the Gods. This sounds incredible, but the fact is that she has entered a broader world. More importantly, she got a person who can truly entrust her back, unreservedly entrusted, unreserved trust. In Mikato's view, this is far more than having a path to the supreme power. For the important thing, there is someone you can rely on, someone can help yourself, someone can replace your own real and weak subconscious. Maybe the heart of the world can feel it, so the moment she came to this world, she unconsciously sent Lin Luo. She went to another research institute, but she didn't really recognize this idea. All she feels is the idea of sacrificing herself to protect others. Whether it is sisters or Lin Luo, this is the existence that needs her to protect. And from the beginning to the end, the principle of atonement for her own sins has always been she didn't disperse from Mikato's heart. Even after that, she thought so in her heart the experiment must be stopped by herself. According to Mikato's original plan, the remaining research institute will be destroyed by herself tonight. Although she doesn't know if this will end the experiment, she doesn't want to involve Lin Luo. If it succeeds, then it's the best. If it fails, then maybe there is only one way to go, the idea that has been in her heart for a long time. Although he and Lin Luo share a life and death relationship, his death does not mean that he will also die, and there is more than one heart in the world. Even if he dies, he can still sign contracts with other people. What he wants to protect is all around. But Mikato never expected that before she could execute this plan, Lin Luo brought news that almost made her weep with joy. The sisters' experiments had stopped. How can that be? How could the experiment end so easily? Mikato couldn't believe it, but if it was true, it would be great. Yes, is it true? Mikato's voice trembled slightly, and Mikato was not sure if it was the sound from her own mouth. Of course it is true. Did you forget? Lin Luo did not hide the excitement on his face. Last night the Institute sent an Anbu item to stop you. You defeated atomic destruction, but I captured item. Another cadre of, I didn't tell you at the time that the place where I came to this world was the S Processing Company, another research institute where my sisters experimented. S Processing Agency. Could it be you? Although I thought about destroying that research institute, I don't need it anymore. Seeing Mikato's puzzlement, Lin Luo said, they not only evacuated all the research facilities, but even the research materials have been sealed up. What this means, I think you don't know it. Experiment, stop. Mikato said tremblingly, but, this. There is nothing to believe in. In fact, it is very simple to think about it. You destroyed so many of their research institutes. The experimental equipment alone is probably worth tens of billions. If all the research institutes are added together, it may be worth more than tens of billions. Can bear it, but there is only one left. No matter how wealthy it is, you can't afford it. What's more, there is still a powerful enemy ready to attack them. Under such circumstances, no matter how attractive the LV6 plan is, it cannot continue. Go on. That's true. Listening to Lin Luo's words, Mikato was also a little bit convinced. You must know that the LV6 Absolute Ability program requires a huge amount of human, financial, and material resources. Such a program is just one plan. It is absolutely impossible to implement in the Institute. But Mikato couldn't completely believe it, because it made her feel too unreal, but Lin Luo said that there was no reason to lie to her. If you still can't believe it, you can ask someone. Who? Bulletin Shutoixen, you should know this person. It's her. Mikan opened her eyes suddenly. Of course she knew this person. The reason why she could discover the Absolute Ability plan can be said to be completely because of this person. How did you know her? Lin Luo explained, she was also at S Processing Agency yesterday. She told me about the termination of the experiment. By the way, I have her phone number here. You can ask her in person. With that, Lin Luo reported the number of the cloth bundle. Mikoto immediately took out her cell phone and couldn't wait to make a call. The call was quickly connected, and an indifferent voice came from inside. Who is it? That, I'm Misaka Mikoto, is it Busha-senpai? Yes, I want to ask about the Absolute Ability project. The experiment really stopped. No, I don't have that. Meaning, I just want to confirm. Well, I see, that, thank you. How? I'm right. Lin Luo said after Mikoto put down the phone. Well, thank you, Lin Luo. Mikoto let out a sigh of relief, with a triumphant smile on her face. The experiment finally stopped. The evil experiment finally stopped. The sisters don't have to die anymore, although there is something to do. There are many more, but, it's really great. This has nothing to do with me, it's all your own efforts. It was you who rescued your sisters from with your own hands, so you should be proud of yourself. Lin Luo said. Yeah, I know. Mikoto said suddenly weak, embarrassed. Well, I seem to be a little tired suddenly. I understand that it was the same feeling when I passed the final exam every time that year. Then, I'll go back to the dormitory first. Lin Luo smiled and said, well, take a good rest. From tomorrow on, it will be a real daily routine. Looking at Mikoto's back, the smile on Lin Luo's face gradually disappeared. Yes, it will be a real daily routine from tomorrow on, and only belongs to my own daily fighting routine. Is this really good? A voice sounded behind him, and Lin Luo turned around, looking at a black-haired woman not far away. Bushu. What's wrong? Lin Luo asked back. Can you really stop this experiment alone? Wouldn't it be easier to have the help of a super electromagnetic gun? Enough is enough. Lin Luo said firmly, she has enough to bear, and I don't want her to continue to be entangled in this nightmare. Lin Luo can know what Mikoto thinks even if she doesn't guess, but she doesn't know what she thinks, but what does it matter? Lin Luo knows that by Mikoto's character, if she knows that the experiment is not over, then she will definitely not give up. Whether it is to pass the previous party or someone else, she will never be able to win, she will only sink into despair. Such a thing is not something a 14-year-old girl can bear, even if she is a LV5 superpower. Instead of that, it's better to let her withdraw like this, and leave everything to be done by herself. It's not arrogant, it's just, the responsibility of being a man. If even the one you like cannot be protected or redeemed, then let alone the battle of God, even the qualifications of being a man will be lost. It is better to stretch out the neck and let others chop off. It's stupid. Bushu said indifferently. Yes, I also think I'm an idiot. Lin Luo smiled lightly and didn't care, but if I were to choose between a smart person without a responsibility and an idiot with a responsibility, I would definitely choose the latter. Do you know why? Why? Because, this is me. Chapter 53, Some and Some, Unknown. Sisters, copy, doll, meaning, existence, experiment, death, doll, existence, death, meaning, everything. Nothingness. Monotonous. Dark. Numb. This is Misaka Network. Because I have been psychologically prepared, and after having suffered more than 10,000 deaths, I have a little immunity. When I enter the Misaka Network again, although there is still an unspeakable sense of depression, it is not there after all. Fainted faintly. Receiving the information from Misaka's network, I originally had something to say, but at this moment, I couldn't say a word. Lin Luo's heart was cold and cold. For my sister, their value is only as experimental animals. Being killed is so simple and so natural. The meaning of existence is death. This kind of thinking is deeply ingrained in their hearts. Lin Luo understands that there is no language in this world that can convince them, no, Absolutely not. Sure enough. It's wrong to avoid the method that you already know, and it's wrong to choose this seemingly shortcut. Lin Luo laughed at himself. In fact, from the beginning, he knew how to make the younger sisters change their lives. For the wrong idea of experimenting with animals. But, to put it bluntly, he is just an ordinary person after all. As long as he is a human, there is no fear of death. Ha ha ha. This is my last hope. Really, I knew it wouldn't work for a long time. Even Mikoto can't do things, so why can I be an outsider? Do it. Although language is the basic of communication, language is not omnipotent. It really gave me a problem, can't you let me imagine? The value of my own existence is consumables. I want to change my sister's deep-rooted idea by language alone. In fact, this is far more than that. A fantasy, but a delusion. In the end, there is only one way. Since it is something that language cannot do, then it can only be proved by practical actions. Now, don't you say so, one side can pass. Opening his eyes, Lin Luo took off the various instruments placed on his body to prevent him from fainting like before after entering the Misaka network. The induction device specially made by Yoshikawa Kikyo and Busho once Lin Luo's a warning will be issued if there is an abnormality in the spirit, but it does not seem to be effective now. How is it? Is there any response? As soon as Lin Luo woke up, Busho asked urgently. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. I should say that your brainwashing was too successful, or what? Shu Shu was taken aback, but she was as smart as she immediately understood Lin Luo's meaning. Can't it be done? That's for sure. After all, the sisters have a deep consciousness as puppets. It is impossible to get an immediate effect, but there is still time anyway, if you can try a few more times. No. Lin Luo stood up and interrupted Fang Chuan's words. I have decided to change the method. Hey! Fang Chuan and Busho looked at each other and said in unison, what method? The sisters are not without feelings, but they don't have a real heart. Lin Luo looked at the two of them and said firmly, therefore, there is only one thing I can do: defeat one party and give the sisters one my heart. Buletin Shu looked shocked, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? Fang Chuan yelled directly, defeat one side pass? Do you know who side pass is? He is the strongest superpower in Academy City. His ability: vector manipulation. Before Fang Chuan finished speaking, Lin Luo took her words, the amount of exercise, heat, electricity, all kinds of vectors can be manipulated by just touching it. Really, this almost invincible ability thinks. Even thinking about it makes people envious. Don't you know all of this? Fang Chuan felt incomprehensible. You know that the opponent has such power, and you still want to fight him. Is your brain abnormal? Or do you think you have more power than him? Strong. I'm very normal now, and I never feel that I am better than a party, but... Lin Luo seemed to smile indifferently, and said indifferently, nearly invincible does not mean truly invincible. Even the strongest superpowers have him. Enemies that can't be defeated exist. And as far as I know, in this school city, at least 4 have the power to defeat one party. What? Fang Chuan only thinks that today is a crazy day. Just hearing Lin Luo say that he wants to challenge one party to pass is enough to make people crazy. Now he heard that there are 4 people in Academy City who can beat one party to pass. A fantastic night? When is it so good to be the strongest superpower? After being shocked for a while, Fang Chuan slowly recovered. Seeing that Lin Luo's expression didn't seem to be joking, he sighed and asked, then what are you going to do? Ask those people for help. How is it possible? Even if you have the power to defeat one party, it is still unknown whether you can really win. Well, a certain pseudonym who likes to squat at home can definitely win. Besides, I am not familiar with them. Once a certain pickup girl gets mixed in, I risk being NTR. Fang Chuan. But Lin Luo smiled at this point. Although you can't borrow their people, it's not difficult to just borrow someone's power. Fang Chuan and Bushu were speechless, completely unaware of the medicine he sold in the gourd. In the 7th school district of Suiwen City, in that building without doors and windows, a pseudonym named Alistair continues his daily life, the upside-down house life. There is no lighting equipment, but the wide room is full of star-like light, because under the huge test tube in the center of the room, there are as many as tens of thousands of cables and pipes, like blood vessels extending on the ground, connecting countless screens and buttons on the surrounding walls. There is a certain kind of dong-dong called suspension loop in Academy City, allowing this pseudonym to see everything happening in Academy City through the screen, like a god, peeping at the entire Academy City. At this moment, this high-end with extremely high professional qualities, as a super high-end with no one before and after, is working hard at his job, watching one of those tens of thousands of screens. The origin is unknown. There is no record. People who are not in the Academy City, have superpowers, weird beasts. Is that ability a summoning technique that was lost in ancient times, but it doesn't seem to be a person of magic, and even mine existence seems to be clear. Looking at the man on the screen, Alistair squinted, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unexpected people who have not even calculated the tree diagram, although it is an unstable factor, it seems to be doing something beneficial to me in the current situation. Such development is not bad. If he can really succeed, the existence of the fantasy killer does not need to be exposed in advance. Let him continue to maintain the urban legend. It seems that my plan can be implemented in advance. Then, let me look forward to it. Just call me a pseudo-mother, he 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 he. As he spoke, his mouth made an inexplicable laugh. Chapter 54, a plug-in that only the traveler knows. In a certain room of the research institute, Lin Luo leaned back on a chair and closed his eyes and meditated. Not far from him, there were 2 cylindrical incubators which contained the final work and the first body. Since successfully persuading Fang Chuan, this room has become a forbidden zone. Except for herself, Bushu and Lin Luo, no other researchers of the institute have the right to enter here. In order to access the Misaka network more conveniently and for some reasons that are not humane, generally speaking, Lin Luo will stay here when he is in the research institute. At this moment, he is thinking about the practical feasibility of defeating the passage of one party. The ability of one party to pass vector manipulation. In theory, he can manipulate all the directions in this world, but in fact it is true. Except for some mysterious powers, one party can control all the known vectors in the world at will, plus it can almost be comparable to a tree shape. The computing power of the graph designer seems to be able to do it even if the Earth Lord stop rotation, which is against the sky. If you want to fight against such a bug-like character, if you don't have any preparations and rush forward, 1000% is an act of dying. Lin Luo doesn't have the mysterious power himself. No, if it is the Book of Contract, it should be regarded as a mysterious power, but he has not even unearthed 1% of the power of the Book of Contract at present. It is obviously not to rely on this. Possible. Before coming to this world, he also thought of hundreds of ways to deal with one party, such as poisoning, assassination, mental killing, suffocation killing, space killing, mouth cannon killing, arrogant killing, selling cute killing, the latter 3 can be ignored. But none of these methods has a real possibility. If this is a game, Lin Luo may be able to verify one by one through SL-DAFA, but the reality is different. In reality, there is only one life, and he only has one chance. Once he fails, he will never stand up. No one would dare to bet his life on that illusory possibility, at least Lin Luo would not dare, even if it was a gambling, even if it was 1%, at least there must be the possibility of success. A party usually sets his own ability as reflection, and any malicious attack on him will be reflected. The stronger the attack, the stronger the reflection. And this reflex is automatically turned on even when he sleeps or even loses consciousness, so it is impossible to attack or assassinate him. Of course, this kind of reflection should have its limits, such as the limit that a party can reflect by itself. However, even if he is unharmed, even if he blew himself up with a nuclear bomb, no one knows where his limit is. At least Lin Luo has not exceeded the power of a nuclear bomb. However, on the other hand, if one party's passing is reflected to him, what about suppressing it? This kind of thinking is a bit absurd. The power of one party is that he can manipulate all the vectors. How easy is it to suppress his reflection? If the aborigines of this world know that someone dares to think this way, they will definitely think that this person is crazy, but Lin Luo, who is a traverser, knows that this method is feasible. At least, one person can completely suppress the reflection of one party. There are many Kiera. Also known as Kiera Shen Chuan, he has set countless brilliant achievements in the two-dimensional world. His legends have been countless. He is even more legendary than the legendary brother. The most famous one is the creation of the fighting Fang Chuan type. Peerless boxing technique, makes countless three-dimensional otaku worship him, respectfully calling him the legendary generation of boxing wet. Well, this paragraph is purely malicious. The nature of the ability of one side is to change the direction. All attacks with vectors can be neutralized and reflected. According to Kiera's theory, as long as the direction of the attack is changed to the opposite at the moment of contact, then one side can pass. Under the reflection of, not only will it not be hurt, but it will make one party himself be hurt by the reflection. This method is theoretically feasible, but there are not many people who can successfully execute it because its requirements are too harsh. How can we ensure that the vector direction is changed at the moment of contact? Not to mention ordinary people, even those with abilities may not be able to accurately grasp this opportunity, not to mention that the opponent is the strongest superpower, and it is already very remarkable to be able to calmly challenge. If you want to go further, that can be called it. It is the of calmness. However, this is not a big problem for Lin Luo. The power of LV3 may not be considered as powerful, but if it is used to adjust the biological current in the body, set it to touch to change direction. You can accurately grasp this timing. Master Kiera's personal verification is very instructive. However, the success rate of trying to defeat the party based on this alone is still too low. After all, the current party is not brain dead. If he does not fight close to himself, he will directly control the wind to crush himself. A double insurance. When the capable person uses superpowers, he uses brain calculations to show his own reality. Even the lower level abilities require certain calculation formulas, and the stronger the abilities, the more calculation formulas they need. It is complicated. If you can disrupt the enemy's calculation formula during battle, you can interfere with it, and even block the opponent's ability. The ability of one party to pass is the most powerful in the entire Academy City. Similarly, his calculation formula is also the most complicated. As long as there is a slight error in his calculation, his ability will be disrupted. As far as Lin Luo knows, this a device that hinders the passage of one party does exist in the school city, and it is in the hands of Kiera Sumida. If you can get this, then your chances of winning will undoubtedly be much greater. But the question is how to get it. First of all, Kiera will definitely not hand it over, and secondly, I don't even know where Kiera is. As the leader of the hound troop that hangs the male direct troops, Kiera, the old fox, is definitely not easy to deal with. His hiding place must also be extremely concealed. It is really very difficult to find him in a short time. How can I find him? Lin Luo scratched his head, frowning. Basically, the normal way would not work at all, but the abnormal way. I'm afraid Kiera is even better at it. Cunning Rabbit has 3 caves, even more. Not to mention the legendary generation of Big Wet. Lin Luo frowned, scanning his eyes subconsciously. When he saw a certain signal transmitter on the experimental platform, there was a flash of light in his head, and he slammed his thigh to his feet. I'm going. It's not that simple. Kiera is different from himself. He is a member of the Academy City. His ID and records must be found in the book bank that manages various information in the Academy City. Then, as long as you invade the book bank through the network, you can probably find it. His information, such as cell phone number. At that time, as long as he tracked his cell phone signal through artificial satellites, that way, let alone the 3 caves of the rabbit, even the 18th cave of Muiyuan would not be able to hide his position. Of course, if you want to do this, the average person it's definitely not possible. Only a powerful hacker can do it. In Lin Luo's impression, there are 2 people with such strength. One is Mikoto naturally, with her ability, as long as it exists on the internet, there is nothing she can't find. But since she has decided not to let her involved in this experiment, she would naturally not be allowed to do this job. Then, this matter has to ask another person. The person who is called the patron saint in urban legends. Chapter 55, this is not 2 birds with 1 stone, but 3 birds with 1 stone. The 177 branch of the Discipline Committee. Wearing a wreath on her head, short black hair, shy and unassuming, a bit natural, she has a longing for the life of aristocratic eldest lady, and yearns for a strange direction to learn daily life and etiquette. In the early spring, she is a girl of natural healing system who can't even stand up. On the surface, it is probably the weakest among the commissioners for discipline and discipline, right? Of course, although weak and timid, he is also very strong. He is also very brave at critical moments. Coupled with being serious and responsible for his own work, he is actually a very competent person in the early spring. Discipline members. Chuchun Shili's main job is to be responsible for communication and intelligence management in the Discipline Committee. Simply put, it is logistics, but this is not because of her poor physical fitness. She specializes in surgery, precisely because she has such talents in Chuchun. From a certain point of view, the Academy City is really a place where talents gather, talents of capable people, talents of academia, talents of medicine, talents of the internet. It seems that there is no shortage of any industry. The genius of the capable person, 7LV5S are enough to explain everything. The genius of the academia, the number of Kiera is numerous, the letter of the Shisha gravel, the Yoshikawa Platy Kodan is well deserved. The genius of the medical world, the soul chaser can break the limit of life and death can be said to be the same in the world, and internet geniuses. Few people seem to know that there is such a girl who can overlook the hacker world in a small branch of the disciplinary committee. The defense system made by using all knowledge and technology can even be ranked in the top 10 in the Academy City, even if it is a few steps stronger than the book bank that manages all the information in the Academy City. Maybe, only 2 geniuses are used. The words to describe her seem to be a little bit inadequate. Sitting in her own position, looking at the picture on the screen, at this moment, this girl with genius and talents has a very confused expression on her face. Recently, her work area is a bit weird, and the monitor often it was hacked out of nowhere. There was no error in the system. The monitor was not damaged even after going to the local area to check the monitor. Chuchun Shili said that he couldn't understand why his surveillance system failed. This is not reasonable at all. Is it a capable person? However, AIM did not respond at all. If it is an ordinary person, it is a bit too powerful. How did it do it? As the most outstanding logistics staff member of the Discipline Committee, Chuchun Shili expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Standing up from his seat, Chuchun walked to the bookshelf to look up the previous case. Squeak! The door was gently pushed open, and a head came in first from the outside. This is a sunny girl with a smile on her face, full of vitality, with a long straight black hair with a tucked at the end of her hair. Cherry blossom hair accessories. Looking at Chuchun in front of the bookshelf, H&Z showed a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked forward lightly. Regarding the sneaky H&Z, Chu-chun, who was concentrating on checking the information, did not find it. Until Hai-King walked straight behind Chu-chun, both hands suddenly lifted up, and at the same time he shouted cheerfully, "Chuo, chun!" The blue pleated skirt flew up like catkins, and Chu-chun suddenly exclaimed, and subconsciously reached out to press it, but it was too late, and the pink polka dot underwear was completely exposed to the air. His face turned red in an instant, and Chu-chun was ashamed and angry, turning his head back and pouting aggrieved, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Student Satan Lizi, who was able to do this kind of behavior without shame and boldness, obviously there was no one else besides this black long straight. "Oh, it's still the same. It's time for you to change your reaction, Chu-chun." Zhoutian Liza said a little disappointed, then glanced at his friend and said in an extremely exaggerated tone, "For example, say, oops, how about the reaction like exposing the panties?" "I won't have that kind of reaction." Chu-chun's eyes were full of tears, with a weak face. "Woo, classmate Satan is really... Well, don't mind, it's a big deal, I'll let you know when I lift your skirt next time, ha 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 ha." Ziu Ocean slapped haha, and you can see that this black long straight is lifting the skirt. There is a soft spot, or maybe a dress in early spring. Stop doing that kind of thing. Chu-chun suddenly became anxious. "It's not a big deal, at most I will let you lift it off." The two were arguing over here. Suddenly, the phone on the workbench rang, and the two looked at each other. H&Z volunteered and immediately rushed in full strength, "Let me pick it up, just as an apologize just now." Now, early spring. Soon, H&Z picked up the phone. "Hey, hello, this is the 177th branch of the Commissioner for Discipline and Discipline, what do you want? Hey, you are looking for Chu-chun? Oh, okay. Chu-chun, your phone." Hei Chong pointed the phone at Chu-chun, smiling warmly, and said in a low voice, "Unknowingly, our Chu-chun has grown up, so I know we are looking for a boyfriend, ha 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 ha." "Ahem, what are you talking about again?" Chu-chun almost didn't mention it, coughing fiercely. "I didn't talk nonsense, but the guy on the phone said there is something important to talk to you, it's a private matter." Hei Chong smiled, and deliberately suppressed the voice to the person on the other side. "Here. It's not like that. I don't know any boys. They must be people who need the help of the Commissioner of Discipline." Chu-chun was flushed with shame, but he quickly answered the phone and adjusted his mood. "You okay? I'm Chiharu Shirai, what's the matter? It's like this." "What? Misaka-senpai, well, okay, I get it, bye." Hanging up, Chu-chun looked confused. "What's the matter? Why did you have a relationship with Misaka-senpai again?" Seeing Hatsuharu's expression, Kuriko became very interested, and suddenly he rolled his eyes and suddenly realized, could it be that, is Misaka-senpai's boyfriend? Love triangle. Who is my sister's boyfriend? Before people arrived, the sound came first. An unusually high-pitched voice came in from the outside through the crack of the door. The next second, the door was slammed and knocked open. Bai Jinghe's face flushed, panting like a cow, like he looked at H&Z as if he was killing his father and enemy. "Student Ziu Ocean, please tell me again clearly, who is the male sister of your sister?" Friends. H&Z was scared into cold sweat, and tremblingly said, that, I didn't say anything. Impossible. I heard clearly at the branch aisle just now, you must tell me clearly. At the aisle of the branch, there should be at least 100 meters away from here. You can hear it so far. Do you have a Misaka-senpai sensor? Zhoutian wanted to complain, but looking at Shirai Kuriko's expression, she was really stressed. "Well, Shirai-san, you misunderstood. The guy on the phone just now was not Misaka-senpai's boyfriend, but just said he knew Misaka-senpai. Chu-chun saw this and quickly explained, and he was looking for me and said he had something to do. I helped, and told me that I must bring a handheld with wireless internet. Strange, what the is it? Chu-chun tilted her head, her face full of puzzlement. The guy you know with your sister? Hisa Beijing was taken aback, and instantly she thought of someone. The hatred in her heart rose infinitely, her teeth creaked, and the killing intent in her eyes made the other two people in the room frightened. No matter who it is, my sister will never let it go to anyone. Shirahiko swears in his heart. In early spring, I will go with you. Looking at the three lowly in front of him, Lin Luo felt very speechless. He just wanted to ask Chu-chun for help, but why did all three of the Misaka four come here? If it was just Xiu Ocean's tears, it would be fine, but Lin Luo really felt a lot of pressure when the one in front of him was staring at something white or black that he might be sturdy at any time. How do you say that? Oh, yes, seeing each other in love, really jealous. Well, this is it. Chapter 56, Urban Emotional Drama. Let Kiera fly on the air soon. A tea restaurant in the 7th School District of Suiwon City. Lin Luo was sitting in a seat by the window. Opposite him were three Mat Big Loli, Shirai Kuriko, Chu-chun decorated Li and Seishin Terko. These three are the most adorable army in the school city Misaka 4. The three main cadres in the group have been active in the cute selling contest many times and have outstanding performances. Together they assisted their ace Pao sisters, through 5 stages and cut 6 generals, and strive for the position of the cute king. Although the appearance of Shirai Kuriko and Satan Terko was unexpected by Lin Luo, this small error is not difficult to correct, especially under the coercion of a certain LV6 powerhouse. Shirai Kuriko's rebellion was immediately suppressed. Come down, here, once again pay tribute to the great house master. After a brief introduction, Lin Luo went directly to the subject. Chu-chun classmate, I hope you can do me a favor. With a dazed expression on Chu-chun's face, Lin Luo paused for a while and continued, I want to invite you to enter the book bank of the Academy City and help me check someone's information. Ah! As soon as these words came out, not only Chu-chun, but even Kuriko and Xiu Ocean were shocked. Wild monkey, do you know what you are talking about? Don't think that you have a relationship with your sister and you can just mess around, be careful I arrest you. Hisa's voice was even a little angry, and the book bank of Suiwon City managed it. In all the intelligence systems of the Academy City, anyone who illegally invades will be punished, and even severely sentenced, and early spring is a member of the discipline. Lin Luo asked her to invade the book library is the crime of knowing the law and breaking the law. This is intolerable to the sunspots who have a strong sense of justice. In fact, Lin Luo also knows that his request is a bit excessive. It is not a good thing in itself to involve unrelated people into the experiment of the absolute ability person. It can even be said that it is quite good for them to do illegal things against their own morals. Too much. Of course, Lin Luo did not think about it. Early Spring has the title of patron saint on the internet. Her hacking skills are among the best in the entire school city, and even if it is an intrusion into the book bank, no one can catch it. Even if things are exposed, she can only put Chu-chun aside, and all the sins will be borne by herself, and she will naturally not be implicated. Anyway, she has a lot of debts, and for him, she is a school city. The law is simply floating clouds. Although this matter is definitely not hidden from the hanged man, with the status of the hanged man, what I am doing now is beneficial to him, and I will definitely not entangle with a small discipline committee. So this matter is for Chu-chun. There is no danger, as long as she passes her own level. That, classmate Lin Luo, it's wrong to invade the library, so please stop thinking like this. Chu-chun had a good temper and didn't get angry because of it, but gave Lin Luo a correct education. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, and didn't expect that he would be educated by a little loli. Well, let's not talk about this, Chu-chun classmate, I want to know how you think about Mikoto. Hey! Chu-chun was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Luo's jumping thinking to be so powerful. How could it be pulled from the library to Misaka Mikoto? But after a while she still said truthfully, Misaka-senpai is so powerful and handsome and gentle, it has always been the existence I have longed for. Then if Mikoto is in danger, will you help her? Of course, but... Misaka-senpai is a superpower, how could I? Superpowers are not omnipotent. Even with super electromagnetic guns, there are enemies that cannot be defeated, and there are things that cannot be solved by themselves. Wait a minute. Lin Luo was interrupted. It was Beijing Heezy, and she saw her serious face. I can't care about what you said just now. Your sister is in danger, do you know something? Chu-chun and Zhuoshan also looked at Lin Luo incomprehensibly. Superpowers are an existence that they need to look up to. If even superpowers can't solve things, how can they do it? Well, since you all want to know. Lin Luo sighed. If he could not say anything about the experiment, he still tried his best not to let them know, but now it seems that if he doesn't say it, even if he doesn't ask in the early spring, Beijing Kuriko will also ask to the end. For those of you who have experienced the Fantasy Mitsu incident, I think you should also understand the darkness of the Academy City. The expressions of the three of them changed, and they would never forget the illusion of the Mitsu incident. In addition to their friends being hurt, there was a truth that they could not accept human experiments. What does this have to do with your sister? Heezy immediately stood up from his seat and stared at Lin Luo. The darkness in the Academy City can be said to be thicker than any other place in the world, and there is not only one human experiment. Compared with the Fantasy Mitsui incident, what is happening to Mikoto is probably 100 times more cruel. You should have heard of it, about a clone of a superpower that exists in Academy City. Ah! The three of them suddenly exclaimed, the expressions in their eyes seemed to have realized something. 10 minutes later, everyone's expressions were heavy. Heezy was holding his head, and his tone was full of guilt. So, it's no wonder that my sister is often restless these days, and even had a nightmare the night before. This happened. Is something wrong? I don't know anything. Mikoto doesn't want to involve you. I know, that's why I said my sister, she. Then Lin Luo, does Misaka-senpai's matter have anything to do with the library? Chu-chun asked. If you want to prevent this experiment, you must first destroy the prerequisites of the experiment, that is, defeat one party to pass. Lin Luo explained, but one party is the number one superpower, and there is definitely no chance of winning in a head-on fight with him. My method is to find a large number of Kiera who develops the traffic ability of one side, and get the interference device in his hand. So that there should be some hope of winning the traffic on the upper side. It's Kiera again. The three girls are already very familiar with the two words Kiera. It seems that the darkness of the school city is indispensable for the existence of these two words, which is simply a representative of evil. I understand. After hesitating for a while, Chu-chun finally spoke, with a very firm tone, for Misaka-senpai, I will definitely find the place where Kiera has many places. I want to go too. Heezy raised his head and stared at Lin Luo persistently, I will go with you to deal with Mui Yuanchuyu. This was a bit unexpected by Lin Luo, and he was taken aback, is that okay? You are a member of the discipline committee, Chu-chun just helping me find the location of Kiera is not very dangerous for her, but if you participate directly, it may be recorded in the blacklist of Anbu. There are not many people with LV4 space ability, right? Of course it's okay. Heezy has made up his mind completely, without hesitation in his eyes. I know that my elder sister is in that kind of environment, how can she hide comfortably in a safe place as a school girl? Heezy Beijing has completely lost the qualification to stand under the same sky as Sister Sama, so, even if it is a character, I have to protect Sister Sama's world. Really, but this means that you are an enemy of Suiwin City. I am afraid that you will not be a member of the discipline committee in the future. Lin Luo's words were somewhat threatening, and he hoped that Shirai Kuriko would retreat. But Kuriko smiled, "You are wrong. Maintaining public security in the Academy City and punishing the darkness are also the work of the Commissioner of Discipline, and as a criminal, I can't let you leave my sight." Lin Luo was taken aback, and suddenly smiled bitterly, "It seems I can only let you follow." I. At this time, Zhou Tianliza showed an embarrassed expression on his face. "I also want to help, is there anything I can do?" The friend is suffering, but he can only watch from one side, which makes the incapacitated Sakurako feel extremely painful and self-blame, if he can also have the ability, this time. Lin Luo turned his head to look at him, grinned, and patted her shoulder, "Just smile." Zhou Tian was stunned. At night, two figures suddenly appeared on a roof. The next moment they disappeared from where they were, reappeared tens of meters away, and then disappeared again. With the assistance of Beijing Kuriko, Lin Luo's actions are much easier, and the ability to move in space is very convenient whether it is used as an attack or as an auxiliary. In the early spring, report your position. Heisa held Lin Luo in one hand and the phone in the other. The target location, no change, 2 kilometers ahead, in the building. Because of Shirai Kuriko's spatial movement, the signal was intermittent, and the sound coming from inside was also a meal, but the meaning to be expressed was too. Everyone can hear it clearly. There are a lot of Kiera, just 2 kilometers away, the power to defeat one side is close to hand. Lin Luo clenched his fists. It's the dark sky. My sister has been fighting in the darkest place. In order to protect her daily life, she must go to the deepest part of the battlefield. Beijing Kuriko looked forward and swore in her heart. Chapter 57, Urban Emotional Drama. Let Kiera Fly hit. Kiera Shen Chuan, a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, a person who has broken away from low-level tastes. In order to bring a beautiful future to the school city, he will not hesitate to degenerate into darkness, great and great. Sublime again. But now, our great master Shen Chuan is very angry. He has his own dignified generation, and there are still 2 rats who dare to invade the headquarters of the hound troop led by him. This is simply seeking his own death. Kiera immediately furiously rushed into the crown and waved his big hand. The younger brother next to him immediately armored his upper body and opened a formation to wait for him. He wanted to let the enemy know, Shen Chuan is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Lin Luo felt very entangled. Originally thought that Shirai Heisa would help. Relying on her spatial mobility, it was not a simple matter to deal with a Kiera. Although Kiera abused one side in the original book, it was because he was against one side. The ability to pass is well understood, and there is a means to restrain him, and at that time the party was still in a state of mental disability. But Shiraihe has nothing to do with him. No matter how good Kiera is, he can't suppress Shiraihe's ability, right? But he never expected that when he was less than 10 meters away from that building, Shiraizu's ability suddenly lost control, and the 2 of them were forced out of the 11-dimension space and fell out of midair. If it's not that I entered the state of concord in time, and magnetically attracted the iron rod next to him, I am afraid that I will not die or become disabled after falling. I'm sorry, I dragged you down. Beijing Heisa said guiltily, her face was a bit ugly, slightly pale. No, it has nothing to do with you, it is my carelessness. Lin Luo shook his head, somewhat blamed himself, this time it was indeed his carelessness. He thought of Mui Yuan too simply. Kiera Shinkan, oh, Kiera Shutta is one of the researchers who developed superpowers. It is not an exaggeration to call him the most talented researcher, and he is the leader of the Hound Army. The first friend of the Hanged Man, Mist, wandering in the darkness of the Academy City, there are certainly not a few capable people who usually suppress it, so how could he as an ordinary person not have any means to restrain the capable people? The energy reduction system, if it is correct, should be such a thing. Although the capable people seem to be instantaneous when using their superpowers, at that moment, they have gone through countless complicated calculations in their minds. The so-called energy reduction system is able to emit a special sound wave, which can disrupt the calculation formula of the capable person, making them unable to use the ability. In the past, there was a woman with the same surname, Kiera, who had a long name with extra letters and a psychopath. She used this device to completely seal the abilities of the gun sister, and then defeated her. Then the more talented Kiera Shenchuan should also be. It would be right. After all, the Hound troops are all incapacitated. Even if they have the most advanced weapons, it is obviously not enough to use firearms and weapons for those who want to deal with all kinds of strange abilities. It's the energy derating system, right? In less than half a minute, Bai Jinghe's face had almost returned to normal. She raised her head and looked at the building hundreds of meters away and said. She hadn't thought of it when she was recruited just now, but now she immediately remembered that this kind of device that can seal the ability of the capable person has also encountered it before. Well, it should be. But why didn't you get affected, and instead used your abilities? Bai Jinghe looked at Lin Luo with a confused expression in his eyes. Lin Luo was taken aback. He really didn't expect this. When he fell from mid-air just now, he entered the same state without thinking. Not only did the two land safely, but they even moved away quickly. The building. But the energy reduction system can block the superpowers of the capable person. In theory, he should not be able to use the ability. Could the ability given by the Book of Contract ignore external interference? Lin Luo thinks this possibility is very high. After all, he is not a capable person in essence. The reason why he can use superpowers is because he has copied Mikoto's abilities. The calculation formulas in the brain are copied over, without any calculations, instantaneous thoughts. In a way, this method of using superpowers is more convenient than those with real abilities, and it does not have any side effects. Lin Luo didn't know how to explain to Bai Jinghe, so he could only do things casually. At this time, he showed classmate He's ladylike attitude. He didn't have any gossip questions, just bowed his head thoughtfully. Although he can use his superpowers without any scruples, ignoring the energy reduction system, Lin Luo didn't plan to rush up like this. ALV3 electric shock capable person, he didn't think he had done a Hound troop before, even if he was contracted. The book may not be able to block the opponent's bullets. Again, his current strongest weapon is Bai Rui. Snack liberation. With a pinch of the index fingers of both hands, Xiao Bai immediately got out of the seal, still so awe-inspiring. Heeza was stunned on the spot as soon as he saw it, her body shook wildly. Lin Luo didn't bother to explain to her, it would take so many words to explain each one so clearly. Under Lin Luo's order, Bai Rui rushed towards the building hundreds of meters away without making a sound. After all, it was late at night. If Bai Rui shouted, it would disturb his dreams, and it might even cause countless others. Onlookers watched the crowd. Seeing Bai Rui's huge body rushing over, Muhara and his little brothers were immediately dumbfounded. When have they seen such a terrifying monster? At first they could shoot a few shots, but this bullet hitting Bai Rui's body was almost like tickling. Not to mention reducing HP, they couldn't even break defenses, and Bai Rui's charge could make them. People turned their backs on their backs and pissed. Of course, Lin Luo was restrained, otherwise Bai Rui really started to come and they would only be able to make snacks. It's not that Lin Luo is kind-hearted and doesn't want to kill them. In fact, he also wants to completely solve the hidden danger of the Hound troop, but the problem is that the Hound troop is a group of direct friends of the Hanged Man. It's extinguished, it's hard to guarantee that the Hanged Man will not rush into the crown and become a confidant. Well, the energy derating system has been solved, let's go now. After a while, Lin Luo said to Bai Jinghe, "Hey, how did you know?" Various question marks flashed across Heeza's head. Because I am the Prophet Emperor of LV5. Lin Luo smiled. How could he not know that he is connected with Bai Rui's soul, and any movement of it can be controlled by himself, as long as a thought in his heart destroys those super-large energy reduction devices are not easy. Heeza felt that the guy in front of him was too mysterious, and shook his head, simply stopped thinking about it, grabbed Lin Luo a space to move. The two immediately disappeared from the same place. When Lin Luo and Heeza saw Wei Yuan, he was stopped by Bai Rui. Rao was calm and damp, with a look of fear on his face. As for the other members of the Hound Troop, except for a few people on the ground, he was groaning. In addition, most people are already awake, but no one is dead. This guy is Kiera, he really isn't a good person at first sight. Kuriko looked at Kiera hostilely, and then looked at Lin Luo a little eagerly. How do we get the device you mentioned next? We need to torture him. Is it? I'm good at this. It was said that it was to deal with Kiera with Lin Luo, but from the beginning to the end of the battle, he seemed to be of no use, which made Kuriko very entangled. If he did not show his hand at the last moment, then this trip would be completely soy sauce up. But obviously, Kuriko's soy sauce is settled this time. Well, leave this to me. Lin Luo calmly waved to Heeza, and then walked to Kiera's body. Kiera has a lot of numbers, right? I think you should also be a little bit in the current situation. Understand, I won't say much nonsense. I want a passable capacity jammer. Can you give it to me? Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? Dashi is worthy of Dashi. Even at this time, he is still unconquered. If it were an ordinary villain, he would have already knelt down and begged for mercy. Well, I knew it would be like this. In fact, I didn't want you to say it right away at the beginning, so it's Q&A time. Lin Luo paused, and then asked, what is your dad's last name? Boom. He heard the sound of Heeza falling to the ground, but Kiera was stunned. Snapped. Lin Luo snapped his fingers. With this sound, Bai Rui's body shrank quickly, becoming almost like an ordinary human, and then his slender tail encircled Kiera's body and flew up to the sky. After circling a few times, Bai Rui landed with Wei Yuan, and Lin Luo asked again, what is your father's last name? Kiera was dizzy and couldn't answer at all, so Lin Luo snapped his fingers again, and Kiera flew into the sky again. After returning to the ground for the fourth time, Kiera finally understood that if he didn't tell the truth, he would have to fly in the sky for a while. Your father's last name? Kiera. Although his head was dizzy, Kiera answered quickly. Well, very good. Lin Luo nodded. Then the second question, what is your father's friend's last name? Hey! Kiera was stunned again. Snapped. Kiera flew into the sky for the fifth time. Returned to the ground in half a minute. Well, the question just now may be a bit difficult for you, so change to another one. What is your mother's last name? This Kiera was able to answer, so the suffering of flying to the sky was avoided. Next question, what is your mother's friend's last name? The answer was no, so Kiera flew up to the sky. When he returned to the ground, Kiera almost collapsed. What the was this TMD? What's your name? The answer is correct. Kiera rests in place. What is your family name? The answer is no, Kiera flew in the sky for a while. This year you are Geng Geng. The answer is correct, Kiera rests. How many friends do you have? The answer was no, Kiera continued to fly. Your sister's last name? The answer is correct, Kiera is on standby. Your sister's friend's last name? The answer is no, Kiera Fei. You, what are you doing? Kuriko looked at Kiera flying in the sky and said that he couldn't understand it. I'm training him. Lin Luo explained. Hey, training? Well, you should know, when we are training a dog, if the dog makes a mistake, we give it a stick. If we do it right, we reward it with a bone. Over time, the dog will develop a habit. Don't do something wrong, the truth is the same, because I can't tell whether the device Kiera gave me is real or fake, so I have to develop a habit for him before that. When I get to my question, I immediately say the correct answer. Well, it's just a kind of conditioned reflex in short. Hazy. Because it took a little time to explain to Hazy, this time Kiera flew a little longer in the sky. When he came down, he was already foaming at the mouth and his eyes were staring at Venus. In view of this, Lin Luo let him rest for 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later, Lin Luo asked again. Kiera becomes a trapeze again. Hazy took the opportunity to ask, but you can't be sure what he said at that time must be true. Lin Luo glanced at her, and said with contempt, there is more than one way to ask a question. The big deal is that we have repeatedly verified that if Kiera can't come up, let him fly in the sky for a while. Well, Hazy admitted that he was out of date. Finally, a few hours later, Lin Luo finally got what he wanted with satisfaction, but at this time the wooden principle fell to the ground like a rotten puddle, indicating that he could no longer fly. Chapter 58, Little Lori wakes up, the world uniform begins, fog. This is the device that can interfere with one party's ability to pass. Hazy asked curiously, looking at what Lin Luo was holding. What Lin Luo held in his hand was a small pendant, which seemed to be made of some kind of soft material, and when pressed gently, it would make a slightly harsh sound. It is hard for Hazy to imagine how such a small thing can block the ability of a party to pass through. Most of Kiera is a person who develops one party's traffic ability, and knows his calculations well, and this voice. Lin Luo pressed lightly and laughed, the frequency it emits can sneak into the blind spot of one party's traffic calculation, disrupting it. Although his calculation model may not be able to completely seal his abilities, it is sure to reduce his power. In fact, Lin Luo was still a little worried when he came. If there were more Kiera, he didn't make this interference device at this time. By then, I'm afraid I can only rely on Kiera's fist, but now, just as I expected. The same. In fact, Kiera made a jamming device shortly after developing the ability of one party to pass. After all, the ability of one party to pass is too abnormal. Almost just standing there and moving his fingers can kill a person. Such are those who are capable, want to study him as a white mouse, it is definitely impossible without any means. Holding the interference device in his hand tightly, Lin Luo was somewhat agitated. As long as one party can block the mass destruction skills used by one party, it is not impossible to defeat him with the Kiera Shen Chuan. It turns out that it's the case, but isn't it better to use an energy derating system in this case? Hazy nodded and suddenly asked, if it's just for calculus interference, the energy derating system seems to be more useful. This is impossible. Lin Luo shook his head decisively. Of course he had thought of this method, but the problem was that the device of the energy reduction system was too huge, and it was impossible to carry it with him. Of course, he can also let people place this device on the experimental site, but will the researchers agree? Although Fang Chuan is the person in charge of the entire experiment, she is only a part-time worker after all. Taking a step back, even if she really relies on this to make one party unable to use her ability, this will lose its meaning in itself. The premise of defeating one party cannot be realized. However, Kiera's jamming device is different. Only Kiera knows about this thing. Even if he relies on it to suppress the ability of one party to pass, other researchers will not know what happened. But so, can you really defeat one party? Kuriko's face is full of anxiety. How strong is the strongest superpower in Academy City? To be honest, she doesn't know, even if it's the ability of the other party. Understand, but, for such an enemy that even the super electromagnetic gun has fallen into despair, his power does not need to be intuitively understood at all. Just a simple comparison is enough to make anyone feel desperate. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine, I'll fight my life for this. Lin Luo's expression didn't even mean joking, his tone was serious and serious. Heeza stayed silent, looked at him silently for a few seconds, then bowed deeply to Lin Luo with a sincere face. Then, I beg you for your sister's affairs. Please guard her daily life anyway. Heeza's heart is full of gratitude, protecting her sister. This idea has never been broken in her heart since she moved to Misaka Mikato's dormitory. She should have come forward by herself when her sister was in distress. But an enemy that even the super electromagnetic gun can't solve by itself, let alone her. Just as Lin Luo said, this is a life-saving battle. Enlightenment alone is not enough, and there is absolutely no way to do it without strong enough power. I have been working hard for this. Lin Luo smiled. By the way, don't talk to Mikoto about today's affairs. I have already told her about the termination of the experiment. Although it is a lie, I will let this lie become a reality. I know. Heeza nodded heavily. My sister doesn't want to involve us in it. Heeza, I really feel it. I will not let her down. I believe Chuchun and Satan will not mention this in front of my sister. It's a matter. Well, in this case, I'm relieved. Bye. With that, Lin Luo turned and walked away. Seeing Lin Luo's departure, Heeza suddenly knelt down, with his hands on the ground, his forehead clasped on the back of his hands, and he said in a deep voice, I wish you Wuyun is prosperous. As a nobleman, this is the most noble etiquette Shirai Kuriko knows, although she knows that the other party does not need this, and this alone is not enough to express her gratitude. Looking up, Heeza can no longer see Lin Luo, but she still looks at the direction where the other person is leaving. Sister, let Heeza stay behind you this time. But, just now, Shirai Heeza will never stay there forever, so, my sister, please wait for me. Heeza who has a goal is very fast. One day. Through today's events, Beijing Kuriko understood the limit of her power and saw the untouchable world, but she would never give up hope and decided to continue to pursue the peak of power. That is definitely not to climb to a higher position, just to hold the sky above someone, like that person. When Lin Luo returned to the research institute, it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. At this time, apart from a few security guards, there were no more people in the research institute. Fang Chuan and Bushu had already returned to their homes to rest. Walk into the incubation room in the middle and open the closed iron door. This is the room where the final work and the first body are placed. Lin Luo looked at the small body in the last work in the incubator. Thoughtfully, on the way back, he had been thinking about a question. Generally speaking, the level improvement of a capable person is an understanding of his own abilities and control, coupled with the enhancement of the amount of calculation. Only if these all exceed the current level, can you upgrade your level. However, to myself, this theory doesn't seem to be applied. You don't need to go through calculations to use your superpowers, but directly copy Mikoto's calculation formulas. As long as you have enough calculations, even some super complex calculation formulas can be used. Copy it out, that is to say, as long as your calculations can be improved, your level will also be improved. The amount of calculation, I can enter the Misaka network, so as long as I can get the calculation power of my sisters, the calculation amount of nearly 10,000 Misaka sisters, even if it is less than a LV5, I am afraid it will not be too different. Now it is about to fight with one side, the more protection you have, the better. However, if you want to get the computing power of your sisters, you must be approved by the final work. To put it simply, the final work is equivalent to a switch, and only through her commanding tower can the computing power of the younger sisters be borrowed. This is not an easy task. Although the final work has a high level of self-awareness, in essence, her thoughts are the same as those of her sisters' experiments are the top priority, not the lives of Misaka sisters. However, it is not impossible to try. The ordinary sisters cannot be convinced because they do not have self-awareness, but the final work is different. Perhaps language can change her mind. Of course, let alone communicating with her in the current physical state of the final work, she can't get out of the incubator at all, but she has a sacred healing technique, which is not a big problem. Walking to the incubator of the final piece, and turning off the switch of the incubator, Lin Luo hugged the girl's petite body in his arms and pressed the palm of her right hand on her head. Same as the first body, the body of the final piece is also the same. There are also huge defects, and all repairs require 500 vitality. This point was a bit unexpected for Lin Luo. It was not too low, but too high. The first body was used as a quasi-LV5 full body repair that required 1500 points, and the last one did not even have LV3 repair points, but it has reached the first body. 1/3, and the physical condition of the final work is slightly better than that of the first one, which is really unexpected. It seems that whole body repair is impossible, so local repair can only be done. Genes, brain, bones, nerves, muscles. Lin Luo selected a few more important parts, and then entered a state of convergence. The brain waves were successfully connected and repaired. Determine. A faint brilliance enveloped the petite body of the last work. In an instant, her body was completely changed. Complete genes, healthy brain, strong bones, active nerves. Everything is at its best. Status. Of course, as a copy of Mikoto, her brain has reached the same level as Mikoto. However, even with the same brain, it is almost impossible for the final work to reach LV5 like the first body. It is estimated that it is not bad to grow to the peak of LV4. As for LV5, she can only rely on her own future efforts. After all, the power of superpowers does not only depend on the brain, other factors are very important. In fact, the sisters inherited Mikoto's genes. In theory, every Misaka sister has the potential to become LV5, but because there are too many irreparable flaws, this theory has become an unrealizable fantasy. This kind of defect cannot be repaired by even the sacred healing technique, because the sacred healing technique can only repair their bodies to achieve a complete state of health, unless one day, the sacred healing technique can completely transform their bodies. Not complete, but perfect. Maybe Sister Misaka can become a LV5 army of 10,000 people. Of course, this is a delusion for now. Hey! Are you the one who frequently accesses the Misaka network in recent days? Misaka stared at your face and asked curiously. At this moment, the last work woke up, and the dull hair on little Lori's head trembled slightly. Chapter 59, For All My Sisters. As the gene copy of Sister Pao, the final piece has the same appearance as Mikoto. On the surface, she is Sister Pao's lowly form. Of course, the dull hair is an exception. Lin Luo smiled at little Lori. Yes, it's me. Lin Luo was not surprised that little Lori knew herself. As the Commander Tower of Misaka Network, it would be true if she didn't know that she had been on Misaka Network. It's weird, but... Listening to little Lolita's tone, she didn't seem to resist herself. This was a good start. Oh, I thought it was a strange person who was able to enter the Misaka network. I didn't expect it to look very refreshing. Misaka was excited to express his frustration in his heart. Are you excited or depressed? Lin Luo was speechless. Misaka was both excited and frustrated. The excitement was that Misaka finally saw the people who entered the Misaka network. The frustration was that Misaka had guessed wrong. Misaka began to complain. Little Lori lowered her head, as if she was really depressed. Just the next moment she panicked and screamed, as if she had been frightened. Wow, why didn't Misaka wear any clothes? Misaka was still being held in her arms. Wow. Little Lori quickly jumped out of Lin Luo's arms and squatted on the ground with her hands on her chest, with tears on her face. Wow! Misaka really couldn't believe it. He even held a naked girl in his arms. He was very suspicious of your intentions. Misaka looked sad and condemned the man for lacking common sense. Rao Yunluo felt extremely embarrassed with his calmness. Although Xiao Pao Mei is very cute, he swears that he is only concentrating on repairing her body, and there is absolutely no evil thoughts. But why is there such a thing? What about guilt? Illusion. This must be an illusion. Wow wow. Misaka wants clothes. Misaka tearfully begged with pity, I hope this Lo ICN can give Misaka clothes. Ka. Lo ICN. Lin Luo felt something broken in his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Well, just ignore the little guilt just now. Lin Luo looked around and didn't have any clothes. After hesitating for a while, he took off his clothes, and then threw them to the final work. Well, there is no clothes you wear here. Just use me. Right. Little Lori took it with a swish, and put it on tightly, and said while putting it on her mouth, although this is a second-hand item, Misaka is still very grateful to you. Misaka said kindly. Hey! Where is the thanks? Where is the kindness? Seeing the awkward look of the last work, Lin Luo wanted to complain. Misaka needs pants. Misaka points to the pants you are wearing, tearfully hoping to get your sympathy and generosity. Don't go too far, bastard. Lin Luo was angry, wanting to run naked. In the end, under the offensive of selling cuteness and pretending to be pitiful in the final work, Lin Luo had to go to the next room to bring a white robe and put it on her, although this white robe looked bloated on little Lolita. But it has basically met her requirements. The final piece was wrapped in a white robe and sat on a chair with a pair of feet dangling, looking very happy. Oh, I didn't expect Misaka to come outside so quickly. It's great not to stay in the incubator, Misaka said happily. Now your body is the strongest among all the sisters. It doesn't matter if you don't enter the incubator in the future. Lin Luo sat opposite her and said. I am very grateful to Misaka for curing Misaka's body, and Misaka is sincerely thankful. However, Misaka is the command tower of Misaka Network. It is a safety device made to prevent sisters from rebelling. You should not be able to leave the incubator. Why? What do you want to do? Misaka feels incomprehensible about your behavior. At this moment, the expression on the face of the final work was not what a little girl should have, serious and serious. I hope you can let me use the computing power of my sisters. Lin Luo sighed and said directly. Although the last work just now was a headache, he still liked her before. After all, it's more like a normal person. Why? Misaka asked again. Because I want to defeat one party, but I am not sure of my current strength, so I hope to use the computing power of my sisters to increase my calculations. Yang Tong is the experimenter of the Absolute Ability Project. Why are you going to knock him down? Oh, Misaka tilted his head and asked the question in his mind. Do you still want to ask? Of course it is to prevent this experiment. Why stop the experiment? Misaka is getting more and more confused. Of course it's to save the sisters who are about to be killed. Lin Luo looked at her and asked, sisters were brutally killed one by one. As the only one with independent consciousness, isn't it uncomfortable at all? Pain, no resentment. Well, the death of Misaka monomer will not cause the disappearance of the Misaka network, Misaka tried to explain. Using the analogy of the human brain, Misaka are brain cells, and brainwave connections are the nerve synapses that convey each brain cell. The death of brain cells will cause the disappearance of experience and memories. Although it is a pity, it will not cause the disappearance of Misaka network, unless all Misaka died, and Misaka was born for this purpose. Test Misaka added explanation. It's just what you think so. Although Lin Luo has long known that the final work will say that, Lin Luo still feels a little angry, and said in a deep voice, even if there are 20,000 identical clones, but the value of the sisters is definitely not that. Not only the sisters, every sister has her value. If a sister that no one can replace is dead, someone will shed tears for her. Don't despise your own lives anymore. Don't you really want to live? As a normal person, not as a puppet, not as a laboratory animal, you are standing upright and living under the sky, you can understand it. Come out of the incubator and breathe in the fresh air outside. Is this something you can feel from memory alone? Lin Luo said loudly, almost screaming, no matter which Misaka's sister, the life she has experienced can only be her own life, even if other people have a common memory, it is totally different. At least, in this world, there is only one sister who has lived with Mikoto for a long time. And you, there is only one in this world. Let me understand such simple things. The last work was stunned. So, in order to keep the only sister Misaka alive, and in order to keep the only you alive, lend me your power. Then, I will definitely stop this experiment and bet my only life. There was a dazed look on the face of the final work. Even if she had more emotion than ordinary sisters, she still couldn't fully understand the meaning of Lin Luo's words. Misaka's body is fake, and his heart is borrowed. The unit price is only 180,000 yuan. It can be produced automatically with just one button. One missing one can replenish one, and 20,000 missing can replenish 20,000. Misaka's value, that's all. Even now, the final work still hasn't changed this idea, but in the face of such a cheap Misaka, someone shouted that he didn't want to lose and was willing to fight for his only life. The last work can feel that there is no falsehood in his words, and he will really take action for this. Although Misaka still can't understand what you mean, Misaka can feel your sincerity, so Misaka is willing to agree to your request. Misaka expressed his meaning very firmly. What are you talking about? The experiment is ready to start. When Fang Chuan Kikyo came to the laboratory and heard Lin Luo's words the next morning, he looked at him incredulously. Now only 2 days have passed since 7 days. There is still time, there is no need to be in such a hurry, right? No, it's okay. Originally let you delay time to gain the power to defeat one side. Now that you have all the necessary conditions, naturally you don't have to delay time anymore. Lin Luo explained. Then you have the confidence to defeat one pass. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. The opponent is the strongest superpower in Academy City. How can there be such a thing as confidence? But then the peak of the conversation turned around, but some things do not necessarily require confidence. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, what should be done is still to be done. Okay, I understand what you mean, so the next experiment, Experiment 10,030, will be carried out at 8 o'clock this evening, right? Of course. Lin Luo answered with a smile. At the same time, a naive voice sounded in his mind, I have copied the emotional program in Misaka number 19,090 memory to all Misaka, and I have also already said what you said yesterday. It was transmitted to Misaka according to your wishes. Misaka actively reported on his work. Misaka number 19,090 was the individual who was injected into the emotional program by the cloth at the beginning. She was originally intended to be transmitted to the entire Misaka network, but was blocked by the last work and failed. But now, the final work has copied nearly 10,000 copies of this emotional program and passed it on to all Misaka sisters. Well, you did a good job, then the main show will begin. Experiment number 10,030 is not an experiment for one party, but for all the Misaka sisters. Lin Luo turned around, took a look at the last work in the incubator, and then withdrew from Misaka network. Shortly after Lin Luo closed the door and left this room, in the incubator, the eyes of number 1 body slowly opened. Chapter 60, Sister Misaka trembled, and one party roared. The time was 8:05 in the evening, and the place was a quiet, dark alleyway. Absolute Ability Evolver. The 10,030th experiment begins, no, or it should be said that it is almost over. At this moment, a young girl with short brown hair in a Tokaibantai school uniform moved her bruised body and ran forward desperately. Although her body was in severe pain like being splashed with hot water, the girl would not stop. This girl, who has the same appearance as Misaka Mikoto, is her military production clone sister Misaka, with an individual identification code of 10,030. From the moment the sniper failed, 10,030 knew that he had no chance of winning even a 10,000th. The reason for escaping was not to find a chance to regroup the offensive, but simply to extend his lifespan, even every second. Well, this is just a struggle before death. Haha. Why run away so fast? The keeps shaking, is it temptation and confuse me? A crazy voice like death came from behind. A young man with white hair and scorching eyes walked out of the shadows and looked at Sister Misaka. There was a smile on his face, which was completely disproportionate to white, a crazily distorted smile. The strongest superpower in the school city passed by one side. It's time to die. The unstoppable shaking of the body is not because of fear, but an instinctive reaction to death. Run without the strength, stop. The body has already issued a warning to 10,030, and she herself feels that it would be better to stop at this time. The person behind her can kill herself with just a move of his finger. Now this is just catching hidden, instead of continuing to suffer. It would be more comfortable to die earlier. Yes, she thought so in her heart, but her body did not act according to her thoughts, and she still ran tirelessly. At this moment, a picture flashed in the memory of 10,030, no, to be correct, it was not her memory, but the data left by another sister. For some reason, she felt that this data was extremely precious, as if she had gained strength because of it, and 10,030 quickly turned into one of the lanes, then it's the route taken by the other sister in information. Yu Fang Tong looked at the girl disappearing in front of her eyes for a moment, then looked impatient. Hey, it's time for the hide-and-seek game to end here, really. Even though he said this, he didn't immediately rush to get rid of the girl, but chased after her unhurriedly. In fact, as long as he increases his speed a little bit now, he can kill the opponent immediately. A few minutes later, 10,030's strength was finally exhausted, and she knelt down weakly on the ground. The sound of footsteps behind her sounded, and she turned her head subconsciously. It seems that after 2 days of rest, I have become a little lazy. Let you survive for 10 minutes, are you happy for that? Yu Fang Tong walked out of the lane and approached the girl step by step. 10,030 gasped heavily, and even at this moment, her expression was still indifferent. Hey! Suddenly the expression on one side was stunned. It was not because of the girl's reaction, but because the place in front of him made him feel a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered, here was also a certain time. At the place of the experiment, he had no suspense to kill the girl who was exactly the same as the girl in front of him, but when the experiment ended, there was an accident. The LV-5 superpowered super electromagnetic gun named Misaka Mikoto suddenly intervened. Hey, really, I chose this kind of place for my burial place. I still can't understand your thoughts. One party grabbed his hair, as if he seemed impatient. Sure enough, it was just an occasional person who had no emotions, and even the place where I died once did not care about running over. If it is a person with emotions, absolutely not will come here. One party thought this subconsciously, but in the next instant, another thought appeared in his head, if it is really a puppet with no emotion, then it will be the same no matter where it died? Why bother to suffer so much pain to run to this place? Doesn't this just indicate the existence of feelings? Hey, it seems that I have not only become lazy, but also like crazy thinking. One party slapped his mouth in disgust, and instantly threw out the thoughts in his mind. So, I can ask you to die now. Yu Fang Tong seeing stretched out his hand, with a crazy and distorted smile on his face again. This kind of tiresome work should be over as soon as possible. Dying. 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 These 3 words echoed repeatedly in her mind. 10,030 fell to the ground. Her body was already scarred. There were several blood holes on her right shoulder and thigh. Although she struggled to get up from the ground, there was nothing in her body. Power. Seeing the of death approaching, 10,030's mind suddenly flashed countless pictures of death, and a feeling that had never happened before grew in her heart. With the growth of this feeling, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her astigmatic eyes seemed to be a little focused at this time, and the emotions revealed in it could be understood by anyone. Fear. Don't die. Misaka said tremblingly with a strange feeling. One side passed with a startled expression, and his movements stopped subconsciously. He looked at the girl in front of him incredulously, almost thinking that he was hearing a hallucination. Misaka is so scared. Misaka doesn't want to die. Misaka doesn't want to participate in the experiment. Misaka wants to live. Misaka doesn't know what she is talking about. Misaka. The expression of Misaka's sister who said these words did not change at all, even though there is a touch of emotion, but it is still difficult to express it. However, even this level is enough to allow one party to move forward. In the latter part of the passage, Yi Tongtong did not hear clearly, because he was completely stunned, and an incredible look flashed in his eyes, as if a child's long-awaited dream has finally come true. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. But this surprise didn't stay in his eyes for even a second, and in the next instant it turned into a hideous expression. His expression was completely distorted, grabbing the girl's collar, lifting 10,030 up, and shouting angrily. Asshole! Experimental animals give me the consciousness of experimental animals. Why don't you want to die? Why don't you want to live? What do you think you are? Misaka is not an experimental animal, but a human being. Misaka resolutely denies the passage of one party and emphasizes his identity. Under the oppression of one party, 10,030's voice was almost weak and inaudible. It is guaranteed that she was still strong and said these words, contradicting one party to pass. Of course, 10,030 does not know what is strong. Humans? Humans? Haha. Ha 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 ha. Yu Fangtong suddenly laughed up to the sky, not because of happiness but anger and madness, and he slammed Sister Misaka out. What are you kidding? I have died more than 10,000 times. I am obviously just a puppet. I actually said that I am a human being. I didn't want to participate in the experiment. Damn it! Do you know you are talking? I'm a jerk. He roared like crazy on one side's traffic. You. Misaka began to cry, trying to win the sympathy of one party. Don't play tricks. Bastard. One side seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, raising his hands to manipulate the wind direction of the airflow, causing a burst of wind to blow towards 10,030 on the ground. Go to death. Beep. Suddenly a strange tone came from the air, and as this tone sounded, the blast that hit Sister Misaka miraculously dissipated. Before one party could pass through and was shocked, an unfamiliar voice came from the entrance of the lane. It seems to be a success. Although I am afraid it is still far away to breed true feelings, but even this level is completely beyond mine. Surprisingly, I finally did not waste some of my plans. Hearing this voice, one party instinctively turned his head and looked behind his shoulders. He saw a young man in a casual shirt walking in from the laneway. Hey, this is my experiment. Is it possible that anyone can come in the current experimental site? Yu Fangtong seeing is not asking anyone, looking at his expression is more like talking to himself. This is indeed an experiment, but not your experiment, but my experiment. The boy walked step by step towards one side to pass, stopped a few meters in front of him, and said.